My name is Peter Parker, a transcendent who has been reborn in the Marvel Universe. I was bitten by a genetically modified spider, leaving my Uncle Ben no opportunity to impart the wisdom that with great power comes great responsibility. Thus, I have chosen not to embrace the mantle of Spider-Man. Just a jest. Basking in the sunlight of New York, I soar amid the towering edifices of Manhattan. Peter Parker has made his own choice. I strive to assist the defenders in combating crime in New York, to vanquish the genetically engineered monstrosities of Oscorp, and to join the Avengers in addressing world-class crises. At times, I even venture into the multiverse to handle affairs within the Spider-Verse. And most importantly, I endeavor to avert all impending misfortunes. The crux of it all lies in the fact that it has always been Peter Parker's own volition to become Spider-Man, rather than the spider that chose him. Not merely amazing, not just super, not only ultimate, and do not settle for being just a friendly neighborhood hero. Be an amazing Spider-Man. In the afternoon light of New York, rays filter through the shattered skyscrapers, casting shadows upon the debris below. The Disaster Control Agency, sponsored by Stark Industries, is diligently clearing the aftermath of an alien invasion. Heavy trucks rumble, hauling away the remnants of the Chitauri from the ruins. Suddenly, a street cleaner named Stan Lee feels a shadow loom above him. He lifts his head, adjusting his cap, and mutters, "What the heck?" It is a figure clad in red and blue, gracefully gliding through the skies of New York. I am Peter Parker. A few months ago, at the Oscorp Technology Exhibition, a radioactive spider bit me, forever altering my existence. And now, I am the one and only Spider-Man in the world. In 2012, where are the other Spider-Men? His costume predominantly red, with blue adorning his sides and lower half. Intricate black nylon threads weave a raised web pattern. The menacing black spider emblem on his chest starkly contrasts with the adorably rotund spider on his back. The elongated black lenses of his mask convey both vitality and a hint of ferocity. And now, I am the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man of New York. At that moment, an irate voice emanates from an electronic screen at the street corner, reverberating among the ruins. Spider-Man is undoubtedly the greatest threat that the Avengers should be concerned about. This masked criminal has repeatedly appeared amidst the uncleaned remnants of the alien battlefield. He is undoubtedly linked to the recent trafficking of alien weaponry at crime scenes in New York. Enough, Jonah Big Mouth. Your conspiracy theories could use a break. Spider-Man flicks his wrist, sending a strand of webbing that adheres precisely to the mouth of the broadcast host. Yet, this television mogul, who bears a striking resemblance to the omnipotent hero, continues to prattle on. Undoubtedly, this masked pest is the mastermind behind excavating these weapons from the ruins and selling them on the black market. Why can't you praise me like you do, Captain America? Even just a little? Spider-Man sighed in resignation, shrugging his shoulders. All right, I concede that I am not on par with the Captain, but surely you can offer me a more tempered compliment. And what's this about Daily Bugle Media? Seriously? It hardly compares to the Daily Bugle. Where were we again? Oh yes, the ensuing tale that you all are familiar with. With great power comes great responsibility. Therefore, be a friendly neighborhood hero. Everyone knows that, right? Indeed, I anticipate what you are about to say. However, Uncle Ben is not deceased. If he were, it would be quite the embarrassment for me, a transmigrant reborn into the Marvel Universe. That in any case, certain fateful events transpired, accompanied by some indecision and a few confessions. And of course, the best Spider-Man. No sooner had the words left his lips than Spider-Man executed a graceful somersault, landing deftly before a hot dog stand amidst the ruins. This was the breakfast spot for the employees of the Disaster Control Bureau. From his pocket, yes, this suit has pockets, he produced a few crumpled bills, purchased a hot dog and, taking a bite, continued, and thus another joyful day as New York's friendly neighbor unfolds. Battling criminals, ensuring no one is stealthily pilfering alien technology, and perhaps listening to Jonah Jameson's infuriating reports. Blah blah blah. Excuse me, the hot dog vendor replied, his face a portrait of confusion. Are you speaking to me? Spider-Man faltered momentarily. I suppose I don't really know. Perhaps someone is listening, right? To alleviate the awkwardness, he flicked his wrist, and a web shot forth. After exchanging a brief greeting, he leveraged the web's pull, gracefully soaring into the air. In summary, I am undoubtedly the happiest Spider-Man. After all, which other Spider-Man can indulge in an entire hot dog at ease? However, the tranquil streets of New York City did not afford Spider-Man the luxury of finishing his hot dog in peace. He landed on the glass exterior of a skyscraper, removing half of his mask while chewing on the hot dog. his eyes scanning the activity amidst the ruins. A van wobbled as it entered a severely damaged building. With his superhuman vision, Spider-Man discerned that the vehicle bore no insignia of the Disaster Control Bureau. Moreover, half of a Chitauri mothership lay abandoned atop the building. Well, it appears that even the happiest Spider-Man cannot relish an entire hot dog without interruption, he mused, chewing. Hastily stuffing the remaining hot dog into his mouth, Peter donned his mask. The webbing secured to the skyscraper's edge, he swung forth, releasing his grip, arms tucked in, striking a dashing pose as he dove through a shattered window, landing squarely amidst a group of smugglers. The individuals inside were entirely oblivious, preoccupied with their tasks, safeguarding their comrades, keeping watch at the entrance, excavating Chitauri corpses from the debris and collecting their alien weaponry to pile onto a small cart. Seriously? I mean, those are alien technologies that humanity has yet to comprehend. Incredibly cool. You truly intend to place them on a cart and stack them up? As Spider-Man voiced his grievances, he deftly utilized his webbing to snatch away the assault rifle from the guard. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, several individuals found themselves ensnared in webs, while the two stationed at the entrance were affixed to the wall by strands of silk. He lightly clapped his hands together. I assure you, gentlemen, you lack the clearance from the Disaster Control Bureau for this cleanup. Hence I have confiscated your weapons. But wait, why is my spider sense tingling? With a graceful backflip, Spider-Man evaded a blue energy beam. In swift succession, a mass of webbing engulfed the face of the cleaner wielding a Chitauri weapon. Hey! Don't mess around with extraterrestrial technology. It's exceedingly perilous. Once I reduce you to mere dust, you won't have much to say. Spiders are not insects, they belong to the arachnid class. Dodging a laser that grazed his head, Spider-Man surveyed the surroundings, noting that the group of cleaners had armed themselves with Chitauri weaponry. Well, I was about to finish my thought. Speaking of which, do cleaners nowadays wield tools that surpass those of security personnel? The cleaners promptly made the most judicious decision. Fire. Rapid fire. A barrage of blue beams was unleashed, yet Spider-Man nimbly navigated through the onslaught, utilizing his webbing and agility. Meanwhile, his mouth remained unrestrained. Where was I? From midair, he unleashed a torrent of webbing powerful enough to topple the armed thugs and secure them to the ground. Immediately, some cleaners opted for a sliding maneuver, seeking refuge behind debris or fallen ceiling tiles. Alright, spiders aren't insects, they are arachnids. Goodness, how deplorable is the state of scientific education these days? At your age, shouldn't you be receiving an all-inclusive education? Is this why you resort to smuggling alien weapons? Poor academic performance? Why not learn to fix cars instead? I know several skilled mechanics. The cleaners, huddled behind their cover, listened in despair as the spandex-clad oddity rambled on. One finally snapped, peeking out and bellowing, "Shut up," before firing indiscriminately. Consequently, he found himself ensnared by webbing at the chest, yanked away, and subsequently punched into the wall, just like a hero, delivering a thrashing to a band of villains. Oh, my apologies, but it seems you're the only one who ventured out. The others remained obediently sheltered behind their cover. One cleaner, in despair, glanced at his comrade armed with an alien firearm. When will he cease that incessant chatter? I have no idea. I truly regret not wearing headphones. Perhaps you should regret your criminal activities. Gentlemen, a sudden yet familiar voice echoed, as a lean figure clad in red and blue dangled from the ceiling. Webbing snatched their weapons away, and before they could regain their footing, they were secured to the stone surface. All right, it seems no one is left. Oh, are you planning to flee in that vehicle of yours? Then, they witnessed the grotesque spider creature launch a thick, white webbing from its wrist, ensnaring something. Subsequently, it grasped the web with both hands and yanked forcefully. They seemed to hear the desperate cry of the van's engine, followed by something soaring into the air. The silver van ascended entirely. Spider-Man executed a backflip in perfect synchronization, landing gracefully before catching the entire vehicle from beneath and gently setting it down on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Spider-Man approached the astonished driver and tapped on the driver's side window. Reckless driving. Sir, may I see your license, please? He used his web to retrieve a phone that had fallen to the ground, dialing 911 while simultaneously opening the car door and pulling the driver out. Hello, is this the New York City Police Department? I would like to report an incident of illegal smuggling. Should I inform Customs? Do they handle extraterrestrial weapon smuggling as well? The location is it's quite crowded here, so please send additional patrol cars. A little over 10 minutes later, several police vehicles arrived at the dilapidated building. The officers disembarked, tipping their hats as they gazed upward at dozens of individuals bound by webs, suspended from the building's exterior. The van and its cargo of alien weaponry were thoroughly ensnared in webbing. "Captain, this is a message left by the informant," said one officer. The robust and composed sheriff received the note and began to read. "The web will naturally degrade within 2 hours. Please prepare for retrieval. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." "Captain, they assign someone to keep watch. It's likely to drop within 2 hours. A fall from 2 meters won't be fatal," the sheriff replied, simultaneously requesting backup via the radio. "This is George Stacy, requesting additional vehicles for transporting suspects. Over." Sheriff Stacy squinted, casting another glance at the note. This handwriting, it feels oddly familiar. Chapter 2. The moment belonging to Peter Parker. Peter Parker felt as though he had returned to his childhood, to that fateful day when he bid farewell to his parents. On that day, they escorted him to Uncle Ben's home. After conversing with Uncle Ben and Aunt May, they did not disclose the reasons for their departure. They merely instructed him to heed the words of his uncle and aunt. He recalled expressing to his parents that he had discovered something perilous and wished to assist. "I understand you are intelligent, at times not resembling a typical 12-year-old. However, this matter is beyond what a child can resolve. Listen to Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Do you understand?" Peter struggled to remember his response from that moment. He attempted to recall, but the sound of the alarm clock shattered his reverie, calling him back to reality. Amidst his morning grumpiness, he raised his hand, hesitating for a moment. Just then, Uncle Ben's voice resonated from outside the door. "It's the 5th day of your self-imposed morning grumpiness, Peter. It's the 6th, Uncle Ben." Gently silencing the alarm, Peter sprang upright as Uncle Ben entered the room. Benjamin Parker was a man in his 40s, slightly portly yet still robust, unlike the elderly version of Uncle Ben from other universes. "You returned home too late yesterday. Aunt May does not wish for you to stray down the wrong path just as you are about to enter high school, loitering like a delinquent. Did you inform her that I was delayed by matters? Perhaps I lost track of time at the library again? You'll need a better excuse next time." Uncle Ben chuckled as he closed the door, adding, "Hurry up. We still have our morning run to complete." Regardless of Spider-Man's exploits outside, Peter Parker remained merely a 15-year-old high school student, or rather, a prospective high school student. Did you know that American high school lasts for 4 years? From age 15 to 18. Habitually conversing with himself, Peter dressed while speaking, then hurried into the washroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. With the toothbrush in his mouth, he continued, albeit muffled, "But you probably don't know that Uncle Ben served in the military, joined the Marine Corps, and was deployed overseas. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? Wow." After completing his morning hygiene routine, Peter commenced his morning exercises. He jogged 5 kilometers alongside Uncle Ben, returning to enjoy breakfast prepared by Aunt May. The purpose of their run was not solely to build endurance but to better disguise himself as a normal individual. Otherwise, Peter could easily shatter world records. This training not only aided him in masquerading as an ordinary person, but as a retired serviceman. Uncle Ben imparted a wealth of knowledge. Battlefield reconnaissance techniques, combat training, planning escape routes, and evading surveillance and observation. Without such training, it would have been improbable for Peter to evolve into a self-proclaimed competent Spider-Man within merely 5 months. "So what happened yesterday?" Peter inquired. "You know, traversing the ruins of New York, locating some criminals, binding them, and delivering them to the police." Uncle Ben's face was beginning to flush from the exertion, while Peter appeared remarkably at ease, even managing to speak without gasping for breath. "However, the number of smugglers has significantly dwindled, Uncle Ben. After all, it has been over 3 months since the great battle in New York, and September is fast approaching. Perhaps soon I will no longer need to inspect those remnants." Uncle Ben sighed, uncertain whether he was lamenting the fact that the Disaster Control Agency had yet to clear the ruins after such a lengthy period, or relieved that the cleanup was finally nearing completion. He recalled the events that had transpired during this time. Over 5 months ago, his nephew had attended a science fair, and upon returning, he became mysteriously secretive, engaging in activities that kept both him and May in a state of prolonged concern. Until one day Peter, fidgeting with anxiety, revealed the truth. He had been bitten by a mutated spider radiated by the event, bestowing upon him abilities akin to that of a spider: wall crawling, incredible agility, a heightened sense of danger, and exceptional physical prowess, though he lacked the ability to spin webs. I want to do something. Perhaps I can become a hero or make some money from this. What should I do, Uncle Ben? Ben initially intended to impart the wisdom that with great power comes great responsibility, but he refrained from saying so. After all, Peter was merely a 15-year-old boy, and Ben understood that the so-called superheroes were not as glamorous as portrayed in the media. Just look at the grotesque beings they had to confront to grasp the inherent peril. For Ben, who had no children of his own, Peter was akin to a son. He did not wish to thrust him into harm's way. He simply replied, "As long as you do not use this power to harm others, Peter, whatever choice you make, Uncle Ben will support you." I believe May feels the same way. Sometime later, a fire broke out near their home. While Ben joined neighbors in battling the flames, he witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. Peter leapt from the second floor, cradling a small child, rescuing them from certain peril. I was terrified, Uncle Ben. He recalled later in the car, where Peter trembled as he recounted. Flames surrounded me. A beam collapsed and struck my arm, and it still hurts. I didn't want to go in, Uncle Ben. But I heard that little girl crying. She needed someone to save her. I could save her. I wasn't powerless. I was afraid that if I went in, I might not come back out. But what if I could have saved her, and I didn't? I fear more the thought of dreaming at night about those I could have saved, asking me why I didn't reach out. Peter did not choose to become Spider-Man out of a desire to help others. Rather, it was the fear of being unable to assist those he had the power to help that drove him to don the mantle of a hero. When he embraced the role of a superhero, it was not power or a self-righteous savior mentality that motivated him, but rather the dread of disappointing those who sought help yet received none. In that moment, Benjamin Parker understood that his nephew could become the greatest hero the world had ever known. He began to worry whether this version of Peter could sustain such burdens. Yet he chose to support Peter's decision. Thus, he drew upon his past experiences in the Marine Corps to train his nephew, continuing to do so to this day. Peter, too, demonstrated his remarkable talents. He is remarkably intelligent, much like his late parents. He even unearthed clues from his father Richard's scattered manuscripts, synthesizing web fluid and crafting his own web shooters. They both share an affinity for spiders, a trait undoubtedly inherited from his father. Perhaps once the debris is cleared, those smugglers will flee on their own. At that point, I would merely need to assist in catching a petty thief or rescuing a cat on my way to and from school. Peter sprinted backwards, observing his seemingly distracted Uncle Ben, and inquired, "Uncle Ben? Oh, that sounds splendid. Aunt May need not worry about whether you are mingling with any unsavory characters. She knows I would never do such a thing." Peter chuckled alongside Ben, then turned to run side by side with him. Once Central Station is cleared, shall we indulge in some Turkish kebabs? In a dimly lit basement in New York, a young black man in his 20s, sporting dreadlocks, entered a dilapidated building that served as his hideout. Inside were simple mattresses, a lamp, and 7 or 8 companions. This was the day's haul. He distributed the money from his bag to his subordinates. One of the younger members asked, "Herman, why does the money seem to dwindle each day? The items we can salvage from the ruins are becoming increasingly scarce, and there are fewer buyers." That group, calling themselves I.M., withdrew last week, and even the Hell's Kitchen crowd is no longer interested. I must seek others willing to risk the wrath of Iron Man to acquire those extraterrestrial artifacts. Not to mention, there's a peculiar figure clad in a web-patterned suit causing us trouble. After Herman spoke, another subordinate complained, "You shouldn't have stashed that merchandise. There's nowhere to sell it now." Upon hearing this, Herman merely laughed. "Gentlemen, goods from New York hold immense value, but they are not inexhaustible. We must plan for the future. I used to be the finest locksmith in New York, having crafted the most sophisticated safe-cracking devices. Yet today, thanks to our extraterrestrial friends, I have utilized the remnants of my stock to create something even more formidable." As he spoke, he retrieved an object resembling a firearm from his satchel. It was not overly complex, featuring a blue energy chamber connected to a Chitauri battery, along with a knob and a trigger. "What is this?" one inquired. "A lock-picking device," a kind of shockwave generator. Here is the knob to adjust the output power. At the first setting, we can knock a person down. Hermann fired at a nearby concrete post, and an invisible shockwave caused it to tremble. But if we increase the power to the second setting, a deafening sound erupted as the concrete column was obliterated. The subordinates erupted in excitement. What about the maximum power? I haven't tested it, but if my calculations are correct, it could easily demolish a building. Therefore, I've set a limit. It can only reach the third setting. The young men cheered in awe. Most significantly, Hermann produced more than one of these devices, distributing one to each of his subordinates. Within the abandoned buildings lie numerous concrete piles, providing ample opportunity for them to test the might of this new contraption. This device, crafted by Hermann, possesses the ability to unlock any safe or vault door.
Hermann,
One of the eager novices, having experimented with the weapon's effectiveness, could not suppress a laugh. What is this called? Does it even have a name? Indeed, it is known as Thriller. Hermann Schultz's Thriller. Hermann confidently grasped a thriller and proclaimed, "Neither the monstrous arachnids nor the Avengers can thwart us any longer. Soon, all of New York, no, the entirety of America will be aware. The finest engineers are not those bookish scholars from universities, nor the bespectacled white men. I shall demonstrate to those fools who value degrees and skin color one undeniable truth. I, Hermann Schultz, have created a thriller that they cannot replicate." Chapter 3. An unsettled journey to school at 6 o'clock in the morning. The alarm clock rang punctually, shattering Peter Parker's delightful dreams. He lifted his hand and gently pressed the button, refraining from smashing it to pieces once more. On the 22nd day of overcoming his morning grumpiness, he felt quite accomplished. Peter patted his face, buoyed with excitement as he rose, donned his clothes, completed his morning routine, and descended the stairs. He spotted Aunt May tidying up the dining table and, in a moment of confusion, inquired, "Did Uncle Ben oversleep today?" Perhaps it was not Uncle Ben who had overslept. Aunt May was slightly younger than Ben, yet still under 40. As she continued to clear the table, she shot Peter a knowing glance, suggesting that someone had forgotten what day it was. "Oh, I completely forgot that school starts today." A sudden realization dawned upon Peter, clarifying why Uncle Ben had not joined him for their morning run. "Is Uncle Ben in the garage?" "Yes. Could you please call Gwen next door?" Peter nodded, ruffling his hair as he made his way to the neighboring house. Gwen Stacy, his childhood friend, had been under the care of the Parkers for much of her life. As her father, George Stacy, a single parent and sheriff, was often preoccupied with work. However, during the months Peter had become Spider-Man, Gwen had embarked on a school trip to London for graduating students, spending the entire summer reveling in the city, only returning yesterday. Peter, occupied with Uncle Ben's training and his responsibilities as Spider-Man, had not accompanied her, which had left her somewhat disheartened before her departure. He hoped her London adventure had uplifted her spirits. "Hey, Peter." Before he could knock, Gwen's head appeared from the second floor, her tousled golden hair a testament to her early rising. "What time is it?" "It's only 6 o'clock. This is the first time I've seen you awake so early. I take it you didn't sleep well last night?" "It was dreadful. I'm still adjusting to the time difference. I barely slept a wink." Gwen ran her fingers through her messy golden locks. "Just a moment, I'll be ready shortly." Peter patiently waited for about 5 minutes until Gwen emerged from her house. Her previously disheveled hair was now neatly styled with a black headband, cascading naturally to her shoulder blades. Dressed in a turtleneck and jeans, she appeared to have adapted well to the warmer climate of London compared to New York. "Ah, never mind. I don't feel hot anyway. There's no school uniform requirement for high school, right?" After assessing her outfit, Gwen tossed him an item. "Here you go, clever boy, a little gift for you." "Wow, a deerstalker hat, just like Sherlock Holmes. Did you purchase this from a souvenir shop on Baker Street?" "No, I picked it up from a random stall." Gwen chuckled as she shut the door. Peter glanced into the Stacy living room. "Where's Uncle George? Did he already leave for work?" "No. He was up until the early hours. I suspect he won't have time to drive us to school today. Let him sleep a bit longer. I'll have breakfast at your place." Perfectly timed, Aunt May had prepared breakfast, while Uncle Ben had just headed to the garage. Gwen smiled wryly. It seems Uncle Ben and Aunt May know he should catch up on his sleep, or perhaps retire for the night a tad earlier. The breakfast at the Parker residence was simple. A few slices of toasted bread layered with lettuce and jam, accompanied by a serving of fried eggs. Once breakfast was laid out, Uncle Ben washed his hands and entered the dining room. "All right, young ones," he said with a hint of resignation. "I shall escort you to Midtown High today, as it marks the first day of the new school year. I must return to work, so regrettably, I cannot attend your opening ceremony." He had left a message for George, hoping that if he woke up early, he might still make it. "Never mind. Let him sleep a bit longer. He can handle his own breakfast," Gwen remarked, viciously biting into her fried egg, while Aunt May exchanged a knowing smile with Uncle Ben. Peter, however, remained mostly silent, finishing his meal swiftly and then sitting quietly. Gwen glanced at the clock in the dining room. "Not even 2 minutes. When did you start eating this fast?" "It's been like this since summer vacation." Peter has been devouring his meals at an alarming pace. "I thought he had suddenly transformed into a competitive eater." Aunt May chuckled, making a cross over her chest. "Thank goodness it's just his eating speed that has changed. I need to carve out time to train him in combat." "Wait a moment," Gwen interjected. "You've been practicing combat over the summer?" Peter hesitated for a moment before nodding, ready with an excuse he had long prepared. "Yeah. I need to avoid encountering bullies like Carl King in high school. The worst part is that Carl King is also going to Midtown High." Carl King, the most formidable adversary Peter Parker had encountered since his rebirth, was a towering white male who stood over 6 feet in middle school, a quintessential American high school bully who thrived on tormenting classmates, regardless of their social standing. Frankly, Peter had expected to face bullying at the hands of Flash Thompson, only to find himself confronted by Carl in middle school. Without his spider abilities awakened, Peter had naturally been bullied several times. Of course, he had managed to prank Carl a few times with some inventions, but Carl, with his limited intellect, could never figure out who was behind the antics. In fact, Peter's transformation into Spider-Man was intricately linked to Carl King. At the Osborne Technology Expo, amidst the chaos of an explosion from a radiation device, it was this very individual who had the audacity to capture a radioactive spider and place it on Peter's neck. Just when Peter was pondering whether to become Spider-Man, Carl King forced his hand by placing the spider directly on him, making the decision for him. "Just be careful. I don't think 2 months of combat training will suffice to take down Carl King," Uncle Ben cautioned. Peter merely laughed in dismissal. "Ha! I'll put him flat on the ground." "Remember, the purpose of learning combat is not to instigate trouble, but to protect oneself," Uncle Ben instinctively added, realizing that this was perhaps the least of his worries. With a smile, he picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. "All right, kids, it's time to head out." The Parker family car was a Toyota that had seen 15 or 16 years of service, its engine now somewhat sluggish. Fortunately, Midtown High was not far away. The morning drive would take no more than a few minutes. In the vehicle, 2 individuals were engaged in a lively discussion about Gwen's journey in London, recounting the places she visited and the photographs she captured. Uncle Ben had refrained from playing any music, simply driving along the road while listening to the youthful exchange, and he found himself smiling involuntarily. It seemed like yet another ordinary day. "Watch out, Uncle Ben!" A sharp exclamation from Peter Parker compelled Ben to slam on the brakes. At that moment, a section of the building's wall collapsed, with shattered concrete blocks crashing down just a few meters in front of the car. Breathing a sigh of relief, Uncle Ben intended to turn around and take an alternate route, but the fallen debris swiftly blocked his path from behind. A massive slab of reinforced concrete crushed the engine of the car behind them, causing the driver to leap out in fright. "Get out of the car." Uncle Ben reacted immediately, urging the 2 youngsters to exit. "We need to find shelter in the nearby subway station." Peter glanced at the building, where the walls were fracturing rapidly. He exchanged a brief look with Uncle Ben and Gwen before dashing away. "Uncle Ben, Gwen, you 2 hide. I'm going to check for a safe route to escape. Be careful," Uncle Ben cautioned, then took hold of Gwen's hand, leading her toward the subway station. Gwen watched as Peter, still wearing his backpack, sprinted away, her thoughts interrupted. Why is he still carrying his backpack? I knew becoming Spider-Man would lead to moments like this, but on the very first day of high school? Come on. Rushing into a nearby alleyway, he ensured there were no cameras or bystanders before retrieving his web shooters and mask from his backpack. He then tossed the backpack several meters high and leaped onto the wall, ascending as he donned the web shooters and mask. The backpack began its descent, but was caught by a web and pulled back to its owner. Peter stuffed his removed t-shirt and athletic shorts inside, then took out the long-sleeved gloves, pulling them onto his shoulders. The uniform beneath the t-shirt was short-sleeved, designed to zip together with the gloves for convenience during the summer and autumn seasons. He never anticipated needing it so soon. He first slipped on one glove, then switched hands to put on the other while holding the backpack. Finally, he retrieved his spider belt, containing spare web fluid and other small tools, clenching it in his mouth momentarily. Securing the backpack's zipper, he tossed it again, fastened the belt, pulled down his mask, and leaped into the air. Soaring towards the sunrise, the red and blue hero launched himself from the edge of the high-rise, a web securing his backpack to the exterior wall as he sprinted toward the opposite side, diving down from a great height. The entire sequence unfolded even more swiftly than Peter had anticipated. He still had time to glance at the electronic watch on his left wrist. If he could resolve this within half an hour, Uncle Ben wouldn't be late for work. Upon reaching the subway entrance, Uncle Ben and Gwen realized the gravity of the situation, as they discovered they were not alone in seeking refuge. A throng of people surged toward them, and the entrance had become congested. Meanwhile, the condition of the surrounding building had deteriorated significantly, the sounds of cracking echoing ominously in the air. Amidst the piercing screams of certain individuals, Uncle Ben and Gwen beheld the concrete debris plummeting from the sky, yet the cries did not cease. Fortunately, the falling construction rubble did not strike anyone. It was ensnared by nets. Suddenly, a swift shadow swept over the crowd, prompting curious gazes upwards. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No. Ha! It is Spider-Man. Engaging in a self-answered dialogue, Spider-Man launched countless webs between two towering edifices, skillfully weaving an expansive net above the streets to catch all the descending boulders. Once this task was accomplished, Peter finally had a moment to alight upon the adjacent building and survey the situation. Now let me see what has transpired. His gaze swept across the structure plagued by dire issues, and at last, accompanied by a resounding explosion, Spider-Man observed thick plumes of smoke emanating from a specific location. It was a bank. Chapter 4. The frightening initial encounter let us rewind the clock a bit. Hermann Schultz, accompanied by his loyal cohorts and wielding his own brand of terror, donned the iconic black masks of bandits and prepared for a bank heist. After all, the Chitauri ruins had been thoroughly scavenged, leaving nothing of value to unearth. Having learned the art of quick profits, they could no longer tolerate the mundane routine of honest work, especially with their newfound weapon, the formidable terror launcher, capable of breaching any vault. They opted for an unconventional time, the early hours of the morning before the bank opened. This choice was strategic. It was an unexpected hour, one where no one would anticipate a robbery while the bank lay dormant. Moreover, Hermann harbored a reluctance to take lives, so this timing ensured the absence of any employees within the bank. A third reason lingered. The terror launcher was powerful enough to force open the bank and vault doors, rendering the absence of staff inconsequential. As I previously stated, it was the most potent lockpicking device. With his black mask firmly in place, Hermann led the charge, blasting open the bank's entrance and storming in with his men. "Brothers, locate the vault door," he commanded. Was this not a simple task? One of the henchmen switched to a higher gear, sweeping the interior with reckless abandon. Anything that resisted would surely be the vault. A chorus of approval erupted as they commenced their operation, blissfully unaware that something had slinked in through the gaping entrance, perching silently on the ceiling and observing their mayhem. From the moment it entered, my spider sense began to tingle incessantly. What was that entity? It did not resemble Chitauri weaponry, but rather appeared to be some peculiar technology procured from elsewhere. Spider-Man witnessed a criminal aiming a weapon at the counter, which was instantaneously obliterated. A sonic wave. No, a shockwave weapon? How I wished that reality could manifest in vibrant hues of shockwaves. Evading them would be so much simpler. Muttering to myself, I extended a web shooter and snatched away a terror launcher. "Hey, fellows, did you not know the bank opens at 9? You should be at the ATMs at this hour." "It's him." One of the henchmen recognized Spider-Man, exclaiming, "The pest who has taken down so many. I wager your many does not refer to good neighbors." I affixed a web to the ground near the speaker's feet and, utilizing the elasticity of the web, propelled myself forward. Before he could pull the trigger, I delivered a swift kick that sent him flying while simultaneously ensnaring another foe's terror launcher, directing its muzzle downward. The force of the impact sent the adversary crashing into the ceiling, after which he plummeted to the ground, unconscious. Oh dear, I truly did not anticipate that outcome. It appears that ATMs are not particularly suited for your withdrawal methods. Why is my spider sense so intensely alert? Behind me, with a side flip and a series of web shots, my first confrontation with Herman commenced. Herman exhibited a level of proficiency with the shockwave projector that far surpassed that of his peers. Every web shot was shattered within the invisible shockwaves, leaving only Spider-Man himself to narrowly evade the onslaught. While a part of me yearned for you to reveal the source of such an apparatus, I suspect you would prefer to explain this to the authorities, correct? On the bank's floor, Spider-Man leapt and dodged, relying on his spider sense to navigate the unseen waves of force. Unable to approach his adversary or deploy his webbing, he was left to devise an alternative strategy. Purchased. This is my creation, Herman bellowed, tearing off his mask in a fit of rage that Spider-Man could scarcely comprehend. He cranked the shockwave to its maximum setting, potent enough to slice through the vault door, and aimed it at Spider-Man. Hey, wait, don't be angry. What did I say to upset you? Suspended from the ceiling, Spider-Man initiated a rapid sprint, glancing back at the punctured ceiling and realizing the gravity of the situation. He ensnared the bank's counter with his webbing and yanked it downward, hurling it toward Herman. As the counter hurtled forward, Herman continued to fire, but the shockwaves merely dismantled the desk. As for Spider-Man, he vanished amidst the swirling papers. Where is Spider-Man? I am here, he declared, suddenly gripping Herman's shoulder from behind and delivering a powerful punch to his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. The shockwave projector fell beside him. Buddy, if this contraption is truly your design, you might as well consider yourself an engineer. Why not seek a proper job? Peter said gleefully as he swung the webbing over to the projector, intrigued to tinker with it. He adjusted it to the lowest setting and aimed it at the remaining half of the counter, but the resulting impact was underwhelming, failing to obliterate the entire structure. My goodness, what kind of power are you using? The exterior walls are beginning to crumble, and the building's structural integrity is compromised. If this continues, the entire edifice may collapse. Herman, who had been momentarily dazed from the punch, was now fully alert upon hearing this revelation. What? The structural integrity is failing? That's impossible. I didn't set the power that high. The shockwave projector shouldn't possess such destructive capability. It was at this juncture that Peter Parker discerned the underlying issue. You call this thing shockwave? Now that is truly alarming. Taking advantage of the distraction, another recently battered member of the shock gang rose, adjusting the shockwave gun to its highest setting and firing at Spider-Man. Thanks to his spider sense, Peter swiftly dodged the initial shot, but the concentrated shockwave etched a visible crack into the bank's wall, penetrating not just one surface but cutting through the entire structure. Sunlight streamed through the gaping fissure. Damn it! I need to make them stop. Realizing that the building was on the verge of collapse, Peter made an immediate decision. He veered to evade while simultaneously launching his webbing. Relying on his spider sense, Peter felt the focused shockwave graze his body almost imperceptibly, as the webbing successfully yanked the assailant's hand away from the trigger. Seizing the weapon with determination, he forcefully snapped the horrifying launcher in two, eliminating any concern about its further use. At that moment, Herman realized that the terrifying weapon was far more troublesome and potent than he had anticipated. The decay effect of the high-powered shockwave after destroying physical objects was significantly less than he had imagined, resulting in a shockwave that retained formidable strength even after shattering its target. We can't continue firing, he urgently shouted, observing another comrade brandishing a weapon. If we keep this up, the entire building might collapse. Yet, his dazed companion seemed oblivious to Herman's pleas. He twisted the knob, not setting it to the third level as intended but inexplicably to the fifth, due to a malfunction in the safety mechanism. Herman was left utterly stunned, shouting, "Frank, toss that thing away. The recoil will kill you." The young thug named Frank looked at the launcher in confusion before pulling the trigger. However, the mere act of pulling it caused him to lose his footing, sending him nearly flying. This near catastrophe was averted only when Spider-Man kicked him aside at the last moment. But the trigger had already been pulled, and the weapon malfunctioned, colliding directly with Spider-Man as he rushed in. The immense force struck the ground, unleashing a shockwave that knocked out everyone in the vicinity, including Herman and the entire crew of the Shock Gang. Meanwhile, Spider-Man, clutching the launcher, was hurled into the air by the tremendous recoil. The powerful impact not only breached the bank's ceiling but also penetrated several floors above, ultimately embedding him in the ceiling of an upper level. "Oh, my back! My back!" Peter groaned, pulling himself from the ceiling and tenderly touching his aching back. Fortunately, his extraordinary physical abilities allowed him to endure such impacts, resulting in mere bruises that, thanks to his decent healing factor, would likely fade within a few hours. Is the MCU's portrayal of Shock really this realistic? I must admit, I'm somewhat disappointed. Extricating himself from the hole he had created, Spider-Man leapt down into the bank below, landing like a superhero. All members of the Shock Gang lay unconscious on the crumbling floor. Glancing at the nearly shattered bank floor, Spider-Man proceeded to bind all the criminals, securing their weapons with webbing before swinging out through the entrance. With creativity, he wove several lines of webbing to convey the gravity of the building situation and set up evacuation signs at the intersection. The webbing could only hold for 2 hours. If the NYPD and the Disaster Control Agency failed to devise a plan within that time, they would be facing serious trouble. However, even if maintenance is possible, a building with a compromised load-bearing structure unequivocally becomes a hazardous edifice. "Hey, Uncle Ben, Gwen." Since Spider-Man spun that vast web, they have not ventured into the subway station, merely lingering near the entrance, making it quite convenient for Peter to search. "I found a route that allows me to pass by. It seems there's no traffic at the moment." Peter, hurrying with his backpack, greeted the two and patted Uncle Ben's car. "Fortunately, Uncle Ben, your vehicle is unharmed." "Who is that guy?" Gwen, who had been in London for 2 months, pointed at the web suspended across the street. She was unaware of such a web-slinger in New York. After a moment of hesitation, Peter began to explain, "There's a fellow who calls himself Spider-Man, and he has been tackling crime lately. Superpowered individuals and all." "Oh, well, his taste leaves much to be desired," Gwen remarked as she opened the door. Peter, half-jokingly, retorted, "You mean his costume?" "No, I mean his shoes, which are surprisingly identical to yours." Chapter 5. The Escape in Truth. The situation regarding the entire skyscraper becoming a hazardous structure was far more grave than Peter had anticipated. Mere moments after his departure, the Avengers commandeered the streets nearby. The Avengers of this universe differ from those of the MCU. The 5 esteemed Avengers who participated in the Battle of New York were Iron Man Tony Stark, Captain America Steve Rogers, Thor the Hulk Bruce Banner, and Ant-Man Hank Pym. Additionally, there was an auxiliary member serving as the Avengers team manager, the Wasp Janet Van Dyne. Captain America was not employed by SHIELD. Rather, he resided permanently at Avengers Tower, formerly known as Stark Tower. I still recommend shrinking the entire building using Pym particles. These webs are degrading slowly in a natural manner and will lose their efficacy in less than 2 hours. Ant-Man, having just shrunk to observe the structure of the webs, returned to his original size. His suit automatically retracted the helmet, revealing a head of light brown short hair and a youthful visage in his 30s. The structure of these webs seems somewhat familiar. I feel as though I have seen them somewhere before. I have stabilized the building structure using Stark Industries engineering equipment, so I believe, Hank, your assistance may no longer be necessary. Iron Man soared into the sky, admiring the message left for the police amidst the webs between the 2 buildings. "This ornate script is rather impressive, isn't it, Captain?" Only 3 Avengers had arrived. Bruce Banner was absent, and Thor was simply not on Earth. Captain Rogers sat on his motorcycle, observing the recorded video on his tablet, which displayed the bank's surveillance footage restored by JARVIS, showcasing Spider-Man's entire combat sequence. In less than 7 minutes, he had resolved the situation with these criminals. Everything was concluded before our arrival. I could accomplish it in just 1 minute. Iron Man landed beside the captain, lifting his armor's faceplate. What I mean is, he has undergone training and hails from a military background. Furthermore, he has specifically trained in controlling his strength. Steve Rogers fixed the surveillance on the moment Spider-Man landed a punch on Herman's face. That punch, given his strength, could have easily killed a person without proper restraint. Yet, that individual was not even knocked unconscious. Thus, we have identified someone who knows precisely what he is doing. Excellent. I was concerned about how to clean the webbing stuck in the crevices of my armor. It is Richard Parker, Professor. Hank's sudden interjection interrupted their conversation. Tony closed his armor's faceplate and turned to J.A.R.V.I.S. for information. An entomologist? Hank, your colleague? No, he specializes in genetic modification and programming. Currently, several experts in related academic fields, including Kurt Connors, Miles Warren, and Jonathan Drew, are his students. Wow! Tony exclaimed in astonishment. I have not heard of any of them. He was the primary lead on the U.S. military's Super Soldier Serum project, focusing primarily on enhancing humans using animal genes. He has published a considerable number of articles, most of which have been classified by S.H.I.E.L.D. A few years ago, during my tenure at S.H.I.E.L.D., I encountered several documents, including a paper on the artificial synthesis of a particular spider silk protein, the structure of which bore an uncanny resemblance to what we have here. Tony cast a glance at the captain, who remained silent, revealing no additional emotions. At that time, the project concerning the Super Soldier Serum was overseen by Oscorp, and it likely remains so. However, several years back, he withdrew from the project, subsequently joining S.H.I.E.L.D., only to perish in a tragic aviation accident 3 years ago. Why am I not the least bit surprised? So, this Spider-Man is a super soldier developed by Oscorp? Excellent. Jarvis, please arrange a meeting with Norman Osborn for me. He is neither a product of experimentation nor a mere weapon. The captain concluded. He resembles more of a vigilante acting on his own volition. We shall inquire with Osborn to uncover the truth. Tony seemed rather unconcerned. The captain pondered for a moment and then made a decision. Perhaps I should consult Nick Fury. I will ask him, and also the police department, as they might have conducted some investigations regarding Spider-Man. I will take this matter back for further study. Hank picked up a terrifying launcher. It might prove useful. The three Avengers, alerted by the sound of police sirens, turned their attention to the police cars that appeared on the street. Tony raised an eyebrow. The NYPD certainly arrived with impeccable timing. George Stacy, who was escorting the criminals back to NYPD headquarters, felt extremely displeased. Today was supposed to be his daughter's high school orientation ceremony, a day he was meant to spend with her until the event concluded. Not only did he wake up late, but just as he was preparing to leave, he had to escort prisoners instead. Furthermore, he heard that the street they had damaged was along the route his daughter took to school. Had he not checked in with Ben and learned that Gwen was unharmed, he would not have hesitated to turn off the body camera and give them a piece of his mind. Now, all the criminals were detained at the precinct, awaiting interrogation upon regaining consciousness. Just as he sipped his coffee, an officer approached him with good news. Chief, the gang leader has awakened. George nodded, not intending to conduct the interrogation himself. He stood with several officers outside the one-way glass of the interrogation room, observing a white, overweight officer and a robust black man questioning each other. The leader of this bank heist was a quintessential stereotype of a ghetto gang member, with unkempt dreadlocks and lip piercings, clearly a jobless drifter. Name? Herman Schultz. Age?
26. Occupation?
None. Previously, mechanic. The individual seemed cooperative, albeit somewhat distracted. From the interrogation, they roughly surmised the background of this man. A high school graduate with little education, previously a mechanic, who had amassed wealth scavenging post-battle in New York and now intended to continue his illicit endeavors. The overweight officer then posed the next question. Where did you acquire these weapons? How much did they cost? I made them using salvaged alien materials. Two interrogating officers and the onlookers outside were momentarily taken aback, before erupting into a synchronized roar of laughter. Buddy, do you realize what you're claiming? The black officer chuckled, shaking his head incredulously. Those weapons that can practically slice an entire building in half, you created them? I did. Herman shouted in anger. That is the most absurd confession I have ever heard. My friend, the white officer, exasperated, refrained from writing anything down. I understand you don't wish to implicate these individuals, but you could at least concoct a plausible excuse. You claim to have fashioned these items? It's utterly preposterous. What's the problem? Those things are indeed my creation. No, brother. Do you comprehend how formidable those weapons are? Our evidence room experts can't even decipher their operational logic. The black officer raised his hands in exasperation. You say you made them? Buddy, you're merely a mechanic, a middle school graduate. How could you possibly create this? Are only those with advanced education capable of developing such things? Can't a black mechanic aspire to be the finest engineer? Calm down, buddy, we never mentioned race. You're overly sensitive, the white officer replied, exchanging a glance with the black officer. Realizing they were unlikely to elicit more information, they decided to take Herman to the holding cell. They intended to consult someone else. They couldn't possibly believe that this middle schooler was responsible for such high-tech weaponry. As Schultz was escorted to the holding cell, he reflected on the officer's ridicule and Spider-Man's agile combat movements. Upon reaching the cell door, he stood motionless until the officer gave him a shove, prompting him to enter. A few of his associates had already regained consciousness. Hey Herman, what's up? Herman remained silent, then suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he removed one of his associates' hairpins and approached the iron bars of the holding cell, using the pin to pry open his handcuffs and the lock on the cell door. Herman Schultz was New York's most exceptional locksmith. His associates watched in astonishment as he swiftly opened the cell door and, before the patrolling officer could react, subdued him into unconsciousness. He then donned the officer's uniform and tossed the keys to his still confined associates. You decide whether to leave or not. If they ask where I might be headed, just be honest. Realizing something was amiss, his associates exchanged glances, and finally, one could not contain his curiosity. Where are you going, Herman? To do what I've always done. To inform New York that I am the finest engineer. As he spoke, Herman lowered his police cap and stepped out of the holding cell. Since it was still early, not yet 9 o'clock, there were few people at the precinct, allowing Herman to slip away effortlessly from the heavily guarded NYPD. Over half an hour later, he found himself in an old residential area, where he had an abandoned construction site as his secret hideout. This was where he concealed those extraterrestrial technologies, a location even his associates were oblivious to. He retrieved the extraterrestrial technological components, yet after a brief contemplation, he cast them aside. While they could eventually be exchanged for currency, at this moment, he had no need for such ostentatious items. You are the most exceptional engineer, Herman. You do not require alien technology. The entire encounter with Spider-Man replayed vividly in his mind, the stark contrast between the adversary's agile and powerful form and his own clumsiness, brandishing a massive firearm. He realized he must forge a suit akin to Spider-Man's, one that is both nimble and formidable. This agile attire must be capable of absorbing excessive shockwaves to prevent self-inflicted harm. The apparatus needed to be portable. A wristband was too diminutive to suffice, so it could be fashioned into forearm guards, necessitating a recalibration of the firing frequency. Just like that, a battered desk lamp, a box of colored pencils, and stacks of drafting paper. One morning, a miracle unfolded. A pair of forearm devices, akin to the principles of the terrifying projector yet more manageable, and a suit of kinetic absorption armor, featuring a yellow base with red metallic accents in certain areas. Upon completing the design, Herman Schultz stared in disbelief at his crimson eyes, astonished by his own creation. But then, a smile broke across his face. I did it. I did it. I have not merely invented shock. Rather, I shall become Shocker. Chapter 6. Spider-Man. The first day of school in the United States. The high school system is based on a credit-based class schedule, meaning classrooms are not fixed. Students move to different rooms according to the courses they wish to attend, with the remaining time freely allocated. The curriculum comprises both elective and mandatory courses. Midtown High School offers 5 compulsory subjects per semester, along with 2 electives. Each day consists of 5 classes, 3 in the morning, commencing at 8:20, and 2 in the afternoon, concluding at 3 o'clock. The first day of high school was rather uneventful, featuring an opening ceremony and an entrance examination. Based on the test results and personal interests, Students then received their class schedules. Lunch was followed by club recruitment and discussions among upperclassmen regarding this year's homecoming activities, which did not particularly concern newcomers. The only noteworthy event was a speech delivered by the renowned scientist Norman Osborn during the opening ceremony. The reason a prominent entrepreneur such as Osborn would choose to speak at a regular public high school like Midtown is simple. His son has just enrolled. I had presumed you would be quite intrigued by the scientist, yet it seemed you were nearly dozing off during Osborn's address. Osborn is an exceptional investor and businessman, yet he is certainly not an outstanding scientist or engineer. Hey, does our school even have its own television program? Peter replied ambiguously to Gwen. He harbored a curiosity about Norman but was hesitant to dwell on it. At present, Peter Parker had no direct connection to Harry Osborn, yet the spider that bit him was indeed a product of Oscorp's experiments. Furthermore, who could assure him that Norman Osborn had not already transformed into the Green Goblin? The sole comforting thought was that, in this universe, Norman Osborn was a Caucasian. Thus, he answered Gwen distractedly while glancing at the television in the hallway. On the screen, a male and a female high school student were delivering the evening news for Midtown High, certainly lacking the polish of professional presenters. Yet they managed to appear quite competent. As the new semester commenced, the voting for this year's homecoming theme had begun. Students were encouraged to visit the school's official website to cast their votes. After watching the news for a few moments, Gwen seemed to express considerable anticipation for high school life, which promised to be far more vibrant compared to middle school. As for Peter, he was merely contemplating an early escape. It was already 3 o'clock, and Spider-Man was due to start his patrols in New York. My goodness! Our school has a rock band. I want to join, Gwen exclaimed. I reckon Uncle Ben would be quite displeased to learn that you forsook ballet to play the drums in high school, Peter replied as he approached his locker. Upon hearing this, Gwen leaned against the adjacent locker, arching an eyebrow. If you dare tell my dad, you're in big trouble, smart guy. I surrender, Peter said, raising his hands in mock defeat before opening his new locker to organize his belongings. It was then that Gwen noticed he was already preparing to leave. Wait, you're planning to leave already? Yes? On the first day. Aren't you curious to explore your classrooms or check out any clubs that might pique your interest? Perhaps, even if there might be some sort of scientific oddities club, a comic society, or perhaps a detective agency. Peter Parker calmly pondered for a few moments before arriving at a definitive conclusion. All right, you have persuaded me. Let us relish the joys of high school life. Does Peter Parker truly wish to savor his high school experience? Perhaps, but his thoughts meandered toward other matters. For instance, this morning, Gwen had noticed that Spider-Man's shoes were identical to his. This was undoubtedly due to the exorbitant cost of crafting a new pair, as Peter had to ensure he had a rotation of uniforms, leaving him unable to afford a custom shoe. Yet, this served as a reminder that he must remain vigilant to protect his identity from exposure, lest it endanger those around him. Certainly, if such a revelation were to occur, those involved would undoubtedly regret it. However, it is preferable that such an event never transpires. Thus, he contemplated the notion that if Peter Parker were to abstain from all extracurricular activities, maintaining a distance from his classmates, and remaining elusive throughout the day, not only would Gwen grow suspicious, but perhaps even teachers and fellow students would take notice. To avert this, it would be prudent to embrace the persona of an ordinary high school student, as this would be the most effective means of safeguarding his Spider-Man identity from discovery. Furthermore, it would be advantageous to secure an internship with Stark Industries or Oscorp, allowing him to discreetly upgrade his suit. Yet, this would necessitate a more meticulous allocation of his time. Fortunately, Spider-Man's recuperative abilities far surpassed those of the average individual. Peter needed merely 4 to 5 hours of sleep to shake off fatigue. By the way, why do you think I would take up the drums? Because you are quite suited for it. Peter mused, I cannot simply state that in some universe where you were bitten by a spider, you are the drummer of a band. Thus, he chuckled to divert the topic. So, which club do you plan to join? It's hard to say, Peter replied casually. I will definitely participate in the Olympiad. It is beneficial for college. As for the student council, I am not particularly interested. Midtown High is unlikely to have a prestigious science research club, whereas internships at Stark or Oscorp seem far more promising. Beyond that, I do hope there is a space for programming, playing Dungeons & Dragons, or building with Legos. Well, Gwen remarked, "That sounds rather like a nerd." "I am indeed a nerd," he admitted. "I enjoy reading, technology, anime, and tabletop games, and I am utterly inept at sports. The only exceptions are my dedication to long-distance running and combat training." The two continued their conversation while planning to explore the school's club recruitment activities. However, after only a few steps, they were met with a familiar and loathsome cackle. A tall, muscular man in a short-sleeve shirt was forcefully pressing another student's head against a locker. Peter sighed in exasperation, reopening his locker to retrieve something. It was hard to believe that such foolishness must occur in every American high school, with jocks bullying their peers at the lockers. Peter shut the locker door, glancing at Gwen, who awaited him. "I thought you would go help that poor short guy. If you don't intend to intervene, I certainly would. But now, I must bear the responsibility of escorting you back to the nurse's office. High school is not like this, Gwen. My experiences in middle school were limited to just a few visits during 6th grade. As Peter approached the scene of the bullying, he noted the raucous atmosphere surrounding him. At times, Peter pondered whether the ambience of high school was perhaps better in his previous life. How could it be that, in America, diligent scholars are despised, athletic underachievers are idolized, and there exists a culture that revels in witnessing bullying? The victim was a young Asian boy, unfamiliar to Peter, but the bully was none other than Carl King, with whom Peter had spent 3 arduous years in middle school. What a twist of fate. Just as Peter was about to speak, someone else beat him to it. A brown-haired fellow clad in a black jacket interjected, stepping between the two individuals and intimidating Carl King. "Listen, buddy, I don't know who you are, but if you don't back off, you're going to be in serious trouble." "Is that so?" Carl King, embodying the archetypal high school bully from every American television show, cracked his knuckles and advanced with his imposing frame of nearly 6 feet and 3 inches. "You're the one in trouble now, meddler." "Hey, Carl." A familiar voice halted him. Peter Parker approached with a calm demeanor. "How about this? If you refrain from bullying your classmates in high school, we could actually be friends. What do you think?" Peter extended his hand toward Carl King, wearing a friendly smile. Surprisingly, Carl relinquished the two individuals and reached out to shake Peter's hand, only to grip it tightly. "You won't be thinking that when you're begging for mercy, Parker." Pressure-activated stun gun, Carl. "If you had shaken hands properly, you wouldn't have been shocked." Peter still held Carl King's hand. "And I suggest you refrain from throwing punches. I learned quite a few combat techniques over the summer with my uncle, and should I happen to take you down, I would have to explain to the teacher that I am not the bully here." "Go to hell." Carl, breaking free from Peter's grip, swung a furious punch, which Peter intercepted with the palm of his hand. Carl emitted a pained howl. Peter let out a resigned sigh, addressing the two onlookers. "Did anyone hear my explanation about the pressure activation? Is the shock a bit much? Don't worry. I've known Carl for 3 years. I know he can handle it." Peter smiled at the helpful bystander. Carl King charged at him once more, declaring, "I'm going to beat you into a pulp." "Hear us a tip, Carl. No need to yell." Peter swiftly sidestepped, seized Carl King's wrist, and twisted it behind his back. As Carl yelped in pain, Peter released his grip and delivered a gentle kick to his ankle, causing the hefty bully to tumble to the ground. Carl, still irate and attempting to rise, then beheld Peter Parker's palm, adorned with a device, hovering near his face, which soon transformed into an outstretched gesture. "As I mentioned earlier, if you refrain from bullying your classmates in high school, we could potentially become friends. What do you think?" "Forget it." The same words, uttered twice, carry a distinctly different tone. This time, Carl King had learned his lesson. He shook off Peter's hand and fled in a fluster. The surrounding students were taken aback and exhilarated by this unexpected turn of events. Peter disregarded the crowd, feigning disappointment as he sighed. "I had hoped that by high school, we could become friends. How are you doing, guys?" He turned his attention to the bullied individual, a petite Asian boy who was dusting himself off, while another meddlesome fellow approached. "You were incredibly cool just now, man. You took that guy down in one swift move. I attended the same middle school as him. He bullied me too, so I know how to handle him." Peter then scrutinized this young man. Short brown hair, standing nearly 6 feet tall, and undeniably handsome. In terms of looks, Peter felt this individual surpassed him. Peter Benjamin Parker, a freshman. Harold Lehman, Also a freshman. You can call me Harry. After they shook hands, Harry belatedly realized, oh, I really didn't feel a thing. Only those who intend to throw a punch would feel the jolt. Are you all right? Thank you. Thanks. My name is Zhao, Amadeus Zhao. While Harry merely reminded Peter of the elusive Harry Osborn, the name Amadeus was enough to leave him momentarily spellbound. Nevertheless, he swiftly regained his composure and extended his hand towards the newcomer. It is a pleasure to meet you, my friend. Chapter 7. New friends on the first day of school. It is a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for your assistance earlier. After shaking hands, Amadeus's gaze fell upon the electric shock device on Peter's wrist. It appears to be intricately designed. If you don't mind, could I take a look at it? Of course, no problem. As Peter detached the device, he discreetly scrutinized this new classmate. He began to suspect that this was no mere coincidence regarding their shared name. If this Amadeus Zhao were indeed the seventh-ranked genius of the Marvel Universe, how could he possibly be content to attend high school? Someone of his caliber should have been pursuing a doctorate at an Ivy League institution by the age of 15. A vague premonition settled in Peter's mind. His high school experience was likely to be imbued with the dramatic flair of a superhero narrative. The internal structure is simpler than I anticipated. Perhaps I should consider crafting a self-defense device as well. Amadeus examined the apparatus intently, a shy smile gracing his lips. So, it seems Amadeus is at least clever enough to replicate his own electric shock device. Excellent. My hypothesis gains another fragment of evidence. Based on my middle school experience, such devices only escalate confrontations. Peter accepted the electric shock device, secretly lamenting his inability to modify it for his web shooters, given the battery specifications available to him. The best approach remains to strengthen oneself to a point where bullies dare not confront you, much like I did. I was once a victim of bullying in middle school, but after practicing combat with my uncle, the beatings diminished year by year. All right, folks. Gwen's voice interjected at just the right moment. She gestured towards the gathering crowd of onlookers who had yet to disperse. Do you intend to chat here until nightfall? I do not relish being observed like a monkey in a zoo. Understood. Oh, this is Gwen, my childhood friend, neighbor, middle school classmate, and guardian angel responsible for chasing away bullies or escorting me to the infirmary. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Gwen adeptly interrupted their conversation, recognizing that continuing in this manner would lead to their prolonged stay. Come on, Peter. Oh, right. Peter hastily shifted the topic, gesturing with his hands. We were just discussing the new club recruitment. Would you like to join us in exploring? Sure, we're all freshmen anyway. As the four of them made their way to the plaza, various clubs were fervently recruiting new members. The booths for sports and social clubs were bustling with activity, yet the three boys turned a blind eye to the familiar recruitment tactics, instinctively avoiding the mainstream club area. They headed towards those clubs more suited for nerds. There truly is a tabletop gaming club. Peter gazed at the sparsely attended booth, starkly contrasting the vibrant atmosphere of other areas on campus. It seems rather empty. I had assumed everyone adored Dungeons and Dragons. Role-playing games are suitable for casual gatherings, but as a regular club activity. Harry shook his head and walked away, clearly disinterested in a long-term commitment to role-playing. Peter pondered Harry's reaction, recalling his earlier astonishment at Amadeus's name. It was only now that he realized, why was Harry Lyman standing beside Peter Parker instead of Harry Osborn? Reflecting on the appearance of the white Osborn, he acknowledged that the two did indeed share a striking resemblance. Could it be that Harry is the enigmatic Master Osborn in disguise? What a captivating notion it is, a world-class prodigy masquerading as an ordinary student, an heir to the Osborn legacy living under an alias. Although unverified, Peter has readily accepted this premise. After all, he himself is Spider-Man. Even disregarding personal circumstances, the potential narratives stemming from these two classmates are utterly enthralling. He murmured to himself, I am already brimming with anticipation for the excitement that the next 4 years of high school will bring. What's this? Gwen raised an eyebrow, familiar with Peter's true sentiments, realizing he did not genuinely look forward to high school life. Was it because there was no Lego club? Or perhaps due to the absence of fellow nerds, leading him to feel like an outcast for another 4 years? I don't believe I was isolated in middle school. Wait, Peter, do you like Lego? Harry's eyes lit up, interrupting Peter. Really? Yes? Is that so strange? I've been wanting someone to build the Millennium Falcon. I bought it ages ago, but no one will help me. It's too massive for me to assemble alone. Wait a moment, Amadeus interjected. Is it the latest version? No. It's the Ultimate Collector Series, UCS 10179. My word. You actually have that set, Amadeus exclaimed, and Peter was taken aback. The 500 price tag far exceeded his budget, making it impossible to even broach the subject with Uncle Ben. Ironically, the cost of his 2 spare Spider-Man suits and all the equipment didn't even compare to Harry's Lego set. Wow! Gwen observed the two suddenly ignited by enthusiasm and turned to Peter. I suppose I should take my leave. A rock band suits me better. I shan't intrude upon your Lego conference, as I wouldn't understand it anyway. Alright, see you later, Gwen. Oh! Wait, I have something to do after school today, so I might not be able to return together? I guess it will have to be tomorrow. Gwen smirked. Why the question mark? Is that it? Call me if you need to. Peter added, well, it's good to make some nice friends, new school and all that. Rest assured, clever boy. My social circle is surely superior to yours. After watching Gwen wave goodbye and depart, Peter turned to meet the mischievous gazes and knowing smiles of Harry and Amadeus. What are those expressions about? Are you sure you're just neighbors? Harry quipped, raising an eyebrow. Of course. Or rather, very good friends. Peter hastily interjected. Harry disregarded him and turned to Amadeus. What do you think? He seems rather timid around Gwen. I am not timid. Does that mean the girl named Gwen is too controlling? Well, okay, I admit I was timid. Peter resolutely chose to sidestep this topic. Weren't you just discussing Lego? What about it? Speaking of which, Harry took the cue. My house is a bit inconvenient and Amadeus is staying with a host family. So we have no place to build Lego. Can we come to your house, Peter? Your family won't mind, will they? No problem, just arrange a time. Peter responded affirmatively. Rather, Aunt May would be delighted that I could bring friends home to play. As the trio chatted, they passed by one recruitment booth after another. Undoubtedly, they lingered in front of the anime club for a brief moment before departing together, none daring to sign up openly. Harry was drawn to the tennis club, while Peter and Amadeus engaged in conversation with seniors from the astronomy and geology clubs. Ultimately, however, the two, lacking funds, opted to decline these clubs. Astronomy requires expensive equipment, and geology hardly qualifies as a science. Peter sighed in agreement. Geology is nothing but metaphysics, Amadeus concurred. Harry, overlooked by the tennis club, gazed at the two in silence and tentatively inquired, I still have a keen interest in science. Is geology really that dreadful? Indeed, the two young geniuses replied in unison, when suddenly Peter seemed to realize something. Wait, that girl is cosplaying Sherlock Holmes? Before a booth that attracted little attention, a beautiful girl of Latin descent was clad in a classic dark Ulster coat, wearing a standard deerstalker hat identical to the one Gwen had given to Peter, shaking a club seal in her hand. Detective Club Recruitment. Are you interested? You can join as long as you can answer the entrance question. Are you interested, gentlemen? What does the Detective Club typically do? Do you handle tasks commissioned by the school? Peter inquired, somewhat intrigued. Yet it appeared that the senior was disheartened by his question. No, hardly anyone commissions the Detective Club for any serious deductive work. We merely gather to host book clubs and design reasoning puzzles. I'll join. Amadeus replied instantly as he approached the booth, explaining amidst his companions' astonished looks. Isn't that great? We hardly have to do anything. We just need to read a few books and answer some questions to earn credits. I'm sorry, I don't wish to disappoint you. But the senior, having overheard Amadeus's explanation, undoubtedly expressed her dissatisfaction. You must undergo an entrance test, for instance. A wealthy enthusiast of puzzle games unexpectedly passes away, and his will is locked in a 5-digit safe. But no one knows the code. The only clue is a calendar placed atop the safe, highlighting March 15th. 31415, Peter and Amadeus exclaimed in unison. March 15th. Oh, Pi Day! Harry realized after a mere second of contemplation, glancing at Peter and Amadeus. You two are remarkably quick. Indeed, if this were across the Pacific, it might be 12,315, but here in America, it can only be Pi Day. All right. I believe the three of you should be able to join the Detective Club. Here is our club's registration form. Once completed, Just inform the activity room that Jessica sent you. I am the president. The trio nodded silently, discussing only after they had walked a short distance. The president personally recruits members? Harry quietly murmured. Is this club reliable? Peter, however, was aware of a detective named Jessica Jones, but regrettably, she was no longer a high school student. The three continued walking when Peter abruptly halted before a large screen, captivated by its content. Displayed were various part-time job opportunities at Midtown High, and one in particular, a position for website maintenance at the Daily Bugle, piqued his interest. What's wrong? Harry inquired. Nothing, Peter replied, averting his gaze. I merely spotted something intriguing. Chapter 8. Dismissal time. Draped in his uniform, Spider-Man clung effortlessly to the glass facade of a towering skyscraper, his feet firmly planted against the vertical surface. He gazed down upon New York City at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, where the sun blazed relentlessly overhead, illuminating the bustling streets of late August. The ruins of past battles had been meticulously cleared away, leaving no trace of the fierce conflict between the Avengers and the Chitauri, as if the climactic battle had never transpired. This day marked the inaugural outing of Spider-Man in his battle attire within this universe. He flitted through the alien-infested streets of New York, rescuing those in peril, albeit unnoticed. On this splendid first day of school, Spider-Man glided through the air, engaging in a monologue with himself. He had made new acquaintances, friends perhaps, and discovered clubs to join. Many were already aware of the bank heist that had occurred that morning in Queens, where a group of technologically armed robbers not only compromised the structural integrity of the bank but nearly detonated the vault. Fortunately, the Avengers arrived just in time to avert a greater catastrophe. Suddenly, the irate visage of J. Jonah Jameson, reminiscent of a certain all-powerful hero, commandeered the massive screen of the Daily Bugle building. He brandished a newspaper, bellowing in indignation, but that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that multiple witnesses confirmed the presence of that pestilential Spider-Man at the scene. Without a doubt, this was yet another orchestrated crime involving Spider-Man and his masked accomplices. I can hardly believe I considered glimpsing the Daily Bugle's maintenance website as part of a delightful day. Spider-Man rolled his eyes as he swung past the screen, musing that perhaps he should leave a little surprise in the code. Something like, "Hey Jonah, your hairline has receded another centimeter." As he swung past the irate visage of Jameson, Peter maneuvered with one hand while the other scrolled through his phone. His motivation for this part-time job extended beyond mere financial gain, though upgrading his suit certainly required funding. More importantly, Peter was developing a program capable of real-time monitoring of keywords across social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, terms like fire, robbery, or murder, to expedite his awareness of emergencies throughout New York, ensuring Spider-Man's timely arrival at the scene. Moreover, this job afforded him the legitimate opportunity to spend extensive hours before the computer screen without the incessant nagging of Aunt May or Gwen. The monthly remuneration of $900 was sufficient to craft 3 new suits or enhance his existing equipment, providing a delightful surprise for the petty criminals he encountered. "Hey, Spider-Man, over here." The distracted web-slinger turned his attention to a little boy, no older than 4 or 5, who beckoned him eagerly. Spider-Man landed gracefully beside him, crouching down to meet his gaze. "Hey kiddo, what's the matter? My bike fell down. Can you help me get it back?" Nearby lay a child's bike with training wheels, precariously positioned on the subway tracks. If left unattended, it would soon be crushed by an oncoming train. The young boy watched as Spider-Man leaped over a concrete barrier, higher than any other, and moments later landed with his bicycle beside him. "All right, kid. Remember not to play in places like this. But how did you drop your bike down there? That barrier is taller than the bike itself." "Someone threw it down," the child replied earnestly, "and you're going to help me retrieve it." Spider-Man furrowed his brow beneath his mask. "Who would do such a thing? Do you remember what he looks like?" He had dark skin with many little braids in his hair, and he carried a backpack. The description was vague and unhelpful, but a small child could scarcely provide more details. After offering a few safety reminders, he departed, mentally noting this peculiar incident. Even Carl King wouldn't he stoop to such a low act. Wait, would Carl? He wasn't he entirely certain. But then again, he wasn't he black. "Oh, hey, Uncle Ben?" A sudden phone call interrupted his thoughts. Peter squatted against the building's exterior, glancing at the caller ID before answering. "What's up, Uncle Ben?" "Peter, can you?" The blaring sirens in the background caused Benjamin Parker to pause. "Can you bring a cake for May? From that bakery we always go to, the Maitanos. If you're busy, I can drive over now." "No problem. I'm on my way. I'm right around the corner. Just mention Aunt May's name, right?" After hanging up, he let out a light laugh, unsure whom he was mocking. Expecting peace in New York is indeed a luxury. "Well, it's time for your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man to make an appearance." The red figure leaped from a great height, pursuing the distant speeding police cars. The suspect was fleeing south along 3rd Avenue and had now turned onto 95th Street. Repeat, target has turned onto 95th Street. Sheriff George Stacy led the police force in setting up a blockade at the intersection of 2nd Avenue and 95th Street. What initially appeared to be an overreaction soon became clear as a familiar blue energy beam shot from the window of a red sedan, instantly flipping the leading police car. "The suspect has high-tech heavy firepower. Return fire," Sheriff Stacy commanded decisively. The police returned fire with their handguns, but the sedan seemed to shudder as a sudden blue energy shield deflected all the bullets. Moments later, a second police car was sent airborne by the energy blast, and officers instinctively ducked for cover, searching for shelter. A masked robber leaned out of the car window, wielding a weapon that seemed to defy the bounds of ordinary technology, excitedly taking aim at the police cars. After obliterating 2 police vehicles and clearing the path, he spotted the commanding middle-aged officer and immediately aimed to fire. He believed he wouldn't need much aim. The weapon's power would suffice to send the officer to meet his maker. The blue beam shot forth, striking the police car that Sheriff Stacy used for cover. As smoke billowed, the robber erupted into a fit of triumphant laughter until he heard a stranger's voice. "What's so funny, buddy?" At a moment of peril, Spider-Man deftly swung Sheriff Stacy to safety, while he himself maneuvered through the dense smoke, weaving an enormous web across the streets. A speeding car collided headlong into it, its tires futilely spinning in the viscous strands, leaving the entire vehicle firmly ensnared. With a resounding thud, Spider-Man landed atop the car. "Complimentary convertible service," Peter exclaimed as he smashed through the roof, lifting it to reveal 3 startled robbers and bulging bags of jewels within. "Oh, it seems our guests are not quite satisfied? Remember to leave a 5-star review. Take him out." As Spider-Man executed a backflip to evade the blasts from an energy gun, he attempted to ensnare the weapon's muzzle with his web, but to no avail. The blue beams pierced through, narrowly missing him. In a swift motion, he shot a strand of webbing that latched onto the passenger door. As the door was yanked away, the armed robber, caught off guard, stumbled out, his weapon snatched away. Peter then picked up a high-tech firearm he had never seen before, examining it closely. Recognizing several familiar components, he realized they belonged to the Chitauri technology he had encountered months prior. "Wait a moment, is this an energy-based rifle modified by Chitauri technology? Has someone cracked it in just a few months?" The robber in the back seat remained inside, while the armed passenger and the driver emerged. The driver was a burly man, brandishing a pair of glowing power gauntlets, while the passenger, after relinquishing his firearm, drew an energy shield embedded in his arm. You all lack originality. This morning, I dealt with a guy who named himself Thriller after his own weapon. You should consider adopting a catchy moniker. How about the Boxer for you?" He jested, casually evading punches, "and you can be Shield Guy? Oh, now you recharge. Shut up. Why does someone always tell me to be quiet?" As the energy-shielded robber charged at him, enveloped in blue light, Peter effortlessly performed a somersault to evade him and returned to face the Boxer, focusing on dodging. A left hook, a right hook, a beautiful straight punch. "Is that it?" The Boxer stared incredulously at his gauntlets, bewildered as to how, despite his boxing skills and powered gloves, he had failed to land a single hit. Spider-Man nodded in understanding. "Now it's my turn." With a classic Wilhelm scream, the Boxer was sent flying with a single punch, becoming ensnared in the web that blocked the road. The shield-wielding robber turned to witness this spectacle, only to see the man in the back aiming a rocket launcher at both Spider-Man and himself. "No, no, no. Raise your shield. Charge." Pressed his shield twice, but it flickered and powered down, having depleted its energy. Unfortunately, by that time, the rocket had already launched, leaving him to scream in despair, "I'm out of juice." Peter turned his head repeatedly, ensuring that the missile would undoubtedly strike his comrades, and opted for the most straightforward solution to the dilemma. This incident serves as a reminder for all to carry a power bank when venturing outdoors, dear children. Peter ensnared the missile with his webbing, propelling it skyward, and then detonated it mid-air with another strand. The explosion illuminated everyone present, leaving the individual wielding the rocket launcher utterly astonished, while Spider-Man nonchalantly shrugged. Shall we continue, gentlemen? Chapter 9, Herman in Action. Thank you, Spider-Man. Without you, we would truly be at a loss against this band of dangerous criminals. Sheriff George Stacy expressed his gratitude, gazing upwards at the figure perched atop a telephone pole. The handcuffed felon grumbled in discontent. This isn't fair. That freak can toss a rocket like it's a rubber ball. How are we supposed to contend with such a monster? Silence. A young officer rebuked sharply. What nerve you have, using a rocket launcher against a police officer armed only with a sidearm. The officer, appearing to be a novice, roughly shoved the criminal into the police vehicle. George could only offer a silent smile, masking his embarrassment, and then stated solemnly, "We all know your webbing takes hours to degrade. But this is Manhattan. All of New York cannot afford such prolonged traffic disruptions." "Oh right." Spider-Man scratched his masked head, suddenly snapping his fingers. "The acidic solution can expedite the dissolution. If we can't obtain the chemical agent." He gestured towards the confiscated energy shield. "What if we try this? Insert it into the webbing and activate it. Repeating the process should expand my web. As for the battery, there should be one in that power ring." George nodded in appreciation. As Spider-Man stood and mimicked the action of launching webbing, he recalled something and crouched down to remind Sheriff Stacy, "By the way, Sheriff, their weapons are equipped with Chitauri components. It has only been 4 months since the battle in New York, and already ordinary criminals are wielding black market alien technology. You must exercise extra caution." "Thank you, Spider-Man. We will uncover who is modifying this alien technology. Don't mention it. Your friendly neighborhood hero is always at your service." With the sound of web shooting, Peter Parker's silhouette soared through the sky. He glanced at his watch, suddenly remembering something and tapping his head. Aunt May's cake, the Maitano Bakery. What day is it today? Aunt May actually ordered a cake? Whose birthday is it? Or is someone coming over? He adjusted his direction in the air, hoping nothing else would go awry. Oh right, he still needed to retrieve his backpack. In the shadows of the intersection, Herman Schultz lowered his hood, having witnessed the entire confrontation. He had to concede that the thug was right. Facing an acrobatic figure in a skin-tight suit, a couple of high-tech weapons would be utterly futile. To defeat a monster, one must first become a monster. Moreover, Spider-Man was not without his flaws. The childish bicycle he had thrown into the subway was proof enough. The tracker he had affixed beforehand indicated a sudden spike in altitude, signifying that Spider-Man was willing to lend a hand to a child in need. This masked vigilante was neither a self-serving glory hound seeking accolades nor a cold, unfeeling enforcement machine. He was merely a meddlesome do-gooder. And since he was a do-gooder, there existed methods to deal with such individuals. All of New York could serve as a tool for his abduction. Herman weighed the backpack on his shoulder, containing the last batch of Chitauri components they had scavenged over the past few months, representing his entire capital for a comeback. He ambled along, arriving at the edge of Manhattan Island, before abruptly leaping off the embankment, landing deftly on a rusted maintenance ladder. The damp air enveloped him, and the entrance to New York's sewers yawned open like a gaping maw, eager to engulf him. After glancing behind to ensure no one was following, he stepped over the fallen railing, which had been dismantled, and clutched a key tightly as he ventured into the depths of the sewer. The darkness within was oppressive, illuminated only by a few flickering maintenance lights, while the scurrying sounds of rodents or cockroaches echoed around him, accompanied only by the dripping of water and the rhythm of his own footsteps. This key was a token bestowed by the buyer to each vendor. It was the sole means to unlock the door to that clandestine place. Herman paused in an inconspicuous corridor and inserted the key into a crevice between bricks caked in cement, then turned it. The key emitted a harsh grinding noise as it rotated within the bricks. He waited a full minute until a peculiar green light flickered to life in the darkness. The brick wall slid apart, revealing several vintage computers flickering with emerald code. He discarded his backpack onto a stainless steel surface that served as a makeshift table, the sound of metal clashing resonating painfully in the confined space. Indeed, the influx of delivery personnel had dwindled significantly of late. A voice laced with electronic static emanated from the shadows. 3 green lights arranged in a triangular formation flickered from an unknown source, sweeping over the packages, followed by a satisfied chuckle. Scarcity enhances value. Name your price, and I shall ensure your satisfaction. I seek not coin, Herman retorted, producing a crumpled list. Weapons crafted from these components have emerged on the streets. You must know who is behind their creation. Correct? The buyer's laughter intertwined with electrical noise. Do you intend to amass wealth from this? Or perhaps establish your own gang? No matter, these goods could barter for a piece or two of custom gear. What functionalities do you desire? I can assist you in crafting a bespoke item on the spot. They were all annihilated, effortlessly. Herman sensed the buyer's nonchalant response. Those who cannot learn to be discreet meet such fates. In New York, there are avengers. Those who create disturbances are dealt with by that troupe of circus performers. It was not the Avengers. What? Who then? It was Spider-Man. Herman felt a smile involuntarily tugging at his lips as he relished the buyer's sudden spike in electronic pitch. Yet the buyer quickly regained composure. That insect in the red and blue spandex? How unexpected. Ever since the alien invasion, all manner of monstrosities has emerged. The voice in the darkness grew somber. In the skyscrapers of New York, a mere crawler has appeared, while Hell's Kitchen has birthed demons and skulls. A decade ago, those with superpowers were merely imprisoned mutants. Now, they are hailed as superheroes. How ironic. The buyer's silence lingered in the shadows for several seconds before erupting into a cacophony of distorted electronic laughter. Aha! I recall that fireworks display at Midtown Bank this morning. Was that your doing? The mechanical tone suddenly infused with a hint of admiration. Those weapons were cleverly designed. Did you craft them? Are you seeking an upgrade? Herman squinted in the darkness, able to perceive only 3 eerie green electronic points pulsating in the gloom, resembling the eyes of a predator. It was more than mere enhancement. His voice resonated ominously in the echo of the sewer, declaring his desire to exist like Spider-Man. Observing the current era, he clenched his fists. Those superpowered freaks donned in costumes roamed with impunity, and mere weaponry was insufficient. What he sought was complete transformation. A crumpled list was slapped onto the metallic surface of the table. These parts should suffice to procure what he desired. The sound of machinery approached abruptly. Herman beheld 3 coldly glowing mechanical claws emerging from the shadows, one of which grasped the list and withdrew into the darkness. The rusty hinges emitted a disconcerting creak. Complete transformation. The buyer's voice, laced with electronic tones, was tinged with amusement. Do you believe I can procure these? Not necessarily, but your supplier certainly can. Herman fixed his gaze upon the 3 green lights. After all, you cannot possibly sell off everything you've acquired over these past months as scrap, can you? There must be many modified weapons waiting for a significant buyer, wouldn't you agree? Suddenly, blinding flashes of light illuminated the space. In the instant of radiance, Herman glimpsed a massive sphere suspended in midair, mechanical arms extending like the tentacles of an octopus. As the spots of light faded from his retina, the electronic voice echoed again. The list has already been forwarded to the big boss. He is always eager to have someone assist in clearing out vigilantes from the streets. However, I am curious about one thing. A mechanical claw abruptly approached Herman's nose. Why are you so adamant about contending with those jesters? You do not seem motivated by money. Is there an issue? Certainly not. The mechanical claw presented a stack of crumpled bills. This is your payment for the batch. I used it to purchase my materials. I am aware. Seeing Herman hesitate, the mechanical claw forcefully stuffed the money into his pocket. Consider it an investment. The big boss is quite willing to fund endeavors against masked vigilantes. I understand that individuals like you, with dark skin, do not have it easy. You must leave something for your family. Thank you. The mechanical claw extended in a gesture of handshake. As Herman grasped the cold metal, an electronic laughter echoed eerily through the pipes. Collect the goods at the same time tomorrow. By the way, you can call me Otto. That's what my friends refer to me as. Hermann departed from the sewer but did not return to his secret base. Instead, he navigated the labyrinthine tunnels back to Harlem, starlight filtering through the manholes, attempting to evoke his memories. Yet he could scarcely recall the last time he had returned home. Each visit rarely brought good tidings. This time proved no different. Pushing open the creaking door, he found a familiar corpse sprawled on the sofa, its chest mangled, blood pooling around it. Subai? Gang violence. His mother, sewing a shroud without glancing up, remarked, like your father and brother, caught in a battle for the boss. Yet he had no home to return to. I must tidy up a bit. The community church will be here shortly. Hermann silently retrieved the bundle of money. The mother skillfully concealed the banknotes. Still toiling away at your business? I had thought it had come to an end. This is the final ticket. Hermann murmured to himself, gazing at his friend's pallid face. I must do what needs to be done. It is time for the world to remember who Hermann Schultz truly is. Chapter 10. Aunt May's guests. Hey, May, I'm back. Peter cautiously entered the house, cradling the cake box with utmost care, fearful that any jolt might mar the delicate frosting. This time, he opted not to swing back using webbing. After all, as a novice Spider-Man, he wisely prioritized the integrity of the cake over the thrill of soaring through the autumn skies of New York. Fortunately, the bakery was not far from home, making the walk back quite manageable. Aunt May was bustling about in the dining room, the table elegantly set with fine china. She looked up and smiled at Peter. How was your first day of high school? Absolutely fantastic. Peter placed the cake box on the table, eager to share his experiences. I made 2 new friends. The club was incredibly fun, and the school even has its own television program. In short, everything was splendid. In truth, aside from those 2 barely familiar classmates and the detective club, Peter's impressions of school life were rather superficial. After all, when most of one's energy is devoted to being the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, the intricacies of high school tend to pale in comparison. Yet, such sentiments were clearly not meant for Aunt May's ears. Is there a special occasion today? Peter skillfully shifted the topic, gesturing towards the cake. You went all out for a cake? Aunt May inspected the cake. Oh, it's nothing special. It's just my old friend Anna's birthday today. She just moved back to New York after having relocated to Pittsburgh to care for her orphan niece. Her gaze softened as she took the cake to the kitchen, preparing to serve. I was supposed to pick them up. They should be here shortly. Peter nodded, understanding why Aunt May was so attentive to a friend caring for a bereaved girl. That experience was strikingly reminiscent of the Parker family's own history. He stepped into the kitchen to lend a hand, and Aunt May added while arranging the plates, by the way, that girl is a freshman at Midtown High, just like you and Gwen. You might have crossed paths. I don't really pay much attention to girls, Peter replied awkwardly, scratching his head. Even if he had seen her, he likely wouldn't remember, as few exchanged names with him. Oh, you child. Aunt May shook her head in exasperation. You've had so few friends growing up, you should be a bit more outgoing. I think I'm quite sociable, Peter retorted immediately. I made 2 friends on my first day, and they're coming over to build Legos together. Really? Aunt May's eyes lit up as she placed freshly baked muffins on the table. You must let me know in advance so I can prepare dinner for you all. They will absolutely love my aunt's muffins. Just as the words left his lips, the rumble of Uncle Ben's old car echoed from outside. Aunt May took the plate from Peter's hands. Could you go greet our guests? Please, Peter? Of course. Peter made his way to the door, his enhanced hearing already capturing the sound of light footsteps approaching rapidly. He opened the door just in time, just before the knock resonated. Standing at the threshold was a red-haired girl, clearly taken aback by the sudden opening of the door. Dressed in a white t-shirt and light denim shorts, her fiery locks glowed like a burning sunset in the evening light. Her hand, raised midair, froze in place, and a radiant smile remained fixed on her face. But in the next moment, she regained her composure, propping herself against the doorframe, and winked at Peter. Face it, Tiger. A mischievous smile danced at the corners of her mouth. You just hit the jackpot. Gwen Stacy was hunched over her computer, searching for drumming tutorials. The experience of visiting the school's rock club had her exhilarated. Several high school bands were performing in the gymnasium. Unlike the ballet she had practiced since childhood, the uninhibited essence of rock music was utterly captivating. Her father would surely dismiss it as the frivolous pastime of hippies, utterly oblivious to the liberating spirit of rock. She muttered as she closed the webpage, contemplating whether to bring dinner to her father, who was working overtime at the precinct, when she heard the sound of a door opening downstairs. Surprised, Gwen hurried down the stairs to discover her father, George, had unexpectedly returned home early, his uniform jacket already draped over the back of the sofa. So today, New York is actually peaceful? Sheriff George Stacy managed to leave work on time? Thanks to Spider-Man, who had timely thwarted a bank heist that morning and intercepted a group of armed robbers in the afternoon. And, of course, saved my daughter. George opened his arms, intending to embrace his daughter. However, Gwen stood frozen, unmoving. Seriously? A bear hug? Sheriff Stacy awkwardly added, "What, can't a dad get a hug? You fell asleep right after returning from London last night, and I didn't have a chance to see you this morning. We've been apart for an entire summer." Gwen chuckled helplessly and embraced her father. Mentioning Spider-Man, she suddenly recalled the events of the morning. Why does the Daily Bugle always tarnish his image? He is clearly doing good and saved us. Who knows, Jameson shows utmost respect for the Avengers. George retrieved a beer from the refrigerator, reminiscing that in the early days, when Spider-Man couldn't even write with his webs, he communicated with the police via notes. I thought his handwriting looked somewhat familiar, but then I pondered, whose handwriting could it possibly match?
Familiar handwriting?
Gwen thought of the sneakers that Spider-Man and Peter shared. Could it be Peter? Peter Parker? George paused for 2 seconds, then burst into laughter. Impossible. Although it's the childish scrawl of a middle schooler, it's definitely not him. I recognize Peter's handwriting. Could you let me see it? Perhaps I might recognize it as belonging to one of your long-forgotten friends. The evidence has already been archived. George suddenly turned serious. By the way, I plan to pay a visit to the Parkers. Should I change my clothes? Gwen looked at her father, furrowing her brow as she pointed at herself. Should I ask you why? We're going to express our gratitude. Gwen, this morning you were in that kind of place. My goodness. Thank goodness Ben was there. You were unscathed. We ought to thank him, right? More accurately, it should be Spider-Man who saved us. But I can't seem to find Spider-Man to express my thanks. I forgot in the afternoon. Thus, Gwen reluctantly consoled her father. All right, I haven't had dinner yet. Perhaps I can indulge in Aunt May's signature muffins. Don't dress too formally. We're merely going out for a meal. George Stacy offered exaggerated praise. Oh, May's muffins. I adore her muffins. As the Stacy father and daughter exchanged words, they approached the Parker residence and knocked on the door. George rapped on the door, awaiting a response. After a while, Ben Parker opened it, and George intended to say something, but he was distracted by the sounds of lively chatter emanating from behind Uncle Ben. George, I didn't expect you to finish work so early. Uncle Ben greeted warmly, patting the sheriff on the shoulder. May just mentioned we should invite Gwen. There are plenty of muffins. Come on in. Looks like you have guests, Ben. Perhaps I should. Not at all. No one ever thinks to entertain just one friend instead of two. Curious about the guests at the Parker home, Gwen followed her father closely, disregarding his expressions of gratitude and Uncle Ben's polite responses. She peeked into the dining room, only to be taken aback by an unexpected presence. Mary Jane Watson, the very classmate she had seen earlier that day at the rock club, was now a guest at the Parker residence. Gwen felt a shiver run down her spine. They had discussed so much, yet her father's disapproval of her involvement in rock music had not come up. What if Mary Jane inadvertently revealed this? In contrast, Peter, who was being interrogated by the social butterfly Mary Jane, appeared less tragic. How could he subtly hint to Mary Jane not to mention this matter? Hey, Gwen. Mary Jane's cheerful call drew everyone's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Peter quickly shifted to make room, positioning Gwen between himself and the red-haired girl. Aunt May looked at them in surprise. You two already know each other? We're classmates. Mary Jane beamed, and the awkwardness shifted from Peter to Gwen, who responded bashfully, yes. Then Aunt May began to lament how Peter should make more friends. Today is truly delightful with friends gathered together. I'm even more pleased that the children have met. George, this is my friend Anna from high school. Anna, this is George, our neighbor and an honest, kind sheriff. Sheriff George politely expressed his friendliness towards Aunt Anna. I'm delighted to meet you both, especially Gwen's friend. I'm glad she has found a good companion. Gwen felt as if the sword of Damocles was poised to fall at any moment, and such matters were inconvenient to address via mobile communication. In her exasperation, Gwen decided to take the initiative and broach the topic. We met today at the club recruitment outside the dance society, Gwen interjected, cutting off Mary Jane, while Peter chose to remain a quail, lowering his head to slice his muffin. Mary Jane momentarily stared in surprise before quickly responding. Yes, exactly. Several adults appeared to be quite indifferent to the children's little secrets, continuing their amiable conversation. Gwen leaned closer to Peter's ear, boasting, "Look, I'm better at making friends than you, aren't I?" Then she urged her new companion to join her in fabricating a story. Gwen's pristine white sneakers firmly pressed against the top of Peter's foot, prompting him to stifle a smile as he nodded, followed by a deep sigh. Chapter 11. The first night Aunt May's concerns were not unfounded. She had every reason to worry about Peter's ability to make friends. At what should have been a joyful dinner, Peter resembled a silent quail, engrossed in tackling the muffins on his plate, entirely unable to interject into the conversation of the two girls. To him, being excluded from their discussions seemed quite normal. The topic eventually shifted to part-time jobs on campus. I discovered that Midtown High School had a collaborative project with the Daily Bugle. Mary Jane excitedly described an internship opportunity she had seen. They recruit intern journalists from our school every year, which she deemed particularly cool, suggesting that perhaps one day she could become a renowned journalist. This child always had a fleeting enthusiasm. Aunt Anna chuckled, recalling how Mary Jane had once aspired to be a star and had auditioned for a television series, landing a few minor roles. Now she was keen on becoming a journalist. The Daily Bugle is indeed a commendable media outlet. Sheriff George agreed as he sliced through his muffin, noting that Jameson was a rare independent journalist, impartial to either the Democratic or Republican parties, conducting news reporting based on his own moral standards. After a moment's hesitation, he added that Jameson's attitude towards masked vigilantes was rather extreme. It was true that Spider-Man had assisted the police on numerous occasions, yet Jameson never seemed to hear the gratitude we held for such vigilantes. Especially Spider-Man, Peter mused while chewing on his muffin. The reasons for Jonah Jameson's disdain for Spider-Man varied across different universes, and since he had yet to encounter the Jonah Jameson of this universe, he was uncertain of the reasons behind the animosity. However, if malice were not the sole motivation, perhaps he could even befriend Jameson. A Spider-Man who befriends Jonah Jameson? How amusing that would be. But wasn't the surge in supervillainy precisely instigated by these vigilantes? Mary Jane posited the currently popular viewpoint. 2 years ago, before the emergence of Iron Man and Ant-Man, the world was far more peaceful. Mary Jane articulated a sentiment echoed by many who opposed superpowered vigilantes. 2 years prior, before Tony Stark and Hank Pym, two top geniuses, became superheroes, everyone led ordinary lives. Of course, individuals like the X-Men and the Fantastic Four existed, but the X-Men primarily countered the extremist retaliation of mutants against humanity, while the essence of the Fantastic Four lay in exploration and scientific inquiry. Aside from Johnny Storm, no one actively sought to usurp the police's responsibilities. As for others, Thor was still a mythological figure, Captain America remained frozen in the Arctic, and the Hulk was merely an urban legend and an international fugitive. During that time, superpowered individuals were synonymous with danger, unlike the current adulation they received. However, with the advent of Iron Man, matters began to spiral out of control. New York had even faced an alien invasion. Yet, few of the Avengers could truly be considered superpowered, Peter interjected, unable to contain himself. Iron Man and Ant-Man relied on technology, Captain America was a super soldier, and Hulk's powers stemmed from gamma radiation. And then there was Thor, his very race was divine. Aunt May interrupted him, reminding him that the only deity to be revered is the benevolent Lord. I apologize, May. Peter, a staunch materialist, wished to avoid conflict with her. Thus he chose to overlook this point. Mary Jane, however, provided a counterpoint. But aren't they all superpowered criminals? Many of them obtained their abilities precisely to combat threats like us. Not entirely, Peter replied earnestly. For instance, Spider-Man and Daredevil primarily confront ordinary criminals. Daredevil? Goodness! What kind of hero names himself after a demon? Aunt May made the sign of the cross and fervently prayed before turning to Sheriff George. Isn't that right, George? That's outside my jurisdiction, Sheriff George replied vaguely. Yet, within the NYPD, it was common knowledge that Hell's Kitchen was home not only to Daredevil but also to a serial killer clad in a skull t-shirt, whose sole purpose was to eliminate those criminal elements. How do you know about Hell's Kitchen, Peter? I learned it at school. Peter quickly sought to divert the conversation. May, Hell's Kitchen is right in New York. Aunt May was not to be deterred. She pointed her fork at Peter, emphasizing, listen, you must never go to such places.
M15 Peter Benjamin Parker.
All right, Peter hastily changed the subject. I also saw on the school's internship announcement that the Daily Bugle is looking for a website maintenance worker. I'm quite proficient in that, and I can do it remotely from home. Wow, Mary Jane's eyes sparkled. Maybe we can work together? I'm not so sure. Typically, such jobs can be done from home. Peter, Aunt May sighed once more, you really need to get out more. You should be spending your time at the office. Okay. Aunt May. Peter exhaled, returning to his task of devouring pancakes, silently praying for this ordeal to come to an end. Gwen glanced around at the two, pondering whether she should also seek a part-time job at the Daily Bugle. Herman lay on a moldy mattress, in this cramped pigeonhole that had once housed his father and two brothers. Perhaps in a few years, if he no longer resided here, his younger brother would take his place. The musty odor of the old mattress mingled with the stench of sweat, and the images of the day flashed through his mind. The meticulously planned heist, the sudden failure witnessing Spider-Man's invincible form, and that horrifying launcher that severed an entire building. The most glaring image was that of the red and blue figure on the front page of the Daily Bugle, the talk of all New York, for better or worse. Just a freak, Herman murmured as he gradually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he donned a white coat, with a clinic filled with patients seeking his expertise. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, striding down the streets of Manhattan as an elite lawyer. He was clad in Stark Industries attire, personally assisting Iron Man in fine-tuning his armored suit. He envisioned the day he would leave Harlem, when a television crew came to interview him. Having bid farewell to everything that this skin color brought, he ascended to a higher realm of existence. Until the thunder clapped. That accursed Spider-Man. A furious roar shattered the beautiful dream. Photographers abruptly shifted their lenses, while the host abandoned his post to rush toward the massive screen in Times Square, which was filled with close-ups of Spider-Man and Jameson's vitriolic tirade against him. Beneath the grand display, countless individuals donned Spider-Man masks, vociferously chanting slogans in support of their hero. Come back. I am here. Herman called out in vain. Of course you are here. Herman was transported back to the day after his middle school graduation when the gang leader thrust a machete into his hand. Stay close, rookie. Tonight we show those caravan scum what we're made of. I shouldn't be here, Herman murmured, gazing at the leader. I should be going to school. Then, burdened by student loans that far exceeded the number of white individuals, loans that might take a lifetime to repay, he was rejected by universities and left to languish at a community college. The leader scoffed, Wake up, kid. Look at your skin, look at where we live. We were born to belong here. Do you wish to be a black-skinned white dog, standing alongside them? Like your father and your brothers, you can only remain here. I will not stand with them. I can forsake engineering. I will study law. My grades are excellent. I can be the gang's lawyer. Herman suddenly knelt down. When I return with my degree, I can help the brothers win every case. Please, boss, allow me to continue my education. I can do anything. It seemed he had convinced his leader, who planned to sponsor his high school education and let him manage the gang's finances. He shouted with excitement as he watched the leader stride out of the alley. Then he witnessed a bullet soaring through the air, saw the leader's head explode, and observed the arriving agents of justice. Perhaps the police, perhaps the Avengers, or even that red and blue figure, eliminating evil, apprehending criminals, leaving Herman alone in the alley. No, 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 no! The enraged Herman was thrust back to the morning, clutching a terrifying launcher as he frantically pulled the trigger, the shockwave tearing through the night sky. Yet that agile figure effortlessly evaded him, moving with a speed that the shockwave could not match, possessing strength sufficient to uproot a utility pole and hurl it at him. Do you think that by fighting me you can make a name for yourself, Herman? Spider-Man approached nonchalantly, ensnaring him and his most prized weapon in a web from which he could not escape. Spider-Man grew larger. The red and blue hues of his costume began to melt, blend, and spread, enveloping everything around him, his voice echoing in every corner, layering upon itself. Even if you manage to land a blow, you are but an unknown pawn. No one will remember the nameless fool whom Spider-Man easily defeated. Herman began to dissolve himself, his hands merging with his weapon. Meanwhile, Spider-Man seemed to transform into a pure oil paint, enveloping Herman in a shroud. Silence! Herman brandished his fist, and the melted horror launcher emitted a jarring surge of energy, shattering a kaleidoscope of colors. Sunlight streamed through the uncurtained window, rousing Herman from his slumber. He gazed at his trembling hands, gradually clenching them into fists. Just wait, New York. He vowed to the morning light, I shall ensure that my name resonates in the memories of all. Chapter 12. The impending shock. Herman Schultz turned over on his tattered mattress, perhaps for the last time. Regardless of the outcome of his plans, a grim fate awaited him, either a violent demise on the streets or decades confined behind bars. Yet what did it matter? As long as the world, as long as all of New York would remember the name Herman Schultz, that was sufficient. As the morning light filtered through the grimy window, Herman had already procured a $2 hamburger from the shop downstairs. The hamburger was inexpensive, yet its taste was utterly dreadful. The cheap patty and stale bun chewed like sawdust. However, he possessed no right to complain about the flavor, for these hamburgers were specifically crafted for the impoverished of Harlem, who could not afford the more expensive options. The rusted iron gate of the abandoned construction site creaked ominously in the wind as Herman lifted the corroded manhole cover, skillfully descending into Manhattan's labyrinthine sewer system. In the darkness, the squeaks of rats mingled with the sound of his heavy footsteps, creating a bizarre duet. He traversed the sewer once more, arriving at Otto's underground warehouse, which still reeked of a noxious blend of motor oil and mildew. As the door swung open, 3 eerie green electronic eyes illuminated the darkness. A mechanical, synthesized voice echoed through the sewer. You arrived earlier than agreed. I lack the patience to wait. Has the shipment arrived? Herman impatiently brushed off the cobwebs from his sleeve, to which he was met with a cacophony of mechanical laughter. 2 robotic claws emerged from the shadows, casting a bulging package onto the metallic table, the collision of parts ringing out with a crisp sound. The boss is quite interested in eliminating that spider as well. Otto's electronic eyes flickered. It was delivered last night, all of it. Herman sifted through the expensive titanium alloy components, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, these are all controlled materials. They arrived rather swiftly. Who exactly is this big boss? Isn't this what you requested? Do you doubt it? Merely curious, Herman replied. The mechanical claws, which had initially intended to retract, hesitated in midair before suddenly thrusting toward Herman's face, nearly grazing his nose. Want to know? Perhaps you should inquire directly in Hell's Kitchen.
Herman understood.
Releasing a dry chuckle from his throat. Wilson Fisk, the infamous kingpin. No wonder, he must have ordered a significant quantity of extraterrestrial weaponry from you, correct? I am solely concerned with business matters. What my clients intend to do with my products is of no interest to me. I've heard he has been quite busy lately, involved with some demon. Herman regarded Otto in silence, no longer wishing to engage in futile banter. After confirming that the items were intact, he grasped the package to depart. But as he turned to leave, Otto's mechanical claw obstructed his path. I have mentioned before that you could indeed realize your design in my laboratory. I hold great admiration for talented young individuals such as yourself. No, thank you. Herman declined Otto's invitation. My equipment is too complex for the entire sewer system to endure. Believe me, I have tested it. The building of the Midtown Bank? That is indeed a masterpiece. Otto's electronic laughter lingered ominously. Well, I shall await your moment of brilliance, hoping it will not be long. You shan't wait too long. Herman grasped his package and departed. Logically, the New York police should have already initiated a pursuit, yet he had spent the previous night at home without any news. Upon leaving, he noted with surprise that the New York police had not come after him. Either his associates had kept their lips sealed, or the police simply dismissed him as a minor character. If it were the latter, they were gravely mistaken. Returning to the long-abandoned skeleton of a building, Hermann retrieved his welding gun and other equipment from his days as a mechanic and set to work. The welding gun erupted with a brilliant blue light. He transformed hockey protective gear, gloves and elbow pads, into a weapon base, with wires of different colored insulation winding across the arm like veins. Several components stripped from an old terror launcher were directly welded onto it, while cut wires lay strewn about like forgotten remnants. He bit through the insulating tape, entwining the connected wires together. As the sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows, Hermann wiped the beads of sweat from his brow with his right hand, raising his left hand adorned with the newly fashioned terror launcher. Accompanied by the completion of his custom battery system, the indicator light gleamed green. Slowly, he clenched his fist, watching the light shift from green to yellow. In a tense anticipation, Hermann thrust his left hand forward. The indicator light changed to red. A piercing shriek erupted, sending a cloud of dust swirling, as a pristine line appeared in the long-neglected hallway. Simultaneously, a resounding bang echoed, propelling Hermann forcefully against the wall. Coughing, he gasped, "Ha! Ha 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 ha! I have succeeded! I have succeeded! Now all that remains is a full set of battle armor, and everything will be complete." This was precisely what Hermann intended next, as the entire package of titanium alloy intended for Iron Man's armor provided him with confidence. He gazed at his blueprints, estimating that it would take about a week to finalize the right-handed terror launcher and the complete suit of armor. Let you bask in your arrogance for another week, Spider-Man. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to both Hermann and Peter, the Avengers' investigation into Spider-Man's identity was ongoing. In the office of Oscorp's president, Iron Man Tony Stark was engaged in a rather unfriendly meeting with Norman Osborn, the president of Oscorp. Norman Osborn, though only a few years older than Tony Stark, exuded a maturity and composure that starkly contrasted with Stark's casual demeanor, characterized by his t-shirt worn beneath a suit jacket. With his slicked-back brown hair and deep green suit, Osborn presented an image of sophistication. "Anthony, it has been quite some time," he remarked. "Indeed, it has, Osborn," Tony replied, masking his distaste for Norman Osborn, whose meticulously styled hair glimmered like the scales of a cold-blooded creature under the sun. Osborn evoked memories of Obadiah, a purely Edison-esque businessman from Stark Industries. "When I first received your invitation, I presumed Stark Industries was venturing into the biotechnology realm. Thank goodness I need not compete with you. I have entrusted the company to Pepper, and unless there is something of utmost importance, my focus lies elsewhere." Tony deftly shifted the conversation away from business, and Osborn appeared equally uninterested in pursuing that line of discussion. Instead, he raised a glass of champagne towards Tony. "So when is the wedding?" "What? The wedding? The formal establishment of a family. Having your own children. Those are the most joyous years of one's life," Osborn mused, casting a glance at Tony. "We are of similar age, Anthony. Both past 40, yet you remain childless. Pepper and I have not yet considered marriage." Tony was taken aback by the unexpected familial pressure. "We have only just begun. Many matters remain unresolved. Perhaps we should return to the topic at hand. Are you familiar with Spider-Man?" Norman Osborn had not anticipated that Tony's true intent related to Spider-Man, and thus he inquired with a smile, "I have heard a little. What is the matter?" "I am contemplating." Hank discovered that the web structure he uses aligns with the experimental results of your former employee, Richard Parker. "I came here to inquire about him." "I'm afraid I cannot assist you," Osborn replied candidly. "Richard left my employ 5 years ago, and his experimental results have since been handed over to others. Even if you were to inquire about Spider-Man, I could only tell you that I do not know if he is indeed Richard. The death of Richard Parker remained a classified matter within SHIELD, a detail that further justified Norman's reticence. "Does this mean your research has yielded no results over the years?" "Not a single result. Only a handful of mutated spiders were produced. The Osborn Technology Expo 6 months ago inadvertently resulted in the shattering of that exhibition's glass, allowing the specimens to escape, and they are now unaccounted for." It was as if a window had been opened in a dark room, leaving both men momentarily stunned, before Norman Osborn broke into a smile. "If you are seeking Spider-Man, I assure you I possess no information." "I understand. Tony shook Norman's hand and strode away, exiting Norman Osborn's office. A voice from the miniature earpiece whispered, "Your recent conduct does not adhere to social etiquette, sir. When have I ever abided by such conventions?" Tony murmured as he walked. "Jarvis, activate the satellite imagery and locate the day of the Osborn Technology Expo, uploading all pertinent data to the cloud." The Green Goblin. Norman Osborn commanded, and in response, the artificial intelligence of Osborn Industries initiated its functions at the behest of its master. Input keywords: Richard Parker. Both searches commenced almost simultaneously, yielding the same name. Keyword retrieved: Richard Parker. Search results obtained: Peter Benjamin Parker. Reason for retrieval: direct familial relationship, father and son. Chapter 13. Daily check-in with friendly neighbors. What is the most remarkable aspect of being Spider-Man? It is difficult to articulate. The morning sunlight bathes the New York skyline as a figure clad in red and blue swiftly glides along the glass facade of a skyscraper. Should any office worker notice a fleeting shadow dance below, they would look up to behold Spider-Man, backpack slung over his shoulder, eschewing his signature web-swinging for a vigorous sprint along the vertical surface. Certainly, avoiding the daily grind of the subway ranks among the top 3 advantages. With a powerful leap, Peter springs onto the railing by the Hudson River, and amidst the roar of passing vehicles, he dives into the air like a seasoned diver. Just as he approaches the water's surface, a web shoots forth, carrying him in a graceful arc beneath the Queensboro Bridge. Uncle Ben and George are usually preoccupied with their work and do not typically escort him to and from school, save for special occasions such as the first day of school. The hot dogs that Spider-Man adores. These are indeed the hot dogs that he cherishes. The sole official Spider-Man hot dog vendor in New York, the proprietor of the hot dog stand, stationed daily on the bustling streets of Midtown Manhattan, promotes his wares with an expressionless demeanor. After the Battle of New York, he initially sold hot dogs to employees of the Disaster Control Agency here, but with the conclusion of the debris cleanup, he found a new opportunity. Spider-Man granted him permission to utilize his image, thus birthing the unique Spider-Man branded hot dog stand. The most striking feature of the hot dog stand is the plastic bag hanging from the top of the umbrella, perpetually stocked with a special hot dog. Is this truly the hot dog that Spider-Man loves? Eugene Thompson, a freshman at Midtown High, pushes through the crowd to reach the stand, casting a skeptical glance at the proprietor while rummaging through his wallet. "I'll have one, but can Spider-Man really reach the one on top of the umbrella? He is Spider-Man. After all, he certainly can." The proprietor, maintaining his stoic expression, skillfully prepares the hot dog. Yet Thompson continues to chatter. "But what if it's put out too early? What if it gets cold? If your hot dog goes bad and Spider-Man gets a stomachache, how will he continue to fight?" "Thanks, Paul." Thompson's incessant prattle is abruptly interrupted by Spider-Man, who swings by the hot dog stand, tossing down 2 $1 bills as he glides past, while the hot dog atop the umbrella vanishes in an instant. Stunned, Thompson stands agape until the proprietor holds out a hot dog before him. Coming to his senses, Thompson produces $5 and emits a nearly deafening shriek. "I'll have 2 more of Spider-Man's favorite hot dogs. Thank you." "Good morning, Laurie. How is Carl doing today?" "Carl says he is well. Thank you for bringing him back." The middle-aged man on the rooftop, preparing to release his pigeons, manages only this brief exchange before the figure racing along the wall disappears around the corner. Startled pigeons began to coo and clamor, prompting Laurie to repeatedly soothe his old companion, urging him to remain calm, as he was merely being ensnared in a web for a return home, not to be roasted for a meal. Such morning rituals unfolded daily. The Spider-Man, while indulging in a hot dog, would engage in a high-five with the newsstand proprietor, assist an elderly lady with her shopping bags, and even offer directions to a lost puppy. After all, how could one be deemed a friendly neighbor Spider-Man without familiarity of every block? It was only until a fleeting moment that the red and blue uniform vanished amidst the towering edifices of Manhattan. At the subway station's exit, Peter Parker, dressed in civilian attire, emerged. He had, of course, not arrived by subway. This was merely a convenient excuse for his unexpected presence near the school. A mere 2 blocks further lay Midtown High School, a prestigious public institution existing solely within the Marvel Universe. Early in the day, the Midtown High television station had already commenced its broadcast, with screens scattered throughout the school corridors displaying two hosts delivering the news. Good morning, students. This is Midtown High. I am your host, Betty. I am your host, Jesse. Glancing briefly at the screen, Peter approached his locker, opened it to stow his backpack, and retrieved the necessary stationery for his morning classes. Before he could close the locker door, an all too familiar and exceedingly annoying voice echoed. Parker. Back again, Carl? Peter's spider sense offered no response, and he could not muster the energy to feign fear. He simply closed the locker door and stepped back as Carl King approached, striking another locker forcefully, attempting to project an air of menace. Peter pointed to the locker that had been struck. You do realize that's not my locker, right? Carl hesitated momentarily before issuing a menacing threat. Listen here, Parker. I won't hold those middle school incidents against you. I won't concern myself with your motley crew of friends. But if you meddle in my affairs again, you will regret it. With a final thud, he slammed the locker once more and departed, leaving Peter perplexed. Was this a new form of bullying? The victim threatening the aggressor? Unable to comprehend Carl King's behavior, Peter shook his head, while a janitor leaning on his broom echoed similar sentiments. What era are we in where such trash students abound? I've seen my fair share of delinquents, kid. Don't let them intimidate you. Gather your courage, stand firm, and defeat them. Thank you, Stan, Peter replied, grateful to the father of Marvel, who could only find solace in being a janitor in a universe devoid of Marvel comics. He then entered his mathematics classroom. He shared this class with Amadeus and Harry, while Gwen was assigned to a different teacher. And then there was Carl King. One could hardly expect a muscle-bound dimwit to be on par with Peter Parker in a mathematics lesson. Good morning, Peter. Harry settled beside Peter and placed his laptop on the table. With time to spare before class commenced, he opened the computer and began searching online for news about Spider-Man. Spider-Man? What piques your interest in him? Peter inquired. Oh, nothing much. I just overheard someone discussing Spider-Man, so I wanted to learn more, Harry replied. By the way, are you planning to visit the detective club? I intend to check it out, Peter responded. That sounds good. I enjoy solving puzzles. It's quite relaxing, Harry remarked. Amadeus arrived late, apologizing as he took a seat behind them. His stature was modest, embodying the typical image of a frail bookworm easily overlooked by others. One could only wonder if he could see clearly from the back. After Amadeus settled in, Harry turned to revisit their previous topic. Hey, Amadeus, we're planning to submit our applications to join the detective club after school. Would you like to join us? Of course, I'd love to go along, Amadeus nodded. After a brief silence, Peter glanced at him and asked, Are you all right? Is someone picking on you? No, not really. I'm just a bit shorter, so people tend to overlook me, and I've bumped into others a few times, Amadeus replied, downplaying the matter. At that moment, the teacher entered, interrupting their conversation. High school studies, regardless of the country, can often be monotonous. Today's class focused on pre-calculus, and the mathematics curriculum at Midtown High was notably more challenging than at other high schools, encompassing advanced algebra and foundational calculus. This might be attributed to the collaboration with Osborne Technology and Stark Industries. In contrast, other schools often had simpler math curricula. Peter had even heard of schools where students banded together to make math an elective, a rather absurd notion. Listening to the seemingly effortless pre-calculus lecture, aboard Peter quickly began twirling his pencil, doodling on paper before switching to his right hand to continue the artwork. You can write with both hands? Harry exclaimed, as if he had just uncovered a remarkable talent. Can you write simultaneously with both hands? He whispered. Peter's left hand scrawled yes on the paper. Can you write different things at the same time? Harry queried again, and this time, Peter's right hand wrote no. All right, guys, we need to find a suitable day to build some Legos together, Harry suddenly said, as if struck by inspiration after enduring the math class. A smile spread across his face, revealing his genuine enthusiasm for the activity. No problem, just pick a time, and I'll let Aunt May know. She would be delighted to arrange dinner for us, Peter replied. The group made their way to the next classroom, and as they walked, the school's news program announced the latest updates. According to this year's voting results, we have established the theme for the first day of Spirit Week before homecoming. Superheroes. Every student wishing to participate must dress as a superhero or supervillain. Chapter 14. The Detective Phase Part 1. The process of joining the detective agency mirrored exactly what Senior Jessica had described. In addition to filling out basic information, one must also unravel a meticulously crafted riddle. The intricacies of the case details were astonishingly rich, rivaling the professional caliber of a publishable detective novel. For instance, the riddle that Peter encountered involved the victim's stomach being perforated, with the method being the substitution of the capsule's contents with metallic sodium. Setting aside the feasibility of such an idea, the mere conception is enough to confound an ordinary high school student. Without the process of elimination, one could hardly arrive at this answer. "I've solved it," Peter exclaimed. "Congratulations, Peter Parker. You are now officially a member of the detective agency." Jessica smiled as she retrieved a cardboard box from beneath the table. Inside lay a memento from 221B Baker Street, a deer antler hat. The box contained at least 20 hats, with dust particles dancing in the sunlight. As Peter picked one up, he caught a glimpse of the label. "Made in." "Oh, trust me, even if you were to buy one at Baker Street, the label would undoubtedly read the same." Peter indeed possessed an authentic deer antler hat from 221B Baker Street, brought back by Gwen from London, and the label on it was of British origin. However, he chose not to spoil Senior Jessica's enthusiasm. Amadeus swiftly completed the reasoning as well and received a memento of his own. Harry, meanwhile, was still deep in thought until, 10 minutes later, he suddenly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "I know, the murderer is..." "Shoo!" Jessica raised a finger, indicating that the answer must be written down without any spoilers. Harry sheepishly submitted his answer, and Jessica nodded in satisfaction after reviewing it. "The quality of this year's newcomers is truly impressive. All three of you have scored full marks. Typically, we only need to pass to join. Is our club not very popular?" "Feels like no one shows up," Peter remarked. "Not too many, but there are over 20 members," she replied. "However, if there are no activities, usually only the duty members are present, which is generally me. We do occasionally accept some requests, such as helping to locate a lost item or providing evidence for a student suspecting infidelity from their partner. These requests do not count towards academic credits." "Undoubtedly, only the activities of the detective agency count for credits?" Amadeus inquired. "What kinds of activities does the detective agency typically engage in?" he asked. Jessica grinned mischievously, picked up a remote control from the table and lowered the screen. The projector displayed a pre-prepared PowerPoint presentation, prominently featuring the bold headline, "Ultimate Challenge. Discover the true identity of Spider-Man." "What?" Peter gasped in astonishment. Misinterpreting Peter's surprised reaction, Jessica continued with certainty. "Almost all superheroes have publicly revealed their identities, yet Spider-Man remains an exception. Thus, uncovering Spider-Man's true identity is undoubtedly the foremost challenge for our detective agency. I understand that it may be difficult, but this is precisely what we aim to accomplish." Peter began to question the wisdom of his decision to join the detective agency, his mouth agape as he gazed at the unfolding scenario, momentarily at a loss for words. Harry reacted swiftly. "Does that not imply that Spider-Man intends to keep his identity concealed? If that is the case, he will undoubtedly safeguard his secret persona. A detective, after all, is one who seeks the truth. Wait a moment, could this infringe upon privacy rights?" Although Peter felt he had hidden himself well, he resolved to speak up. Jessica paused upon hearing this, then arrived at a conclusion. "Indeed, but we cannot summon Spider-Man to intervene in our endeavors." Peter leaned back, momentarily dazed, then straightened up, inhaling deeply, attempting to analyze the situation rationally. "Well then, even if we are to investigate, what leads do we possess? He swings through the skies, leaving no room for error." Yet, regarding this matter, Jessica merely smiled faintly. "It is true that typically, obtaining such clues is quite challenging. Presently, the only footage available of Spider-Man on social media is from his encounter with several robbers, which is brief and reveals little. However," Jessica raised her voice and pressed a button on the remote, "I possess exclusive information, purportedly the earliest documented actions of Spider-Man known to date." Thus, Peter Parker raised his hand. "May I inquire about the source? I captured it myself. My home is in Manhattan, and I was caught in the turmoil of an alien invasion, from which Spider-Man rescued me." At this point, Jessica shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Personally, I wished to find him and express my gratitude, and coincidentally, the school was quite interested in this event. Once I proposed it, the student council approved it. Spider-Man has already received your thanks, Senior. Please refrain from compromising his privacy. Peter restrained himself as he watched Jessica play the video. The footage began from outside an apartment window in Midtown Manhattan. A colossal portal tore open in the sky, and the Chitauri army surged forth like a swarm of locusts. The camera shook violently, and Jessica's voice could be heard. What is that? Aliens? In the frame, Iron Man could be seen streaking toward the enemy, leaving only traces of fiery exhaust, followed by a series of explosive bursts illuminating the sky. Peter strained to recall his actions during the battle in New York, but was unable to remember anything, sighing and shrugging his shoulders. So, an entire alien army descends from the heavens, shooting indiscriminately, and what you, Senior, decided to do was whip out your phone and start recording. Thankfully, it was only 2012. Had it been 2020, Jessica might have resorted to live streaming the event. Jessica merely offered an awkward smile. There is no Spider-Man here. Let us fast forward through this segment. The video accelerated to a few minutes later when a massive Chitauri beast emerged from the portal, with Chitauri soldiers being flung into one building after another, accurately crashing through Jessica's window. It is unclear how the video capturing Jessica managed to dodge the chaos, but the phone flew out, landing perfectly against the wall, still capturing footage of the room. But what of Jessica? In the video, Jessica has already collapsed on the ground, unconscious, without the need for the aliens to open fire. A Chitauri soldier, weapon in hand, aimed at the fallen Jessica, poised to strike. In that critical moment, a red-blue blur surged into the frame, propelling the enemy out of sight, and then it too vanished from the screen. Moments later, the Chitauri soldier was hurled through a window, plummeting from a great height. He was there at the moment I was injured and lost consciousness. Jessica's eyes sparkled as she became engrossed in the scene, completely oblivious to Peter's slightly strained expression. The Spider-Man in the video noticed Jessica on the ground, gently lifted her and laid her flat, but then raised his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. However, he swiftly commenced standard CPR. Peter was unsure whether he had a clear recollection of events. That day had been exhausting, yet he was the first to voice his thoughts. Spider-Man possessed basic medical knowledge, and the entire CPR process was executed with precision, albeit with an air of unfamiliarity, as if he merely understood the concept. Harry was puzzled by how well-versed he was in CPR. He was certainly no medical professional. Oh wait, he was bandaging the senior's head. Why wasn't he using his web? It must be inconvenient. Look, there's a device on his wrist, indicating that Spider-Man relied on mechanical apparatus to shoot webs. Upon hearing Amadeus's explanation, Harry found it hard to believe, wait, Spider-Man can't produce his own webs? I thought they originated from his veins. Peter sighed in exasperation. Humans lack the organ to produce silk, Harry. If he were to spin webs like a spider, they would have to emerge from his abdomen. Perhaps due to the CPR. Jessica coughed twice in her unconscious state, prompting Spider-Man to wrap an arm around her and use his web to bind them together before leaping through the window. Amadeus shook his head in disbelief. He just held you and jumped. From what, 33 stories? He safely placed me away from the perilous battlefield. Carrying someone from 33 stories, while considering acceleration, Spider-Man's strength surpasses that of Captain America. Amadeus sighed. This is absurd. Enough of marveling at the powers of superheroes. Has anyone found any clues? Shoes, although Spider-Man donned a uniform, his footwear was a pair of red sneakers, identical to a pair I own. Peter proactively introduced this observation made by Gwen, but he had crafted a shoe cover for himself, which he had already worn out today, rendering it an outdated clue. The group exchanged a myriad of scattered remarks, ultimately arriving at a conclusion akin to Jessica's earlier. No significant results emerged. As they concluded their first day of detective work, Harry suddenly turned back. By the way, Senior, what is your full name? Jessica Miriam Drew. She smiled and waved, but you can simply call me Jessica. Peter, who was in the midst of taking a sip of water, nearly spat it out. While others were oblivious to the significance of that name, he was well aware. The original Spider-Woman, Jessica Drew. Chapter 15. Hidden Dangers. I vehemently disagree. In the living quarters atop the Avengers Tower, Steve Rogers interlocked his fingers beneath his chin, resolutely rejecting Tony Stark's proposal. We cannot allow Spider-Man to join the Avengers. This suggestion was initially approved by you, Captain, Tony countered, rapping his knuckles on the table. You claimed he was well-trained and resolute. I merely stated he had undergone training. At that moment, I was unaware that beneath that mask was a minor. Steve retorted decisively. Tony, we are confronting war. We cannot involve a child in this conflict. Tony lowered his gaze to the table but quickly raised his head to argue. Will war spare a child? Captain, you have experienced warfare. You understand the nature of the battles we face. We require an army, not merely a small squad. That child could prove useful. I am acutely aware that a soldier without conviction is a ticking time bomb on the battlefield. Tony, we are discussing a child, a teenager who has only recently acquired these abilities. Does he truly comprehend what he is fighting for? He may be driven by a noble instinct to combat evil. But can he truly be prepared for what the Avengers must confront? The new Avengers Initiative, proposed by Tony after the Battle of New York, aimed to establish a defense robust enough to withstand the next extraterrestrial invasion. After all, this time, the Chitauri army merely invaded through a portal. If, in the future, their fleet were to arrive directly in the outer reaches of the solar system, could a mere 5 Avengers fend off an overwhelming force of alien invaders? Not only the Avengers but Nick Fury was acutely aware that relying on just the 5 of them was insufficient to thwart another large-scale extraterrestrial incursion. Following the Avengers' separation from S.H.I.E.L.D. to become an independent organization, S.H.I.E.L.D., under the leadership of Hawkeye Clint Barton, established a superhuman task force known as the Thunderbolts as a contingency plan for the Avengers. Both Tony and the Captain were well aware of this arrangement. Yet, they tacitly avoided collaborating with Nick Fury, who harbored far too many secrets. Currently, the debate over whether to recruit Spider-Man into the Avengers enveloped the meeting room in a palpable tension. Bruce Banner, crunching on potato chips, primarily occupied himself in the lab as the Alliance's nuclear deterrent. Unlike the characters in the cinematic universe, who leaned towards their personal affairs, the Avengers in this world operated more like a tightly knit combat unit, despite Thor's frequent absences. At this moment, he observed the heated discussion while thanking the Wasp, Janet, who brought in a fruit platter. What are Tony and the Captain arguing about? Bruce inquired, his mouth dry from the chips. Oh, they're debating whether to allow a high school student to join the Avengers. He speared an apple slice with a toothpick and continued, honestly, I find the notion rather absurd. Janet, overhearing this, was left in a state of confusion. A high school student? Goodness, you are considering recruiting a high schooler and not even contemplating me? Janet Van Dyne, the girlfriend of Ant-Man Hank Pym and the Wasp, merely serves as the manager of the Avengers, not as an Avenger herself. Indeed, he is but a child, youthful and naive. Tony plucked a slice of orange from the fruit platter and popped it into his mouth. Yet, at the very least, he aspires to be a good person and takes action. Does he not? We can train him, guide him to become a competent hero. Captain, if you believe he is unsuitable, we can certainly first inquire whether he wishes to join us. I doubt that lad would refuse. A sly smile crept across Tony's face. But therein lies the Captain's concern. That boy would idolize us, emulate our actions, and then, in his eagerness to prove himself, he would rush to the front lines. The Captain pushed the fruit platter aside, leaving white imprints of his knuckles on the table. He would collapse into either your or my arms, questioning whether he had done what he ought to have done, simply because we had placed expectations upon him that exceeded his capacity to bear, and he could perish before our eyes. We can protect him, allow him to follow our lead, but the Captain once again bluntly interrupted Tony. How do we safeguard that child in a war where we ourselves may sacrifice our lives? Janet twirled a cherry stem in confusion, while Banner rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed, and finally offered his first suggestion. Since the extraterrestrials are not likely to attack imminently, why not postpone this discussion for a few more years? Thank you, Bruce. Tony gestured towards Banner. Could you assist in calculating precisely when the alien invaders will arrive? I need to schedule accordingly. Forget I said anything. Banner massaged his jaw, as one suffering from a toothache might, and inquired of Janet. What is Hank up to? He has been immersed in the lab, studying the vibranium samples you procured, and hasn't slept in 2 days. Janet rolled her eyes. I have to deliver food to him. Perhaps you are underestimating that child, Captain. Tony continued to persuade the captain, or rather, to validate his own viewpoint, yet Steve remained obstinate. No matter how highly you regard him, he is merely a 15-year-old boy, Tony. I obtained my doctorate at 16. How old were you when you received your first doctorate? Bruce? Well, 16, my first PhD in experimental physics. Hey guys, you won't believe what I discovered. Hank Pym emerged from the lab, disheveled, sporting deep dark circles under his eyes, clutching the previously confiscated shock launcher. But before he could finish his sentence, Tony interrupted. When did you earn your first doctorate? Hank? 17? Why do you ask? Tony wore a smug grin. Aha! I am 1 year younger than you. You studied engineering while I delved into theoretical physics and quantum mechanics. Of course, you could manage it at 16. Regardless, Tony wisely chose to return to the subject, continuing to address the captain. 15 is not too young. We are not discussing age, but rather psychological resilience. Gentlemen, Hank forcefully interrupted their conversation. You must listen to this. You will absolutely not believe what I discovered in the lab. We'll hear about your scientific creation later, Hank. This is not merely a scientific invention, Tony. Hank's demeanor turned serious. This pertains to our operations. Moments later, a schematic of the disassembled, chaotic horror launcher appeared on the projector. The Avengers gathered around, intently gazing at the diagram, awaiting Hank Pym's elucidation. This device is rather rudimentary and crude. Initially, I presumed it relied on Chitauri technology for functionality. As Hank spoke, he manipulated the projection, substituting all Chitauri components with existing Earth materials. But look at this, gentlemen. The person who invented this is an exceptional engineer. It can be entirely constructed with terrestrial technology. While this was evidently not the crux of the matter, the others, having spent considerable time with Hank Pym, were well aware of his character. They patiently endured his exposition on the marvels of this device and the joy he derived from his research before he finally addressed the core issue. The problem lies in a fatal flaw within the system. As usage time increases, the energy efficiency escalates. Yes, you heard correctly, it rises continuously. This means that the mechanism originally designed to regulate the launch intensity will gradually fail, leading to an uncontrollable surge in output power, escalating ever higher. Everyone envisioned the ultimate consequence. An explosion. Isn't there a way to improve it? Tony leaned back in his chair, cradling his chin as he scrutinized the design, hoping to propose a solution from the perspective of an engineer and inventor himself. However, even he had to concede that this system harbored an irredeemable flaw at its foundational logic. This is a fundamental logical issue. To design such a simplified yet efficient system comes at a necessary cost. We must alert the authorities to the flaws in this technology to prevent its use as a riot control weapon. What is the explosion radius? Poor Hank Pym was interrupted once more, yet he candidly informed Tony. If it employs Chitauri components, the impact would be greater, reaching a diameter of 2 to 3 kilometers. With Earth technology, the explosion radius is smaller and more predictable, roughly 1 kilometer. Jarvis, what was that individual's name again? Hermann Schultz. The captain recalled vividly. Hank had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, but Tony and the captain exchanged a knowing glance, both recognizing the dire implications. How long has he been on the run, Captain? Almost a week, but we have no idea how many of these flawed weapons he could have produced in that time. Tony sighed deeply. That is indeed the gravest concern. Chapter 16. A shocking entrance. Hermann had never forgotten Spider-Man. He was firmly convinced that to achieve notoriety, he must vanquish a genuine superhero. Compared to the well-equipped Avengers, that young man in a cheaply made spandex suit swinging between skyscrapers was undoubtedly the optimal choice. The dying rays of the sunset filtered through the skeletal remains of a dilapidated building, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Suddenly, a silver flash erupted as Hermann, clad in his gleaming metallic armor, leapt high into the air, the mechanical armament aimed squarely at the concrete wall before him, which he struck with tremendous force. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire wall shattered. His figure plummeted alongside the collapsing debris, crashing through 3 floors before landing heavily on the ground below, raising a cloud of dust. At last, It was accomplished. Enhancing the terror launcher had never posed a challenge for Herman. The true ordeal was the suit of armor he donned for an entire week. The internal energy system, the backup battery on his back, the arm-mounted terror launcher, and the titanium alloy armor provided him with the capability to withstand automatic rifle fire. Moreover, the recoil from the vibrational waves could be entirely converted into kinetic energy, endowing him with superhuman strength and velocity. Concrete crumbled beneath his fists as though it were mere crackers, and the weight of his metal exterior in no way hindered his sprinting speed. The only drawback was the exceedingly cumbersome process of donning the armor. This was no high-tech exoskeleton, but rather an assemblage of metal plates connected by a complex system of joints, requiring him to piece them together like a medieval knight. When the final piece of armor was removed, Herman exhaled in relief. The scant cash remaining in his pocket had initially been intended for food. However, the scene of J. Jonah Jameson furiously denouncing Spider-Man on the large screen outside prompted a change of heart. The red and blue suit on the screen reminded him of the rough, silver armor that bore the scars of welding and the imprints of forging. Thus, he turned and entered a grocery store, emerging a few minutes later with 2 cans of spray paint in hand. It was time for a striking debut. Today was an utterly mundane day. High school life passed in the blink of an eye. For Peter Parker, nothing particularly good or bad had transpired. The detective agency's investigation yielded no results. Evenings spent with Harry and Amadeus assembling Lego brought laughter. Gwen clandestinely participated in the rock club, and the upcoming back-to-school season loomed. Everything was reassuringly uneventful. The only minor annoyance was the silence surrounding his internship applications and the embarrassment of being unable to afford a cosplay outfit, meaning he would likely need to return home early for this year's homecoming dance. As for Spider-Man, the friendly neighborhood hero continued his work, devoid of supervillains, alien technology, or even petty criminals. Were it not for the Avengers Tower still standing proudly on the skyline, Peter might have begun to question whether he had traversed into a parallel universe where only Spider-Man existed. Oh dear, this seems rather dire. The shrill wail of police sirens and the blaring of ambulances pierced the air, clearly indicating that something grave had occurred. Spider-Man swiftly sprang into action, following the police cars as they sped away. Well, what could it be this time? Gangsters? Bank robbers? Crimes involving advanced technology? He landed against a familiar outer wall, gazing at a recognizable sign while scratching his head. Or perhaps it was all of them. Why would anyone attempt to rob a bank that had already been robbed? The place shrouded in thick smoke was none other than Midtown Bank. Originally, due to structural damage, it should have been deemed a hazardous building. Yet Tony Stark had stabilized the edifice with his disaster relief apparatus. Consequently, the demolition of the structure had devolved into a protracted bureaucratic ordeal, as various companies inside sought to extract their remaining assets, using the absence of significant safety concerns as a pretext to delay the building's explosion. Thus, this seemingly indestructible hazard became a temporary tourist attraction in New York. Peter was uncertain whether there was any money left in a bank that had been previously robbed, but observing the overturned police cars and the vigilant officers outside, Spider-Man recognized that it was time for him to make his entrance. "Hey Sheriff, long time no see." Spider-Man perched on a telephone pole beside Sheriff Stacy's police car, capturing her attention. Seeing the arrival of the superpowered hero, George had to concede that despite what the citizens claimed about their ineptitude, some criminals could indeed only be dealt with by a masked vigilante. "You arrived just in time."
Spider-Man.
"Who is inside?" "According to our estimates, it's Hermann Schultz." "Who is that?" "The leader of the bank robbery gang you apprehended here last week. He escaped from the NYPD, and his henchmen claimed he invented that weapon himself for the heist. Both of our police cars were overturned by a shockwave, so it can only be him." It was then that Peter realized who Sheriff Stacy was referring to. "Oh, Mr. Fearsome, I remember now. Don't worry, Sheriff. I'll bring him back." After Spider-Man made his bold declaration, Sheriff Stacy entered the bank lobby, having to manage traffic control while wishing him good luck. Upon entering the bank, Spider-Man found that nothing had changed. The remnants of the battle from a week prior still lingered. More importantly, his spider sense was entirely still.
Indicating no danger.
In contrast, the dimly lit bank was devoid of any signs of intrusion. "Hello?
Herman?
Mr. Fearsome? Are you here?" After calling out twice with no response, Spider-Man continued forward. He spotted the vault door ajar, as if someone had opened it, yet strangely, it did not appear to have been blasted open by any weapon. I once proclaimed myself New York's finest locksmith. No safe can thwart me. I initially thought this was mere bravado, but this vault door suggests otherwise. I can pick it open rather than destroy it. From behind the vault, a man's voice echoed, crisp in the emptiness of the building. Spider-Man stood outside the vault, calmly waiting for him to finish speaking before shrugging. How about you come out and we have a chat? Or I shall enter, provided you assure me that you will not use your terrifying weapon against me. Do you not find them rather foolish, Spider-Man? Who do you refer to? Yourself, perhaps? After all, who would dare to return to a bank they had previously robbed? Yet they have taken not a single cent, leaving everything behind as if awaiting my arrival to seize it. A sharp, piercing pain struck Peter's mind. The last time he encountered such an acute sensation was during his confrontation with the Chitauri mothership. Instinctively, Peter flipped backward, narrowly evading the vault door that had been forcefully propelled outward. The several-ton metal door crashed down, and as Spider-Man landed, he could only utter an incredulous expletive. A storm of dollar bills erupted like a golden avalanche, and emerging from this cascade was an entirely unfamiliar adversary clad in heavy, yellow-brown shock-resistant armor, segmented metal plates forming his shoulder and chest guards, the surface of his armor adorned with a honeycomb shock absorption structure. His arms were equipped with a terrifying launcher, and his brown helmet resembled that of a predatory owl. It seems I have been waiting for your return. At that moment, Hermann Schultz, no, he ought to be referred to as the Shocker, unleashed a left hook, sending a shockwave powerful enough to propel the vault door towards Spider-Man. With the aid of his spider sense, Spider-Man evaded the strike and swung back into the bank hall, where there was ample room for combat. What a delightful surprise, Hermann! You've enhanced your equipment merely to deliver a beating to me? You even crafted an entire suit of armor. Spider-Man clung to the wall, observing the Shocker step forth. Look at your invention. You are truly a genius. With your talents, you could accomplish something meaningful, help countless individuals, even become a hero. What say you? The Shocker hesitated for a moment, lowering his arms, and Peter sensed a slight decrease in his spider sense. You make a fine point, Spider-Man, the Shocker nodded, raising his gaze toward Spider-Man. Except for one detail, you should have invited me when I was still a nobody. Sheriff George waited outside the bank, anxious about the unfolding situation. However, the circumstances appeared dire. A large hole had been blasted into the bank's exterior, from which Spider-Man was ejected. Do not enter, Sheriff. Hermann is dangerous. Evacuate the surrounding crowd. Spider-Man, propelled from the Shocker's launcher, adhered to the bank hall floor with his webbing and rebounded back into the fray. The upgraded launcher boasted an exaggerated range, and even with his spider sense, he could not fully evade it. In that moment, he resorted to a classic superhero landing, positioning himself directly before Hermann. Well then, Hermann, it appears I must impart some hard truths to you. Chapter 17. A shocking opening. 2. Peter recognized that Shocker was the first supervillain he had ever encountered. He never doubted that upon becoming Spider-Man, he would face formidable foes. However, he remained uncertain about his preparedness for such an encounter. Today was the moment to prove himself. Spider-Man rose from the inner wall of the Midtown Bank and began to dash swiftly around the circular lobby, compelling Shocker to pursue him while unleashing vibrational waves. As anticipated, Herman continued to fire, shattering the intricately designed ceiling, while Spider-Man deftly maneuvered behind a grand marble column, just as a vibrational wave shattered it. You know, Herman, I quite liked that Roman column. Instead of running, Spider-Man swung with his webbing, launching himself directly at Shocker, delivering a powerful kick that forced Shocker to stagger back. In an instant, Spider-Man landed a heavy punch to his face, leaving him momentarily dazed. How can you? Vibranium alloy, kid. Shocker, having charged his energy, landed a punch to Spider-Man's chin, sending him flying. In midair, Spider-Man shot a web to ensnare the broken marble column, hurling it towards Herman. Shocker inhaled deeply, retracting his fist, and with a swift strike, shattered the 3 to 4 ton column. At that moment, a webbing obscured his vision, plastering across his face. Let me ask you something. If your fists are that powerful and your armor that resilient, Spider-Man landed on Shocker's back, binding his charged fist with webbing and pulling it towards his armored face. How about you use your fist to smash your own face? Just as Shocker's fist was about to strike, Spider-Man leapt upward, the heavy vibrational wave crashing into Shocker's face. Shocker staggered back, unable to suppress a laugh as he observed Spider-Man on the ground. My battle armor can dissipate most of the kinetic energy from impacts, Spider, whether it's from my own vibrational waves or external sources. Fantastic. Spider-Man had already ensnared the remaining part of the marble column with his web, yanking it down toward Shocker. Does that mean I can hit you with abandon? Or perhaps you should contemplate how to survive. The energy indicator on Shocker's gauntlet instantly turned red, and with a thunderous crash, both of his fists struck the ground, generating a violent tremor that shattered all the protective glass in the bank and sent marble debris raining down. Then, the yellow figure leapt from the dust, lunging directly at Spider-Man. Despite his spider sense, Peter found himself unable to evade this time, being tackled to the ground as Shocker raised his fist high. Say goodbye, Spider-Man. I usually like to say eggplant. Peter's hands simultaneously unleashed webs, ensnaring the startled visage of his adversary, causing his punch to veer off course. With a powerful kick, he sent the assailant crashing through the ceiling, and then, in a remarkable display of agility, he sprang to his feet, instinctively cradling his still-throbbing head. The speed of Herman's onslaught had been astonishingly swift. Even with his spider sense, he had scarcely managed to react. Oh, how unfortunate. He immediately leapt up, executing a swift maneuver to evade the debris, as the remnants of the ceiling came crashing down. Remarkably unscathed, he stood upright. Did you think I was still just some petty thug? I am as formidable as you now, Spider-Man. No, I am even stronger. He posed a question, as Peter retreated while contemplating a moment of casual discourse to regain his strength. I had initially thought you were merely a desperate man resorting to bank robbery. However, it appears you simply wish to pummel me. Why is that? I am indeed in dire need of funds, but with this suit, earning money is a trivial pursuit. You could easily find success without it. You are intelligent, talented, and creative. You could thrive anywhere. Herman chuckled, a genuine smile emerging for the first time, recognizing that this little insect before him sincerely sought to dissuade him from a life of crime. He unclenched his fist and gestured towards Spider-Man. You aren't a black man beneath that disguise, are you? Well, you could afford high school even if you owe student loans. You could repay them in your lifetime. I, on the other hand, may never escape the burden of debt, and more crucially, I might not even have the opportunity for education. Herman did not approach Peter. Instead, he increased the distance between them. Consider this. Stark, Osborn, Baxter, would they hire someone without even a high school diploma? Especially someone like me? This isn't about skin color. You can help many people. You can prove just how brilliant you are right now. Look at your armor. The design is magnificent. Indeed. Herman nodded once more. Just as Peter was about to continue his entreaty, Herman clenched his fists tightly. There is but one thing. If I am to make a name for myself, why should I be merely Herman Schultz? With a swift jab aimed at Spider-Man, Peter executed a quick maneuver to evade the strike, pressing himself against a marble pillar, while Herman charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to the column. If no one wishes to acknowledge Herman, let them feel terror instead. As Spider-Man leapt from the marble, intending to land behind Herman, he was taken aback when Herman also soared into the air, his leap surpassing Peter's height. In an instant, he delivered a punch that sent Peter crashing against the vault, which had already been blown open. This won't do. He must find something impervious to Herman's attacks to launch a counteroffensive. He beheld the massive vault door, sent flying by Herman, and turned to see Herman charging towards him. With deft precision, he ensnared Herman's terrifying armored arms with strands of web, anchoring them to the ground and temporarily immobilizing him. As he rose, he launched another web. Struggling against the sticky strands, Herman discovered their extraordinary resilience and promptly activated his launcher to shatter the webbing. You think such trivial tricks will suffice? This is no mere game, Herman. The roaring voice compelled Herman to focus intently as the 3-meter-high vault door was yanked towards him by the web. He aimed to punch it away, but time was not on his side. The vault door struck him directly, propelling him across the hall and crashing him onto the ground. With a sigh of relief, Spider-Man shot successive webs, securing the vault door and the pinned Herman firmly to the floor. Drawing from his previous experiences in Spider-Man games, he believed the strategy would be adequate to subdue Herman. Reflect on your actions, Herman. With your talents, there is no need for such endeavors, Peter panted, adding, you need not rely on such means to gain notoriety. What should I do then? When we first fought, you even thought I had purchased that gun. I never anticipated. I know. Herman remained still, gazing at Spider-Man. You are a good person, unlike those foolish officers who mocked my inventions. You are the type who would help a child retrieve their bicycle from the subway. Was that your doing? How lame, man. Want to hear something cool? Herman turned his gaze to the ceiling. The vault door was a clever idea. My fists could not breach it. However, the floor is another matter. Thanks to modern urban construction, there are underground parking lots beneath these buildings. What? A violent tremor resonated like a minor earthquake, causing the entire bank hall to begin to collapse. Spider-Man had to leap onto the already battered ceiling, witnessing the first floor of the bank cave in. Subsequently, the colossal vault door hurtled towards him. Instinctively, Spider-Man dodged, only to realize the impending disaster. That door had burst through the bank building. While Spider-Man was still engaged in battle with Herman Schultz, the streets around Midtown Bank had been cordoned off. George Stacy listened intently to his subordinates' reports, the strange commotion from within the bank causing him great concern. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted, as a large section of the wall was breached by the massive vault door, followed closely by Spider-Man, who continued to entangle the door with webbing. Stop! Stop! Everyone get back! A group of officers quickly took cover, yet they could not evade the vault door as it sliced through a police car before embedding itself into the wall of the opposite building. Spider-Man could only manage to embed it into the second-floor wall of the adjacent structure. What kind of building is this, Sheriff? In the office building of Roxxon Energy. I sent someone to assess the situation. A visibly shaken Sheriff George gazed at the vault door that had burst open. What is the situation inside? He inquired. I am uncertain, but it seems the horror should be emerging. Horror? Are you referring to Herman? The Spider-Man, crouched against the wall where the vault door was embedded, narrowed his eyes, observing the yellow figure emerging from the bank, and took a deep breath. Indeed. Chapter 18. A shocking opening. 3. Emerging from the Mid-City Bank, the menacing figure of Shriek surveyed the throng of police officers encircling him, along with Spider-Man perched at the entrance, displaying little more than indifference. However, Sheriff Stacy quickly resolved the course of action. All units, fire. Armed solely with their 9mm handguns, the officers unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the supervillain. Yet their efforts merely glanced off the titanium alloy armor, leaving no mark. Silently, he observed the police fire again and again, before slamming his fists into the ground, sending officers and nearby squad cars alike tumbling over. Taking a deep breath, Shriek beckoned. Come on, Spider-Man. Round 2 is upon us. Leave him to me, Sheriff. You all need to evacuate the area. The only one unscathed was, of course, Spider-Man, who swung towards Shriek once more, ready to engage. He urged the fallen Sheriff Stacy to retreat quickly, declaring, I've almost got him this time. Shriek retorted, You were quite far from it. Bug. After delivering a punch that sent Spider-Man staggering back, Shriek noticed the webbing tethered to his arm. Spider-Man yanked the web, causing Shriek to stumble forward, and followed up with a kick to his head. Then, with deftness, Spider-Man ensnared one of Shriek's hands to his chest and landed another blow to his face. Don't rush. Herman, I could do this all day. You know the captain often says that? With one hand ensnared, Shriek swung his other fist at Spider-Man, only to find his foot entangled in webbing as well, leading to his abrupt fall. Spider-Man swiftly mounted him, twisting his arm behind his back and securing it with webbing. Undeterred by the potential damage, Shriek fired heavily into his own chest, propelling both himself and Spider-Man into the air. Yet Spider-Man, with remarkable agility, managed to ensnare Shriek before closing in and delivering 2 powerful punches, only to be sent flying once more. Herman, landing first, barely had a moment to catch his breath before receiving Spider-Man's aerial gift. Webs shot from both hands and snared the overturned police cars, which then crashed down upon him. The 2 vehicles collided violently, and in response, Shriek unleashed a shockwave that detonated both cars. Flames roared around him as he staggered out, the shortcomings of his armor beginning to manifest. Due to insufficient funding, the suit's heat dissipation was severely compromised, and the relentless battle combined with the recent explosion left him feeling dizzy and acutely aware of his dehydration. "Stand down, Herman. You know you're on the brink," Spider-Man implored, standing resolutely before him. "You are a genius. You need not resort to harming others to achieve greatness. If only you had said such things when we first met, little bug." The figure of terror emitted a ghastly laugh, proclaiming, "Your words are more fitting for Hermann Schultz than for me." "I speak to Hermann," came the retort. "You lie." The shockwave unleashed upon the ground tore a fissure, a manifestation of terror's unfathomable wrath. "You utter these words because I possess the power to enact such destruction. You know the extent of my capabilities, the havoc I can wreak. Before I became terror, none respected me." "You truly cannot comprehend," Hermann remarked. Observing the anger-fueled resurgence of terror, Spider-Man couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the police had retreated to a safer distance, momentarily alleviating any interference in their battle. Spider-Man opted for a straightforward resolution. He pulled down the vault door embedded in the wall and charged it directly towards Terror. "Careful, open the door." "What?" Terror glanced around, realizing escape was futile, and unleashed a barrage of shots at the vault door. Spider-Man braced against the vibrations, pushing the door towards Hermann. The two engaged in a contest of strength separated by a formidable metal barrier, one wielding mutated superhuman strength, the other augmented by technology, neither yielding an inch. However, Hermann gradually felt himself faltering, drenched in sweat and nearing dehydration. Meanwhile, on the other side of the metal door, Spider-Man too sensed his energy waning, inexplicably lacking the strength he once had. "Excellent. He is also wavering," Terror mused, and with a furious roar, he exerted all his might, toppling the vault door, which came crashing down upon a police car, sending its wheels flying, leaving Hermann in stunned silence as he beheld the car pinned beneath the door. Then, an unsettling sensation of weightlessness overcame him. Spider-Man stealthily adhered to his back and hurled him into the ground. If Terror was too formidable to be ensnared by webs, then he would simply be used as a projectile. "Apologies, Hermann. I hope your armor is as durable as you claim." Before Terror could muster anger or raise a fist to unleash a shockwave, he was flung again, crashing onto the ground once more. After being thrown several times, he finally acclimated to the rhythm, retaliating with a shockwave that propelled him away while freeing himself from the webbing, laboriously rising to his feet. He had lost the will to continue, having underestimated the resilience and relentless chatter of that bug, who, while attempting to persuade him to be virtuous, was simultaneously delivering a relentless onslaught. Fortunately, Hermann Schultz was a genius, acutely aware of his enemy's weaknesses. Yet, this was not an ideal battleground. "Do you intend to continue, Hermann?" "Cease your preaching, bug. I am weary. I plan to withdraw." "What? Wait, you can't." The shocker unleashed a shockwave upon the ground, shattering it as he leapt away into the distance. Sheriff George Stacy, who had been vigilantly observing his surroundings, finally emerged to behold the chaotic battlefield, gasping in disbelief. Injured officers lay scattered, the bank was nearly obliterated, and the streets burned and lay in ruins. Is this the cost of a superhero's battle? Is it not too great? Hermann has already fled the scene. Repeat, Hermann has escaped. Is the SWAT team on their way? The SWAT team is no longer capable of halting this catastrophe. Can we reach the National Guard? Hello? Hello? Suddenly, the electronic signal of the communicator was interrupted. Just as George was engulfed in confusion, an astonishing voice emerged from within. "Sheriff Stacy, this is Steve Rogers. We are in pursuit of the dangerous individual Hermann Schultz. The Avengers have taken control of the situation." Unbeknownst to Spider-Man, who continued to swing through the city in pursuit of Hermann, the destruction followed wherever Hermann's massive hand reached. Manhattan's streets were pockmarked with craters, while Spider-Man endeavored to mitigate the chaos. "Come on, Hermann. You're just going to run away? I'm sure that annoying J. Jonah Jameson will have a field day with this. Can't you show a little understanding and let us resolve this directly? You want to resolve this?" The shocker halted beneath the intercity railway station, seemingly unwilling to flee any longer, panting heavily. Surrounding him were still numerous onlookers, particularly above at the station, where many passengers lingered. Then let us resolve this bug. You're a hero, right? Let us see what a hero would do. There was no need for a full-on battle this time. Herman's target was no longer Spider-Man. He merely raised his hand and detonated the support column beneath the station. What are you doing? Go save people, hero? Good idea, Herman. Now I won't have time to stop you from escaping. Resigned, Spider-Man swung beneath the elevated structure, utilizing his webs to reinforce the damaged support columns. He darted back and forth between the adjacent buildings, securing the elevated portion to the structures while urging the passengers at the station to flee. Yet, the columns continued to collapse, one in particular teetering precariously. Unable to reinforce it, Peter chose to kick the severely damaged column, bracing the entire elevated bridge with his own strength to buy time for the passengers to escape. The shocker did not flee. He merely awaited this moment, anticipating Spider-Man standing there, supporting the column with his own body, propping up the entire structure. He raised his hand, aiming at Spider-Man. He listened to the screams of ordinary people, felt their helplessness. All he needed to do was clench his fist, and Spider-Man would be hurled away, buried beneath the fallen structure. He could eliminate Spider-Man now, and the price would merely be dozens of lives. To hell with it. Hermann Schultz unclenched his fist, striking the ground before choosing to depart. Chapter 19. A desperate escape? Is there anyone still trapped? Peter Parker's voice trembled, each word seemingly forced from his lungs. His arms and back bore an unimaginable burden, as if an entire section of a 500-ton overpass pressed down upon him. Even though not all the supporting columns had collapsed, it felt as though the entire world conspired to crush him. Peter had never tested the limits of his strength, but at this moment, he sensed he had reached his breaking point. Even the lightest weight, like a single pigeon landing on the bridge, could send him tumbling down. Blood roared through his veins, and his eardrums felt as though they might burst. His vision blurred into a haze, punctuated only by alternating flashes of blinding light and darkness. He could not even hear his own heartbeat, only the deafening hum of impending death echoing in his skull. Uncertain if anyone remained, he could feel nothing but the desperate need to convey his singular warning. Is there anyone still here? It was as if someone answered him, though he heard nothing in return. The metallic taste of rust was the only sensation he could grasp, alongside the violent and rapid vibrations coursing through his arms and back. Even deprived of sight and sound, Peter could sense something. The subway was approaching. A colossal sound seemed to resonate near him, and Spider-Man held his ground, appearing on the verge of collapse. The crowd gathered around the overpass, watching the struggling Spider-Man, then seemingly diverted their gaze to something else. Suddenly, Peter perceived a crimson haze enveloping him, and the weight on his hands and back vanished. The abrupt relief caused him to lose consciousness, collapsing into the sea of red. It was not blood. It was a gigantic crimson hand. I've caught the child. Tony, we need your 38 Malawian kwaches. A colossal Ant-Man, reminiscent of a character from a tokusatsu film, cradled the unconscious Spider-Man in one hand while lifting the broken bridge with the other. The subway whizzed past, unharmed. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, celebrating the Avengers' triumph in saving the city once more. Shortly thereafter, a blue streak sliced through the dust, and the heavy steel armor of the 38 Malawian kwaches landed with a resounding thud. The 38 Malawian kwaches armor, IGO, took over for Spider-Man at the fractured support beam, its hydraulic jacks deploying with a clang. As Ant-Man gently lowered his hand, the 38 Malawian kwaches stabilized the bridge. After shrinking alongside the unconscious Spider-Man, Ant-Man carried the child on his back, departing the scene on his flying ant, finally having the opportunity to communicate further. I'm bringing this child back to Avengers Tower. What about Herman? Tony? Cap and Wasp are pursuing him. I'm keeping an eye from above. Dehydration, high temperatures, and a collapsing heat dissipation system. This frantic situation was utterly dreadful. He stumbled through the air, oblivious to how the shield defied the laws of physics, ricocheting at an uncanny angle to crash into his back with tremendous force, sending him plummeting to the ground and sparking a flurry of sparks upon impact. It was over for Hermann Schultz. Captain America halted his motorcycle before Hermann, declaring, "You do not comprehend the peril of your actions and weaponry. Surrender now at once." Indeed, surrendering meekly before the Avengers seemed the only option. Suddenly, Wasp emerged, her bioelectric sting aimed at the nape of his neck, yet it failed to even produce a spark. "I don't know." Herman, initially intent on fleeing, found himself laughing, his voice rasping like sandpaper. He did not rise. Instead, he clenched his fists, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward in successive ripples. The ground beneath him began to crumble, while the air warped visually due to changes in density. Traffic lights, utility poles, and fire hydrants distorted grotesquely, causing Captain America and Wasp to sway precariously. As the vibrations continued to emanate, Herman rose, roaring, "I know the strength of my inventions." His voice echoed with defiance, strong enough to warrant the Avengers' intervention. Seizing the moment, Captain America lunged forward as the ground once again gave way. He leapt, embedding his shield into the concrete to prevent his own fall, while Herman utilized the shockwaves to leap away and escape. "Where do you think you're going, Herman? You have nowhere to run." The seemingly inconspicuous Wasp managed to catch up to Herman, trailing closely behind and firing her electric stings repeatedly. Though the damage was minimal, Herman could not afford to have a tail while fleeing, so after another leap, he turned to confront the barely discernible Wasp in his line of sight. A figure of gold and crimson surged towards him at supersonic speed. Iron Man collided with him, sending him crashing back onto the street. With a graceful landing, Iron Man activated his armor's armor-piercing ammunition. "Surrender, Herman. I am unclear about the source of your titanium alloy, but I am certain your gear cannot withstand my firepower." Under the relentless assault, Herman chuckled. He suddenly realized that beyond merely killing Spider-Man, there existed another, more fitting path to notoriety. Even if the Avengers sought to apprehend him, they would ultimately return empty-handed. He raised his hands, feigning surrender, yet as Iron Man approached, a smile crept across his face. "Goodbye, Iron Man." As those words escaped his lips, the armor-piercing round was unleashed, yet the ground beneath Herman had already collapsed. He plunged into the sewers, creating a tremor that obliterated several meters of roadway, burying the entire sewer system and evading pursuit. Captain America, arriving on his motorcycle, could only watch as Iron Man and Wasp exchanged glances, bewildered by the crumbled street. As for Herman, he now had but one destination. Clad in his battle armor and bolstered by the last remnants of his strength and kinetic energy, he made his way to Otto's stronghold. This time, the stronghold did not require his key. The door had opened in anticipation of his arrival. Before the thrill could even enter, a mechanical claw seized him and pulled him inside. Subsequently, several tentacled robots slithered out to erase any evidence and sealed the base's entrance. "I witnessed your performance." A synthetic voice resonated from the shadows. "You could have slain Spider-Man. Why did you hold back?" Herman removed his helmet, nearly drenched in perspiration, and accepted a bottle of mineral water handed to him by the mechanical claw. "I do not know. Perhaps it is simply because I have never taken a life. Or perhaps it is because I believe Spider-Man can withstand that bridge. But if I were to kill, everything would change." Leaning against the wall, Herman took a prolonged pause before uttering these words. Otto remained silent for a considerable time before illuminating the base with lights that had never been turned on before. As the soft white light flooded the room, Herman finally beheld the enigmatic Otto. He appeared to be a middle-aged man with no semblance of mobility, his limbs paralyzed and encased in a cumbersome mechanical life support apparatus. It seemed even turning his neck was a challenge, with certain mechanical devices piercing his throat, merging his vocal cords with an electronic generator. His eyes, shielded by goggles, struggled to adjust to the brightness, while 4 dexterous mechanical appendages served as his current limbs. "A little light. Perhaps it will make you more comfortable, my friend." I truly did not expect you to be like this." Otto remained unfazed, merely turning to the antiquated computers to resume his calculations. "If you have an old friend like Norman Osborn, then you are fortunate to have turned out this way." Herman instinctively sensed that the doctor before him harbored many untold secrets, yet he refrained from probing further. After pouring the remaining water over his head, he made his request. "Could you assist me in contacting that big boss? I am certain he would not refuse the help of someone capable of unlocking any door." Otto adjusted his glasses with the mechanical claw. Is this what you aspire to do? To work after gaining notoriety? To secure a good job for yourself? Next, you aim to eliminate the Avengers. Iron Man, Captain America, Ant-Man, Wasp. Herman wisely omitted Hulk and Thor from his list. I wish to inform them that my equipment, Hermann Schultz's gear, far surpasses that of Tony Stark, Hank Pym, or anyone else. I am a true genius. Hermann's fundamental desire was to achieve fame, to achieve great renown. Thus, the Avengers became his target. To fulfill this ambition, he required substantial funds to upgrade his armor, particularly to enhance its cooling capabilities to avoid dehydration like today. Hence, he needed money. Lots of it, as he had depleted all his resources, and attempting a bank heist would likely lead to his capture by the Avengers before he could execute his plan. Thus, Hermann contemplated gold. Since Kingpin is willing to sponsor the creation of battle armor, it is certain that he would also be inclined to have me work for him, given that I have demonstrated my capabilities. Otto does not intend to refuse this new friend, Hermann, as he requires a person of considerable influence to investigate the strengths of the Avengers and other superheroes in order to adjust his weapon manufacturing plans. However, he faces another dilemma. What about Spider-Man? Can we truly say that we have vanquished him completely? Will it end here? He will seek me out, and once I have upgraded my armor, he shall no longer be my adversary. Chapter 20. The Avengers. Peter Parker experienced a most peculiar dream. Rather than a mere dream, it unfolded as an absurd fantasy. He envisioned the very spider that had bitten him, which, after being swatted away, did not perish but instead crawled towards the necks of others. One by one, Peter Parker was bitten anew, their faces flickering in the darkness. Toby Bug, Amazing Bug, MCU Holland Bug. Countless shadows of Spider-Man intertwined within his mind. It seemed as though a vast web, originating from himself, spread outward, each grid containing a different Spider-Man. Spider-Man, a distant yet indistinct voice beckoned him. You must seek out what? Another spider. The voice was gentle, feminine, strange yet inexplicably familiar, as if it were just within reach, yet shrouded by heavy mist. Peter yearned to inquire about the meaning of another spider. Did this universe harbor another spider? Or perhaps a Spider-Man from a parallel universe? Yet, he found himself utterly devoid of the strength to lift his eyelids, struggling to break free from the clutches of darkness. He emitted a meaningless groan, barely managing to open his eyes, only to see a young woman with short brown hair entering, carrying a platter of fruit. Upon noticing Peter's awakening, her smile was kind and warm, her gaze filled with concern. Was she the one who had called to him? She appeared somewhat familiar. Are you all right? She gently inquired. Do not worry, you need to rest now. Horror memories surged like a tidal wave. The fractured overpass, the roar of the subway, his body on the brink of collapse. Where is Herman? Has the battle concluded? Where am I? Peter abruptly sprang from the bed, instinctively flipping onto the ceiling, hanging upside down as he scanned the surroundings. Only then did he realize he was still clad in his tattered spider suit, the damaged mask neatly folded beside his pillow. Outside, the Manhattan skyline shimmered in the sunlight, and he could faintly discern the Empire State Building in the distance, allowing him to vaguely ascertain his location. However, from this vantage point, one building remained obscured from view. It was at this moment that Peter finally recognized why the woman seemed so familiar. His voice involuntarily rose in pitch. You are Ms. Janet Van Dyne? Where am I? Oh my goodness. Am I in the Avengers Tower? Is this truly happening? Janet, or rather the Wasp, was amused by Peter's exaggerated reaction. Relax, kid, of course you're in the Avengers Tower. Could you please come down from the ceiling? It's not great for my cervical spine to chat like this. Oh, of course, sorry. Peter then realized his lack of composure and hastily flipped himself down, only to find his legs weak, nearly collapsing to the floor. Every muscle in his body protested, each bone feeling as if it had been crushed and then awkwardly reassembled. Janet picked up the transparent touch panel by her bedside and glanced at the diagnostic report displayed upon it. Jarvis indicated that you were suffering from a severe tendon rupture, extensive internal bleeding caused by ruptured capillaries, significant damage to the alveoli, and numerous fractures. Under normal circumstances, you ought to be admitted to the ICU, disregarding any superhero-related matters. However, your condition is far better than any of us anticipated. That mutated spider has endowed Peter with an extraordinary ability for self-healing. Not as dramatic as Wolverine, but sufficient for him to recuperate from fractures after merely 2 or 3 days of rest. Consequently, he is less concerned about his own body and more preoccupied with another matter. What about Herman? Has that thrill been apprehended by the Avengers? Janet's expression momentarily solidified with subtle tension. This matter is best left for others to inform you. She sighed softly. I am merely a manager, tasked with overseeing the Avengers' social affairs, press conferences and apologies, but not the updates on battle conditions. Peter seized his mask, summoning the strength to rise. His instincts hinted that the situation was more intricate. The Avengers had not captured Herman. I apologize, but may I take a look? At that moment, within the Avengers conference room, a holographic projection was looping the footage of the battle between Spider-Man and the Thrill. Tony Stark reclined in his chair with his feet propped up on the conference table. His tone casual as though he were commenting on a sports match. Good news number 1. Herman Schultz is an insecure yet arrogant fool who would never share his masterpiece with anyone. Hence there exists only that unstable vibrating armor in the world. He snapped his fingers, quoting him directly. The Thrill stayed outside. Good news number 2, Tony continued. He has improved his weapon systems. Thus the equipment's descent into chaos is slower than anticipated. We still have time to catch this yellow Mario. As per usual, Tony Stark mercilessly assigned a nickname to this leaping, sewer-dwelling character, yet Steve Rogers did not find it amusing. His brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the projection of the battle with the Thrill. The issue was not Herman's arrogance. It lay in his utter ignorance of just how perilous his weaponry was. Once the core overloaded and exploded, it could obliterate everything within a 1-kilometer radius. And this was New York, one of the most densely populated cities in the world. At that moment, the conference room doors slid open. All eyes turned toward the entrance as Janet accompanied the faltering Peter into the room. Tony immediately whistled and exaggeratedly spread his arms. Fantastic! Our sleeping beauty has finally awakened. So how does it feel, kid? To face off against a supervillain for the first time? Not great, Mr. Stark. I feel more exhausted than I have ever felt in my life. Considering you nearly held up an entire overpass, I think exhausted scarcely captures your current state. Bruce Banner smiled gently, entirely unrecognizable as the Hulk. As for Ant-Man, Hank Pym, it was unclear why he was absent once more. What about Mr. Hank? I heard Miss Janet mention that he saved me, and I wish to express my gratitude to him. Don't bother. That fellow hardly leaves the laboratory. Just have the little wasp relay the message. Tony waved his hand dismissively, forcefully guiding Peter into the chair beside him. Listen, kid, you just accomplished a heroic feat, saving countless lives. How does it feel? Did I? Tony Stark found himself perplexed by the boy's retort. Why do you ask? Well, I completely lost consciousness at the end and have no idea whether I saved those people, so... Did I? The room fell into an abrupt silence. Yes, you did. Banner nodded. You held on for about 20 seconds. In fact, everyone had already evacuated and was shouting that they were safe, but you couldn't hear them at the time. Peter's shoulders finally relaxed. That's fantastic. No one was hurt. If I? All right, kid, you did well enough. Tony interrupted his self-reproach, giving his back a hearty pat and deliberately adopting a cheerful tone. Stopping supervillains, taking a beating, saving lives, you executed the standard superhero procedure. Now, your task is to go home, rest, do your homework, and not worry your family. Leave the rest to us. What do you mean by leaving the rest to us? Peter sensed an ominous undertone. So Herman is still out there? All right, Tony, let me speak with the boy. The captain sighed, taking over the conversation. Hank has determined that Herman Schultz's equipment has extremely unstable energy supplies, posing a risk of explosion. With each use, the likelihood of a catastrophic explosion increases. Therefore, the Avengers have decided to take full control of this case. We hope Spider-Man can withdraw from the upcoming operations. But Peter opened his mouth to say something. I understand, Captain, but if I encounter Herman in the midst of his actions, can I intervene? Of course, kid, you can do that until the Avengers take over the battle. The captain did not entirely dismiss Spider-Man's involvement in the action against the Menace. He merely established a boundary. But you must realize that the upcoming battle with the menace will be exceedingly dangerous. Each conflict could trigger an explosion from his weapon, so be mindful of your safety. All right, I should be going. If I return too late, my aunt and uncle will worry. Let Banner or Janet see you off. After sending away the clearly dejected Peter Parker, Tony turned to the captain, eager to ask the question that had been on his mind. So, Captain, what do you think of the kid? Steve Rogers stared at the ceiling, contemplating for a while before he let out a long sigh. He is a good kid. Ultimately, Steve said softly, possessing a pure sense of justice and empathy. So pure it is almost heart-wrenching. Did you notice what he focuses on? His concern is not so much about the number of lives he has saved, but rather the overwhelming guilt he would feel if he failed to save those individuals. Is that not commendable? I have witnessed soldiers on the battlefield who attribute the sacrifices of their comrades to their own shortcomings, pondering whether, had they performed better, had they leaped into action with greater fervor, those lives might have been spared. Steve Rogers gazes at the endlessly battling Spider-Man projected before him. Such soldiers strive to be among the first to fall on the battlefield, embarking on a path of self-destruction. Chapter 21. The reason for rising early: a vast array of tendon tears, fractures, ruptured alveoli, coupled with capillary necrosis. These injuries would suffice to confine an ordinary individual to the intensive care unit. Yet for Spider-Man, a few nights of profound slumber could remedy such afflictions. Peter Parker would never allow such minor injuries to deter him. The web-slinger would continue his vigilant protection of the city on the morrow. However, upon the break of day, Peter did not embark on his patrol, not due to any emotional turmoil stemming from a missed opportunity with the Shocker, but because he was unexpectedly caught off guard by Gwen Stacy. "Good morning, clever boy," she greeted as she appeared at his doorstep, a backpack slung over her shoulder. Peter instinctively scratched the back of his head, his tousled black hair bobbing like antennae. Good morning, Gwen. Up so early? I usually leave before you wake up. So I was curious how early you must rise to catch me," she replied, adding with a smirk, "Of course, it's mainly because my dad was busy late last night and told me not to wait up for him. Is the precinct work that troublesome? I heard there was a fellow jumping around Manhattan yesterday. I'm not sure." He seemed reluctant to divulge any details. Caught unprepared by Gwen's unexpected visit, Peter was unable to don his suit for patrol and thus accompanied her on the subway to Midtown Manhattan. As they purchased their tickets and boarded the train, casual conversation ensued. "How's the band situation going? Any leads?" "Yes, we've managed to locate a few classmates. MJ, Liz, Betty." "Oh, sorry. You don't know any of them except MJ." Gwen chuckled. "I seem to have made more friends than you, just as I mentioned before." Peter chuckled awkwardly. He never considered himself shy, yet the social dynamics among American students often favored the brawny football players while the scholarly talents like himself received scant invitations to dances. With a collective disdain for academics, it was no wonder Peter Parker found himself friendless. "What do you plan to do about training? I hardly believe Uncle Ben would permit you to bring the drumsticks home, let alone a drum set." "I suppose you're right." As the topic shifted, Gwen sighed but quickly added that they could address it later and redirected her inquiry. "You don't just ride the subway this early to school and then zone out until class, do you?" Peter contemplated fabricating a plausible excuse to justify his early rising, when an idea struck him. "Have you ever tried getting off one stop early or late?" Gwen's expression morphed into one of confusion, as expected. "What? I mean, get off one stop early or late, then walk to school. We still have plenty of time, so we could do this every day." Gwen's expression was akin to that of someone observing an extraterrestrial. "Is that truly the reason you wake up so early?" "No, actually, it's the opposite. I rise too early and have nothing to do, so I find ways to pass the time." Peter let out a sigh, a resigned smile gracing his lips. "Shall we go together? I have nothing pressing, so lead the way." This was the decision Peter would come to regret most deeply that day. It was not due to any flaw in the path he chose, but rather the moment he emerged from the subway station, where the colossal screen outside the mall erupted with a familiar roar. Just yesterday, our beautiful city had endured the terrifying devastation wrought by two lunatics. Spider-Man and a man clad in high-tech armor were locked in relentless battle. According to the latest reports from the police, this self-proclaimed supervillain, known as Shriek, was none other than the criminal apprehended after Spider-Man's so-called crusade against crime. Jonah Jameson's face flushed crimson, nearly bursting through the screen. Take a good look. Citizens of New York, what have these masked vigilantes brought us? More masked criminals. I can assure you, this so-called Shriek is a terrifying creation of Spider-Man himself. I assert that he has become a supervillain out of revenge against someone like Spider-Man, who places himself above the law. Just imagine, if the police or the Avengers had apprehended this Herman, would he have turned to crime? Then, Jameson abruptly stood up, thrusting his face toward the camera and bellowing, his spit flying. No, because he knows he deserves it. He knows he was captured by someone qualified, not by a lunatic in spandex swinging about and meddling. He wouldn't he feel unfortunate or that he shouldn't he have been caught. How I wish you had said such things when we first met, little bug. If only you had directed those words at Hermann Schultz instead of Shriek. Peter recalled Schultz's words from the previous day, a headache creeping in as he rubbed his temples. It seemed to convey another meaning. If only Spider-Man had told Hermann during the initial bank heist, brother, your weapon is truly remarkable, perhaps Shriek would never have come into being. Perhaps because he did not utter that single phrase, a supervillain emerged. For the first time, Peter found some merit in Jameson's words. Gwen was taken aback by Peter's remark. Seriously? Whenever Jameson discusses Spider-Man, even my dad would vehemently declare it all nonsense. Ha ha ha. Peter couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Did he really say that? He never curses in front of his daughter, but I could see it in his expression. That's precisely what he meant. So where are we headed? Peter casually pointed to an apartment building. There, the rooftop. Moments later, they arrived at the edge of the rooftop. Gwen stood at the precipice, gazing down. The view is quite lovely, provided one doesn't fall. Do you remember Andrew Derby? We were in middle school together. Never met him. After Gwen finished speaking, she struggled to recall a name from her memory. There was a first-year student who committed suicide by jumping off a building during our second year of junior high. Was it him? Yes, it was. Thus, as she strolled along the edge of the rooftop, Gwen was abruptly transported back to the safety of the terrace, where only Peter remained seated, gazing at the familiar New York street scene that he often visited for a fleeting minute or two. So, do you know him? I don't know him. I merely saw him 2 days before his incident. He appeared deeply despondent, as if burdened by some dreadful experience. Sometimes, when I pass by here, I wonder if I had taken a moment to speak with him, would things have turned out differently? Gwen was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to formulate her thoughts before she finally spoke. What if you had tried to persuade him, and he still chose to end his life? Wouldn't you start to blame yourself for not having an earnest conversation, for not having conveyed your sentiments effectively, Mr. St. Peter? But, please don't talk to me about this. Gwen sat down beside Peter, interrupting him. Wait. Give me a few minutes to think. All right, I have figured out what to say. You are absolutely unsuitable for working at a suicide hotline, Peter. If you approach your first day at work with your saintly notions, you will find yourself contemplating your own demise the next day. Burdened by the weight of those you couldn't save. Gwen offered a rather impolite yet fitting example. These matters, such occurrences, are not your responsibility. You need not feel accountable for others, especially for those who are unrelated to you. Kindness is admirable, clever boy, but excessive kindness can morph into a curse, and curses are never beneficial. Once Gwen had finished speaking, she settled beside Peter, and they sat in silence for a while. Gwen sensed that Peter might believe she did not truly understand him, that she was incapable of empathizing. Perhaps such matters were indeed beyond the realm of empathy. She decided to ask again. So, at times when these thoughts arise, you come here to sit. Does it make you feel any better? At least I have never jumped from here. Well, actually, there were once or twice when I did, but I swung back up. He had sought the sensation of free-falling a few times, though he felt less and less fear each time. Perhaps you should seek a priest for a proper confession? I am not religious. I believe in science. Then you can talk to me or Uncle Ben or Aunt May. Don't keep everything bottled up inside, clever boy. In response to this, Peter Parker merely offered a calm smile. I will. Gwen was uncertain if Peter truly absorbed her words, but she was aware that there was someone whose words he would undoubtedly heed. After school today, she would have a thorough conversation with Uncle Ben. Chapter 22. Look, that spider, the HR of the Daily Bugle certainly rises early. As Peter Parker approached the school gate, the morning light cast a slanting glow upon the asphalt. He opened his phone to check the internship resume he had submitted earlier, accompanied by an unexpectedly disappointing rejection. They stated that the position no longer required my presence. Perhaps I arrived too late, and they have already found someone. He had initially intended to use his earnings to purchase attire for the theme day prior to the homecoming. Even if you had applied for that position, you wouldn't receive your salary this month, would you? I was planning to advance a month's salary, he replied. Gwen could not help but roll her eyes at Peter, her golden locks creating a radiant arc in the sunlight. On the very first day, planning to advance your salary to buy a superhero costume? It's fortunate your resume didn't make the cut. Otherwise, when the interviewer asks you, how does your passion for journalism manifest? You would have had to respond, by getting a discount on Spider-Man merchandise. Why Spider-Man? Peter mused. Indifferent to the ongoing feud between Jameson and the Web-Slinger, everyone knows Jameson despises Spider-Man, berating him daily on television. Peter sighed. I suppose that means I shall not partake in the theme day festivities this year. You can still join in on the homecoming day activities. I suspect you lack a dance partner. Hey, Gwen. A fiery-haired girl collided with Gwen's back, cheerfully greeting her. It was then that Mary Jane finally spotted Peter. Hi, Peter. It feels like the first time I've seen you and Gwen attending school together. I usually rise quite early, so. How is the part-time position at the Daily Bugle? Any updates? Quite well, Mary Jane replied, releasing her hold on Gwen. They granted me an interview opportunity. Perhaps I might truly become an intern reporter for the Bugle. I believe you will succeed in the interview. Best of luck, Mary Jane. After Peter bid her farewell with a smile, Gwen gently elbowed Mary Jane, leaving the latter perplexed. After whispering something in her ear, Mary Jane finally understood the situation. I didn't mean to. Should I apologize instead? No need, after all, it was his inquiry. Just a gentle reminder to be cautious. Peter dismissed these trivialities as he made his way toward his locker, while the large screen nearby continued to broadcast the news program arranged by Midtown High School. Recently, turmoil has erupted in Wakanda. Following the demise of the former king, Chaka, armed factions within Wakanda, namely the White Apes, have launched numerous assaults, plunging the nation into chaos. The newly appointed king, T'Challa, claims that these attacks are influenced and supported by external forces, alongside widespread illicit mining of vibranium in Wakanda. As he absorbed the international news, Peter placed his backpack into the locker. He possessed only 2 suits. One had been severely damaged during a recent battle with the Shocker and the struggle to support a collapsing bridge, and he had yet to repair it. The other was the one he had brought with him. He had just closed the cabinet door when he heard Harry's playful exclamation. Exterminate. I am not the doctor, Harry. Peter turned to see Harry brandishing a robot toy, resembling a pepper shaker, adorned with a whisk and a toilet plunger. Listening to him, he continued, What do you think about me dressing up as a Dalek and shouting exterminate throughout the school on the first day of theme week? Does the doctor count as a superhero? What could be more super than the doctor? He saves the universe time and again, not through superpowers, but with his scientific knowledge and love for life. Gazing at his friend, who had transformed into a doctor once more, Peter clutched his book and inquired, Then why not dress up as the doctor yourself? I think you or Amadeus would be more fitting. You both are far brighter than I am. You could also portray a wizard. If I dress as a wizard, it would just be 2 suited gentlemen rather than the doctor and his extraterrestrial adversaries. As Harry spoke, he produced an old sonic screwdriver from the classic Doctor Who series, suggesting, no need for any cosplay expenses. Just find an old suit that family members no longer wear, and you'll have an appropriate outfit. What do you say, Dr. Peter? Witnessing his friend's subtle resolution of his own costume dilemma for theme day, Peter smiled sheepishly. Harry, thank you. No need for thanks. I am eagerly anticipating your interactions with the sonic screwdriver and the Dalek. Hey, Amadeus, are you planning to join theme day? You and Peter could dress as different incarnations of the Doctor. I have my own idea, Amadeus replied, his excitement surging as he discussed superhero transformations. I'll wear an oversized lab coat, put on a pair of glasses, change my hairstyle, and then I'll be all set. Harry felt a bewilderment he could hardly articulate. What's that? Uncle Rick? Bruce Banner? Dude, the Hulk. Both Peter and Harry were witnessing Amadeus's enthusiasm for the first time. Peter knew that in the 616 comic universe, Amadeus had briefly taken on the mantle of the Hulk. Yet he was surprised that someone his age was so enamored with the character. So what about the Doctor? You guys can handle that. It's too niche. It's likely to be seen as nerdy. Amadeus cheerfully departed after his comment, leaving Harry to reflect on his retreating figure for a moment before remarking, "Does he realize he is the biggest nerd among us three?" Indeed, much like an untransformed Bruce Banner. After gathering his thoughts, Peter and Harry proceeded to class. Yet it seemed that a series of unfortunate events had converged on that day. Not long after setting off, they were met with that familiar, annoying laughter, accompanied by the shrieks of girls. Peter glanced over to see a frightened girl crouching and sobbing, while the culprit of the chaos was none other than the familiar Carl King, who was laughing heartily as he stuffed his frightful prop into his pocket. Upon turning around, Peter encountered Carl King, who furrowed his brow. "This has nothing to do with you, Parker. Get lost. Have you sunk so low as to bully girls? I thought you were waiting to face off against the school's jocks at the homecoming football game." Hearing this, Carl flashed a smile and provocatively leaned closer to Peter, inquiring, "What about you, Skinny Parker? Do you dare to join in the homecoming football and take me on?" It was evident that, despite having been beaten by Peter, Carl did not perceive it as a failure on Peter's part. Rather, he simply believed he was inadequate in fights but felt quite confident in football. "No, I don't even understand the rules. Farewell, Carl. Don't let me catch you bullying classmates again." As Peter bid farewell, he remained motionless, clearly indicating that he wanted Carl to depart. Carl could not resist scoffing and then walked away, not forgetting to deliver a parting shot. "Remember this, Parker, you coward who won to face me on the field." Harry looked at Peter in surprise, noticing his nonchalant demeanor. "I thought you would be unable to resist accepting his challenge." "I wish I could, but I truly do not comprehend football. How can I play if I don't even understand the rules? Not to mention football, basketball, badminton, I don't even know the rules for table tennis." He then decided to check on the girl. Thus, Peter left Harry in a state of bewilderment. Why was it not even knowing about table tennis? Shouldn't everyone know how to play table tennis? While Harry pondered the relevance of table tennis, Peter had already consoled the girl and departed. It finally dawned on Harry. Indeed, a hero rescuing a damsel. However, she might not even hold any interest in him. "I shan't dwell on such matters. I merely wish to show concern, just in case." But concern for what? Peter himself was unsure. Meanwhile, after Carl King's departure, he pulled from his pocket the object intended to intimidate the girl. A spider, or more precisely, a spider specimen. 6 months prior, on the eve of their middle school graduation during the Osborne Science Fair, it was Carl who discovered the radioactive spider when it escaped from its display case and subsequently placed it on Peter Parker's nape. He had witnessed Peter's frantic reaction as the spider bit him. Carl had even considered keeping the spider as a pet, intending to unleash it upon those he deemed unworthy. However, after Peter swatted it away, the spider met an untimely demise underfoot, leading Carl to preserve it as a specimen for scaring others. Had Carl known the true nature of that spider, he would not have carelessly tossed it onto someone else. Similarly, had Peter possessed a broader understanding of Spider-Man's adversaries, not fixating solely on the potential classic villains but instead considering the less prominent foes, he would have recognized the considerable trouble Carl King could bring into his life. Chapter 23. Welcome to the new era. Hermann Schultz sat within the confines of the truck's cargo area, the chill of the metallic interior penetrating his armor and seeping into his very bones. In former times, he would have deemed anyone attempting to rob a bank in a truck utterly deranged. Was this a scene plucked from a Batman film? Did they believe they could emulate the Joker with a massive vehicle? Yet, reality often eclipses the absurdity of any script. The henchman of Kim, a figure clad in a purple jacket, merely tossed him a remark. This suit of armor was ill-suited for commandeering a conventional car for a heist, and Hermann certainly could not afford to spend another hour donning his gear at the bank's entrance. The sole option was to procure a truck and make his way to the bank from within its confines. As if by some cruel twist of fate, the wretched vagabond had arranged for an ice cream truck to serve as their vehicle. The entire apparatus was blaring the jingle of ice cream truck advertisements. Could they not silence this infernal cacophony? A furious blow resounded within the cargo area, and the driver's voice crackled through the intercom. "Apologies, buddy. We can't figure out how to turn it off. It blares the moment the ignition is on." Fuck. In truth, the vagabond was not mocking Herman's armor's heat dissipation issues. Unlike Herman, who was an uneducated faux illiterate, this individual was genuinely illiterate, lacking any comprehension of the convoluted technological gear. The choice of an ice cream truck was merely a result of that being the only available vehicle. Their target was the Horizon Laboratory, where the New York United Bank housed a plethora of materials, and the boss, Kim, had a particular interest in something within the vault. He required the finest locksmith, and none were more suited for the task than the formidable Thrill. The ice cream truck, resonating with the sounds designed to entice children, arrived at the bank's entrance. The driver and passenger disembarked, and as the surveillance cameras captured the two masked men kicking in the glass doors, the thunderous boom of a shotgun shattered the chandelier above. Herman leapt from the truck, and the moment his armored boots struck the ground, the concrete floor splintered into a web of cracks. However, he paid no heed to this detail as he strode into the bank, where his two accomplices had already subdued most of the staff. Within 3 minutes, the Avengers would arrive, and at that point, escape would be impossible. The driver urged Herman, "Can you manage it? 3 minutes for one lock. That should be more than sufficient, assuming you haven't misidentified the vault." As this imposing figure clad in high-tech armor approached, the bank manager, having discreetly pressed the alarm, found himself swallowing hard, his gaze fixated on the very embodiment of terror that had wreaked havoc in the city just days prior. "Where is the vault for Horizon Laboratory?" he inquired, a question that took the manager by surprise. Little did he anticipate that, upon receiving no reply, Thrill would raise his hand and shatter the bulletproof glass at the counter with ease, proceeding to ask once more with a nonchalance that belied the situation. "Where is the vault for Horizon Laboratory?" The bank manager, scrambling and nearly tumbling over himself, led Thrill to the vault's location. In a chilling moment, a hand rested upon the safe. Under the watchful eyes of the bank manager, the safe's door began to twist and contort, until it was abruptly torn away. The assailant discarded the severed door onto the ground, revealing the objective of this audacious heist. It was a glass aquarium? Why would Horizon Labs' experimental product take the form of an aquarium? Confounded, Herman lifted the aquarium-like object, sensing it was not made of glass, but rather some organic material, exhibiting remarkable resilience, perhaps a sample of a novel substance. He exited with the aquarium in hand, calling to Jean Bing and his vigilant subordinates. "I've secured the item. Let us depart." "All right. Hand it over to me." Jean Bing's men were momentarily taken aback. "Where did you procure an aquarium?" asked the nerds at Horizon Labs. Herman retorted, rolling his eyes beneath his armored mask as he thrust the aquarium into Jean Bing's subordinates' hands. "Take it back. I will divert the attention of any potential Avengers. We shall split up." The heist was executed with surprising ease, so much so that Herman found himself astonished. After activating his vibrational wave, he swiftly leapt away, using this efficient yet road-damaging method to escape the bank. This notorious criminal left a trail of destruction, providing the insufferable superheroes with clues, allowing his fellow henchmen to return the stolen goods to Hell's Kitchen. On that day, New York City's crime rate surged by 400 year-over-year, predominantly due to bank robberies, several of which featured the presence of the enigmatic assailant. Yet, before the true visage of this criminal was revealed, no one could ascertain his involvement in any particular heist, leaving the Avengers at a loss for capturing him. Now, let us summarize. We have acquired a figure akin to Ram, whose only distinction from the original lies not only in fortune but also in one critical aspect. Thus far, no lock has proven capable of withstanding the force of his fist. Tony, seated at the conference table, scrutinized the crime map of New York, where red markers proliferated like a rash, expressing his palpable frustration and fatigue, while the captain sighed in agreement. Hank, focused on the technological implications, noted the assailant's discerning taste. The items pilfered were primarily technological prototypes and data, with most not being weapons. Simultaneously, the frequency of bank heists in New York had surged. It was evident that these crimes served as a smokescreen for the true targets. Only those banks that had been breached by the assailant were genuinely of interest. Most of the stolen goods were experimental products from various laboratories, a significant portion of which had not even been patented. Someone had contracted this criminal with the aim of acquiring these technological innovations. Based on our understanding of Hermann Schultz, he harbors immense confidence in his own technology and would not readily employ others' methods. Moreover, he could not simultaneously mobilize such a vast number of personnel. The captain remarked, unfolding a list that featured the names of various New York underground gangs, generally outside the purview of the Avengers, yet it was crucial to identify who had hired the assailant. Hammerhead, Tombstone, the Serpent Society. Do we have any specific suspects? The captain spoke, his gaze drawn to the holographic projection of Mr. Jean Bing. It is my honor to have you join us, Mr. Schultz. Before them lay a banquet of exquisite delicacies that Hermann had never encountered, and he appeared diminutive beside the imposing figure of Jean Bing, who possessed a physique as formidable as a wall. Hermann was not clad in armor, rendering him even more insignificant in the presence of the man before him. Mr. Fisk, it is a privilege to work for you, Hermann declared, observing Jean Bing as he indulged in his meal while introducing himself. I hail from Harlem, and for us, you are. Thank you, Jean Bing interjected with a smile, picking up his knife and fork. I am pleased that you acknowledge my past. He waved his hand, making a somewhat inappropriate inference. Accomplishments. However, we are in a new era now, and it is common knowledge that the old ways are no longer effective. Thus, I need your assistance in unlocking the minds of those geniuses to explore their visions for the future. Upon finishing his statement, Jean Bing clapped his hands. From the shadows emerged his associate, clad in a purple jacket, a man who called himself the Wanderer, who placed the fish tank that Hermann had brought on the corner of the table. Following this, a slender man was ushered in. In this age, anything can create miracles. Much like this. Could you elaborate, Mr. Baker? Oh yes, certainly, Mr. Whisk. The timid, frail white man fumbled with his gestures, attempting to explain in a disorganized manner, what we see is merely light. The reflection of light creates everything. So, light is just an image, and if we can manipulate light. Calm down, Mr. Baker. Jean Bing smiled while slicing his salmon, gesturing for Hermann to join him. I am not well versed in science, so please be direct. What is the purpose of this device you are describing? Oh right. The man addressed as Baker seemed almost dazed but managed to stammer, it's a projector, but it targets not any physical entity but rather light particles, capable of directly altering their state of expression. This means that if this technology is perfected, we could create three-dimensional projections that appear to exist in reality, even when they do not. Thank you, Mr. Baker. Please escort him for some rest. Jean Bing waved his hand, signaling for Baker to be taken away. Just think of this. Projector. If our people can bring it to fruition, we can show the world what we want them to see. Like a marauding Spider-Man or a group of Avengers slaughtering innocents abroad. People may not believe the rumors that circulate, but they will trust their own eyes. Welcome to the new era, Mr. Hermann. Chapter 24. The past as Peter pushed open the door to his home. Fatigue washed over him like an overwhelming tide. The series of bank heists had left him utterly drained, and on the other hand, his application for a part-time position at the Daily Herald had seemingly vanished into oblivion, not due to someone else beating him to it, but rather because they had outright rejected him. The announcement seeking an intern for website maintenance still lingered on the school's internship bulletin. However, what weighed more heavily on his heart was the atmosphere at home. Where had he been recently? Why was he returning so late each day? Aunt May's voice floated from the kitchen, tinged with unmistakable concern. Don't worry, May, I will speak with him. Uncle Ben's voice was gentle yet resolute. He's a good kid. He won't stir up trouble. Peter stood at the threshold, silently sighing, before stepping inside. Aunt May seemed poised to say something, but Uncle Ben quickly moved forward, gently patting Peter's shoulder and guiding him away. I'll have a word with Peter, May. Everything will be fine. Come on, kid. The light in the garage was dim, and the air was saturated with the scents of motor oil and aged leather. Uncle Ben rummaged through a pile of clutter, eventually pulling out 2 pairs of boxing gloves. One tossed onto the hood of a car, while he deftly donned the other. Gwen mentioned a few things about you, Peter. He adjusted the straps of the gloves, his tone calm, but I believe that's not the whole story. There's something about spiders as well. ISNT there? Peter opened his mouth to speak. Don't just talk. Uncle Ben interrupted, nodding towards the other pair of gloves. Put them on. Let us practice. In silence, Peter donned the gloves and assumed the fighting stance Uncle Ben had taught him. Now, listen closely. Uncle Ben raised his hands into a defensive posture. You attack, and I'll defend. After each punch misses, reflect on why it didn't land, and only then throw your next punch. Peter threw a straight jab, which Uncle Ben effortlessly dodged. Just as he was about to adjust his stance and follow Uncle Ben's advice for a second punch, he received a light tap to his forehead. Ouch! Do you see, Peter? Dwelling on the past serves no purpose. Whether your last punch landed or not should not influence your next one. Standing here, the only thought you should entertain is what comes next. I know, Uncle Ben, but I just can't forget. Then think of something else, Peter. As Uncle Ben spoke, he removed his gloves and retrieved his old laptop from the car. After hearing Gwen, I knew you needed to see this, so I brought the computer down. I should have shown it to you long ago. Peter pressed his hand to his forehead and approached Uncle Ben's side as he opened the laptop. The screen illuminated, revealing a news article about a fire. Do you remember this fire? Of course, it was the first time I used my abilities to save people from a blaze. Have you seen this? Uncle Ben clicked on a bookmarked webpage that led to a video. On screen, a mother with red-rimmed eyes and a quivering voice spoke. I don't know who you are, nor whether you can see this, but I must say thank you. When the firefighter halted my path, it was you who rushed in to rescue my daughter. The video features a mother expressing her gratitude, her words becoming somewhat incoherent by the end. This was the first time Peter encountered such footage. Following that, a second video emerged, marking the arrival of Spider-Man. Spider-Man collaborated with the Disaster Control Agency to combat rioters. He assisted firefighters in extinguishing blazes in towering skyscrapers. He shielded police officers from bullets in the line of duty. He aided the elderly in retrieving their runaway doves, cleared graffiti from the walls of small shop owners, and even helped individuals find their lost cats. The myriad of deeds, both grand and humble, that Spider-Man had accomplished were now a blur to Peter, yet others remembered. They lacked the means to reach out to Spider-Man directly and could only express their gratitude in the simplest of ways. A website was created to compile these moments. I have never seen these, Peter's voice trembled. But you ought to, dear child. Uncle Ben's hand rested on his shoulder. Do not dwell solely on what you have failed to achieve. Consider what you have already accomplished. Regardless of how your adversaries malign you, or how Jameson slanders your name, those you have aided will always know the truth. He paused, his gaze resolute. Spider-Man has instilled hope in the hearts of many. Peter, what is it that troubles you? Do you feel insufficient in your efforts? Look at how you have improved the lives of so many. My nephew has long been a hero capable of bringing smiles to the world. What you have achieved is far more significant than what you have not. Peter's throat tightened. He had always perceived his actions as mere trifles, never contemplating their potential to effect genuine change. These individuals, their lives have improved because of me? He murmured, as if questioning Uncle Ben, or perhaps himself. Can I truly accomplish such feats? Uncle Ben nodded with a warm smile. You have indeed made a difference. Observe these videos. Your assistance will forever resonate within them. Your past is not solely defined by what you have not done. It constitutes but a minuscule fraction compared to your accomplishments. I am immensely proud of all that I have witnessed in my nephew, and you should take pride in this as well, Peter. Thank you, Uncle Ben. I find myself at a loss for words. Peter gazed at the videos, seemingly lost in thought, before finally chuckling through his tears. So, Spider-Man brings hope to everyone. If a friendly neighbor cannot find joy, who else can? Indeed, I will carry smiles and hope with me every single day. Ben. Peter. Aunt May's voice called from within the house. All right, go and apologize to your Aunt May. After his statement, Uncle Ben lowered his voice. If you continue to return this late, you won't be able to deceive her again. I won't never again. Upon returning to his room, Peter retrieved an old briefcase from the depths of his closet and took out a worn notebook, an heirloom of Richard Parker, containing some of his preliminary thoughts during work, including the synthesis formula for Spider-Man's web fluid. However, the antiquated web fluid was no match for the ominous threats he faced. Peter opened his computer, cross-referenced the notes, and began his endeavor to refine the formula. Previously, He had never contemplated the possibility of improving upon his father's invention. Yet now, gazing at those formulas and the hand-drawn diagrams of the web structure that felt so intimately familiar, Peter meticulously catalogued every chemical reagent he could find within the confines of his school. He then began to construct a new web model on his computer, one that would emerge from a reimagined web fluid structure. It seemed that one must sometimes push oneself to the limits. He murmured to himself, never having imagined he could achieve such feats within the Marvel Universe. Bottles of chemical agents tumbled out from his cupboard, which he carefully packed into his backpack, knowing that the remaining supplies could be found at Midtown High School. As a representative high school collaborating with Osborne Technologies, the institution was equipped with an array of sophisticated instruments. Surely, no teacher would mind his borrowing a few chemical materials. Theoretically, the strength of the new web could enhance by approximately 20%, sufficient to confront the menacing foe. However, there was one critical point to consider. The villain was now exceedingly cautious, moving in tandem with others and opting for rapid retreats during bank heists, leaving no opportunities for confrontation. If he could not locate the menace, devising a strategy to overcome him would be futile. Fortunately, he had two remarkable friends, one suspected to be the seventh greatest genius in the world, and the other presumed to be the heir to Osborne. Together, they had joined a detective agency, led by a superhero whose profession was detective, albeit he had yet to manifest any superpowers. As darkness deepened, Peter checked the time, realizing he still had a couple of hours to sleep. He intended to return his notebook to his bag and retire to bed. While rummaging through his backpack, he stumbled upon an old Canon camera that belonged to Richard Parker. Curiously, he powered it on and was astonished to find it still functional. Had the Daily Bugle issued a call for Spider-Man photographs? Placing the camera on the desk, he lay down on his bed and closed his eyes. Very well, Herman. This time it is my turn to seek you out. Chapter 25. The detective segment two-time rewinds to the afternoon of the harrowing confrontation between the Spider-Man and his nemesis. Sheriff George Stacy stood at the entrance of a dilapidated apartment building in Harlem, inhaling deeply. The weathered walls were riddled with cracks, resembling the scars etched upon the lives of the city's underprivileged. As he raised his hand to knock, his knuckles produced a faint thud against the peeling door. The door swung open to reveal an elderly black woman with graying hair. She was the mother of Hermann Schultz. Her gaze was devoid of life, akin to a stagnant pool, as if she had long surrendered to her fate. Mrs. Schultz, I believe you are already aware of your son's actions. George's voice, though gentle, sliced through the silence like a knife. The air within was thick with the scent of cheap coffee and worn furniture. Rather than escorting her to the precinct, he had opted for a personal visit. Colleagues awaited downstairs, prepared to respond to any potential horror, yet it was evident that Hermann had no intention of returning home. If you wish to inquire about my son's whereabouts, officer, I know nothing, the elderly woman replied, numbly rubbing the edge of her apron. Her voice rasped like sandpaper. I never cared where they went, what they did, nor whether they met a violent end on the streets. My father died in a gang shootout. My brother was gunned down. My eldest son was killed by the police, and my second son was stabbed in the alley, bleeding to death. I am truly sorry, ma'am, George uttered softly. I am not blaming you, officer. This is the ordinary existence of those who live here. Mrs. Schultz lifted her head, her eyes clouded with despair. But Hermann is different. He always believed he did not belong here, that he was not one of us, that we shared no common language. Officer, so do you think Hermann would ever confide in me? George's pen hovered above his notepad as the wail of an approaching ambulance echoed from outside, growing nearer before fading away. I can offer you nothing, officer. She turned toward the stove, her stooped figure resembling a gnarled tree bent by the relentless winds of fate. Because Hermann has already attained everything he desired. George hesitated, catching a glimpse of a stack of cash concealed within the cupboard. Silently, he closed the cabinet door and nodded, departing from the Schultz residence. The post-school sunlight streamed slantwise into the empty clubroom. The so-called Super Detective Society, boasting over 20 members, currently comprised only Jessica and 3 newcomers, seated around a battered desk. Peter abruptly pushed aside the old disc of the ABC Murders, which he had intended to screen, and produced a USB drive. I have a new proposal, How about we attempt to catch a thriller? Jessica nearly choked on her soda. You mean, the four of us high school students are going to apprehend a supervillain capable of blowing up an overpass? We're merely engaging in club activities. We aren't actually going out to arrest anyone. What could be more meaningful than deducing the whereabouts of an escaped supervillain? Friends, the Avengers and the police have failed to catch him. We don't have many leads. What are we basing our deductions on? The exaggerated reports from the Hornet Daily? In response to Jessica's inquiry, Peter merely smiled faintly. I have a friend whose father serves as the chief of police at the Midtown precinct, overseeing this case. Peter concocted a rather dubious source for his information, though it could hardly be deemed entirely fabricated. While Peter Parker might struggle to extract any insights regarding the terrifying case from Chief Stacy, Spider-Man, on the other hand, could certainly manage. Jessica's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she exclaimed, "Are you implying that you can procure the latest internal police reports?" "Not always, but this time, indeed," Peter replied, inserting a USB drive into the computer. The projector's blue light illuminated the screen, revealing images and pertinent details about Herman Schultz. It truly is absurd. Prior to Peter's encounter with Herman, he scarcely knew anything about this villain. Among Spider-Man's myriad adversaries, who would pay attention to Shocker? The 1994 Spider-Man series barely scratched the surface of his character, and the live-action film merely depicted him as a minor character wielding Crossbone's gauntlets. Even in the Marvel Spider-Man game, not only was his origin overlooked, but the Sinister Six were notably absent. Even the Chameleon received a solo spotlight, yet Shocker did not. Had I perused more comic books, I might have come to grasp such an obscure character, but in my previous existence, I was merely an onlooker. Transporting me into the Marvel Universe would have been less appealing than a journey to the Three Kingdoms. As Peter mentally grumbled, he began presenting the meticulously crafted PowerPoint. Shocker, originally named Herman Schultz, hails from Manhattan's Harlem district. Wait a moment. It states here that he possesses only a middle school education. Gazing at the projected resume, Harry logically inquired, does this imply that his equipment was manufactured by someone else? No, he fashioned his own gear. His criminal associates can attest to that, Peter clarified, observing the skeptical expressions of his companions. He continued to elucidate, although Herman has only a middle school education, it is due to familial circumstances that hindered his schooling. He possesses remarkable engineering skills and, prior to becoming Shocker, he had employed similar vibrational wave weaponry, robbing the bank where he later battled Spider-Man, only to be defeated and apprehended. Jessica promptly posed the next question. When did this occur? Inside the precinct, he picked a lock with a hairpin, incapacitated an officer, and absconded with his equipment, Peter recounted. The group was left bewildered, uncertain whether to criticize the NYPD's incompetence or to marvel at the audacity of such a talent who managed to escape post-capture. So, he faced Spider-Man after a week? Even Amadeus was taken aback by this revelation. Are you suggesting that a middle school-educated individual, after just being apprehended, managed to modify a suit capable of rivaling Spider-Man-S in merely a week? Amadeus mused, unable to restrain himself. Is the brilliance of New York's geniuses somewhat undervalued? Well, we have uncovered a lead. Jessica astutely discerned something. Gentlemen, this individual crafted an armored suit after his escape and subsequently made his way to the very bank where he was previously vanquished by Spider-Man. Has he remained blameless in the interim, committing no offenses and stealing nothing from this bank? Peter? Indeed, Peter acknowledged, reflecting on a detail. I heard Sheriff George mention that upon his arrest, the suspect initially exhibited emotional stability. However, during interrogation, when two officers dismissed his claim of having constructed the equipment himself, they ridiculed him, leading to his subsequent escape. Thus, we are confronted with a narcissist, perhaps battling feelings of inadequacy. His lack of formal education fuels a desire for it, giving rise to a sense of inferiority, and he becomes easily enraged when others fail to recognize his hard-won inventions. This compels him to seek out Spider-Man. Harry grasped the implication. Is it vengeance he seeks? Or merely validation? After Jessica concluded her thoughts with a shrug, she remarked on the futility of it all. The police have access to this information, yet they have failed to locate him as have the Avengers. Knowing this holds little value, Harry interjected, we must find him or draw him out. What if Spider-Man were to provoke him? Amidst the silence, Peter suddenly proposed the idea. and Jessica was the first to respond. What? During the confrontation with Spider-Man, he nearly faced defeat, having destroyed an overpass to facilitate his escape while Spider-Man was occupied with rescuing others. Thus, he did not truly conquer Spider-Man, he fled. Peter pondered, tracing his fingers thoughtfully. If Spider-Man were to provoke him once more, would it yield results? Perhaps. Harry scratched his head. But how do we notify Spider-Man? There exists a website where individuals express their gratitude to Spider-Man, as his true identity remains a mystery. A smile crept across Peter's face. We might convey our hypothesis on that site. If Spider-Man can see it, he will know how to proceed. Chapter 26. Do not challenge Batman? What about Spider-Man? The members of the detective agency gathered together to record a heartfelt thank you video for Spider-Man. After uploading the video, they engaged in casual conversation for a while before parting ways. Naturally, Peter Parker did not head home. Like a stealthy feline, he quietly slipped into the deserted chemistry laboratory. If Jonah Jameson were to discover this, Peter mused while rummaging through reagent bottles. He would surely be beside himself with glee. Spider-Man had officially broken the law for the first time. However, this was Peter Parker's doing. What did it have to do with Spider-Man? Thankfully, there were no cameras in the classroom. Let us see. I can probably concoct 3 batches of web fluid. I hope that will suffice. I also hope to wrap this up tonight. Who knows when Herman's boxing gloves might explode. In less than 20 minutes, 3 vials of iridescent web fluid were stowed away in his coat pocket. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he exited the school. Unbeknownst to Peter, Carl King, who had been lingering nearby after football practice, caught sight of him leaving the building and felt a surge of curiosity. What could the scrawny Parker be doing at school so late? Was he tinkering with something? Could he possibly leverage this to regain some pride? Intrigued, Carl sneaked into the laboratory, searching for clues about Peter's activities. After a fruitless search, he caught a whiff of a chemical odor emanating from a particular workstation. What was he up to? Curiosity piqued. Carl opened the drain cover of the sink and discovered some white substance clinging to it. Was this what Peter Parker was involved with? He attempted to tear off a piece but found it stubbornly resistant, leading him to mutter a curse. Making a mental note, he exited the chemistry lab, unaware that the web fluid would degrade on its own within 2 hours. By the time he returned tomorrow, it would be gone. Meanwhile, Peter completed his change of attire and placed a call to Uncle Ben. Hello? Uncle Ben. I'll be home a bit late tonight. Just tell Aunt May that her concerned nephew is out enjoying the festivities. What festivities? Remember to watch the Daily Bugle on TV. An unprecedented thrill coursed through him like electricity as Spider-Man soared through the twilight of Manhattan. Next, he sought a battleground, and to ensure safety and avoid disturbances, he needed to secure the area. While he could locate Sheriff Stacy, she lacked the authority to cordon off an entire combat zone. The ones who possessed that power were the Avengers. He swung his way to Avengers Tower, expertly landing on the helipad before making his way inside.
Halt, soldier.
Cross any further and you'll enter a restricted zone, Steve Rogers said, stepping out in a short-sleeved shirt, coffee in hand. Peter had no choice but to explain, I possess a sort of danger sense, Captain. If I step into a hazardous area, I will know. That's not a valid reason for recklessness. Kid. What brings you here? I have discovered a method to lure out the formidable adversary known as the Thrill, yet 2 challenges remain. The first involves the need to secure a section of the road, and I find myself lacking individuals of sufficient influence to accomplish this task. Thus, I pondered whether the Avengers might lend their assistance. This should not pose a significant challenge. The second dilemma? You may enlighten us on that, leaving the resolution to the Avengers. However, therein lies the crux of the matter, Captain. The Avengers cannot intervene. Peter articulated his stipulation. The last encounter with Herman ended with his retreat, and this is my strategy to draw him out, a fair battleground where he willingly engages in a duel. Should the Avengers become involved, he is likely to flee. The captain succinctly articulated his opposition. So, you would have us place all our hopes upon your ability to defeat the Thrill, while simultaneously banking on the fact that his weapon will not detonate. I propose this plan not out of a belief in my impending failure, Captain. I present this strategy because I simply feel that I am capable. Peter removed his mask, gazing at Rogers, who returned the look with a sigh before retrieving his phone. "You've won, kid. I know a friend who can assist you." Peter caught a fleeting glimpse of the name Nick Fury on the screen, and a smile broke across his face as he expressed his gratitude. After donning his mask once more, he prepared to depart. Yet the captain had another inquiry. Kid, where do you intend to establish this closure?" "Times Square, Captain." As he watched Spider-Man dart away, the captain nodded and dialed. "All right, Nick, I need your help to secure Times Square. I'm not insane. Only in a place of significant stature would Herman be inclined to agree to a duel, and Times Square presents itself as the optimal choice." Upon arriving, Peter retrieved his old camera, weaving through the buildings in search of the perfect vantage point. When the time for battle arrived, he would affix the camera in place, setting it to automatic, hoping to capture a few shots worth selling to Jameson. If only someone had informed me how American high school students could swiftly amass wealth beyond part-time jobs and crime before my journey, I would find myself, much like the true Peter Parker, snapping photos of my own. Once I am financially stable, I aspire to create a high-tech base akin to that of Peter Parker from the parallel universe, filled with an array of costumes, or perhaps I shall first augment my uniform's visor with display capabilities. Yet, I find myself at a loss for lucrative ventures. If only I had traversed as Harry Osborn instead. For now, I must bide my time until the Brazil World Cup and persuade Uncle Ben to place all his bets on Brazil winning 7-1, a memory etched deeply within me that even this journey cannot erase. Alas, it is 6 o'clock, the live broadcast time for the Daily Bugle. Next stop, the Daily Bugle building. It is time to finally meet my most ardent fan. Within the media edifice of the Daily Bugle, Jonah Jameson scrutinized yet another press release he had penned that day, another diatribe against those accursed masked fiends. He took a sip of water and cleared his throat, when suddenly his old friend Robbie burst into the studio. "Jonah, we have a situation. What could possibly be so significant, Robbie?" "Spider-Man has arrived." Jameson's expression momentarily faltered before he swiftly regained composure. "Ah, that wretched arachnid has finally graced us with his presence. As long as I, Jameson, draw breath, I shall never allow this monstrosity to undermine our freedom of the press." "He is not here to undermine the freedom of the press, Jonah," Robbie interjected, halting Jameson's tirade. "He has brought us an exclusive story." Jameson's demeanor instantly stiffened. "Welcome to today's Daily Bugle News. Before we commence with the formal news report, we have received a special video." Moments later, in the studio, Jameson felt a wave of nausea, akin to having consumed something repugnant. Were it not for Spider-Man's warning of the potentially explosive weapon, he would have disregarded the matter entirely. "Hey, it's me, Spider-Man. Remember?" The video was clearly a self-recorded clip, revealing Spider-Man's large face filling the frame. "I recall that day when I bested you, forcing you to resort to threats concerning the safety of innocents to make me flee. What's the matter? Have you been hiding lately?" "I was beaten," a furious Herman, holed up in his lair, retorted. "I nearly had you that day, you wretched insect." He resolutely decided to ignore the insufferable arachnid and declared that he would not venture out. "I understand you might be afraid, worried that you cannot best me, or perhaps that your weaponry is not as formidable as you claim, or maybe you are simply fearful of the Avengers. If that is the case, fret not. I have it all under control. Tonight at 8, it will be just you and me, facing off in Times Square. No Avengers, no police, but the eyes of all New York's media will be upon us. I will showcase to the world that your weaponry is far from impressive, Scorpion." "My weaponry is unimpressive." Enraged, Herman flung open his wardrobe, retrieving his uniform, then hesitated, contemplating the wisdom of such a decision. The entire media of New York would be present, after all. Moreover, if that pest wasn't lying, he would be alone. After careful consideration, Herman began to strip off his attire, donning his uniform. There would be no better opportunity. All of New York's media would remember the day Scorpion triumphed over Spider-Man. Chapter 27. A Shocking Finale, Part 1. The neon lights of Times Square pulsated like a vibrant tide, as colossal electronic screens flashed alternating news headlines, rendering the forthcoming confrontation akin to a battle of the century. The National Guard stood poised, having sealed off the entirety of Times Square. The interiors and rooftops of nearby buildings were evacuated, in accordance with Steve Rogers' directives, establishing a 1-kilometer perimeter around Times Square as a security zone to avert any potential explosions. Yet, no matter how stringent the blockade, it could not quell the fervor of New Yorkers. Beyond the barricades, a throng surged like a tidal wave, countless smartphones and cameras raised high, striving to capture the pinnacle clash between superheroes and villains. Although they were destined to record only indistinct silhouettes, their enthusiasm remained undiminished. Most among them were neither fans of Spider-Man nor of the menacing figures, yet this did not deter them from perceiving the battle between hero and villain as a form of entertainment, especially given the gravity of such a challenge. Amidst the cacophony of the crowd, a delightful spectacle unfolded. A figure clad in a makeshift Spider-Man costume stood out remarkably, Eugene Thompson from Midtown School, brandishing a homemade support sign to rally for Spider-Man, contrasting sharply with other onlookers. Although the first to arrive was the villain, with a thunderous crash, Hermann Schultz descended upon the very heart of Times Square like a cannonball, causing the ground to fracture instantaneously and debris to scatter. He slowly rose, surveying the surroundings, as every screen was trained upon him, and every media outlet focused their cameras for exclusive close-ups, showcasing his formidable presence. In that moment, Hermann Schultz basked in unparalleled satisfaction. He was the epicenter of the world. Regrettably, this glory lasted barely 10 seconds. A figure clad in red and blue plummeted from the sky, executing a graceful somersault in midair before landing with the poise of a quintessential superhero, straightening up and shrugging his shoulders. Just as Peter was about to quip about the absence of applause for himself, an unfamiliar voice surged from the crowd. "Go, Spider-Man. Give him a good thrashing. Am I actually gaining fans in this era?" Peter raised an eyebrow in surprise, striding toward Hermann while gesturing with his hand. "Good evening, Hermann. Are you pleased with the stage I've prepared for you? Very well, Bug. You certainly know how to frame yourself for the spotlight. Tonight, everyone will witness how I triumph over Spider-Man." Before his words could fully dissipate, he struck the ground with both fists, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rippled outward, causing the earth to splinter and debris to shoot forth like bullets. In that moment, he was convinced that Spider-Man could not evade this invisible barrage of continuous tremors. Even if he managed to dodge, the airborne debris would surely strike him down. This was his strategy against Spider-Man. As long as he kept this peculiar creature at bay, he could remain invincible. However, Spider-Man merely leaped into action, gradually closing in on Shriek. It seemed as though he deftly evaded each shockwave with his precise jumps and agile maneuvers, while every fragment of debris hurled into the air artfully missed his path. He appeared to perceive the approaching vibrations with uncanny swiftness. Just as Shriek realized Spider-Man was drawing near, it was already too late. The webbing decisively adhered to the cracked pavement, and a large section of the road was yanked up by Spider-Man, crashing solidly onto Shriek's head. "I had initially intended to greet you amicably before the battle, Hermann. Perhaps we could still make amends?" After hurling the debris, Spider-Man stood before a staggered Shriek, resuming his outstretched pose. Yet, Shriek merely shouted for him to be quiet, struggling to regain her balance. "If it weren't for our first encounter, I would have preferred a more cordial exchange. Given our initial meeting, this skirmish wouldn't have felt so intense. I hesitate to mention it, but your shockwave attacks are rather monotonous, so why not consider surrendering? I have not yet been defeated." With his armor's cooling system perfected and brimming with confidence under the watchful eyes of the media, Shriek retaliated with a shockwave of her own, which Spider-Man effortlessly dodged with a graceful roll. Even the dullest of minds would grasp that, despite the invisibility of the shockwave, Spider-Man was entirely capable of sensing and evading it. In other words, the shockwave's intangibility posed no hindrance to Spider-Man. Furthermore, his opponent employed a distinctly different combat style, and the towering skyscrapers of Times Square provided an ideal battleground for Spider-Man. Utilizing his webbing, he soared and dodged repeatedly, luring Shriek into a relentless barrage of attacks. Should Shriek attempt to halt her assault, he would swiftly close the distance. From their previous encounter, Shriek had come to realize that in close combat, her defenses paled in comparison to Spider-Man's prowess. Thus, preventing Spider-Man from approaching became the most logical strategy. As a result, the battle escalated instantaneously, with Hermann cranking the frequency of his shockwaves to the highest level. as the buildings of Times Square were relentlessly struck. The billboards and large screens suspended above began to fall incessantly. For reasons unknown, Spider-Man caught each one with his webbing, ensnaring them amidst the skyscrapers and weaving a massive net above Shriekus' head, laden with countless falling objects. Amidst the tense skirmish, Shriek remained oblivious to the fact that her shockwaves were failing to shatter Spider-Man's web. With a nimble roll, Spider-Man landed on the ground, kneeling on one knee as he launched webbing that ensnared Shriek's firing device post-launch. Herman clenched his fists, poised to shatter the web clinging to him, only to discover, much to his surprise, that this time the web did not disperse as expected. He glanced at Spider-Man's web shooter on his wrist and promptly increased its output. At last, the web was torn asunder, and the onslaught of the thrill began anew. Spider-Man leapt once more, soaring through the air. The anticipated shockwave of the thrill arrived, intensified. The reinforced shockwave shattered the webs that ensnared the billboards and large screens, causing them to plummet to the ground, heavy with the weight of their descent, stirring up a massive cloud of dust that obscured the thrill's vision. So, this is your scheme? You enhanced your webbing to bring these down? You thought this would bring you closer to me? A powerful shockwave erupted from the dust, shattering the glass of numerous buildings. In an instant, the debris, along with the colossal billboards and screens, was sent flying, widening the thrill's view. It dawned on him that Spider-Man was not waiting for the dust to settle, but rather for the moment he activated the thrill's device. Amidst the night, a slender silhouette eclipsed the radiant lights, followed by the red and blue hero dashing across the toppled screen. Webbing continuously shot from his wrist shooter, connecting to a massive billboard. He then leaped onto the screen, hefting the gigantic billboard and bringing it crashing down. Countless media helicopters and cameras could only capture the sight of the enormous billboard striking the ground.
J. Jonah Jameson.
Reporting the truth for the Daily Bugle, the thrill, half buried beneath the billboard, struggled to lift it. Although it was indeed heavy, his enhanced strength should have made it feasible. Unfortunately for him, Spider-Man would not grant him that opportunity. Webbing ensnared his raised hands, and with a decisive tug, he pulled the thrill from beneath the billboard and directly before him. It is over, Herman. Spider-Man lifted him with one hand while gripping his armored arm with the other. You are under arrest for carrying flammable and explosive materials. The curtain falls on the thrill. Chapter 28. The shocking finale, Part 2. The curtain falls? No, the horror never fades. Herman's shriek pierced Peter's eardrum like a dagger. He struggled frantically, attempting to clench his fists, his knuckles whitening with exertion. Peter was compelled to release the hand that restrained him, instead gripping the sides of the horror gauntlet with all his might. The metal groaned under the pressure of his grip, twisting and warping, yet ultimately it was a moment too late. With a resounding explosion, a shockwave erupted, sending Peter flying like a severed kite, his back colliding violently with a heap of scrap metal. No, 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 Herman. Peter sprang to his feet in a fish-like motion. His urgency was not due to the horror attempting to flee, but rather the gauntlet spiraling out of control. Sparks erupted from the seams, reminiscent of a dying beast's final gasps. Three possibilities emerged. First, the horror launcher had reached its limit and was on the brink of exploding. Second, the horror launcher had merely been damaged by Spider-Man, having reached the end of its operational lifespan. Third, the horror launcher was indeed broken and poised to detonate. Staggering, the horror remained oblivious to this reality, raising its fist towards Spider-Man. However, it stumbled, the punch veering off course, while more sparks erupted from the gauntlet. All right, let us dismiss the second possibility. Two strands of webbing secured themselves to the ground behind the horror, pulling Spider-Man directly in front of it. Peter immediately began to forcefully dismantle the horror launcher. One hand grasped the horror's arm while the other tugged forcefully, prying away the titanium alloy shell of the gauntlet and revealing the internal wiring. Just like your previous launcher, right? Only scaled down to fit inside the arm. Good. I recall the structure, let me see. Step aside. The horror's other arm swung in a punch accompanied by shockwaves. Had Peter not crouched in time, it would have struck his head. He gazed at the horror in astonishment. Hey, buddy, I'm trying to save you. Don't you realize your equipment is malfunctioning? The horror, slightly dazed from being struck by a billboard, focused on the sparks emanating from its gauntlet and regained some clarity. In a sudden burst of aggression, it headbutts Spider-Man, the titanium helmet making intimate contact with his skull. With a resounding thud, Spider-Man was sent reeling, stars dancing in his vision as he stumbled back several meters. I can handle all of this. I just need to first take care of you. What? Spider-Man was at a loss for words, throwing up his hands in exasperation. Dude, you've already lost. It's so obvious. What more do you want? So many cameras. So many screens. I cannot lose. I refuse to lose. Well, this was clearly a lost cause for communication. Peter sighed, having initially thought the media spotlight could draw Herman out. He never anticipated it would drive Herman to a state of neurosis. The man had likely succumbed to some form of exposure syndrome. There was truly no saving him. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that his launcher could detonate at any moment. The time of the explosion remains a mystery. Allow me to ponder for a moment. As Peter executed a backflip to evade the wavering vibrational wave hurled at him by Herman, he began to contemplate the current predicament. Although Herman had emerged victorious, disassembling his armored gauntlet would require time, and the uncertainty of when it might explode loomed over him. He wished for a countdown timer like those in films, which would be tremendously convenient. No, wait, I could artificially induce an overload in the launcher to trigger an early detonation. Another deft tilt to dodge a vibrational wave aimed at his head. Peter strived to recall his first encounter with Herman. He had once picked up an antiquated, terrifying launcher and meticulously examined its inner workings. If only he could remember. Herman's initial launcher had the capacity to slice through an entire building, yet subsequent iterations lacked such formidable power, indicating that Herman himself was aware of the necessity to refrain from allowing the launcher to reach its maximum output. Moreover, the vintage terrifying launcher possessed a critical flaw. Its safety mechanism could not function properly, allowing it to disregard the power levels and spiral into chaos. If he could replicate these two aspects, first utilize maximum power to propel himself upward, then disengage the safety to induce an overload, what if the flaw still existed? Let me see. The helicopters capturing the scene observed in bewilderment as Spider-Man tore away the outer shell of the other gauntlet, while simultaneously watching as Herman attempted to strike Spider-Man with punches and kicks, all of which were deftly evaded. Meanwhile, Peter scrutinized Herman's equipment, referencing his memories in search of the safety mechanism. He discovered that Herman controlled the power of the launcher through the degree of his clenched fists, and the safety device was perpetually jammed. This indicated that Herman had not rectified the flaw. Instead, he merely attempted to manage his frequency to avoid overwhelming the jammed safety. Very well, Herman. Given that we are in the heart of New York City, I shall unleash my full potential. He located the section securing the gauntlet at the elbow, forcefully disassembling it, and with all his strength, he ripped Herman's gauntlet from him, awkwardly affixing it to his own arm. At that moment, Herman remained oblivious, lost in a daze, prompting Peter to bind him with webbing and set him aside. Then he clenched his fists with renewed determination. I am about to take flight. Spider-Man ascended, quite literally, as a colossal shockwave struck the ground, creating a substantial crater. He was propelled into the air by the immense force, soaring upwards, all the while dismantling the safety of the gauntlet. Ensuring his fists were tightly clenched, he faced the ground. Unsure of how high he could ascend, he beheld the entirety of Manhattan, soon followed by nearly all of New York. With his back to the earth, he tightened his fists. A tremendous shockwave instantaneously dissipated the clouds over New York City, propelling Spider-Man directly towards the ground. Due to the immense force, his armored limbs were separated from him mid-air, only to be flung skyward by the reactionary thrust, culminating in a brilliant flash of light. Now, a singular question lingered in his mind. As Spider-Man plummeted freely, he pondered, was I a kilometer away from that thing? The aftershock of the explosion hastened his descent. Peter squinted against the blinding light, gazing at the ever-approaching Manhattan. At this height, in free fall, even if he utilized his webbing to cling to a building, the acceleration could easily sever his limbs. Well, he had envisioned countless scenarios akin to this in his mind, mastering the art of high-altitude rescue, all in preparation to save Gwen. Who could have anticipated that his inaugural act of heroism would be to save himself? The web shooters engaged fully, unleashing layer upon layer of webbing, intricately woven between skyscrapers. Spider-Man crashed into the strands, relying on their elasticity to cushion his fall. After numerous layers had served their purpose, breaking apart in the process, he finally managed to adhere himself to one of the webs. Observing the media rushing into the battlefield, propelled by the conclusion of the battle, he could not suppress a sigh. He descended heavily to the ground, gesturing for the reporters surrounding Herman to part ways, eventually squeezing himself beside Herman. "So did you see that? That thing nearly turned you into fireworks." Herman remained silent, turning to look at Spider-Man. Their eyes met, and understanding dawned between them. Spider-Man then removed his helmet, revealing Herman Schultz's face to the assembled media. In that moment, every spotlight flickered upon Herman's visage. He squinted against the brightness, a look of contentment gracing his features. "I'm not particularly inclined to say this, but you truly are insane," Peter remarked, giving Herman's shoulder a pat. Nevertheless, the harrowing spectacle had reached its conclusion. Chapter 29. Madam Web. It is time for Peter Parker to return home. The night breeze of New York caresses Spider-Man's mask, carrying the lingering echoes of gunfire and sirens. He casts one last glance at the media swarm surrounding Herman, who is animatedly addressing the cameras, resembling a washed-up actor basking in a fleeting moment of fame. Let Herman enjoy this final spotlight. He has concocted a rather feeble excuse for his late-night absence, knowing Aunt May will surely scold him upon his return. Furthermore, his phone just buzzed with a message from Tony Stark, inviting him to the Avengers Tower for a discussion tomorrow afternoon. Although the Avengers had learned his identity during his last visit to the tower, this direct intrusion into his privacy feels rather inappropriate. Peter halts mid-swing as he notices a woman standing upright on a vertical wall between two glass facades. The hem of her beige trench coat flutters in the wind, her sunglasses reflecting the luminous skyline of New York, and the 2 cups of coffee in her hands remain unspilled. "I have been observing you for quite some time, Spider-Man," the woman states, tucking a strand of deep chestnut hair behind her ear. "We need to talk." Wait a moment, I recognize that voice. The familiarity triggers fragments of memories in Peter's mind. "It's you, the one who spoke to me in my dreams?" A smile graces the woman's lips. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Julia Carpenter, the emissary of the Web of Destiny. You may also refer to me as Madam Web." Madam Web. For those acquainted with Spider-Man, thoughts may drift to the 1994 animated series featuring the blind elderly woman in a wheelchair. However, when considering the second Spider-Woman, Julia Carpenter, most would likely recall the epic narrative of Madam Web from Sony's Spider-Verse. Many might forget that she is indeed the second Spider-Woman. Fortunately, this Marvel universe, based on the MCU, bears no resemblance to the Sony universe, leaving Peter scratching his head. After all, the first Spider-Woman is still in high school, while the second has grown older and assumed the mantle of Madam Web. Moreover, with the apparent discrepancies from the MCU, he is utterly perplexed by the timeline of this universe. "Very well, madam. What shall we discuss? Magic or divination? Perhaps we could share a cup of coffee?" Moments later, the 2 spider-powered individuals find themselves atop the Empire State Building, sipping coffee. Peter cautiously regards this enigmatic figure and inquires, "In my dreams, I heard you mention finding another spider. Is that you, madam? I will not require you to seek me out. I am the emissary of the Web of Destiny, merely conveying its message. Additionally, I have a notion of what you wish to ask. I am not blind." Madam Web does not partake in the coffee, seemingly holding it merely for warmth. As she gazes at the nightscape of New York, she speaks as if peering into unseen dimensions. "Have you heard of the multiverse?" Yes. Reed Richards completed a vague observation of other multiverses in 2008, although the principles behind his experimental results eluded understanding, despite being replicable by others. The Web of Destiny exists in a higher dimension, disseminating power across countless universes through spider totems. Most Peter Parkers are bitten by radioactive spiders, serving as anchors of fate. Peter was already aware of this premise yet could not disclose his knowledge. Thus he had to endure another lecture from Madame Spider. "Among the myriad of spider totems, you are indeed a unique entity. It is not merely the fact that Ben Parker remains alive that renders you Spider-Man." Peter, caught off guard by his coffee, waved his hand dismissively and turned to Madame Spider, who merely smiled. In truth, you were supposed to be born 3 years later in this universe, but for reasons unknown, the nodes of the web of destiny have shifted, and a special totem has designated you as the clan leader. What? Clan leader? Peter pondered, aware that the spider multiverse harbored 3 distinct totems. The other, the bride, and the progeny, each representing different spider-powered individuals. Yet what could clan leader signify? A completely new spider totem arising from his existence? Julia had no intention of elucidating further. Instead, she redirected the conversation to the prior topic. As the clan leader, you possess the ability to respond to the web of destiny. Whenever the web begins to tremble, it indicates a problem with the spider totem of that world, allowing you to traverse the multiverse and assist that universe's Spider-Man in mending the fractured web of fate. I can barely manage to help in New York, madam. How am I to assist the Spider-Men of the multiverse? Are there no other beings in the multiverse? What of the Avengers? Peter set his coffee aside, gesturing helplessly. Julia simply regarded him with a serene smile. After a prolonged silence, Peter sighed in resignation. Very well, what must I do? In the near future, you will sense the tremors of the web of destiny. However, before that, you must locate another spider. You both share the same totemic power, and your fates are intertwined. Only by finding one another can you return to your universe after resolving the crisis of the web of destiny. If you can foresee the future. Peter inquired of the spider oracle, why not simply tell me where to look? I do not weave fate, Peter Parker. She articulated his name fully for the first time. I merely read it. Meanwhile, in Times Square, as law enforcement and disaster control teams began to arrive, the media was cordoned off, yet they were quite satisfied with the day's interviews. Before the cameras, Herman was quite the chatterbox, willing to divulge everything. However, Herman did not truly reveal all. He refrained from discussing either Dr. Otto or the matter of Gwen, as he sought fame without betraying his friends or his mob boss. Among the onlookers, there were a few rather peculiar individuals, one of whom was Carl King. He harbored no particular enthusiasm for thrillers or Spider-Man. He merely sought to partake in the commotion. As he approached a shattered fragment of an advertising board lying on the ground, he noticed the silk adhering to it. Curiously, he tugged at it and found its texture oddly familiar. Where had he encountered this before? Suddenly, the memory of Peter Parker leaving the chemistry lab that afternoon surged to the forefront of his mind. Could Peter Parker be Spider-Man? Carl murmured to himself, chuckling self-deprecatingly. That scrawny Peter? Yet, it was undeniable that Peter Parker had transformed into something extraordinary. With his thoughts deep in contemplation, Carl recalled the mischievous act of placing the mutated spider from Osborn Technologies upon Peter Parker's neck. He began to ponder whether that very spider was the catalyst for Peter's metamorphosis into Spider-Man. No, he could not yet ascertain that Parker was indeed Spider-Man. His musings consumed him to such an extent that he failed to notice an individual passing by. This person, masquerading as a journalist, squeezed through the crowd surrounding Herman and subsequently infiltrated the throng to make a phone call to Herman's new employer. Hello, Mr. Weskier, it's me. Your new employee is quite obedient. He knows precisely what to say and what to withhold, so you need not worry about him. The journalist smiled as he entered the restroom, listening attentively to the instructions from the voice on the other end while stepping into a stall. When he re-emerged, he was an entirely different entity, not merely in attire, but in facial features, fingerprints, and even the irises reflected in the mirror. Yes, I have meticulously observed Spider-Man's every move, demeanor, and even his personality, which I can flawlessly imitate. Provided your props possess the extraordinary qualities you claim, I, the chameleon, can assure you, Mr. Weskier, that soon Spider-Man will be infamous, a pariah in the eyes of the public. Chapter 30. New equipment once again. A splendid new day dawned. Peter Parker concluded a day of studies, celebrating at the detective agency for a triumphant collaboration that had aided Spider-Man in capturing the menacing Shocker. This success alleviated Peter's spirits considerably, especially after being scolded by Aunt May the previous night. Subsequently, Spider-Man made his way to the Avengers Tower. The final rays of sunlight cast a golden-red glow on the building's glass facade, resplendent and vibrant, mirroring his elated mood. Although the 2 battles with Shocker had rendered both of his suits nearly unusable, He had managed to salvage and don the relatively intact pieces. "Stop right there, soldier. Advance any further, and you'll enter the restricted zone." Iron Man mimicked Captain America's stern tone. As his helmet retracted, it revealed the iconic, cheeky grin of Tony Stark. He chuckled as he patted Peter's shoulder. "You know, the captain always thought you were inadequate, just a kid prone to impulsiveness. Yet, it seems you performed admirably. Did you not?" The idea of overloading Shocker's weapon was simply brilliant. Peter laughed in response, noticing that Mr. Stark was clad in his armor. "Is there a mission for the Avengers, Mr. Stark?" "Oh yes, we need to apprehend a smuggler named Ulysses Claw in Africa. He possesses a substantial arsenal of vibranium weapons." After speaking, Tony realized Peter might not be familiar with Claw. So he added, "The captain's shield is made from vibranium, which Claw has been exploiting during the Civil War in Wakanda to pilfer local resources. We must retrieve him. The Quinjet has already departed." Peter was indeed aware of Ulysses Claw, the character from Avengers, Age of Ultron who had lost a hand to Ultron. In the comics, he was a formidable supervillain known as Claw, and he had also appeared in the Black Panther film, wielding a vibranium-powered sound generator attached to his severed limb, albeit deemed inferior to Shocker. It seemed the Avengers' mission was not merely to apprehend a smuggler, but was likely entwined with matters concerning vibranium and Wakanda, issues beyond his purview. "Regardless, we must embark on this mission. We won't be home for a while. Coincidentally, I thought of someone who might help look after things here." As Tony spoke, he led Peter into the Avengers Tower, retrieving a pre-prepared card from the bar. "The Avengers protect the world, while a friendly neighbor can safeguard New York. Here's your Avengers identity card, kid." "Is this implying?" "Don't overthink it, kid. You're merely a reserve for now," Tony laughed. "You still have years of hard work ahead. Now, while we're away, take good care of New York. With this card, you'll have access to all the facilities in the Avengers Tower. Oh, and to prevent misuse, you'll need to swipe this card every time you enter, allowing us to monitor your activities." "I understand, Mr. Stark." Peter took the identity card, examining it from every angle, and then posed his first request. "May I utilize the technology here to create a suit? My current battle attire lacks any protective capabilities and is rather tattered." I responded, "You may employ all available equipment." Tony, donning his helmet, interjected, "If you have questions, consult J.A.R.V.I.S. I must pursue Captain America now." "And one more thing, Mr. Stark," Peter added. Tony, having activated the thrusters and preparing for takeoff, paused to look at Peter. "What is it?" "I encountered a woman who claims to be a seer. She professes to foresee my future, knows my identity, and possesses similar spider abilities. To avoid hindering the Avengers' mission," Peter succinctly summarized his experience. "She stated that on the same day I acquired my spider powers, another individual emerged, pivotal for my future traversals through the multiverse, serving as my beacon for return." Wow. Iron Man was momentarily taken aback, processing the information for a full 3 seconds. "That is indeed extraordinary. Regardless of its veracity, should there be a possibility of another Spider-Man, the Avengers will conduct a thorough investigation." Peter had a fair idea of who that person might be. The individual who gained powers from the same spider as Peter Parker must be Cindy Moon. However, a dilemma arose. Regardless of Cindy Moon's current activities, she was certainly not a student at Midtown High. Had she been, Peter would have already taken notice. Considering the possibility that it might not be her, it seemed wiser to leave the matter to the Avengers. As for Tony Stark's thoughts, they were rather straightforward. 6 months had passed, and yet another spider-powered individual had not made any contact. No need for further deliberation. He would reach out to Nick Fury. After watching Iron Man depart, Peter stowed away the Avengers' identity card and inquired towards the entire building. "If I wish to create a new suit, where should I go?" "The 3D printer is located in the 5th floor laboratory, Mr. Parker," came the response. Peter nodded while musing to himself. For a building primarily designated for the Avengers, was 5 floors not a tad too short? In reality, the Avengers only consider the top 5 floors as living quarters, Mr. Parker, came the explanation. Peter chuckled. He was eager to test out the new equipment to upgrade his suit. "This is your new gear, Mr. Snygalkov," said the voice of a figure nearby. Dmitry Snygalkov, codenamed Chameleon, a former Russian intelligence officer who defected to the United States after stealing Soviet camouflage technology, had chosen to work for various underground factions after exhausting his CIA compensation. Currently, he had accepted an invitation from Kingpin to a deserted warehouse to test the gadgets provided by the latter. Dmitri squinted, holding a small orb, no larger than 3 centimeters, and glanced at Kingpin. Is this device truly as remarkable as you claim, Mr. Fisk? Allow my employee to speak with you. This is Quentin Baker, formerly one of Hollywood's most distinguished special effects artists. Quentin Baker is a timid, slender man, who cannot help but nod incessantly, as if in agreement with something. He approached Dmitri and, after pondering for a moment on how to elucidate the function of the device in his hand, opted instead to demonstrate its use. He pressed the central button and tossed it to the ground, indicating that this was the method of operation. Following Dmitri's lead, a miraculous scene unfolded before them. Vibrant imagery materialized as if by magic. In what was once a sparsely populated warehouse, countless workers now toiled diligently, and from any perspective, there were no discernible signs of projection. This was the technology of light particle distortion, still in its infancy, capable only of programming and matching environments, and unable to operate in arbitrary locations. Dmitri had little patience for such inconsequential scientific drivel. What is the range of the projection? A spherical radius of 100 meters, yet it can only display prearranged images and must be deployed within the appropriate confines. This suffices. It is adequate to deal with Spider-Man. Within a radius of 100 meters, he could easily masquerade as Spider-Man, committing various crimes and tarnishing the hero's reputation. Sometimes, defeating a superhero does not necessitate vanquishing or killing them. Merely convincing everyone that they are a criminal and a villain suffices. This is not a challenge for the chameleon. He is well versed in this art. With the right scenes arranged, I can set my plan in motion. First, I will besmirch Spider-Man's name, luring him into a trap. Thereafter, the task will be yours. After concluding his remarks, Dmitri inquired with a hint of curiosity. But I still wish to ask, have you selected a location? I have already been scouting suitable burial grounds for Spider-Man. Kim lit a cigar. I have enlisted the services of the finest detective in all of New York, Mr. MacDonald Goggin, who will choose the most fitting end for Spider-Man. Chapter 31. The comprehensive upgrade of Spider-Man. The engine of the Quinjet roared above the Pacific, as the rear hatch slowly opened, allowing the howling wind to rush into the cabin. Clad in a suit of shimmering gold and crimson, Iron Man descended like a meteor, landing gracefully on the ground. The faceplate of his helmet retracted with a swift motion, revealing the ever-mischievous smile of Tony Stark. "Did anyone miss me?" he inquired, observing the tousled hair and innocent gazes of his companions, a clear indication of the answer he anticipated. Maintaining his smile, he gestured for J-A-R-V-I-S to secure the hatch. "That kid has been busy since you left, Tony," Janet remarked, her eyes glued to the tablet as her fingers danced across the screen, monitoring the Avengers Tower's real-time status. "I've never seen anyone so addicted to the superhero business." Tony surveyed his teammates.
Ant-Man Hank.
Was still engrossed in analyzing the data from the smuggled vibranium samples. Bruce Banner wore noise-canceling headphones, presumably listening to some calming yoga music. Even Captain America, seated at the helm, appeared momentarily distracted, his blue eyes fixated on the empty sky outside the window, as if searching for answers hidden among the clouds. As for Thor, well, he was likely still in Asgard. "SNT that splendid?" Tony shrugged and plopped down beside Steve, feigning interest in the flight data. "I just didn't want the tower sitting idle. What do you think, Captain? That kid can hold down New York just fine." "I'm pondering another matter," Steve replied, retracting his gaze before continuing. "Perhaps we could invite King T'Challa to join the Avengers. I knew his grandfather. We fought side by side on the battlefield. I am aware that each generation of Black Panther is a formidable warrior." After a brief pause, the captain expressed what seemed to be contradictory thoughts. "But we cannot interfere in Wakanda's internal affairs. We are not the U.S. government. The greatest challenge of this mission may not be the enemy, but rather the politics involved." Tony's lips curled into a confident smile, radiating an air of invincibility. "Politics? I've dealt with more politicians than I've studied armor. Trust me, Captain, A king from an African nation is hardly a challenge I cannot manage. A few hours later, the Quinjet was struck by vibranium weaponry, billowing black smoke as it made an emergency landing deep within the jungles of Wakanda. It seemed they would not be returning for quite some time. Peter, of course, was unaware that the Avengers would be offline in New York for several days. The moment Tony left, he sprang into action. Tossing his backpack onto the desk, he stuffed his old uniform inside and dove into the lab, eager to work on his new suit. He even unearthed an old camera, carelessly handing it to J.A.R.V.I.S. with a request to develop the photos inside. All right, let us get to work. Peter rubbed his hands together, his eyes fixed on the holographic projection of his old suit rotating before him. His mind raced as he endeavored to articulate all the tasks he needed to accomplish. J.R.V.I.S. Keep an eye on the happenings in New York and notify me immediately if anything arises. Also, can you pull up the surveillance footage from the Osborne Tech Expo on March 12th? Mr. Stark has archived the relevant data. Very well. Peter, unfazed, swiped his fingers across the virtual screen, pulling up a comprehensive inventory of items stolen by Herman, eager to ascertain the extent of his thievery. A meticulous list of thefts materialized upon the desktop. As Peter examined the design of the old uniform, he inquired, "Captain, what materials were utilized in their battlesuits?" The latest high-stretch composite fiber developed by Stark Industries, primarily composed of, let us use the same type, but increase the spacing of the webbing in the red sections by 1-2 times. As he spoke, he removed the mask projected before him and carelessly tossed it aside, redesigning a pair of more rounded white lenses to replace the originally slender black ones. Although it was his first time operating this system, his proficiency was astonishing. This appears more approachable, don't you think, Jarvis? To convey a positive sentiment, I recommend employing brighter hues. Excellent suggestion. Moments later, the rejuvenated Spider-Man emerged from the restroom on a high floor of the building. The new suit boasted a more vivid red and blue color scheme, with the 3D printed composite fabric perfectly conforming to his physique. Armpit wings resembling webs were added for gliding, and the white lenses could change size with his facial expressions, effectively communicating his emotions. The spider emblem on his chest had been slightly reduced in size, while the once menacing large spider design on his back transformed into a charming, circular rendition. Upon closer inspection, one would discover it was a cleverly designed storage device, allowing the suit to automatically fold into a palm-sized spider disc for convenient transport. Concealed pockets were integrated into the sides of the waist, replacing the previously obtrusive belt. Centrally positioned was a spider-shaped illumination device, specifically designed for dark environments such as sewers. Undoubtedly, the most impressive feature was the tactical display embedded within the lenses, capable of connecting to the Avenger satellites, providing real-time communication and analytical capabilities. In summary, while it appeared to be a classic suit, it had been enhanced with high-tech innovations. Moreover, to mitigate unforeseen circumstances, Peter fashioned 2 sets. All right, I am currently uploading my keyword search program. It's hard to believe I memorized the entire code. Peter typed on the projected virtual keyboard. Jarvis, can we connect to the collaborative network between the Avengers and the NYPD? Surely you have the clearance? Access to the New York police and fire systems has been successfully breached. Breach? Peter exclaimed, taken aback by the realization that the Avengers had circumvented conventional channels. However, there was no time to dwell on it. Obtaining the system was paramount, and he trusted the NYPD wouldn't mind, would they? Integrate my program and correlate it with all police and fire department dispatch information for a comprehensive analysis. The lenses immediately projected real-time crime data, where crimes were occurring, whether police or fire crews could respond in time, and whether the criminals were armed enough to warrant Spider-Man's intervention. Everything was laid bare. This system would allow him to sidestep trivial matters that the police could handle, enabling him to focus on the more critical issues that required Spider-Man's attention. Subsequently, he accessed the surveillance footage from the Osborne Technology Expo, which Stark was baffled as to how he had obtained. Through various angles of the recordings, he conducted a holographic projection model, a method of investigation previously featured in Iron Man 3. Now, Peter employed it to reconstruct the moment he was bitten. He filled a cup with water from the cooler and stood aside, observing the meticulously recreated scene. The holographic projection vividly depicted that day. He and Gwen were joyfully strolling among the exhibits when, without warning, the glass enclosure containing the mutated spider shattered, causing the crowd to erupt into chaos. The footage zoomed in on Carl King, who bent down to retrieve the spider, stealthily approaching and pressing the lethal creature against the nape of Peter's neck. What caused the shattering of the display? No relevant records found in the Osborne database. No records? Peter continued to watch, instinctively swatting away the mutated spider that had bitten him. In a corner of the surveillance footage, a blurred figure suddenly crouched down, yet the image seemed tampered with, rendering Peter unable to discern the person's face. Can we retrieve information on that individual, the one who crouched? Data has been encrypted. Warning. This segment has been externally altered. Someone altered the information? S-H-I-E-L-D? Or Hydra? Perhaps it's the same group. Realizing that he was getting nowhere, Peter temporarily set aside this matter and turned his attention to the list of high-tech products stolen by Herman. Exoskeletal spinal neuroconnectors, extreme environment survival devices, light particle projectors. He extracted the holographic projection of the light particle projector from the list. A fish tank? The light particle projection device, developed by Horizon Labs, is designed to manipulate the reflection of light particles to generate virtual images. All the stolen items are mere prototypes. Someone must be responsible for perfecting them. Jarvis, search for researchers in the field of light particles. No one fitting the description was located. Perhaps relevant special effects artists? Jarvis seemed to hesitate for a moment, clearly taken aback by this unconventional line of thought, but quickly retrieved the pertinent files. Quentin Beck, the most creative special effects artist in Hollywood, has been missing for a month. Found you. Mysterio. Chapter 32. The chameleon performance. So, my next adversary is the Mysterio? How utterly exciting. The brand new suit flutters in the night breeze of New York as Spider-Man's silhouette glides past the neon-lit skyscrapers. Peter finds little enthusiasm for this impending foe, particularly after recalling Quentin Beck's duplicitous demeanor from Far From Home. Although this universe's Mysterio differs vastly from the MCU's portrayal, with divergent sources of power, Peter cannot shake off a preconceived disdain. Moreover, the upper limits of Mysterio's abilities are quite outrageous. What was depicted in the film seemed relatively weak, yet there exist versions where Mysterio's illusions can even interfere with spider sense, manipulating senses beyond sight, leading one to become utterly lost in a fabricated reality. Hopefully, this universe's Mysterio is not so perverse. Peter muttered, having specifically upgraded his infrared vision for Mysterio, hoping it would prove useful. Yet, the issue extends beyond that. Behind the stolen high-tech equipment lurks an even more perilous character. A genius capable of integrating cutting-edge technologies such as light particle projectors and neural connectors. Dr. Octopus? Norman Osborn? Peter rubbed his temples. His understanding of this world was still woefully inadequate. In truth, he was not alone in such musings. At this very moment, the infamous detective MacDonald Gagin, known for gathering dirt on various crime lords in New York, stared upward as the newly suited Spider-Man soared above him, realizing his own ignorance regarding the hero was profound. Upon confirming that Spider-Man had indeed donned a fresh uniform, he promptly dialed Kingpin. Mr. Gagin, is there something amiss? Have you uncovered Spider-Man's true identity? Not yet, Mr. Whisk. Gagin glanced around, veering into an alley to speak softly. But has your plan to tarnish Spider-Man's reputation commenced? If not, you must delay it immediately. I fear the chameleon has already begun his operations. Is something wrong? No, nothing at all. Gagin dared not raise his voice to Kingpin, suppressing his emotions as best he could. It's just that Spider-Man has acquired a new suit. If you intend to proceed with your plan, you might need to consider a new image. Kingpin ended the call, leaving Gagin to continue his aimless pursuit of uncovering Spider-Man's true identity. As for that plan, it was indeed as Kingpin had stated, too late to halt. The chameleon was ready. His custom suit allowed him to assume the appearance of any individual he had encountered, essentially a mimicry of the current leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants, Mystique, crafted from unique bionic artificial skin, now an absolute one-of-a-kind piece. It was rumored that S-H-I-E-L-D possessed similar mimetic masks, Yet they could not compare in convenience to his own. He was currently in communication with his effects specialist, Quentin Beck, via a miniature earpiece. "Are you certain the equipment has been calibrated?" I beheld a remarkable objective. Quentin Beck found himself confined within a van cleverly disguised as a delivery vehicle, his back pressed against the frigid metal interior. 2 burly men flanked him like sentinels, while 3 monitors before him rendered a 3-dimensional projection of Hell's Kitchen in real time. "Anytime you wish, Mr. Dimitri," the chameleon, masquerading as a passerby, tossed a small spherical device, causing the light to shift, and he unwittingly vanished from sight. Not far away, 2 petty thugs were robbing a bystander. Such occurrences were not uncommon in Hell's Kitchen. Yet Quentin was quite intrigued by the chameleon's choice. "Mr. Dimitri, why commence in Hell's Kitchen? If your aim is to tarnish Spider-Man's reputation, would it not be more prudent to choose a more recognizable locale, like Times Square?" A simple truth prevailed. If one sought to frame another, one must not engage in actions that starkly contradicted that narrative, as it would breed suspicion. As the chameleon spoke, he transformed into the likeness of Spider-Man's classic costume, brandishing a grappling gun. "You must remain true to the character with slight modifications. It's akin to mixology. Dear Beck, you cannot dilute whiskey with milk. It requires a potent vodka, yet it must not be discernibly counterfeit." Should a passerby glance upward, they would observe Spider-Man swinging through the air, weaving around buildings and descending onto the street, the sound of his landing so vividly authentic. The chameleon executed a role, seamlessly merging with the projection of Spider-Man posed in the light. "Gentlemen, I must inquire, can you not devise your own means of income?" Spider-Man addressed the 2 thugs, who promptly fled upon sighting him. He then shot a web, ensnaring one of them and yanking him forward, delivering a punch that left the miscreant bloodied. "My apologies. I did not anticipate your fragility. Are you all right, my friend?" I'm fine, thank you, Spider-Man." The bystander cautiously approached to express his gratitude, only to witness Spider-Man bend down, extract the thug's wallet, and empty its contents into his own pocket. "What is this?" "Nothing of consequence. After all, there is no salary for being a superhero. Would you like a bit? Perhaps as compensation." Spider-Man smiled faintly before leaping away. As for the chameleon, he lingered not far behind. The gang members exchanged glances, bewildered. After much deliberation, they realized this was the scheme at hand. Patience, today we have many such endeavors. Spider-Man combats crime, yet profits from the criminals themselves. Is this theft? Perhaps, but it does not undermine Spider-Man's heroic persona. People will only debate his moral ambiguities without questioning his status as a hero. Dimitri chuckled, for the ensuing events promised to be much simpler. The next step involved Spider-Man inadvertently injuring a few individuals during his escapades. Subsequently, Spider-Man executed several villains. As public opinion regarding Spider-Man grew increasingly contentious, his actions became ever more extreme, as if the public's criticism had driven him to self-destruction. As for Spider-Man himself, it mattered little. After all, what he perceived was merely an illusion conjured by Quentin. He could not discern the line between himself and the phantasm. In response, Quentin became exceedingly agitated. He observed within the holographic projection that the chameleon not only mimicked Spider-Man's motives and tone, but also flawlessly replicated the subtle nuances of his movements, such as the slight quickness in his head gestures. This was undeniably insightful, Mr. Dimitri. You are truly the finest actor I have ever encountered. Your recent performance was nothing short of impeccable, an exact replica of Spider-Man. Although Quentin Beck was merely a minor character disregarded by Kingpin, such praise was immensely gratifying for Dimitri. He could sense that Quentin harbored a profound envy for his acting prowess, or rather, for his ability to perform. A remarkably talented effects artist, he perhaps yearned to become an actor himself. Reflecting on this, the chameleon contemplated whether he could leverage this insight to cultivate a favorable relationship with Quentin, ultimately persuading him to join his ranks. With such an effects artist on his side, his business in espionage and assassination would undoubtedly reach new heights. However, he decided to first assist Kingpin in dealing with Spider-Man. With this thought, the chameleon couldn't help but chuckle, unaware that Spider-Man had already donned a new suit. That very evening, a post titled "Has Spider-Man Taken to Robbery?" began to circulate. In the blurry footage, Spider-Man was seen stuffing bills into his belt. Kingpin's online minions commenced a widespread campaign to propagate this narrative. Only the chameleon remained, quietly observing the unfolding events. Chapter 33. The Defeat of the Chameleon. Hey, Peter. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow across the kitchen. Aunt May and Uncle Ben were unusually seated at the dining table early, their plates adorned with fried eggs, crispy bacon, and slices of perfectly toasted bread. Peter rubbed his sleepy eyes, instinctively sensing the subtle shift in the atmosphere as Uncle Ben regarded him with a look that was both hesitant and earnest. Clearing his throat, Uncle Ben spoke in a serious tone. Peter, listen, we have something to tell you. What? Is something wrong? Peter's drowsiness vanished in an instant, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the edge of the table. Don't mind your Uncle Ben's dramatics, Aunt May interjected with a chuckle, gently patting Peter's hand. An old friend of ours has invited us to stay at his place for a few days. Considering your studies, we've decided not to take you with us. You'll have to stay home alone for a few days. I was just teasing the lad. Uncle Ben laughed heartily, ruffling Peter's hair. 15. He ought to learn to change a light bulb by himself, right? Of course, I can manage on my own, Peter replied with a grin, his gaze sweeping over the lavish breakfast spread. So, can we eat now? Laughter erupted around the table. After the meal, Aunt May enveloped Peter in a warm embrace, while Uncle Ben feigned seriousness, lowering his voice. I'm sorry I can't take you to school on the first day back. I wonder which girl you'll invite to dance? You'll find out next year, Peter winked. Stay safe, Uncle Ben said, giving Peter's shoulder a reassuring squeeze, a coded message only they understood. As the car pulled away from the curb, Peter dashed back to his room, retrieved the spider disc from under his bed, donned his new suit, and climbed out of the second-floor window. He sprinted across the rooftops, his backpack slung over his shoulder, racing towards school. It was a peculiar day, or perhaps a series of days, lacking the Avengers, Uncle Ben, and Aunt May, as if all of New York had been reduced to just Spider-Man and Peter Parker. Of course, no one cared about Peter Parker. Hot dogs, the favorite treat of Spider-Man, the one and only official Spider-Man hot dog of New York. Once again, Peter found himself at the official Spider-Man hot dog stand, eager to showcase his new suit to his old friends. To his surprise, he noticed significantly fewer patrons than before. Hey Miller, business slow today? Your hot dogs are in the usual spot, little spider, Miller replied, not looking up, merely gesturing with his spoon towards the umbrella. You don't spend much time online, do you? There's a video circulating of you beating up thugs and stealing their money. Many believe it's real. The lenses of Spider-Man's new suit morphed into a comically large and small size, reflecting his current confusion. Yesterday afternoon, I spent the entire day working on my new suit. I saw that. So now your eyes can move? Realizing he couldn't discuss the upgrades to his suit, Peter resorted to snagging his hot dog with a web strand. It seems someone is impersonating me and committing mischief. How strange. Where was the location in the video? Hell's Kitchen. How peculiar it is that a place I seldom frequent beckons me to take a look. Perhaps I might catch sight of this fellow. Hey, is that Spider-Man? A voice interrupted the exchange between him and his employer, prompting Spider-Man to turn and behold a young student, significantly taller than himself, yet not as exaggerated as Carl King at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, but certainly standing at around 6 feet 1. Beneath his coat, he donned a Spider-Man cosplay outfit. Oh my goodness, it truly is you. I can't believe I've encountered you. The young man was extraordinarily excited, his words tumbling over one another in a flurry. You've changed your suit. Oh my heavens, the colors are more vibrant. It looks more substantial, the webbing is enlarged, and your spider emblem has been altered front and back. Observing this enthusiastic fan, who seemed more attentive than many of his longtime acquaintances, Spider-Man found himself thinking that verbosity was not always a virtue. He decisively interrupted. Dude, take a breath. Will you? What? Oh right. The tall student inhaled deeply, appearing to regain his composure. However, as soon as he spoke, Spider-Man realized he had misjudged the situation. I'm Eugene Thompson, a student at Midtown High, and I am your biggest fan. Look, beneath this coat is my cosplay outfit. Today is our school's theme day, and we were asked to dress as superheroes, So I immediately customized this suit. All right, Eugene, let us pause there. Is it all right if I call you that? Peter hastily jogged a few steps, preparing to swing away from this tumultuous encounter. I really appreciate it, but I have some matters to attend to. I need to catch that imposter in Hell's Kitchen. Goodbye. As Spider-Man took off into the air, Eugene shouted after him, I believe those things weren't done by you, Spider. Go and deal with those imposters. Finally freed from Eugene's exuberance, Spider-Man sighed. Even the fervor of lightning seemed to pale in comparison. But he quickly refocused his mind, heading towards Hell's Kitchen. That area is notorious for its high crime rates and low reporting, with scarcely any surveillance cameras. The new system he had designed the previous day would be of little use here. Yet sometimes, it is not the intricacy of one's methods that yields results. One can still find what they seek. After all, a figure soaring high above Manhattan is plainly visible from the same altitude. Another spider, perhaps a mysterious one? As Spider-Man landed on the wall, he observed the imposter, clad in his old uniform, descending into the street and beginning to pummel others. Activating the infrared function of his tactical visor, he discerned only one heat signature. The individuals being attacked were mere dummies. With a nimble somersault, he deftly entered the fray, only to have his form erased by light particles. Light particle manipulation technology? My light reflection has been entirely supplanted by a preconfigured scene. Does this mean I am invisible to him? At that very moment, the chameleon, who was playing the role, heard a noise but saw nothing, only able to inquire of his backup, what is happening? What transpired was that you failed to pay me the copyright fees. In a realm completely unseen by the chameleon, he was struck in the chest by a powerful punch, sending him flying. Having deviated from the predetermined scene, he became obscured by particles of light. Nevertheless, this did not prevent Spider-Man from seeing him through the lens. What is happening? I do not know. It seems Spider-Man has arrived. Has he entered the reflective field? The chameleon was nearly driven to madness, gazing at the illusionary area devoid of any shadow. How could he see me? I am uncertain. Before impersonating others, shouldn't one conduct a thorough investigation into their likeness? Such unprofessionalism from a mimic is truly disheartening. Caught in webs of unknown origin, the chameleon was yanked forward, only to be struck again, crashing against the wall as he heard Spider-Man incessantly chattering. Quentin Beck? Right, can you divulge who exactly hired you? He knows me. A terrified voice from the earpiece confirmed Quentin's awareness, while the chameleon cursed under his breath, shouting, shut down the projection. But he recognizes. Turn it off now. As the projection ceased and the scene reverted to a normal street, with Spider-Man standing confidently, hands on hips, the chameleon glimpsed his new costume alongside his old attire, cursing loudly. Meanwhile, Spider-Man finally realized that he was not battling Mysterio, but rather a mere individual donning his old uniform, with only a difference in height. So, you are not Quentin? He merely provided you with technical support? Spider-Man noticed a small ball on the ground, swiftly grabbed it, and tucked it into his pocket, while the imposter produced a small knife from seemingly nowhere. Spare me the Quentin Beck talk. Then who do you claim to be? A master of espionage? A mimicry expert? A third-rate Hollywood actor? Be silent, you wretched insect. Brandishing a tactical dagger, the chameleon lunged forward, attempting a stab, but after narrowly evading, he immediately released the weapon, switching hands to deliver an elbow strike. I have undergone KGB-style training. I am a top agent of the Foreign Intelligence Service. The number of lives I have taken is countless. Spider-Man kicked the chameleon in the abdomen, sending him flying, crashing against the wall and tumbling to the ground, subsequently ensnared by webs. You are now faced with someone capable of supporting a raised bridge for 2 minutes. Apologies, my friend. This kick bears a personal vendetta, but you shall not come to harm. Lifting the chameleon, now bound like a dumpling, Peter planned to take him directly to a precinct of the NYPD, for this was Hell's Kitchen, and summoned officers may not be trustworthy. Well then, Mr. Imposter, if you are willing, we can converse about your employer along the way. How does that sound? Chapter 34. The moment of blame. It was only when Peter emerged from the precinct that he realized the individual he had apprehended was none other than Dmitry Snyergakov, a former elite agent of the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service who had defected to the United States. Now, He was wanted by the federal authorities for multiple counts of contract killing and corporate espionage. Dubbed the Chameleon, he was akin to a classic Spider-Man villain, albeit his abilities were rather unremarkable. Essentially, he resembled a low-budget version of Mystique. In the comics and animated series, he required his belt to capture images for transformation. However, in this world, it seemed unnecessary. According to the police chief, this individual had replaced his facial features with some kind of Soviet-era black technology mask, rendering him devoid of his true identity. Strangely, such a master of disguise chose to use his real name. Regardless, the minor incident of impersonation had been resolved. It was unfortunate that the enigmatic figure seemed overly cautious. As I attempted to hack into his devices, he had already severed the connection. Nevertheless, given that his photonic display device could not deceive thermal imaging, apprehending him might not pose a significant challenge. As Peter exited the NYPD, he glanced at the time and hurried toward school, hoping to avoid any further complications that might delay him. Meanwhile, within the NYPD, 2 officers observed the Chameleon, who was idly changing his appearance in the holding cell, morphing from a curly-haired female officer to a bald detective, his skin undulating like liquid metal. Their curiosity piqued. One remarked, "So, why don't we just remove his mask? Didn't you hear the chief? He's replaced his face with high-tech alterations. It's impossible to take off." Just then, 2 unfamiliar colleagues approached, one flashing his badge and announcing, "The chief wants to see you. It's time to switch shifts." Once the 2 left their sight, the 2 officers produced a key and unlocked the holding cell. "Dmitri, Mr. Fisk is quite displeased with your failure," one of the officers said, casting a sidelong glance at him. "The footage currently in the holding cell is a pre-recorded video. You may leave now. Mr. Fisk is awaiting your response." The Chameleon lazily rose to his feet, his skin rippling as he flawlessly mimicked the appearance of one of the guards. He tugged at the collar of his uniform and quipped, "If Fisk knew Spider-Man's new suit could see through holographic projections, he wouldn't use the term failure." The officer he had impersonated obediently walked into the holding cell and sat down. The Chameleon followed the other officer outside, inquiring, "What about the others, like that damn Quentin Beck and MacDonald Gargan?" "They've already reached the safe house and are waiting for you," came the response as they walked together. Suddenly, Dmitri noticed a small glint of light dancing across the officer's face and discreetly warned, "Someone outside is aiming at us. I can see the reflection on your face." "What?" The black-clad officer instinctively attempted to evade the shot, but it was too late. In that fleeting moment of avoidance, a bullet pierced through the wall and struck him squarely in the head. Meanwhile, the Chameleon, having reacted swiftly, began to move along the wall while muttering to himself. Even in the face of imminent danger, one should not rush, especially not in front of him. The abrupt gunfire set off alarms throughout the precinct, and a multitude of officers surged into the scene, securing the perimeter. Outside the NYPD building, the assailant glowered at the feedback from his device, realizing that the special bullet had failed to destroy any electrified equipment. In other words, the Chameleon had not been eliminated. At that moment, police drones took to the skies, capturing the visage of the shooter, dressed in a black leather trench coat over a black short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with a massive white skull. He brandished a formidable anti-material sniper rifle, casually glancing at the drone's lens before making his swift exit. As the footage circulated, the precinct descended into chaos. It was Frank Castle. "All personnel, highest alert. All personnel, highest alert." Seizing the opportunity amidst the confusion, the Chameleon slipped away, acutely aware that he had once again caught the attention of the infamous Punisher. If he wished to survive, he must locate Kingpin. As for the Punisher, there was no immediate cause for concern. Though a madman, he was not one to shoot indiscriminately. The Chameleon then commandeered a police vehicle with practiced ease and drove to a nearby mall. Minutes later, an entirely different individual emerged, scanning the surroundings discreetly before heading towards Kingpin's territory in Hell's Kitchen. Several hours later, upon returning to his hideout, the Chameleon shed his disguise, revealing a featureless white mask with only vague facial contours. Immediately upon his return, he launched into a tirade against the inept detective. "What have you investigated? None of it is correct. I informed you yesterday that Spider-Man has a new suit, yet you chose to ignore me." Of course, Jajan was unwilling to take the blame and deflected it onto Quentin, who, perpetually timid, shook his head vehemently. It's not my fault. I have neither photos nor have I seen Spider-Man's new suit. There was no time to create a new model and project it onto every scene. Are you implying that the fault lies with me? Jajin yanked Quentin up, pressing him for answers. Terrified, Quentin hastily waved his hands in apology. But Dmitri was keenly aware. It was indeed his fault, that wretched, incompetent detective. Do you know how Spider-Man managed to pummel me? By using thermal imaging. You said Spider-Man was a damned impoverished kid, lacking the funds for high-tech gear, and yet what happened? I was thoroughly beaten. How was I to know where he acquired such advanced technology? The day prior, he had donned a tattered nylon outfit while engaging in that harrowing confrontation. Now, I have summoned you all not to bicker. The slow yet authoritative reprimand from Kingpin silenced the three individuals present, who were rendered entirely still by the presence of this enigmatic ruler of Hell's Kitchen. He regarded the trio, whom he had enlisted at considerable expense, unsure whether to feel anger or disappointment. I have called upon you to eliminate Spider-Man, to eradicate this individual who has caused significant disruptions to my business, not to have you here shirking responsibility. Kingpin expressed his slight disillusionment, followed by a resigned sigh. If, Mr. Dmitri, your scheme of framing fails, we shall devise an alternative plan. Should Spider-Man encounter you impersonating him again, he will undoubtedly pursue you. We could orchestrate a scenario, perhaps an abandoned construction site or a prominent bridge. We could employ explosives, an abundance of them, to lure Spider-Man into a trap and eliminate him. However, the matter is not so straightforward. I have a long-standing feud with Frank Castle, and he has now set his sights on me. Upon hearing that name, even Kingpin fell into a momentary silence, before exhaling deeply. Then let us truly showcase how Spider-Man conducts his heroics, striking against crime effectively, allowing him to realize that you have escaped. As for the rest, let him seek us out. Chapter 35. A modicum of explanation and grievances rather than setting up a separate notification. I shall directly place this at the end of the book. I am somewhat reluctant to publish a standalone chapter, as the author's subsequent endeavors invariably bring forth a multitude of matters. Nevertheless, after considerable contemplation, given the considerable discourse among you all, I have decided to proceed. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. This book currently ranks 11th on the new book list in its category. Achieving such a position upon my inaugural visit to this platform is indeed a testament to your kindness. I have perused each comment and responded to several, yet many discussions remain. Thus, I shall provide a comprehensive explanation here. To commence, let us address the matter of the protagonist's character. I do not perceive the protagonist as akin to the comic book version of Peter Parker. Rather, he embodies a more saintly or virtuous disposition. I contemplated titling this chapter The Day of the Saint's Arrival. The rationale behind this portrayal is simple. I am drawn to the archetype of the savior, a protagonist who ardently seeks to rescue others. This direction was determined from the outset. In the comics, Peter Parker embarks on his heroic journey spurred by the death of Uncle Ben, grappling with guilt and sometimes succumbing to despair and self-loathing. In contrast, my rendition leans towards a figure resembling a saint or a benevolent soul, characterized by moral introspection and an inclination to seek solace from others. Next, regarding the issue of the traveler, I must admit that I did not anticipate such considerable contention. Initially, my conception was that the primary universe would be entirely distinct from all known Marvel universes, a creation of my own imagination. Consequently, even as a traveler, all information would merely serve as reference, lacking definitive authority. One might even misjudge due to presumed knowledge, leading to dire consequences. I initially intended to elucidate that knowledge of alternate realities is not omnipotent, yet I reconsidered, deeming such an admission potentially detrimental. Thus, within the primary universe, the protagonist's identity as a traveler will not yield substantial advantages. He possesses awareness of numerous villains' and heroes' true natures, as well as a general understanding of significant events. However, these occurrences are not derived from any known narrative. Confronting the unknown is a defining characteristic of the primary universe I have envisioned. Conversely, the parallel universe, the Spider-Verse, that has been alluded to but not yet explored will serve as the primary arena for the traveler's identity. The protagonist will traverse various known narratives, such as that of the Into the Spider-Verse film, where all Marvel lore emerges from a singular flash of lightning amid the tempestuous clouds. In such scenarios, an omniscient Spider-Man will demonstrate the capabilities of a traveler, acquiring equipment and powers from the multiverse. One reason for this narrative choice is the necessity for the protagonist to be accountable for his own universe. Only when one is unaware of the repercussions of their actions does their struggle and decision-making acquire profound significance. As for the reasons behind my writing choices, I find them intriguing, much like the portrayal of the protagonist, who bears a striking resemblance to the genuine Peter Parker. My intention was not merely to depict Spider-Man as a loquacious character for amusement. Rather, I aimed to explore a seldom discussed aspect. Spider-Man's chatter during combat stems from an underlying fear of potential death or severe injury. This dialogue serves as a mechanism for emotional regulation, enabling him to combat and rescue others under reduced pressure. I believe this premise aligns with the protagonist's mindset, thus resulting in his own verbosity. If some readers find this unappealing and liken him to a Klitsch, I cannot alter the established narrative. It is a path I must pursue unwaveringly. Furthermore, the impetus for writing about Spider-Man arose from my inability to find fanfiction that resonated with my preferences. Additionally, Spider-Man's narrative offers a remarkable range, from engaging in infinite wars within the multiverse to battling street-level criminals alongside Daredevil and the Punisher. This versatility allows me the creative freedom to weave any story I desire. Unlike many American comic adaptations that commence with characters like the Sentinel or Homelander, if I were to incorporate significant events such as those involving Daredevil or Shadowland, it would either render the protagonist foolish or diminish the credibility of others. The same principle applies to the plot. For instance, regarding the Secret Wars, I have no intention of merely regurgitating the MCU's version and having the protagonist enlighten Fury about the dual nature of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Skrulls, which he fails to notice. The Secret Wars have already become convoluted. Thus, there is no necessity to rely on such a premise to elevate the protagonist. Instead, I prefer to craft an entirely novel narrative, completely divorced from the comics and MCU, where the identities of the undercover agents and the true heroes remain a tantalizing mystery. Lastly, I am often questioned about my writing decisions, and the answer is quite simple. I did not consider certain aspects. For example, the scenario where Herman picks a lock with a hair strand may seem implausible, but that was my initial thought. I have since amended it to a bobby pin at the reader's behest. If inquiries arise regarding why the Avengers did not request contact information after rescuing someone, I confess I had not contemplated that either. After all, I am but an individual, and encountering various narrative inconsistencies is almost inevitable. Such minor flaws can only be rectified or overlooked. Oh, and regarding typographical errors, I utilize a writing assistant for proofreading, and although I correct mistakes, some may still persist. I also employ DeepSeek for further revisions, but ultimately depend on the vigilance of my esteemed readers. Should there be any further questions, I encourage you to pose them in this chapter, and I shall endeavor to respond to each inquiry. Chapter 36, Theme Day 1. The corridors of Midtown High School have transformed into a veritable showcase of superheroes. As Peter, dressed as the 10th Doctor, stepped through the school gates, he was momentarily blinded by a kaleidoscope of vibrant spandex costumes. A backpack resembling Captain America's shield collided with his shoulder, while a student impersonating the Joker was busily drawing smiling faces on the glass with a marker. Meanwhile, the large screen hanging in the school continued to loop an announcement from the student council. Following a vote, all activities for this year's homecoming week would adopt a superhero theme. Peter, somewhat bemused yet largely indifferent, meandered through the chaos. In the United States, student councils wield considerable power, with the ability to influence the very structure of the school. In some institutions, student body presidents can initiate votes to change mandatory math classes into electives. Perhaps this reflects a facet of America's joyful approach to education. Unfazed, Peter adjusted his bag and curiously surveyed his surroundings. He instinctively sensed something amiss. A slight tingle of his spider sense hinted at an impending disturbance, yet upon inspection, he discerned nothing out of the ordinary. Turning around, he spotted the Dalek shell that Harry had secured to his locker, prompting a knowing smile before he retrieved his books and departed. Cowering behind, Carl King, adorned in a Hulk costume, finally dared to approach, tentatively prodding Peter's locker. Upon realizing it was indeed locked, he departed in disappointment, oblivious to Peter's discreet glance cast in his direction. So it was Carl King observing me. Was he planning to stow something peculiar in my locker to startle me? Confirming that he posed no real threat, Peter murmured as he entered the classroom. Whenever he felt he was being watched, his spider sense would emit a faint warning. However, the intensity indicated a lack of danger. Yet, having Carl King fixated on him daily was hardly ideal. Ultimately, it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to teach him a lesson and deter his bullying tendencies. As Peter pondered this, he stepped into the classroom and greeted Harry. "I spotted your Dalek shell. Did you really lock it to your locker door?" "What else would I do?" Harry shrugged, seated on a modified electric wheelchair base. "I somewhat regret dressing as a Dalek. It's cumbersome to move around, and it's difficult to store things. I should have gone as a Cyberman. Look at everyone else in their superhero costumes while I'm stuck in this contraption. No, the Dalek is so cool. A pepper shaker clad in armor, wielding a whisk-like laser and a plunger. Man." Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes in response. "The more you say, the more I regret it. What about you, Dr. Peter? What did you bring?" "I brought nothing," Peter replied half-jokingly. "I'm just wearing a suit somewhat resembling the 10th Doctor's. I don't have an exact replica, so I may do." "Oh, the one portrayed by David Tennant. Quite splendid." After engaging in a rather awkward conversation for quite some time, neither of the two had awaited Amadeus's arrival. As the commencement of class drew near, Peter retrieved his mobile phone and made a call. Fortunately, it appeared that Amadeus was unharmed, merely sounding somewhat congested as he inquired, "Hello? Hey, Amadeus, how are you? You didn't come to school today?" "Oh, Peter, I took a leave of absence from the teacher. I'm feeling a bit feverish today." Amadeus's voice carried a certain dullness, suggesting he was indeed suffering from a rather severe cold. With a hint of concern, Peter ended the call, prompting Harry to ask, "Is he all right?" "Just a slight fever." "He should be fine," Peter replied, glancing at Harry. "Do you know where Amadeus lives? Perhaps we could visit him after school." "I have no idea. I only know he is staying with some local family. He has never mentioned where he resides. I don't even know where you live. In fact, only you all know where I live," Peter said, feigning a tone of dissatisfaction as he looked at Harry. Harry immediately stammered, struggling for words before sighing. "My relationship with my dad isn't great. He is quite strict about my friends since childhood. So I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize." Feeling a deeper connection that confirmed Harry was indeed Harry Osborn, Peter offered a slight consolation to his friend, who was now engrossed in watching Spider-Man videos. "I was meaning to ask, why do you always seem to be watching Spider-Man whenever you have free time?" "Nothing much, just homework, I suppose." As time passed, the scene in the classroom grew increasingly absurd. A girl clad in a Black Widow costume was collecting assignments, while their math teacher, a middle-aged man fond of plaid shirts, entered wearing a rubber mask resembling a long face. "Good morning, class. I am Mr. Fantastic, and today I will be teaching you about differential calculus." "Good morning, Mr. Davis," Harry replied in a rather apathetic tone, marking the beginning of yet another mundane day, or perhaps a tranquil one. With the Avengers having departed from New York, it seemed as though the entire city had settled into a hush. After class, as Peter walked along, he glanced at his phone, finding no particular cases requiring Spider-Man's intervention even on this day. Just as his spirits began to lift, he noticed Carl King and a rather unfriendly-looking student opening their lockers. Carl seemed quite anxious. Upon spotting Peter, he immediately patted his companion's back, and the two swiftly departed. "Hey, Carl." Oblivious to the unfolding situation, Peter approached the locker, opened his bag, and checked for any missing items, only to find that Carl had taken nothing. This left him furrowing his brow. Was Carl King planning to leave something in his locker to set him up? Or was he searching for something? What could he possibly be looking for? To find what? Clever boy? Or should I now call you Suited Superman? The open cabinet door was gently tapped, and Peter, recognizing the sound, took a step back to behold Gwen leaning against the cabinet. It was hardly surprising. Gwen had not adorned herself as any superhero or villain, but retained her usual attire. Peter stepped back, adjusting the collar of his deep blue suit. "Hello, I am the doctor." "Doctor who?" "Just the doctor. I anticipated you would inquire." Peter chuckled again at Gwen's lack of understanding of the reference, confirming that he hadn't misplaced anything before closing the cabinet door, ensuring that his spider emblem remained concealed. "Wait. Might Carl King be searching for my old costume? He found someone to pick my lock. I suspect he intends to stuff something peculiar into my locker. They are masquerading as Thor and Hulk yet engaging in such antics." Shifting the conversation, Peter inquired, "So, why are you dressed as Gwen Stacy?" "I am Gwen Stacy. To be precise, I hadn't decided whom to portray when the themed week commenced, and to make matters worse, this infernal theme will last an entire week." Gwen sighed. Peter thought her golden locks would suit a cosplay of Supergirl Kara, yet she seemed oblivious to this notion. After tousling her lovely golden hair, Gwen finally articulated her purpose for being there. "Speaking of this themed week, the weekend marks the homecoming dance. Have you found a partner for the soiree? Let me guess, you and your new friends are competing to see who can secure a partner first, and you sprinted over to me first, right? Impressive, clever lad." "So?" Peter could only respond with a self-deprecating smile. "No one cares about Peter Parker or the doctor, so Gwen, I can assure you, you are destined to win." Chapter 37, Theme Days, 2. In the United States, the commencement of each academic year is heralded by a festive back-to-school event, typically held over the weekend. The preceding week, from Monday to Friday, is designated as a series of thematic days, where students are encouraged to adorn the school and themselves according to daily themes, engaging in activities such as signing walls or graffiti. The culmination of this week is marked by a spirited football game on Friday, followed by a grand dance on Saturday. While the ostensible aim of these festivities may be to help freshmen assimilate into campus life and to foster a sense of belonging among returning students, they often devolve into mere frivolity. I find myself not intentionally seeking solitude, but rather grappling with the conundrum of what character to embody. You see, when I scour the internet for female superheroes or villains, even my father would balk at the revealing nature of their costumes. As Gwen walked alongside Peter, she lamented the overtly scanty attire of most female superheroes, remarking that Sheriff George would certainly not invest in a cosplay outfit for her. Both she and Peter were among the few dressed in a manner akin to the average person, the only distinction being Peter's casual wear and Gwen's utter lack of a uniform. You can only imagine the embarrassment of standing alone amidst a throng of vibrantly clad individuals. "You could have asked me in advance. Perhaps I could have offered a recommendation." "What a splendid idea! How did I not think of that?" If anyone inquires about your superhero persona, you can simply say you're portraying the character of Wolf Girl. "Who is that?" "Oh, she's from the same series as my character." Gwen was utterly perplexed by this reference, yet she chose not to inquire further. Meanwhile, Peter glanced over his shoulder, sensing an unseen observer, a persistent spider sense alerting him to the scrutiny. Was it Carl King again? Seemed he was fixated on Peter, but why? Was he beginning to suspect that I am Spider-Man? After all, he witnessed the spider bite that marked me. What was his intention in solidifying this suspicion? Was he in league with some nefarious organization? Peter? Huh? Oh, I apologize. I was lost in thought about Carl King. Although not entirely accurate, Peter nonetheless offered an apology and turned to Gwen, inquiring, "What were you saying just now?" "I was suggesting that after school, you accompany me to select an outfit. I had thought this theme day would last just one day, not extend over such a lengthy period."
Noticing Peters Hesitation, Gwen archt an Eyebrow.
"What's the matter? Do you have somewhere else to be?" "It's hard to say, it depends on the news." He intended to borrow the Avengers computer and consult Jarvis to analyze Carl King's recent behaviors. If King truly suspected him of being Spider-Man, Peter would need to devise a counter-strategy. "Are you hiding something from me? Ever since you entered high school, you've been acting all mysterious. We hardly commute together anymore." Gwen observed Peter, who seemed to be lost in thought once more, and could not help but inquire. Peter hastily waved his hand, assuring her, "No, absolutely not. Rest assured. If I have anything to share, I will certainly inform you." "Then it's settled. You shall accompany me to shop for clothes today." Reluctantly appeasing Gwen, Peter continued to gaze at the campus alongside her. Due to the vastness of the superhero theme and the diversity of costumes, A peculiar atmosphere of joy pervaded the entire school. Beyond the skin-tight cosplay outfits and individuals like Harry, who had a motorized wheelchair, there existed another form of cosplay, the plush costume. It was one thing to see someone donning a Sonic plush costume, but why was there a Pikachu? Can that truly be classified as a superhero? Familiar faces were present as well, such as Jessica, who was dressed in a quintessential Sherlock Holmes ensemble. A deer-stalker hat, a double-breasted coat, and a flowing cape, making her instantly recognizable as the iconic detective. "Hey, Peter." "Oh, hey, Doc," Peter responded. Jessica clearly recognized who Peter was dressed as. Conversely, faced with such an unmistakable costume, Peter couldn't resist asking, "Are you certain that your current attire qualifies as a superhero? You merely resemble Sherlock Holmes." "Hey, Parker." Sherlock Holmes can undoubtedly be considered a superhero. Why wouldn't he? After expressing her complaint, Jessica noticed Gwen and cheerfully introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Jessica, president of the detective club, and Peter is a member of our team." "Hey, I'm Gwen, we're friends." As they exchanged simple introductions, Peter felt Carl King's gaze upon him. He decided to alter his strategy, refraining from giving Carl any feedback, allowing him to indulge in his own misguided stealth. Peter was curious to see what Carl King intended to do. However, Carl King began to doubt the accuracy of his conclusions. There was nothing peculiar about Peter Parker. He couldn't even find a Spider-Man costume in his closet, nor had Parker exhibited any unusual behavior. Conflicted, Carl found himself puzzled about how to resolve these matters. He intended to follow Peter after school to ascertain whether he was indeed the so-called Spider-Man, when unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a video on his phone. It was footage of Spider-Man aiding an ordinary person by delivering a thorough beating to a thug. While the content itself was inconsequential, the release time was just moments ago, and Spider-Man had donned a new costume. Whether viewed from the perspective of his movements or any other angle, everything appeared flawless. This revelation left Carl King utterly bewildered. Was it possible that Peter Parker truly was not Spider-Man? Had he been mistaken all along? Had that fateful spider failed to endow Peter Parker with any abilities? In the realm of video production, the chameleon, donned in the guise of Spider-Man, delivered yet another remarkable performance with the assistance of Quentin Beck. This time, he fully embraced the persona of a superhero for his endeavors. To preemptively thwart the Punisher from wreaking havoc, this particular act was orchestrated entirely by Quentin, who ingeniously transformed a warehouse into a bustling street through projections, effectively sealing it off. The plan was to lure Spider-Man to a designated modeling point, where his demise awaited. Contemplating the humiliation inflicted upon him by Spider-Man, the chameleon could not help but take a deep breath. However, Quentin Beck's thoughts diverged. He pondered the enigma of Spider-Man's knowledge of his name and, more importantly, a significant revelation. Leaning before the enormous fish tank, Quentin murmured to himself, "Infrared vision. Infrared. Is infrared light still light?" Chapter 38. Theme Day 3. The air conditioning in the comic shop hummed incessantly, yet it could not dispel the multitude of gazes fixated on Peter Parker. Those stares clung to him like viscous syrup, a blend of envy tinged with a sour undertone. For it was indeed a rarity to see someone fortunate enough to escort a girl as beautiful as Gwen to procure cosplay attire amidst a haven filled with enthusiasts and potato chips. However, he neither perused the comics nor engaged in conversation with the others. He simply awaited Gwyneth's wardrobe change while scrolling through his phone, perusing the latest crime map of New York that Jarvis had sent him. The good news was that New York had recently enjoyed a remarkable tranquility, a peace so profound that Spider-Man found himself devoid of any purpose. The bad news, however, was that this serenity suggested the possibility of someone else undertaking his responsibilities. Numerous videos had surfaced, featuring a new Spider-Man battling various nefarious foes, showcasing moves strikingly reminiscent of his own. Were it not for the fact that Chameleon had been apprehended, he might have suspected his involvement. Alternatively, it could indeed be Chameleon having escaped or been released. After witnessing Herman's brazen exit, he ought to have tempered his expectations regarding the NYPD's security measures, which were virtually non-existent, much like the breakfast Sheriff George prepared for Gwen. "Are you sure this is appropriate for me?" Peter looked up to see Gwen emerging from the fitting room, clad in the classic comic book costume of Supergirl. After twirling around, she hesitantly inquired, Peter responded with an encouraging smile. Absolutely, it suits you perfectly. I was initially concerned about the length of the skirt, but fortunately, it's just right. Even my dad wouldn't say anything about it. If Uncle George has any worries, you could always wear pants underneath, he added. Gwen displayed a look of skepticism. Are you certain? Wearing long pants beneath a superhero costume? We're merely attending a school-themed day, Gwen. It's not like we're heading to Comic-Con. No one will say a word if it's not perfect. Besides, you've already seen superheroes in school, like Sherlock Holmes and Pikachu. All right, hold on a moment. I'll change back, she replied. Once Gwen retreated into the fitting room, Peter resumed scrolling through his phone, dispatching a request to Jarvis to investigate the sightings of the imposter Spider-Man. This pretender was not merely a simple cosplay. He exhibited a complete range of web-slinging maneuvers and an extraordinary combat style. Even in the absence of Chameleon, the elusive Mysterio remained in the shadows, orchestrating chaos. Yet, Peter remained perplexed as to why Mysterio had yet to reveal himself, choosing instead to lurk behind the scenes. Was it due to his apparatus being insufficiently refined? Was he reliant on a projector to maintain a static image, incapable of conjuring illusions at will or deceiving thermal imaging, thus opting for concealment? Peter furrowed his brow, uncertain of the opponent's intentions. The small orb belonging to Mysterio was still in his possession. Come nightfall, he could visit the Avengers Tower for a thorough analysis. Do you have anything else on your mind? Gwen, having purchased her cosplay outfit, inquired of Peter, who responded with a hint of surprise. What? She continued, well, I mentioned it before. Since high school started, I found it difficult to catch up with you. You rise early every day, and we no longer return home together after school. So I was wondering if you've been quite busy, always out and about. After pondering her words, Peter found himself at a loss for a suitable explanation. Shaking his head, he insisted, no, really, there's nothing like club activities or late runs. Really? Gwen scrutinized Peter with a hint of skepticism but chose not to press further. Then, shall we walk together? Peter exhaled a sigh of relief, clutching his phone, hoping that their journey would remain devoid of any incidents requiring Spider-Man's intervention. Not everyone shared such a buoyant mood, as exemplified by Carl King. Today, after being caught rummaging through Peter Parker's locker, he felt an inexplicable sense of dread, as if the very next moment, Peter Parker might transform into that freakish figure clad in a Spider-Man costume and come charging at him to break his legs. The mere thought that Peter Parker could be Spider-Man filled Carl with trepidation. He recalled how, throughout his life, he had bullied Peter and others, never feeling any remorse due to his physical prowess. Yet, the idea of tormenting someone capable of lifting a car to crush him sent shivers down Carl's spine. Moreover, the realization that this frail Peter could instill such fear within him ignited a flame of anger in Carl. How could he, of all people, be intimidated by that little guy? Torn between fury and fear, Carl returned home to find it empty save for his mother. Mrs. King, sensing his distress, asked, "Are you all right, Carl? You seem a bit off. Can't you see? Spare me the small talk. Is dinner ready?" Carl brusquely retorted as he tossed his backpack onto the table and switched on the television to catch a live sports broadcast. His gaze fell upon a family portrait above the fireplace, where his father's hand rested on his shoulder, adorned with a Rolex Submariner, which was now likely languishing in a prison alongside its owner. Unable to alleviate his own burdens, Carl imagined his father would have handed him a gun, imparting that whiskey-tinged advice. "Hey, if you're scared, just follow him, shoot him dead, and then you'll never have to fear again." "I miss you, Dad," Carl murmured to himself, reaching for a can of beer on the coffee table, cracking it open to drown his sorrows. As thoughts of Peter Parker resurfaced, he crushed the can in a fit of rage. "Oh my God, Carl, you're bleeding," Mrs. King exclaimed, noticing the cut on his hand from the can as she hurried to fetch alcohol and bandages. Carl, however, swatted her hand away, taking the bandages for himself to tend to the wound. "What's the point of this? Who's it for?" he snapped, his frustration boiling over. After driving away his mother, Carl disinfected his hands and returned to his room after dinner. His mind was incessantly occupied with the filamentous substances he had discovered in the chemistry lab, as well as the similar strands he encountered on the day of the harrowing battle. He had intended to investigate whether they were indeed the same the following day. But to his dismay, the mysterious objects had vanished entirely. Damned Peter Parker. Lying on his bed, Carl King opened his phone and searched for Spider-Man, stumbling upon several heroic clips that were evidently from Peter Parker's days in school. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a sense of disquiet. He retrieved the vividly colored spider from his backpack, the one from Osborne Industries. It was this very spider he had placed on Parker's neck, a testament to his triumph, crafted specifically to retaliate against Parker's defiance throughout their 3 years in middle school. Hence, he had preserved the spider as a specimen to intimidate others. Even if Parker had indeed transformed into Spider-Man due to this spider, it held no significance now. The flesh had been extracted, leaving only an empty shell. As Carl contemplated setting the spider down, an audacious idea struck him. What if he were to consume it? After all, it had been preserved in alcohol rather than formaldehyde, and months had passed. Consuming it would not lead to his demise. Perhaps he would merely endure some discomfort for a few days, if this shell still retained its potency. Carl King hesitated, placing the spider on the table before reclining once more on his bed. As he closed his eyes, an image of Spider-Man hurling an enormous billboard onto the villain Scorpion flashed before him. Startled, Carl sat upright, gazing at the spider specimen on the table. In a sudden impulse, he seized it, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it into fragments before swallowing. He could not fathom the rationale behind his actions. But perhaps it was only after finding some semblance of security that Carl King finally succumbed to a tranquil slumber. Chapter 39. Intricacies. Well, tomorrow I must accompany Gwen to school. Barring unforeseen circumstances along the way, should any arise, I would have to depart midway, making it impossible to conceal my identity before her. After 10 o'clock at night, Peter stealthily slipped out of his home, his webbing carving silvery arcs against the nocturnal backdrop of Queens, gliding towards Manhattan like a shadow. The Avengers Tower loomed in the darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of a few scattered windows. Jarvis had preemptively unlocked the door for him, and Peter landed lightly, instinctively brushing off non-existent dust from his uniform. Good evening, Jarvis. How is the Avengers mission faring? All external communications have been severed once the Quinjet entered Wakandan airspace. The only data transmission recorded occurred within the Wakandan palace. That should pose no issue. The Avengers have infiltrated the Wakandan palace, but communication has been disrupted due to Wakanda's inherent peculiarities. After grasping the intelligence, Peter redirected his focus to 2 pressing matters. First, whether the newly emerged impersonator was the fleeing chameleon or merely Mysterio, and second, why Carl King was tailing him. Had he uncovered something? First, I shall address the simpler task. Jarvis, please compare the image of Carl King, a freshman at Midtown High, against all known cameras in New York. I wish to ascertain what he knows. Quickly, Jarvis retrieved the initial piece of information Peter sought from various media cameras. On the night of Spider-Man's confrontation with the Shocker, Carl King had been present at the scene, and after the battle concluded, he had lingered on the battlefield for a moment, surveying the area. It appeared there was little else to uncover. Peter then instructed Jarvis to analyze the segments where he had been captured on camera, using a 10-minute interval from the same camera as a boundary. Naturally, all the clips were recorded within Midtown High. It seemed there were no issues. Suddenly, Peter's gaze sharpened as he identified the crucial segment. On that very night, after he had gone to the school laboratory to concoct a new batch of web fluid, Carl King had entered as well. He had likely discovered the webbing that had not yet degraded, and coupled with the fact that Carl had placed that spider on his neck, it raised suspicions about him. Yet, he shouldn't be so paranoid. Is he truly concerned about my potential retribution? Well, Carl, it would be wise for you to understand that I harbor no intentions of causing you harm, though it seems you have chosen to live in fear beforehand. Having no prior knowledge of the villain known as the Scorpion, Peter dismissed Carl and turned his attention to instructing Jarvis to retrieve relevant information about the chameleon. As expected, both Jarvis and the NYPD confirmed that the chameleon had indeed escaped. It remains unclear which corrupt officer facilitated the chameleon's release, allowing him to flee, during which some unusual events transpired. The Punisher, Frank Castle, attempted to assassinate the chameleon but mistakenly targeted the wrong individual. The chameleon had already made his escape, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. The Punisher? Has he been pursuing the chameleon for an extended period? According to existing records, Frank Castle has attempted over 5 operations against Dmitry Snyergakov, all of which have ended in failure. Is there any way to ascertain the reasons behind this? No? Very well. After a brief review of the current clues, Peter has likely deduced the specific circumstances. Firstly, the chameleon is collaborating with a mysterious figure whose equipment is designed for a thrilling heist. In order to facilitate this audacious theft, an individual orchestrated a large-scale bank robbery as a cover. Now, the chameleon and the mysterious figure are working together, initially attempting to tarnish their own reputation, indicating that there must be a mastermind behind these individuals who intends to eliminate Spider-Man, either through direct means or by defamation. As for the motivation, after meticulously considering all of Spider-Man's actions thus far, Peter has arrived at a singular conclusion. The opposing party is involved in acquiring a substantial cache of Chitauri parts in New York, which they intend to convert into weaponry for sale. After all, Spider-Man has primarily been combating these smugglers armed with advanced technological weaponry for quite some time. Who could it be? Kingpin? Hammerhead? Tombstone? New York's underworld is rife with formidable figures, making it challenging to pinpoint the exact culprit. Nevertheless, the chameleon's objective is unmistakably clear: to eliminate Spider-Man. However, the chameleon is under the scrutiny of the Punisher. If he continues to defame Spider-Man, he risks being unmasked as an imposter by the Punisher. This predicament compels him to mimic Spider-Man, engaging in heroic deeds, which is indeed ironic. The chameleon that has recently emerged is undoubtedly a trap, although Peter cannot yet ascertain the precise nature of this snare. Be it a multitude of henchmen, explosive traps, or a hired supervillain skilled in combat by the unseen hand, one thing remains certain. If Peter attends the rendezvous, he will surely walk into the trap. While this snare may not be directly detrimental to him, he questions why he must step into it at all. Is there not the Punisher? He must consult with the Punisher, who will surely keep a vigilant eye on any Spider-Man sightings. He should be able to locate him with ease if he doesn't open fire on him, that is. Surely it cannot be that violent? Peter is confident that the Punisher, having pursued the chameleon for so long, must possess considerable knowledge about him. However, he still needs to ascertain whether the chameleon is truly irredeemable or if, like Herman, he is essentially not beyond salvation. Well then, let me share my conclusion. Spider-Man is likely a student, most probably a high school or college student, with high school being more plausible. Detective MacDonald Kagan, though perhaps of average character, undeniably possesses professional integrity as a detective. After compiling his findings, he glanced at his 2 temporary allies and Kingpin, who had brought in an imposing chair from the east, occupying only half of it as he sat, smiling warmly, gesturing for MacDonald to continue. This is my summary regarding the timing of his appearances. It is evident that Spider-Man's operational hours vary between weekdays and holidays, with notable distinctions on weekdays. He seldom appears between the hours of 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. This time frame undoubtedly does not pertain to work, but rather to school. I meticulously compared the schedules of all the schools in Manhattan and discovered that 7 institutions' timetables aligned with the criteria. Excellent work, Mr. Kingpin. He accepted the A4 sheet printed with the names of the 7 schools from MacDonald's hands, glanced at it with satisfaction, and handed it to the lurking figure beside him. If we fail to dispose of Spider-Man soon, this list may prove invaluable. However, for now, let us deliberate on how to eliminate Spider-Man directly. I have orchestrated an entire building under construction, which does not belong to the Fisk Corporation, and within it, an ample supply of explosives has been arranged, sufficient to obliterate any living creature. Even if it does not kill him, the resulting debris will be more than enough to entomb Spider-Man. Now, we merely need to identify an opportune moment to expose ourselves to Spider-Man during his activities, thereby luring him into our trap. Kingpin extended his palm, as if an imaginary spider were poised within it, and he clenched his fist tightly. Then, once and for all, he would eradicate Spider-Man. Chapter 40. The day after Theme Day, it was yet another day to don the mantle of Spider-Man. Well, perhaps not the most opportune day for such a role, as Peter Parker needed to accompany Gwen to school. This provided a perfect opportunity to leave Chameleon hanging. He was likely waiting for Peter to seek him out this morning, only to find himself neglected. Instead, Peter would later seek out the Punisher, leaving Chameleon to toil away outside for the day without compensation. Gwen did not wear her Supergirl costume to school, which was quite different from Peter's suit. The Doctor Strange persona bore no uniform, merely casual attire, allowing Peter to step out in his everyday clothes. Gwen, however, opted to stow her costume in her backpack, intending to decide later at school, even though it was theme day at Midtown High. She preferred not to don the cosplay for the day. Nevertheless, it was certainly more convenient than Harry's electric wheelchair. So, Peter, how many classmates have you met since arriving at your new school? Gwen inquired. Aside from Harry, Amadeus, and Jessica from your detective club. How many others do you know? Peter felt a twinge of embarrassment at Gwen's question. There was indeed a Flash Thompson, but considering that Flash didn't know Peter Parker, he pondered for a moment before candidly replying. None. Already into the second week of school, and you've only met 3 new classmates? Gwen exclaimed, genuinely astonished. You've shattered your middle school record. Buddy, how did you manage to meet only 3 people in a week of high school? During my 4 years of university, I couldn't even match names to faces of my female classmates, let alone find the time for socializing while being Spider-Man, Peter mused internally, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he shrugged helplessly. I'm not quite sure how to engage with others socially, especially when it comes to initiating conversations. I can't very well discuss the weather in every situation, can I? And what of your friends? Harry and Amadeus? Haven't they introduced you to anyone? Don't even think about Amadeus. I suspect his situation is even more severe than mine. An international student living with a host family, bullied on his first day by someone like Carl. After saying this, Peter considered Harry. Harry must be Harry Osborn. He had been watching Spider-Man-related videos and had a strained relationship with his father, unwilling to invite friends over. Peter could draw a conclusion. The only question remained about Norman Osborn, whether he had become the Green Goblin, how much he knew about Spider-Man, and his overall attitude towards him. Harry. He has a troubled relationship with his father. He mentioned that his father disapproves of all the friends he's had throughout his life. So, I suspect he may not be particularly adept at socializing either. Gwen opened her mouth slightly, shaking her head vigorously. What sort of friends are you making? A middle school psychological support group? I'm the therapist and they do the venting, I suppose. As they spoke, they boarded the subway. Peter, as usual, pulled out his phone and opened a video about Spider-Man. Gwen leaned in closer, peering at the screen. Are you particularly interested in Spider-Man? No, Harry is always watching. When I asked him why, he said it was akin to homework, so I began watching as well. Do you think there's a connection between Harry's home and Spider-Man? Not a word of it is a lie. Peter is merely stringing Gwen along. Gwen pondered momentarily, choosing not to respond, while Peter proceeded to open the next video. Yesterday at 2 p.m., Spider-Man assisted 2 addicts in Hell's Kitchen, preventing them from being killed by a debt-collecting drug dealer. What's wrong? You seem rather displeased. It's nothing, I just feel. Even if Spider-Man saved them, it wouldn't improve their lives. Some things are better left untouched from the outset. As Peter expressed this sentiment, the subway gradually approached Manhattan. And Gwen seemed to recall something she wished to share with Peter. I'm planning to visit the police station after school today to see my dad. Do you intend to join me? Huh? It's nothing, just a sudden thought. The officers at the station probably don't know you and wouldn't allow you to wander about freely. Gwen chuckled, twirling her hair to shift the topic. Just as the subway arrived at the station. A few minutes later, Peter stood before his locker, bracing himself for whatever Carl King had placed inside to startle him. The absence of a warning from his spider sense indicated that whatever lay within posed no danger. 3, 2, 1. He flung open the locker door, revealing nothing inside. Peter placed his bag within and retrieved his books. The benefit of consecutive themed days for 5 days is that if anyone felt their attire on the first day was lacking, they could always opt for something more appealing. For instance, Harry's cumbersome Dalek shell was nowhere to be seen today. Upon entering the classroom, Peter spotted a cyborg engrossed in yet another Spider-Man video. Hello, Doctor. Hello, Cyborg. Harry half-jokingly replied, while Amadeus, seated in the back, appeared lost in thought. Peter greeted him as well. Hi, Amadeus, you really dressed up as Dr. Banner? I thought you would have gone as the Hulk. I have a Hulk mask with a green t-shirt underneath. Amadeus lifted his mask, revealing a smile before putting it away. How are you feeling? Not bad, just a bit under the weather. A little medicine and a day's rest should suffice. Amadeus nodded, appearing to be in good health. Peter seized the opportunity to ask the next question. Where are you living now? Perhaps we could pay you a visit, and if you happen to fall ill again, we could check on you. Amadeus hesitated at the question, seemingly searching for an excuse. Well, you all know I live in a boarding house. I'm not sure if they would allow me to bring friends over, so I'll need to ask my landlady first. After offering what felt like a vague response, Amadeus redirected the conversation back to Harry. Besides, we don't even know where Harry lives, do we? My father has some issues. He disapproves of me bringing friends home. I apologize. Thus, the only place available for us to gather is Peter Parker's residence. Fortunately, I find myself with ample free time lately. Shall we venture to Peter's house to indulge in a game of Dungeons and Dragons? Harry turned to Peter, cautiously inquiring, Will your uncle and aunt mind our noise? I am uncertain, but they have been away recently. I am home alone, so it matters not if you wish to come over. When do you plan to visit? In the next couple of days? Please remember to call me beforehand, and if I happen to be out, I shall inform you. Peter pondered for a moment, realizing there was indeed little pressing to occupy his time, and thus consented, should he find himself free that evening. Maintaining social connections is crucial for concealing his identity as Spider-Man, even though he possesses only 2 friends. The group passed the time during class, and after it concluded, Peter exited the classroom only to find someone standing by his locker. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the individual as the one who had accompanied Carl King to tamper with his locker the previous day. However, today, the person neither attempted to pick the lock nor fled upon seeing Peter. It seemed as if he were waiting for him. With a furrowed brow, Peter approached and inquired, What is the matter? I don't know. I wanted to ask if you were aware of Carl's situation. He didn't come to school today. The boy, appearing somewhat timid, looked around nervously, as if frightened. Did you not call Carl King to inquire? I did, but his mother answered and said he was ill and couldn't attend school. So, he has been quite scared of you lately, and I was wondering. Peter sighed exasperatedly, beginning to comprehend the boy's intentions. I have done nothing, all right? I am not Carl. I will not become a bully. If you're worried that I might come to harm you, you needn't be. Perhaps it would be better for Carl to be a good person. Then, he wouldn't have to be so frightened. Chapter 41. The Punisher on an ordinary school day. As students departed, Harry and Amadeus prepared to head home, since the detective agency had no additional activities scheduled. Peter, even more resolute, left with a sense of finality. Hello, boys. Just as they were about to leave together, Gwen called out to them. The two exchanged puzzled glances, akin to students caught off guard by an unexpected roll call. Gwen, hi. Harry greeted uncertainly, curiosity piqued by her presence. Is there something you need? With her arms crossed, Gwen scanned the area behind them, seemingly searching for an absent figure. Is Peter not leaving with you? He usually doesn't walk with us. He always seems so busy, Amadeus shrugged, the straps of his backpack digging into his slender shoulders. Are we considered friends? I suppose so, but do we truly know each other well? We've only known each other for less than half a month. So, even if Peter Parker heads home alone every night, it's not particularly surprising. Gwen's eyebrows raised subtly, not in inquiry but rather as if confirming something. So, you don't know what he does after school? Harry, who had been about to respond that they ought to know, suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. Wait, are you saying that you don't know where Peter goes after school? No, it's just that he gets home rather late, Gwen replied. Upon hearing her friends calling her for band practice, she bid them a brief farewell and departed. Amadeus adjusted the straps of his backpack and pushed up his glasses. What do you think Peter does after school? I have no idea, Harry replied nonchalantly. Perhaps Peter is the most honest among us. At that very moment, Peter soared through the skies above Manhattan. It was quite peculiar. New York had become considerably more peaceful lately, with sporadic criminal activities that could be resolved without Spider-Man's intervention. Jarvis, has the Avenger satellite located my imposter and the Punisher yet? The Chameleon's recent movements had extended beyond Hell's Kitchen, likely to avoid detection by the Punisher. However, Peter knew that with Mysterio's assistance, the chameleon they had encountered might not be the genuine article, perhaps merely a projection. In such circumstances, If the Punisher did take action, it might inadvertently alert their quarry. The latest satellite scan soon appeared in his visor. While the Punisher remained elusive, the location of the faux Spider-Man was unmistakably clear. Peter glided forward, landing on a rooftop at a safe distance to observe the surroundings. He was certain there existed a hideout nearby, a place concealed from both satellites and surveillance, where the Punisher was lurking. Additionally, if he intended to eliminate the chameleon, he needed to maintain a precise distance. "I found you." Frank Castle was concealed atop a sheltered rooftop, peering through his telescope at Spider-Man, who was currently neutralizing his adversaries in the distance. This was hardly a daunting task, as he was acutely aware of the persistent presence of petty thugs in this locality, prone to causing disturbances. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling coursed through him. He lowered the telescope and drew his firearm, only to have the handgun swiftly wrenched from his grasp. In the very next moment, a target he should have been monitoring appeared upside down, waving his hands. Hey, take it easy, buddy. Take it easy." Realizing the imminent danger, the Punisher instinctively reached for the sniper rifle he had set aside, yet Spider-Man deftly disarmed him once more. This bothersome individual not only confiscated his weapon but also ensnared his hands together as he fell to the ground. "I know what you intend to do, but first, we must converse." "Conversate about what?" "Since you are here, it is evident that the wretched chameleon is lurking in that decrepit spot. Once he is eliminated, all will be resolved." "That is precisely the dilemma," Spider-Man remarked, glancing out the window. According to the thermal imaging results, neither Spider-Man nor the beleaguered thugs were present. There was no one there, merely a projection. The Punisher furrowed his brow. "Do you possess thermal imaging equipment? If so, a quick glance would suffice." He wondered who had procured the advanced projection technology from Horizon Labs and modified it. This individual had allied with the chameleon to project convincingly realistic images in various locations, while in reality there was nothing there. As Spider-Man spoke, he freed the Punisher's hands from the webbing. The latter then picked up another telescope to observe the chameleon, cursing under his breath. "So, I've been surveilling for an entire day, traversing 7 or 8 locations, and they were all illusions? There must be one genuine location. Their aim is me. They've concocted all these fakes to lure me in." Spider-Man returned the handgun to the Punisher, articulating a conclusion that the latter had also surmised. After a moment of contemplation, the Punisher grasped Spider-Man's intent. "You mean to act as bait to ascertain the situation while I eliminate that damned chameleon from behind? First, I must ascertain why you are so relentlessly pursuing the chameleon. Is he truly that heinous?" Upon hearing this, the Punisher appeared to be struck by a thought, as he removed the webbing from his handgun and could not suppress a laugh. "Horrendous? If you're suggesting he has committed acts beyond human endurance, like torture, then no. However, he is a despicable creature willing to do anything for money. He dares to take lives for profit, and the count of those who have perished at his hands exceeds 20. Moreover, the law cannot adjudicate him. I am acquainted with a lawyer, and even he cannot incarcerate a man who does not utilize his own face. How do you intend to compel him to confess to those deeds, hero?" The Punisher carefully stowed away his handgun and affixed a sniper scope, preparing for his departure. "Not to mention this nation, from the highest echelons to the lowest. How many desire this man to undertake their nefarious deeds? Can you guess how long it would take for the CIA or FBI to seek him out after his incarceration? Apart from myself, no one wishes for his demise." "Ah, I see." Spider-Man nodded, rummaging through his pocket to retrieve his mobile device. "Shall I leave you my contact information? I must return to prepare. Tomorrow around 4 in the afternoon, I will investigate what the chameleon intends to do, and I will inform you then." The Punisher hesitated momentarily, then exchanged phone numbers with Spider-Man. Of course, Spider-Man did not use Peter Parker's phone, but rather an old-fashioned flip phone he had unearthed from a flea market, repurposed as a communication device after the Avengers Tower was redesigned. After their exchange, Spider-Man deftly exited the scene through the window, allowing the chameleon to labor for a while longer, while he himself needed to prepare a surprise for both him and the mysterious figure. By the way, is Carl King unwell? Could it be that he frightened himself? Certainly not. At this moment, Carl King lay curled up in bed, burning with fever, his skin covered in peculiar red rashes. The mutated spider had not bestowed upon him superhuman abilities but rather subjected him to hellish torment.
Am I tu di? Am I tu di?
Amidst such agony, Mrs. King cautiously approached, opening the door with care, bearing sustenance. Gazing at her son, she stood at the threshold, tears welling in her eyes yet unable to draw near. Are you all right, Carl? Give me my medicine. Quickly, provide me with pain relievers. You have already consumed a great deal, Carl. If you continue this way, you will become dependent, you wretched woman. Carl cried out in pain, seizing the alarm clock from the bedside table and hurling it toward his mother. You want me dead, just as you wished for my father to be imprisoned. Is that not true? Carl, bring me my medication. Chapter 42. In the midst of subtle changes, George Stacy serves as a patrol sergeant in Manhattan's 12th precinct. The position of sergeant lies at the intersection of authority and responsibility, inherently belonging to the realm of officers rather than the elevated ranks of the police force. Thus, his days are invariably filled with a flurry of activity. It is not until 6 in the evening that he completes his patrol duties and returns to the precinct. Barely settling at his desk, a colleague approaches him with news that takes him by surprise. He immediately rises and strides into the precinct's corridor, where he encounters his daughter, who has brought him dinner from a local Chinese restaurant. Welcome to the NYPD, he says, embracing her before releasing her, noticing her slightly awkward demeanor. What brings you to visit your aging father? First of all, you're not even 50. I hardly consider that old. Secondly, I came to deliver your dinner. I assumed you hadn't eaten yet? I was just about to eat. I was on my break, George responds. Gwen regards her father with a skeptical gaze. What were you planning to eat? I'm not certain. Had you not come, I would have had to figure it out myself. Have you eaten, Gwen? I sampled the food for you. The restaurant has a good reputation. You sampled it for me? George pauses, furrowing his brow. Dining out is never ideal. Once or twice is acceptable, but at your age, you ought to learn some household duties. It's a pity Helen passed away early. Otherwise, she would have taught you. Gwen maintains a polite smile as she glances around, holding the takeout container. So, are you planning to have dinner in the corridor? Certainly not, George replies, leading Gwen to his desk. The surface is sparsely adorned, cluttered with everyday items. Gwen's keen eye catches a note on the desk, which she picks up and reads aloud. The web will dissolve within 2 hours. Please be prepared to receive. Your friendly neighbor, Spider-Man. Wow, this is a note from Spider-Man? She exclaims. Indeed. I had originally intended to submit it to evidence or file it away, but there was no suitable place for it, so I brought it back. I always thought the handwriting seemed familiar, but I am certain this is not Peter Parker's. George exudes confidence, a trait born from years of experience as an officer. I would never mistake Peter's handwriting. I remember it distinctly. Gwen glances at the note once more, nodding in agreement. Yes, Peter Parker's handwriting is certainly not like this. The chameleon is also investigating Spider-Man's identity. Throughout the day, he has been pretending to be Spider-Man, combating evil. Since yesterday afternoon, the traps set by Kingpin have been ready for quite some time. However, Spider-Man has not appeared. Your so-called deduction is utterly useless. You claim Spider-Man is a high school student. We must lure him after school. Chameleon snarls at MacDonald Gagan in frustration. Where is he? It's been ages since Spider-Man showed up. My reasoning is flawless. It's simply that you are too cowardly. What are you afraid of, the Punisher? You don't dare commit a single misdeed. MacDonald steadfastly refused to acknowledge that the fault lay with him. He believed it was solely the chameleon's dilemma. Even with the possession of holographic projection, he dared not engage in any nefarious deeds, fearful of being swiftly dispatched by the Punisher. But what purpose did the holographic projection serve? Was it merely for idle amusement? The chameleon too found himself in a state of helplessness. Yet he would not concede to his own mistakes. After all, each time he activated the holographic projection to lure Spider-Man, he had to remain nearby to evade detection. He could not simply abandon the situation, which was the source of his greatest frustration. Were it not for his necessity to be present, he would have fled long ago. Hey, guys? Quentin Beck arrived with a new projector, extending it towards the chameleon. This is the latest technology. I have finally integrated the invisible spectrum into the projector. Now, even with thermal imaging, no issues will be discernible. The principle of thermal imaging relies on infrared light, which is indeed a form of light. However, Quentin had previously overlooked this aspect, resulting in a lack of programming in that regard. Excellent, the chameleon remarked as he accepted the spherical projector. By tomorrow, Spider-Man would finally depart from this splendid world, provided he truly showed up. Rest assured, McDonald scoffed, I will accompany you to the ambush site, and then you shall see that my reasoning is unequivocally correct. Yet, even on the following day, Carl King's condition showed no improvement. In fact, it had worsened. Mrs. King, deeply concerned for her son's health, quietly opened the door and inquired softly, Carl, are you all right? Carl King could utter not a single word. Mrs. King cautiously approached her son, noticing the large, angry swellings on his body. Her heart ached to reach out and touch him. Suddenly, with a pop, Carl King's skin burst like a blister, unleashing a torrent of spiders that cascaded forth, splattering onto Mrs. King. Reacting instinctively, she screamed, but the spiders were undeterred by her terror. They enveloped her completely, baring their fangs and savagely biting into her flesh. As flesh was torn asunder, countless spider eyes seemed to witness something profound. They beheld a mother, tirelessly devoted, caring for her child, hoping he would not become the wretch his father had been. They observed the woman laboring through 3 jobs each day, striving to sustain her ravenous son, who aspired to play football. They saw her restless nights, waking multiple times to check on her son, wishing to alleviate even a fraction of his suffering. In a remarkable convergence, the multitude of spiders coalesced, first forming the outline of Mrs. King, then morphing into the visage of Carl King. They secreted a viscous fluid, creating a semblance of skin that enveloped their bodies. The self-righteous woman, it seemed, was indeed not mistaken, as her father had once asserted. Carl King gazed upon the skeletal remains on the ground, ravaged almost entirely by spiders, and found himself on the verge of retching. Yet, as he turned his gaze to the mirror, he beheld a pristine version of himself and broke into a smile. Another day had dawned, and he realized he had been lying in bed for nearly 2 days. Perhaps school had just ended? Indifferently, he stepped out of his home and entered a comic book store he rarely frequented. Moments later, accompanied by a brief scream from within the store, a creature clad in Spider-Man's guise forced itself into this very skin and strolled out leisurely. Thus, Peter Parker is indeed Spider-Man. But where are you? Chapter 43, 3 spiders in the frame. Not. Carl King clumsily emulated Spider-Man's stance, swinging between buildings with strands of web. His movements were awkward yet imbued with vigor. With each leap, he felt the wind slicing through the fabric of his inexpensive costume, a chilling sensation seeping through the crevices of his body. The transformation wrought by his consumption enthralled him. His mother's flesh, the anguished cries of the comic shop as patrons, all coalescing into the strength coursing through his veins. He could sense his muscles restructuring, bones elongating, and even whimsically disassembling into a swarm of spiders or contorting into any face he had absorbed. At that moment, the only visage occupying his mind was that of Peter Parker, that insufferable thin figure who, after being bitten by a spider, had become insufferably arrogant, daring to defy him and instill fear within him. Did he truly believe that a mere spider bite could empower him to resist? Carl sneered as he tightened his grip on the web, his cheap costume flapping in the wind. His father was right. The law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, was the ultimate truth. Those diminutive beings were born to serve as stepping stones for the mighty. It was time for Parker to learn who the true master was. Thus, this bumbling Spider-Man began to wander, abruptly pivoting in mid-air, his crimson lenses reflecting another drifting figure in the distance. Ah, what a conspicuous target. I found you, Parker. We've located Spider-Man. Meanwhile, in a clandestine van, Quentin Beck noticed Spider-Man returning, albeit with an unsettling twist. This Spider-Man seemed amiss, having reverted to an older version of his suit. Confounded by the dissonance, Quentin posed a singular question to the chameleon. Is Spider-Man soaring through the skies or sprinting on the ground? If he is in the air, then it must be that fellow, merely having swapped back into his old costume. The chameleon dismissed the concern, surmising that it was likely an attempt to distinguish himself from Spider-Man, given that they donned the new suit he currently utilized while impersonating him. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. Soon, Spider-Man would plummet into the abyss of death. Set up the projector, Beck. We are prepared to commence our work, the chameleon declared, retrieving a handgun. This time, he aimed to eliminate Spider-Man once and for all. Carl King descended swiftly, gazing at the false Spider-Man before him. At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware that the figure before him was not the genuine article. Conversely, the projection, initially intended for mere interaction, had been supplemented by the chameleon, resulting in a Spider-Man now impersonated by him. Another imposter? Spider-Man exclaimed upon seeing Carl King, subsequently performing an exasperated gesture. My heavens, hey, buddy, aren't we done with this? You know I am the authentic Spider-Man. You are nothing but a complete jerk. Carl King clenched his fists and charged at the chameleon, who erupted into laughter, swiftly drawing a handgun and firing a bullet that precisely pierced Spider-Man's skull. Subsequently, the chameleon deactivated the projector, maintaining Spider-Man's visage and tone. He remarked, "Apologies, my friend, but it is all over. There is no need for Kingpin's scheme. Everything must come to an end." Suddenly, a furious roar interrupted the chameleon. He turned to witness Spider-Man's costume rapidly collapsing, revealing countless spiders that scurried towards him. After a moment's contemplation, he instinctively chose to flee, his eyes filled with sheer terror. Damn it, why didn't anyone inform me that Spider-Man was such an entity? After pursuing for a short distance, Carl King realized that the speed of the spiders was indeed inferior to that of a human. Consequently, the swarm filled the cheap costume once more, returning to human form, and began to swing webs in pursuit of the chameleon. What are you running from, Aren't you Spider-Man? Why are you fleeing? He taunted, pursuing the chameleon with audacious jeers. The chameleon, quick-witted, darted into a construction site devoid of personnel, yet laden with hundreds of kilograms of explosives. Hey, damn detective, are the explosives ready? You have no idea what Spider-Man truly is. Panting, the chameleon reached the ambush site and could not resist inquiring, while McDonald chuckled coldly. He had always predicted that Spider-Man would arrive, and the chameleon had disregarded his warnings. Now, it seemed the fellow was in grave trouble. Everything is prepared. You ought to flee quickly. If you don't, you'll die before my very eyes. After taking a moment to catch his breath, the chameleon found his prearranged escape route, watching as Spider-Man swung in. For reasons unknown, this peculiar arachnid creature instilled in him a strange feeling, yet it mattered little. Today it was destined to perish here. Why aren't you running, Spider-Man? Have you accepted your inevitable demise? What? Inevitable demise? The chameleon reveled in the exhilaration of playing Spider-Man for the first time. He leaped backwards, deploying his wingsuit for gliding. That is meant for you, darling. A violent explosion instantaneously engulfed the entire building, beginning with the gas lines in the basement erupting in blue flames, followed by support beams collapsing like a line of dominoes. Each floor detonated in rapid succession, igniting and then collapsing, a massive cloud of dust rising, swallowing Carl's laughter and obscuring much of the sky. 30 stories of steel and concrete plummeted down, crashing onto Spider-Man and burying him entirely. As all this transpired, the chameleon, soaring through the sky, could not contain his laughter. I have succeeded. I have triumphed. A specially crafted bullet, accompanied by the sound of gunfire, struck the chameleon mid-air. The unfortunate fellow plummeted, crashing heavily against the debris below. It was not until this moment that Spider-Man arrived, albeit belatedly, at the side of the Punisher. From a considerable distance, Peter had observed the rising clouds of dust, perplexed by the chaos that had unfolded in his absence. What on earth happened? How did it come to this? If it weren't for the prior phone call, the Punisher might have assumed that the swarm of spiders was indeed Spider-Man himself. Casting a nonchalant glance at the latter, he remarked, "You should descend and take a look. Another abomination has emerged, one that mimics you. This time, a multitude of spiders are emulating your form." Spider-Man, utterly bewildered by the Punisher's words, displayed an animated expression of confusion through the movable eyes of his new mask. Meanwhile, amidst the rubble, the chameleon, still disguised as Spider-Man, struggled to rise. The bullet that had struck him had fortunately gone astray, and the armor he wore provided a measure of protection, allowing him to survive. However, he could not suppress a cough of blood as he staggered, determined to escape. Damn it! I must find a safe house before Frank Castle discovers me. He heard a rustling sound and turned to see a multitude of spiders emerging from the wreckage, slowly coalescing into a humanoid form. Chapter 44. The undying swarm, cursed be it. The chameleon's curses were drowned in the rustling tide as countless spiders emerged from the crevices of the ruins. The sounds of their legs skittering across the ground resembled a malicious drizzle. He staggered backward, dragging his leg, pierced by shrapnel, as the muzzle of his gun spat fire, tracing brief arcs of light in the darkness. Each bullet could pulverize a spider into a viscous green pulp, yet more shadows ascended upon his ankles. MacDonald? Quinton? Damn it! The headset is broken. Damn it! The chameleon fired as desperately as he could, but to no avail. Innumerable spiders had already crawled onto his body, still cloaked in the guise of Spider-Man. They opened their jaws, attempting to bite, only to find that the chitinous armor he wore was remarkably resilient, producing the sound of polymer tearing under their relentless gnawing. However, these creatures soon discovered a bullet hole in the armor, torn by armor-piercing rounds, and scrambled to burrow inside. The first spider to enter opened its mandibles and began to bite fiercely, the tearing of flesh eliciting a howl from the chameleon. Don't be so hasty. The Punisher's arm crossed the chameleon's chest like an iron barrier. He gazed down at the figure engulfed by the swarm, his knuckles rubbing against the trigger. In any case, the chameleon is doomed. What difference does it make whether he dies from a bullet or from the spiders? I want to control the spiders, mind you. Peter shrugged off his obstruction, as webs had already adhered to the roof's edge. The Punisher, observing from the rooftop, merely shook his head, retrieving a vial from his pocket to swallow its contents before descending with his weapon in hand. Soaring into the ruins, Spider-Man immediately shot webs onto the chameleon, sending a surge of high-voltage electricity from his web shooter into him. As the chameleon emitted a cry of anguish, blue-white arcs of electricity erupted, mingling the scent of charred proteins with his wails, causing the swarm to scatter like popcorn. Whether it was an illusion or not, a significant number of spiders that had not been struck by the current suddenly turned, gazing at Spider-Man. Peter found himself bewildered. Hey, everyone? The swarm abruptly collapsed into a writhing black pyramid, followed by the sound of skin being torn apart. A viscous secretion oozed from their bodies, weaving into a pallid epidermis. Ultimately, faces emerged from this nightmarish mass, their mouths stretching from ear to ear, and a familiar rogue appeared before him. Not everyone, but me. Carl King laughed heartily, taunting Spider-Man. Did you ever think this day would come, Peter Parker? Carl, so you thought that was me? That's why you took him out? Peter finally made sense of it all. Carl King had somehow acquired this bizarre ability and found the chameleon, disguised as Spider-Man, intending to eliminate him. Meanwhile, the chameleon had detonated a bomb. Did this imply that Carl was also masquerading as Spider-Man? Two false Spider-Men were locked in combat, each believing the other to be genuine. If the chameleon's actions were intended to assist his employer in dealing with Spider-Man, what then drives Carl King? To usurp Spider-Man? I presumed you had reached your limit of repulsiveness, Carl, yet you have exceeded expectations. Pray, share the tale of how you acquired your abilities. That spider. It was I who placed that spider upon your neck, who transformed you into Spider-Man. Now I have consumed it, reclaiming what is rightfully mine. Suddenly, Carl King's fingertips ruptured, a segment of bone exploding forth like a spent shell, replaced by a jet of webbing, not of synthetic fiber, but woven from the collective effort of countless minute spiders. Peter deftly sidestepped this grotesque assault. However, evading Carl King's bellowing was a far more arduous task. Yet you dare to wield the abilities I bestowed upon you against me? First, you must revisit the principles of logic. Second, I am not Harry Potter. Leaping aside, the agile Spider-Man seized a slab of concrete and hurled it towards Carl King. To his astonishment, Carl's corporeal form proved remarkably frail, shattering upon impact, releasing a swarm of spiders that coalesced once more. You have no inkling of my capabilities, Parker. The reformed Carl King erupted into a maniacal laughter, a sensation he hadn't felt in ages. When was the last time he laughed so? Yes, when I placed that spider upon Peter Parker's neck. I am indestructible. Carl King tore open his own chest, a torrent of spiders surging forth from beneath his skin, reconstructing him anew. his epidermis shed like an ill-fitting costume, revealing a churning mass of vermin beneath, which then wove itself into a complete and entirely new form. I can become every individual I consume. As the new skin solidified, Carl King transformed into a visage unfamiliar to Peter. Yet what was truly shocking were his words. "Those you have consumed?" The newly clad Carl King seemed momentarily taken aback by this inquiry, as if a revelation had dawned upon him, before breaking into a grin. "Indeed, I can not only assume the appearance of that individual, but I also inherit their memories and knowledge. I have acquired it all. I shall devour you, Parker. I am the one destined to be Spider-Man. I am the one who obtained that spider. Once I consume you, I shall be the sole Spider-Man. I must say, Carl, your madness is quite profound." Finally comprehending Carl King's insanity, Spider-Man resolutely chose to engage in battle. His hands unleashed webs, binding together a slab of concrete, which he then wielded to strike relentlessly at the fiend before him. After all, when dealing with spiders, few methods are more effective than crushing them underfoot. Peter Parker? Is that the true name of Spider-Man? Taking note of this revelation, the chameleon struggled on the ground, fortunate enough to still be alive. If he could reach a place of safety, he could locate Spider-Man, seize King, and claim the reward. Seizing the opportunity presented by the clash between Carl King and Spider-Man, the chameleon, enduring excruciating pain, painstakingly crawled out of the combat zone. He was aware that a glimmer of hope remained. If he could just reach that spot, if only he could manage to get there. Before him loomed a pair of military boots. He raised his gaze and beheld a pair of weary yet profound eyes, brimming with an unquenchable fury, adorned with unkempt stubble, and a striking white skull emblazoned on a black t-shirt. The Punisher had arrived. No, he had never truly departed. With a submachine gun raised, the Punisher aimed at the chameleon's legs and arms, unleashing a barrage of bullets that elicited anguished howls from the chameleon. After delivering a shot to his heart, he unleashed the remainder of his ammunition upon the chameleon's head. "Consider this your due, you bastard." Having completed his grim task, the Punisher turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Spider-Man, panting after a series of blows, lifted 2 stones only to uncover countless spider carcasses beneath them. He paused momentarily, but soon, from those remains, a multitude of spiders began to stir, voraciously consuming their fallen brethren before suddenly exploding into a mass of countless spiders. This time, the swarm did not coalesce into the image of Carl King. Instead, it transformed into a colossal fist composed of innumerable spiders, clenched tightly and hurled towards Spider-Man. Astonishingly, this massive fist overturned the large stone, sending Spider-Man crashing to the ground, though he sustained no serious injury. Originally intended for Mysterio, but it seems it will be put to use on you instead, Carl. Experience this. Webbing instantly adhered to the enormous fist, followed by the release of a high-voltage current, incinerating the multitude of spiders within. Subsequently, a grenade was perfectly tossed onto the grotesque hand, resulting in a violent explosion that shattered it to pieces. The Punisher then retrieved 2 incendiary grenades, igniting the fallen swarm of spiders, and turned his attention to Spider-Man. "I am not entirely certain what this creature is, but surely, he cannot survive this. Can he? Perhaps. If all the spiders are dead," Peter replied, catching his breath. However, both men soon heard a strange sound, not emanating from the burning horde, but from the lifeless body of the chameleon, which began to move in an eerie manner. Spider-Man quickly understood what was transpiring and attempted to reel the corpse in with webbing. Yet the already fragile mimicry armor succumbed, severing instead. Inside lay the chameleon's bones, devoured nearly to the marrow, accompanied by a swarm of spiders that moved in unison towards the nearest sewer entrance. Despite the Punisher's rapid throw of a grenade, a small cluster of spiders still managed to scuttle into the sewer. Spider-Man promptly lifted a manhole cover and leaped down, yet as he anticipated, no trace of the spiders remained. What do you think the likelihood is of spiders naturally dying in the New York sewer system? He despondently inquired of the Punisher, and then he climbed up. We must devise a new approach. Chapter 45. Inside the Avengers Tower, Spider-Man, accompanied by the Punisher, entered the lower levels of the Avengers Tower and proceeded to the main elevator, where he pressed the button for the top floor. As a guest, The Punisher carried only a modest arsenal of 7 or 8 firearms and a handful of explosives. Upon entering the tower, he was greeted by Jarvis, who maintained his calm demeanor, clearly accustomed to such encounters. "Greetings, Mr. Spider-Man, Mr. Castle. Welcome to the Avengers Tower." The Punisher, reflecting on the grandeur of Stark's creation, muttered something that could be interpreted as self-deprecating or a jab at Iron Man Peter. Nodding beneath his mask, remarked, "I've heard this elevator hasn't been used in quite some time. The last time it was occupied, it was by construction workers hauling materials. In fact, most of the Avengers utilize this elevator to ascend," Jarvis interjected smoothly. Peter shrugged. "I usually swing directly to the rooftop, so my knowledge is merely hearsay." The Punisher cast a sidelong glance at Spider-Man, who crossed his arms and fell silent. After the elevator ascended a few floors, the Punisher couldn't help but voice his unease. "Do you ever feel a sense of insecurity while riding in an elevator, as if it might plummet at any moment?" "Shut up," Peter replied, exhaling. "It's just the two of us, in this elevator for a minute or two, and you're not helping with the silence." "Apologies," he murmured. Peter fell silent but recalled an incident from their recent battle, on the verge of speaking when he noticed the Punisher's piercing gaze, compelling him to remain quiet. Could wait. At last, the elevator doors opened on the top 5 floors of the Avengers Tower. As Peter stepped out, he deftly instructed Jarvis, "Please retrieve the latest reports on missing persons. Even if Carl King can shapeshift into a human, he must adhere to the law of conservation of mass. Although many seem to disregard this principle, he undoubtedly relies on consuming others to replenish his ranks. That's futile. This city is rife with neglected homeless and addicts, making it all too easy for your spider acquaintance to satiate his hunger," the Punisher remarked, pouring himself a glass of whiskey from a bottle he retrieved from beneath the bar. "As long as he wishes to hide, he can do so at any moment. From my understanding of Carl, he won't relinquish his pursuit easily. While he may not be capable of confronting me directly, he will target those around me. Fortunately, my family is away on vacation, and he remains unaware of my home. His only option is to seek my friends at school tomorrow morning." Frank paused, the glass of whiskey halting midway to his lips as he turned to face Spider-Man. "What's your situation? A student? Perhaps not even in college, but in high school. You roam the city in that outfit, tackling those armed thugs, and that's acceptable? Additionally, there was that previous fellow you mentioned, the chameleon, and now this individual. What are you up to?" "Attempting to be a cordial neighbor, lending a hand where needed. Is that it?" Frank, not inclined to press further, settled onto the Avenger sofa with a drink. "So, how do you intend to manage your friend? Relying solely on your words?" "Certainly not just on my words," Peter retorted, revealing the sole spider carcass that had escaped incineration post-battle. "The anatomical structure of these creatures dictates their movements, and for Carl King to command such a multitude of spiders, he must depend on alternative means, such as pheromones. I could easily borrow from Hank Pym's research. With the appropriate pheromone inducement, I can compel Carl King to follow my lead. It's not particularly challenging." Peter was confident that, with Jarvis's assistance, he could fine-tune the pheromones in a single evening. The remainder of the task involved lying in wait at school the following morning, ensuring Carl King did not arrive unexpectedly to harm his friends. Furthermore, there was the consideration of thermal imaging. The average temperature of spiders differs from that of humans, and the myriad creatures mimicking spiders would certainly present distinct thermal signatures, thus providing Peter with ample information to resolve the situation. Frank observed the bustling Spider-Man without uttering a word, reclining on the sofa to rest. He had dispatched numerous villains, yet had never slain a horde of spiders. He secretly hoped for a peaceful night's sleep. Meanwhile, Peter sent the spider to the laboratory for analysis and glanced at his phone. Due to the recent skirmishes, the screen had begun to shatter. He sighed upon noticing a message from Gwen. "When will you be home? I have something to discuss with you. I have some matters to attend to tonight and may return quite late." The likelihood of Peter returning home tonight was slim. Even with the odds stacked against him, he had to remain vigilant for any communications, ready to spring into action. No place was better suited for overseeing all of New York City than Avengers Tower. As he gazed at the now-risen moon, another message from Gwen arrived, indicating she could wait a little longer. Peter encouraged her gently, sensing it was not an urgent matter, nor had she attempted to call him. "Phew. Upon emerging from the laboratory, he was met with the Punisher's deep, rhythmic snores. Peter removed his mask, silently contemplating the entirety of New York laid out before him. Frank Castle rarely dreamt, especially since that fateful day. It appeared he no longer needed dreams, for whenever he closed his eyes, he could vividly recall the harrowing sight of his wife and children perishing before him, their voices echoing in his mind. He could not forget that afternoon, a seemingly ordinary day meant for a picnic in Central Park. Had they not encountered the gang's violent clash, had they not gone for that picnic, none of this would have transpired. Yet, the dreams that haunted Frank were not of that day. He envisioned a mother and daughter, witnessing the mother raise a gun to her own head before pulling the trigger. Frank Castle awoke before dawn, gazing silently at the heavens. He then rose to his feet, inhaling the rich aroma of coffee. To his surprise, he spotted Spider-Man, half of his face visible, savoring a cup. "Good morning. Care for a cup?" "The Avengers brew is quite delightful," he offered. The Punisher ignored him, opting instead to retrieve his medication, which he swallowed in one swift motion with a gulp of water. Spider-Man approached him, finally voicing the question that had lingered unasked in the elevator. "When dealing with the chameleon, why did you choose that particular method? As if there were some personal vendetta at play." Chapter 46. Carl King is no longer allowed to exist in a hopeful world, so you are now concerned about the mental health of others. Are you my amicable neighbor? It was barely past 4 in the morning when Frank picked up the unfinished bottle of whiskey, poured himself another glass, and sat at the bar, consuming it in one swift motion. Ordinarily, I would tell someone to go to hell. However, I encountered a certain individual in Hell's Kitchen. He extended his hand and sized up Peter. Clad in red, much like yourself, he enlightened me on how to deal with someone of your ilk. Spider-Man nodded as he sipped his coffee. "Daredevil, I have heard of this individual. They say he is a good man." "Indeed. I clashed with him twice because he opposed my desire to eliminate a certain scoundrel." The Punisher ran his fingers through his hair and abruptly shifted the topic. "When you first appeared before me, I expected you to utter the same hollow platitudes about how killing is irreversible and that engaging in such acts makes one no better than the criminals. Yet, you did not, and for that, I find you somewhat commendable. I was merely seeking to ascertain whether the law could bring the chameleon to justice, and if he is indeed beyond redemption. He is nothing but a hopeless scoundrel, impervious to legal retribution." Upon hearing Spider-Man's explanation, the Punisher did not contest it. Instead, he continued pouring his drink and remarked, "You were about to inquire whether I harbored personal animosity towards him?
Y a sur you, Ido.
He kidnapped a man, a father, then masqueraded as him to murder others before releasing him. At that time, I was unaware of that bastard chameleon, but he was already aware of me, deliberately so." Frank Castle did not divulge what transpired next. Yet Peter comprehended the actions of the Punisher. That woman and their child. Witnessing their father, a poor soul held captive by that scoundrel for over 2 weeks, just released, shot dead before their eyes by another villain. They were picnicking in Central Park that day, the wife and child, watching their father gunned down in cold blood. He tilted his head back, his Adam's apple bobbing, the glass crashing heavily against the bar with a muffled thud, followed by the impotent curses of a middle-aged man. "Damn it! Are you all right?" The Punisher cradled his head with one hand, while the other swatted away Spider-Man's outstretched hand, retrieving several pills from his pocket. "Painkillers, blockers, and sedatives. This is personal vengeance, kid." Sometimes Little Red, how the Punisher referred to Daredevil, was indeed correct. Eliminating those bastards does not bring peace. One is left feeling perpetually hollow. Yet some people are better off dead. Don't you think? After consuming the medication, he lit a cigarette and posed a counter-question. "What about your friend?" "I truly cannot find a way to persuade Carl King to turn back or to accept the consequences of the law. He devoured his mother." Peter could not fathom how one could commit such an act. He set his coffee down and walked to the railing, gazing at the New York City shrouded in night. "I cannot place my hopes on his conscience, believing he would refrain from harming my family or friends. I see no alternative but to either eliminate him or confine him indefinitely. If you cannot do it, leave it to me." Frank Castle downed the remainder of his drink. "It's nearly 5 o'clock. Let us take action." As the clock struck 7 the next morning, Gwen Stacy emerged from the subway station near Midtown High, her backpack in tow, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she approached the vicinity of her school. She believed she had amassed sufficient evidence to confirm that her childhood friend Peter Parker was indeed Spider-Man. Yet when she had messaged him yesterday, Peter claimed he had matters to attend to and would return home late. In truth, Peter Parker had not returned home at all the previous night. Gwen had observed the Parker residence from her window, noting the absence of lights and the lack of a certain Spider-Man scaling the walls under the cover of darkness. This morning, no one had exited the Parker household. What troubled Gwen further was that when she messaged Peter again that morning, he offered no response. Welcome to today's Daily Bugle Morning News. Reports have emerged that an explosion occurred yesterday at a construction site for a Roxanne Energy office building. Although there is no direct visual evidence, a witness known as Detective Mike claims to have seen Spider-Man battling someone amidst the ruins following the explosion. Jonah Jameson, unwavering in his critique, lambasted Spider-Man. There is no doubt that it was Spider-Man's altercation that precipitated this explosion. Some may argue that this is the action of a superhero, but if every time these masked vigilantes intervene, a building collapses or Times Square is devastated, then what truly poses the greater danger? Ordinary criminal activity or these wretched masked heroes? Gwen had little interest in the chaotic reports. If Peter were present, he would likely offer a sarcastic remark. However, her mind was preoccupied. As she approached the subway exit, she felt the weight of someone's gaze upon her. Before she could turn to discern who it was, an arm encircled her waist, lifting her from the ground. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. When her feet finally touched solid ground again, she found herself atop a building at Midtown High. Breathless, she exhaled in relief, only to see Spider-Man, who had released her, gazing at her with earnestness. "Miss, you may not realize, but—" "Peter? What happened?" Spider-Man was abruptly interrupted, staring at her in confusion as he posed the rather foolish retort. Who is Peter?" "Listen, regardless, you should—" Gwen disregarded her wind-tousled hair, quickly coming to a realization as she fixed her gaze upon Spider-Man. "I am in danger, aren't I?" Yes. Some individuals have set their sights on you, Mississippi." As Spider-Man sprinted towards the precipice of the rooftop, he glanced back at her, admonishing, "Do not run amok until you are safe. We shall discuss this later." Gwen contemplated sending a text to Mary Jane, requesting her assistance in securing a day off for both herself and Peter. She reflected on the fleeting exhilaration of their recent escapade. It was not terrifying in the least. On the contrary, she experienced an unprecedented sense of freedom, even while being swept along by another. How delightful it would be to glide so liberally through the streets of New York. Meanwhile, Spider-Man leapt from the rooftop, descending in free fall as he spritzed pheromones from a small vial. The scent, reminiscent of decaying tropical vegetation, was decidedly off-putting. Yet it proved to be the most effective lure for Carl King's arachnid swarm. "Well, Carl, you have no time to select a second target." Upon reaching the subway station's exit, Spider-Man activated his thermal imaging and launched a powerful strike at a passerby clad in hippie attire. The bewildered crowd witnessed Spider-Man assaulting an ordinary citizen, which hardly required a chameleon to fabricate rumors, especially as the unfortunate victim's face peeled away, revealing an onslaught of spiders within. "What do you think, Carl? I've acquired a new cologne. How does it smell?" Sealing Carl King's mouth with webbing, Spider-Man whisked the swarm away from the subway station, crashing onto the adjacent street. "Come on, just the two of us." Eugene Thompson, emerging from the subway, beheld this astonishing scene. He watched as Spider-Man soared away, while a grotesque multitude of spiders erupted from the sewer, coalescing into a monstrous figure formed from countless arachnids, all pursuing Spider-Man on strands of webbing. He could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief and then glance towards the nearby school. "Today, I shall take a leave of absence." Chapter 47. The spider swarm no more Carl, having feasted upon a multitude of wayward souls throughout the night, felt his strength surge, rendering him mightier than even Spider-Man in broad daylight. Thus, he resolved to execute his sinister plan. First, to devour Peter Parker's few friends at school, then to masquerade as them in order to approach Parker. Little did he anticipate that his initial target would falter. Parker seemed to have foreseen his intentions. The moment Gwen emerged from the subway station, He whisked her away, and the meticulously crafted, flawless guise of human skin appeared to Parker as nothing more than a Halloween mask, easily punctured with a single strike. As if this were not enough, Parker exuded an irresistibly alluring scent that was both sweet and metallic, reminiscent of rotting honey mingled with blood, causing Carl's spider swarm to spiral into chaos. Not only those lurking within him, but even the spiders hidden in the sewers and crevices of the walls surged forth in a frenzied tide, coalescing into a 3-meter-tall humanoid monstrosity that swung webs with the grace of Spider-Man. I am swifter than you. Carl laughed maniacally in the wind, overtaking his opponent with a speed surpassing that of Spider-Man, ensnaring him with webbing and yanking him closer. He then raised his fist and landed a devastating blow upon Spider-Man's head, sending him hurtling through the air. I am stronger than you. Carl did not relent in his assault on the airborne Spider-Man. Instead, he plummeted downwards, landing atop him and unleashing a flurry of punches until he had driven him into the ground. Alarms blared from vehicles on the street as bystanders screamed and fled in terror, while countless spiders formed rudimentary facial features upon the enormous humanoid visage. I am more cunning. I possess the wisdom of a chameleon. I am aware that the Punisher awaits me in a trap, but you shall not have that opportunity, he observed as Spider-Man's lenses narrowed in disbelief. I initially thought you merely dabbled in steroids, Carl, but I see now you have resorted to stimulants as well. I shall rend your mouth asunder, Parker. The web shooters discharged a surge of electricity, administering a brief jolt to the swarm, yet the pain lasted only a fleeting moment. The ravenous horde consumed their fallen brethren, giving rise to new spiders, and more alarmingly, a considerable number began to manifest upon Spider-Man himself, as if a sumptuous feast lay before them. Yet at that critical juncture, an object soared through the air, a small vial hurled by Spider-Man. The liquid within splattered upon the swarm, and in an instant, the spiders crawling upon Spider-Man broke free from Carl's control, evoking a sensation of his own swarm feasting upon him. And you dare to consider the chameleon intelligent? Carl, I truly cannot fathom how abysmal your math assignments must be. No wonder I have never encountered you in class. With a graceful backflip, Spider-Man landed atop a utility pole, meticulously inspecting his web shooters. Suddenly, a rocket propelled through the air, striking the chaotic swarm of spiders with a resounding explosion that nearly annihilated them. The Punisher emerged, halting his motorcycle, and hurled a series of incendiary devices toward the blazing mass of spiders. Seriously? A rocket launcher in Manhattan? Simple yet effective, a rarity even in Hell's Kitchen, he remarked, fixated on the inferno as he continued to unleash his arsenal until it was depleted. Meanwhile, Spider-Man encased every nearby manhole cover in webbing, both of them awaiting either the complete extinguishing of the flames or the emergence of the surviving spiders. If this doesn't work, you'll have to. Yes, I know, he replied. As the two observed, a colossal sphere rolled forth, its surface adorned with the charred remnants of spiders. Witnessing this, the Punisher swiftly retreated to devise a secondary plan, while Spider-Man sighed and applied a third vial of pheromones, effective though fleeting in duration. From the massive, scorched shell, the desiccated swarm condensed into a pitiful entity standing just 5 feet tall, yet its ferocity remained unchanged. Peter launched a web at the creature, which instinctively divided into countless spiders, narrowly evading obliteration from high-voltage electricity. Seizing the moment, Peter shot a web towards a fire hydrant, but a spider leapt forth, severing the strand. At this moment, Carl King recognized the reality. This was a hunt, with Spider-Man as the prey. To vanquish him, the strategy was simple: prevent Spider-Man from executing his plans. The swarm enveloped Spider-Man, gnawing at his antiquated web shooter before solidifying into a face that roared, "Parker, you're finished today. You seem to need assistance, little spider." An unsuspecting football struck Carl King's newly formed head, and he turned, eyes ablaze, to see Eugene Thompson, who had arrived without notice. Upon spotting Thompson, Peter muttered an exasperated, "Damn it. I have backup. You should flee, but you genuinely seem to require help." As Peter stood, brushing the spiders from his body, Thompson showed no inclination to escape. He appeared intent on aiding in the eradication of the spiders. In a moment of inspiration, Peter shouted, "Thompson, is that you?" "Yes." "Oh my goodness. You remember me. Just don't make things worse." Can you drive? Peter, witnessing his new suit being shredded by the swarm, recognized that the reinforced polymer fibers would not endure for long. Yes, they had a contingency plan, but it lacked the assurance needed to guarantee the defeat of Carl. Thus, he truly required a modicum of assistance. Thompson felt a surge of genuine joy, for he indeed knew how to drive. Very well, find a vehicle, smash open the fire hydrant, and then make a hasty retreat, Peter exclaimed, simultaneously crushing a spider in his grasp. Thompson located the nearest car, fortuitously discovering that the owner had fled without removing the keys, and had not even extinguished the engine. He jumped into the driver's seat, yanked the steering wheel, and pressed the accelerator, crashing straight into the fire hydrant. The hydrant toppled, sending a magnificent jet of water soaring into the air. Thanks to the New York government, there was indeed water within the hydrant. Carl King, drawn by the pheromones, found himself unable to confront the fleeing Thompson. Yet he took pleasure in mocking Peter Parker. Water? Do you think it could drown me? I never considered that, Carl. However, even elementary school children know one crucial fact. Water conducts electricity. The severed high-voltage cables fell around them, and a tremendous current surged through the swarm of spiders and Spider-Man. Amidst the electrical current, Spider-Man stood tall, grasping the high-voltage cable. You may be faster and stronger by feeding on humans, but I possess greater resilience than you, Carl. It is time to bid farewell. No, no. As he felt the life ebbing away, the dying swarm of spiders managed to form a face, issuing a final plea towards their adversary. You are a hero, Parker. You are Spider-Man. You cannot kill me. You cannot take a life. I can refrain from striking you. I can surrender. The Avengers must have a prison for me, Parker. Carl King, amidst his diminishing essence, sensed an indescribable silence as the high-voltage current coursed through both their bodies, equally draining their lives, until ultimately, that face could no longer maintain its form and collapsed. Spider-Man cast the cable into the puddle, enduring the current as he emerged. He glanced toward the distant Thompson. That distance was such that an ordinary person could not overhear the final conversation between him and Carl King. You did nothing wrong, my child. I feel as though I possess no tangible sensation, no reality of having taken a life. Peter inquired of the Punisher. Is this right? That merely proves you did not slay a human child. You vanquished a monster, and you acted rightly. The Punisher patted his shoulder. Change your attire, then tell your friends that it is all over. You smell like meat from a barbecue pit. This transpired half an hour later. A contingent of unidentified NYPD officers cordoned off the entire street, removing the high-voltage cables and gathering the remains of all the mutated spiders. The officer in charge responded to directives on his phone. Yes, destroy them all? No, that is not an issue. Not a single spider shall remain. In an unnoticed corner, the corpse of a large spider burst open, and the last surviving small spider stealthily made its way towards a distant waterway, only to be crushed beneath a boot, which was subsequently lifted. The officer who noticed this step turned to the special consultant handling the case. Is there a situation, Agent Silk? No. A seemingly high school-aged Asian girl gazes down at the lifeless body of a spider, responding succinctly. All threats have been eradicated. Chapter 48. The time for revelation. The battle with the spider swarm concluded rather swiftly, leading to an unusual occurrence where no one took a leave of absence that day. Even Peter Parker, who had been zapped into a state of crispy discomfort, merely felt his hair was a tad parched. After all, for Spider-Man, a jolt of high voltage was merely a trifling matter. The most immediate consequence of the skirmish manifested itself during lunchtime in the cafeteria of Midtown High, where a striking figure clad in a cheap Spider-Man costume animatedly regaled those around him with tales of his exploits. Listen up, folks. I encountered Spider-Man today. I was a tremendous help to him. Peter sat at a nearby table, silently shoveling mashed potatoes into his mouth while letting out a resigned sigh. Truth be told, even without the jolt of electricity, it hardly mattered, for he had meticulously accounted for the possibility of the fire hydrant being dry in his contingency plans. The Punisher had already prepared plastic explosives to obliterate the water tank atop a nearby skyscraper, ensuring that water would cascade down to facilitate conductivity. Thus, Thompson's presence was unnecessary. However, given that he had already arrived on the scene, it was prudent to allow him to contribute, lest he inadvertently stir up some chaos. Hey, everyone. I just witnessed something extraordinary. Amadeus, rarely one to exhibit such enthusiasm, approached in his lab coat paired with an incongruous green t-shirt. You won't believe what just happened. Did the Hulk show up? Harry quipped, but Amadeus, nearly beside himself with excitement yet unable to vocalize it, was too enraptured to respond. The internship at Baxter Building. Our school secured 3 spots. Amadeus finally divulged the astonishing news. Can you believe it? An opportunity to conduct research alongside Reed Richards. Regardless of your thoughts, I am definitely signing up. Just as Peter opened his mouth to interject, a slender hand unexpectedly rested on his shoulder. Looking up, he was met with Gwen's expressionless visage. Apologies, everyone, but I need to borrow him. Have you finished eating? Yes, sorry, everyone. Peter awkwardly nodded at his friends as Gwen tugged him away. Amadeus and Harry exchanged glances before Harry suddenly inquired, Are you planning to attend this year's homecoming dance? Amadeus? I can't find a dance partner at all. What about you, Harry? I have my eye on a lovely girl, but I lack the courage to ask her. They exchanged another glance, both letting out a synchronized sigh. Gwen led Peter into a small room filled with an array of musical instruments. After releasing her grip on him, she seated herself on the drum throne, her gaze fixed intently upon him. So, are you ready to explain what transpired this morning? What exactly are you referring to? Let us take it one step at a time. First, the first time I encountered Spider-Man, he was wearing shoes just like yours. You had just stepped out, and it was only after Spider-Man resolved everything that you returned. Gwen gazed at Peter Parker, who remained silent, fixated on her. Secondly, I delivered lunch to my dad yesterday and found a note left by Spider-Man, which bore an uncanny resemblance to your left-handed writing. Why do you remember my left-handed script? Peter was momentarily taken aback, as he had no idea Gwen had taken note of such details. Gwen also appeared surprised before recollecting because it was fascinating. It was the first time I had encountered someone who could write with both hands, and the disparity in their handwriting was striking. So I committed it to memory. But let's set that aside. She waved her hand dismissively and presented her third reason. Last night, I intended to hear your explanation, yet you didn't return home at all. You couldn't possibly have stayed awake the entire night. Could you? After Peter spoke, he looked at Gwen, who regarded him with an air of expectation, prompting him to let out a resigned sigh. At times, having a childhood friend could indeed be quite bothersome. He scratched his head, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Do you remember the Osborne Technology exhibition from 6 months ago? We approached the spider exhibit, and suddenly the glass shattered. Then Carl King captured the radioactive spider that had escaped and placed it on my neck. That's how you became Spider-Man? Gwen felt a sense of incredulity. Becoming a superhero seemed so haphazard. What if Osborne's research had involved mutated cockroaches or mosquitoes? What then was Peter Parker? Nevertheless, Gwen decided to bypass that line of inquiry for the time being. Is Uncle Ben aware of this? Peter nodded. Aunt May surely doesn't know. You must be concerned about her worrying. What about me? Why not tell me? Peter fell silent for about 2 seconds before countering with a series of questions. If I were to tell you, could you promise not to come to my aid, to refrain from asking me to take you flying around New York, or inquire whether you could hang upside down from the ceiling while sipping coffee? Dream on. Wait, you really could? Peter had yet to articulate the very reason he had withheld this information from her when the door swung open, revealing Mary Jane, who appeared genuinely surprised to see Peter. Hey Peter, what brings you here? I stumbled upon some amusing things, but I didn't disclose them to Gwen, so she summoned me for an interrogation. I have to go. I have important matters to attend to after school. As Peter spoke, he maneuvered past Mary Jane, catching a glimpse of Gwen's expression that indicated he was not finished yet, and nodded before closing the door behind him. He wasn't making excuses to avoid Gwen after school. He genuinely had urgent matters to address. His web shooters had been damaged during the confrontation with Carl King, and it was beyond the scope of mere screwdrivers and wrenches to repair. After deliberation, he decided to forego the old-fashioned web shooters altogether and instead utilize the Avengers' resources to create a new, more efficient model. Moreover, he needed to ascertain whether the other individual was indeed Carl King. Although the likelihood seemed slim, should it prove to be true, complications would arise. Thus, The subway passengers that day bore witness to a peculiar spectacle. Spider-Man, adhering to the rules, swiped his card to enter the station, mingled with the crowd to board the train, and even courteously offered his seat to an elderly lady. 20 minutes later, he dashed into the Avengers Tower, expertly pressed the button for the top floor, as if he were merely an ordinary employee staying late. J-A-R-V-I-S. Prepare the lab for me. The elevator doors opened, and without waiting for J-A-R-V-I-S to respond, Peter stepped into the Avengers office area. Almost instantaneously, he sensed something amiss. His spider sense remained dormant, yet an inexplicable unease crept over him from behind. He leaned back just in time to evade a kick aimed at his head. Then, continuing his backward motion, he planted his hands on the ground and propelled himself towards the assailant's legs. Confirming he had missed his target, he exerted force with his arms, executing a backflip while simultaneously hurling a chair away. Wow, that lady certainly lacks grace, kid. Peter halted, turning to face the source of the mocking voice. His gaze fell upon a singular black eye, belonging to Nick Fury, who donned a black trench coat and held a glass of the same drink he had shared with the Punisher the previous day, pouring it for himself. Before Tony Stark and the Avengers went missing, he shared with me some insights regarding the multiverse and a certain Spider-Woman. I've brought the person you seek, kid. Fury raised his glass, gesturing towards Peter's rear. Come meet R.S. H.I.L.D. Level 4 Agent, Silk, Cindy Moon. Peter turned to find a girl of similar age standing behind him. Her face was unobscured, and she wore a uniform crafted from an unknown material. The torso of the suit bore a white hue with a spiderweb pattern extending from her chest, fading from red to black, with a red intricately woven at its center. The limbs, however, were a solid black devoid of any web structure, save for the red tips on the index and middle fingers of her gloves. Seemingly aware of Peter's gaze, the girl raised a red scarf around her neck to conceal the lower half of her face. Chapter 49. Nick Fury Peter Parker found himself somewhat disoriented. The reason was not solely that the individual he had been seeking had unexpectedly appeared before him, but rather because he had once again come to grasp the futility of certain plot developments. In the more widely recognized comic universe, the tale of the Web-Slinger is predominantly intertwined with the Spider-Verse. To succinctly summarize, in order to evade the relentless pursuit of the villain Morlun, Cindy had been concealed within a facility for a decade, only to be liberated by Spider-Man upon discovering her plight. The current situation, with Cindy Moon now joining S.H.I.E.L.D. as an agent, bore little relevance to that narrative. Today's youth seem oblivious to the proper methods of addressing issues. Upon acquiring superpowers, they refrain from informing the government, neglect to report, and miss the opportunity to be trained by professionals to harness their abilities. Nick Fury approached, a wine glass in hand, seemingly disinclined to consume its contents. Peter, meanwhile, gazed at Cindy for a moment, not merely because of her attractiveness, but due to his knowledge that the encounter between Spider-Man and Silk would typically ignite a rapid surge of hormones in both parties. Yet, in reality, no such reaction occurred. Peter shrugged. Perhaps it was for the best. They had donned circus attire and rushed into the streets to confront petty criminals, entirely unconcerned about the possibility of being riddled with bullets. In fact, Peter retorted, I have undergone training, and I was not at a disadvantage earlier. Apologies, Cindy. No offense intended. Cindy had already settled into a corner, her reaction inscrutable, while Nick Fury had no intention of letting the matter rest. Oh, you think you're quite impressive, having handled a locksmith, an internationally renowned assassin, and a whole swarm of spiders in just half a month? Fury remarked. Peter had not even realized the extent of his experiences in such a brief time until Fury pointed it out, after which Fury lost interest. Listen, you may feel you're doing well, but in reality you still have a long way to go. For instance, regarding that spider creature you dealt with this morning, did you know that within the corpse of one spider, there was still a living young spider? See, you are still quite new to this line of work and unaware of many things. The Avengers. They hold high hopes for you, but they always have their own affairs to attend to. At this juncture, Peter understood Fury's purpose. I presume you are about to present me with a gym membership to S.H.I.E.L.D. But I'm afraid I simply do not have the time to enroll in your fitness program. SHIELD could indeed enhance his capabilities, enabling him to accomplish tasks that the Avengers could not assist him with, transforming him into the ultimate Spider-Man. This proposition was rather enticing, truly. SHIELD could provide ample equipment support, guaranteed backup, and a more agile communication network than the Avengers. Were it not for the numerous inconsistencies between this universe and the MCU, he might have genuinely considered the offer. However, unless Peter can ascertain that SHIELD has not been infiltrated by Hydra like a sieve, he cannot possibly join the agency. Never mind, I am accustomed to solitude. Even the Avengers merely request my assistance in safeguarding their domain. After uttering this, Peter concocted a rather feeble excuse. Moreover, I had a dream in which I joined SHIELD, only to be confronted by He did not finish his sentence, for he observed Nick Fury shaking his head, and in that instant, he felt a peculiar twitch in his eyelid. This was problematic. Not only did the comic narrative falter, but the film did too. Wait, do you know that SHIELD has been compromised by Hydra? Why is there no reaction whatsoever? Are you deliberately allowing those Hydra agents to deceive SHIELD for their funding? Eaten by a shark, Peter amended. Upon hearing Peter's change of words, Fury took a sip of his drink as if to steady his nerves. Well, you can agree to this condition at any time. I will leave you a number. Oh, by the way, regarding your traversal of the multiverse, you will be selected as an intern at the Baxter Building, where you will convene with the Web. Is that it? May I pose a question? Peter suddenly interjected, prompting Fury to set down his glass and begin gathering his belongings, nodding in acknowledgement. What is the matter with your eyes? Is that permissible to inquire? Fury opened his mouth, seemingly taken aback. I was blinded by a man during a hostage rescue mission that could not have been simpler. We had already completed the task and rescued the target. Nick Fury recounted a story that Peter had never heard before. Then, a man appeared, killing all my agents and my protectee, and he blinded one of my eyes. To this day, I do not know who that individual is or what he looks like, only that he has a metal arm, and the Soviets refer to him as the Winter Soldier. Was Fury speaking the truth? With skepticism etched on his brow, Peter pondered. If what Fury claimed was indeed accurate, it would imply that the narrative of the film Captain Marvel had never transpired, and the Skrulls had not infiltrated SHIELD. As Peter Parker mulled over the plot, he heard Fury's final admonition before departing. Beware of those with metal arms, be cautious of the Winter Soldier. Peter Parker, your parents perished at his hands. Wait, what did you say? Nick Fury had already pushed open the door, stepping onto the helipad and boarding the helicopter to depart. Stunned by this entirely unexpected revelation, Peter stood frozen for a moment before realizing something significant. Nick Fury had left without taking Cindy with him. He did not take you. Cindy nodded, sitting on the sofa with a book in hand, her gaze fixed on its pages as she replied without looking up. Fury mentioned that we would have some collaboration later, so we could familiarize ourselves. How did you join SHIELD? Cindy looked up at Peter. Upon discovering my extraordinary abilities, my parents promptly alerted the authorities, which led to the arrival of SHIELD. It turns out you are indeed the exemplary case that Nick Fury just mentioned. Peter settled onto the sofa nearby, rubbing his hands together. I previously heard from that Spider-Woman that you can sense my presence. Is that true? Well, can't you? After casting a glance at Peter, Cindy confirmed his inability. So, you were unaware that the spider swarm still exists? I can perceive you, your distance, your position, even the vitality you possess, which was particularly evident during those harrowing seconds of electric shock. My apologies. Cindy raised her gaze to him once more. Why apologize? Did I cause you any inconvenience? Peter found the statement amusing, though Cindy indeed chuckled. After closing her book, she offered a brief explanation. It doesn't significantly affect my life, much like always knowing where my phone is. In contrast, the incessant reproduction of that spider swarm truly disgusts me. Now it is my turn to inquire. Cindy interrupted Peter's forthcoming remarks. I have watched numerous recordings of your battles and have learned quite a bit from your fighting style. Just now, after I attacked you, I expected you to respond with your web shooters as per your usual practice, yet you opted to throw a chair instead. My web shooter is malfunctioning. I am unable to deploy webs. Peter then noticed the look of confusion on Cindy's face. So, you cannot only fail to sense my location, but you are also unable to shoot webs yourself? Chapter 50. The mysterious guest, the thunderous whir of helicopter blades reverberated in Nick Fury's ears as he narrowed his single eye, peering through the bulletproof glass at the receding silhouette of the Avengers Tower. He held no faith in the legend of the Spider-Woman's totem, yet he was acutely aware of the origins of the spider that had bitten Peter and Cindy. It was a product of the super soldier program designated as Brutal Force, aimed at utilizing animal genetics to forge a new generation of super soldiers. The original overseer was Professor Nathaniel Essex from Britain, who, upon shifting his focus to mutant gene research, entrusted this project to his two students, Richard Parker and Herbert Edgar Wyndham. The latter had been missing for many years, while Richard chose to study spiders as his subject, collaborating with his wife, Mary Parker. They withdrew from the project years ago, leaving it in the hands of Richard's student, Jonathan Drew, after discovering that the U.S. military was sharing pertinent information with a clandestine faction. This was also why Nick Fury sought to recruit them, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of the Winter Soldier. The deaths of Richard and Mary Parker represented a significant blunder for S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet their sacrifice was not in vain. It tore apart the carefully woven facade of Hydra. This organization, which should have perished during World War II, not only survived but had extended its tendrils deep into the marrow of the post-war order, I.M. Roxxon the Hand. These visible Hydra factions were merely the tip of the iceberg. The so-called Project No. 2, referred to as Brutal Force within Hydra, was merely the beginning. Fury's temples throbbed with anxiety. If the overt Brutal Force program could spawn 3 superpowered individuals, how many abominations had the clandestine Project No. 2 conceived? More critically, Hydra had undoubtedly infiltrated S.H.I.L.D. The extent of their embedded agents remained an enigma. He pondered this as he gazed at the fading outline of the Avengers Tower, recalling Peter Parker's recent words, furrowing his brow. Had Richard left him a message of some sort? Wilson, cigar in mouth, descended into the depths of Fisk Tower, with Aaron Davis silently trailing behind like a shadow, smoke curling beneath the fluorescent lights. They were constructing something new here, a high-specification covert laboratory. Delighted to see you here, Dr. Otto Octavius. As the mechanical claw extended, King did not refuse. He grasped it briefly, offering a slight shake before releasing it. I trust you comprehend my request. Spider-Man has severely disrupted the underground trade in New York. I require a weapon capable of dealing with him. An honor, Mr. King. Otto adjusted his glasses with a mechanical claw and stated, first and foremost, I must amass a sufficient quantity of data. I have witnessed several of Spider-Man's battles, documenting his confrontations with Shriek and the Spider-Queen. Even so, I believe this is not the zenith of his abilities. If you intend to best Spider-Man, you must first extract his limits. As the old adage goes, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Hearing these words, Kingpin furrowed his brow. Testing Spider-Man's limits? He understood that with the current gang under his command in New York, armed with various firearms, they could not possibly challenge Spider-Man. These superpowered beings had altered the rules of the game. Mere numbers and firepower were no longer absolute advantages. Therefore, to engage in combat with Spider-Man, one must create entities akin to Shriek or the Spider-Queen. Construct an armor for me. I shall confront Spider-Man, Aaron Davis declared. Kingpin turned to his trusted confidant, whose gaze was resolute. Leave it to me, King, Aaron assured. Kingpin placed a hand on Aaron's shoulder with just the right amount of pressure. I will craft you a set of equipment, but not for the purpose of battling Spider-Man, do you understand? We need not dirty our hands. He then directed his attention to Octavius. I will hire a cadre of international mercenaries to test your new equipment, Dr. Otto. Prior to that, you shall focus on developing weaponry to counter Spider-Man. I expect to see results swiftly. As Kingpin departed the laboratory, Otto supported himself with his mechanical claw and activated his computer. Beyond the weapons he was developing, there were alternative avenues to explore, such as pilfering the research outcomes of America's Super Soldier program. Before Otto left Oscorp, he had learned that the military had discovered a meteorite in the deserts of Arizona, which contained a symbiote capable of merging with earthly organisms and significantly enhancing human capabilities. If he could obtain this entity and exert control over it, defeating Spider-Man would be a mere formality. While contemplating this, Otto searched the inventory of Chitauri components currently at Kingpin's disposal, adjusting his glasses as he began to devise equipment to contend with Kingpin. His purpose remained clear. Spider-Man was not his enemy, never had been. The true adversary was Norman Osborn, who had wrought such havoc upon him. The light particle imaging device? That was entrusted to Quentin Beck. Kingpin had indeed found someone knowledgeable about this technology. In truth, Quentin not only understood it but had also been continuously refining the device. At this moment, gazing at the contraption in his hands, akin to an aquarium, he could not help but hold his breath. Have I completed it? Have I truly succeeded? In his soliloquy, Quentin rubbed his temples, electrodes connected to a projector affixed to his temples. As the imaging in the room continued to evolve, Quentin heard the sound of footsteps. Those who had persistently tormented him were approaching once more. He glanced around, then directed his gaze towards the particle imaging device he held in his hands. Donning the contraption atop his head, he pondered the whereabouts of Beck. Meanwhile, the two gang members who entered the room discovered it to be devoid of any presence, leaving them perplexed and ready to depart. As they made their way toward the door, they collided with an unseen barrier. It was then that the realization struck them. That wretched boy was toying with them again. Quick, find the exit. After fumbling about, they located the door and stepped out of the room, relying on their past experiences to escape Quentin's tricks, with plans to subsequently teach that scoundrel a lesson. However, this time felt distinctly different. Upon exiting, they found nothing had changed. They had unwittingly re-entered Quentin's studio. Suddenly, they were struck with force, as something crashed down upon them, sending them sprawling to the ground. Amidst a cloud of smoke, a figure clad in a green suit and wearing a glass helmet materialized before them. One of the gang members swung a punch, yet it met only empty air. Tell Kingpin I am here to deal with Spider-Man. Chapter 51. The rest period. As Kingpin was signing a contract, he raised his head in disbelief upon hearing the outrageous news and asked his close associate, Aaron Davis, incredulously, "Is that true? They say that Quentin completed that half-finished fish tank, and then underwent a drastic change, declaring his intent to eliminate Spider-Man." Aaron shared the incredulous sentiment, yet the reality was undeniable. "I believe he is seeking vengeance for Chameleon, given their cordial relationship." Kingpin was further perplexed. Are they really on good terms? Generally speaking, their relationship is rather average. However, considering this individual's inherent timidity and insecurity, it appears that Chameleon's few kind words may have influenced him. Aaron reflected, before posing a question, should we arrange a meeting with him? After all, simply having a fish tank won't suffice to defeat Spider-Man. A few moments later, Kingpin observed Otto Octavius, who was marveling at Beck Quentin. At that moment, Quentin had somehow donned a full suit of green armor, complemented by a projector resembling a large fish tank atop his head. Kingpin recalled that the device was supposed to be transparent, yet it obscured Quentin's face entirely. "Ah, Mr. Kingpin," Otto continued, unwilling to utter Fisk's name as usual, "I had a discussion with Mr. Beck. Though he is not an expert in optics, his knowledge in the field is quite impressive. He is indeed a rare intellect. I have completed a comprehensive upgrade of the light particle projector, eliminating any spatial limitations, and it can now analyze invisible light. I can manipulate all images within a 500-meter radius, rendering individuals invisible or revealing astonishing sights to them." Then, the Mysterio boldly proclaimed the most audacious request since being coerced into working for Kingpin. "Mr. Fisk, first and foremost, I demand a raise. I wish to increase my weekly salary from $300 to $500. Kingpin remained silent for a considerable time, casting a glance at Aaron. who also maintained a long silence. Finally, with an exasperated sigh, Kingpin instructed his assistant, "Raise Mr. Beck's weekly salary to $5,000. Thank you." Otto Octavius was taken aback. "You were only paying him $300 a week?" It started at 1,000, but he seemed intimidated. Aaron offered an explanation on behalf of his superior. He desperately negotiated with our people, insisting on 500, before settling for 300. "Do you have any further demands, Mr. Quinton?" "I require a robust suit capable of defending against Spider-Man's assaults, as well as a set of drones that can operate in conjunction with my brainwaves. Without these, it is impossible for me to triumph over Spider-Man. I intend to teach that guy a lesson on behalf of Mr. Dimitri." It was indeed for Chameleon. Kingpin, unable to comprehend Mysterio's reasoning, also recognized that Mysterio did not intend to eliminate Spider-Man. He merely sought to restore Chameleon's honor. After all, Spider-Man had merely given Chameleon a thorough beating rather than ending his life. Forget it, it serves well as a punching bag. After a resigned nod from Jean, he turned to the mysterious guest. "So, Mr. Quinton, might you demonstrate what you are capable of?" As Jean heard the sound of fingers snapping, the ground beneath him transformed in an instant, and everyone found themselves atop a skyscraper, while the enigmatic figure hovered mid-air. Jean gazed down, recalling Quinton's previous explanations. What lay before him was merely an illusion. Yet, no matter how he looked, the bustling traffic below appeared unchanged. Save for one thing, there was an utter absence of sound. "With sufficient equipment, I can replicate corresponding auditory, olfactory, and even tactile sensations, Mr. Fisk." In that moment, Jean felt himself enlarging while others diminished, until they all appeared as mere ants. The mysterious guest looked up at him. "It merely requires a touch of precise assistance." Jean smiled, relishing the flattery. Everyone seemed so insignificant. Even the enigmatic figure himself was no exception. Only Jean towered above them all. "I shall prepare what you need, Mr. Quinton. You shall receive everything you desire, provided you assist me in dealing with Spider-Man." Africa, Wakanda. After 3 days, the Avengers finally concluded their pursuit of the vibranium smuggler Ulysses Klaue. Yet the entire endeavor inevitably entwined itself with Wakanda's internal affairs. The leader of the White Gorilla tribe had received funding and equipment from Klaue, assassinated the former King Chaka, and ignited a civil war. In return, Klaue was to gain the mining rights to vibranium within the territory controlled by the White Gorilla tribe. The Avengers, along with Black Panther T'Challa, who had also come to apprehend Klaue, engaged in a conflict. However, the most awkward aspect was T'Challa's profound distrust of these American superheroes, a skepticism that proved justified, for the true benefactor behind Klaue was the CIA, and much of the vibranium Klaue smuggled found its way into the pockets of the U.S. military. In the end, Captain America grimly dealt with all the CIA operatives and informants, handing them over to T'Challa. As recompense, T'Challa delivered Ulysses Klaue to the Avengers, but according to Wakandan law, he severed one of Klaue's arms and publicly proclaimed that the Avengers were friends of Wakanda. When I awakened, I learned of Jim's, the original Blaze, demise and James, Wolverine amnesia. We had turned against once comrades. I have asked myself more than once whether the price of our victory in this war has been too steep. Steve sighed, unusually holding a bottle of vodka. "And now you tell me we have become fascists? To plunder the mineral resources of other nations? I have begun to doubt whether we truly emerged victorious." "I believe you view America through rose-colored glasses," Captain Tony jested, attempting to console him. "America has always been the unjust party, save for those years during World War II. You merely lived in an era when America happened to embody justice, only to die before it turned malevolent. Welcome back to the true America. I find myself nostalgically reminiscing about the days of war, when we all recognized the Germans as malevolent foes, and the Hydra as the embodiment of evil. We fought valiantly for justice and liberty, with universal consensus among us, unlike the present times. I have spent my life combating fascism, yet now I find myself labeled as such." The Hulk, resting his chin in his hands, squatted inside the aircraft and gently tapped the captain on the shoulder, to which the captain merely replied, "I'm fine." On a brighter note, it seems T'Challa is willing to join the Avengers. What splendid news! The Wasp shared this rare piece of good tidings, while Tony accessed the records from Avengers Tower. "Jarvis, Enlighten me on the recent happenings in New York. What has our friendly neighborhood encountered this time? Everything appears to be in order. That lad is performing admirably. What does it mean that Nick Fury has come to Avengers Tower to recruit someone? Chapter 52. After school routines, Peter and Cindy did not linger at Avengers Tower for long. Upon hearing news of the Avengers' imminent return, they resolved to depart swiftly. After finalizing the adjustments on the new web shooters, Spider-Man commenced his patrol for the afternoon, equipped with his latest gear. Relying on the Avengers' equipment had become quite inconvenient. Standing at the edge of a high-rise in Manhattan, Peter gazed down at the sleek new web shooters adorning his wrist, wishing he had his own laboratory, one that was sufficiently advanced. Transitioning from luxury to simplicity is no easy feat, he chuckled to himself. This new web shooter was significantly more streamlined than the previous version. No larger than a wristwatch, snugly fitting against the inner side of his wrist, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. In addition to the standard web fluid, it boasted 3 specialized modes: discharge, strength, and elasticity, complementing his brand new web suit, marking his first comprehensive upgrade since his debut. Today, Manhattan was unusually tranquil. No robberies, no explosions, and even petty thefts were scarce. Of course, there was no sign of the Mysterio either, but this only heightened Peter's anxiety. The Mysterio was operating in the shadows, aiding the chameleon in mimicking his combat style, creating the illusion of Spider-Man in battle. Peter was convinced that this master of visual manipulation would soon emerge as his primary adversary. Moreover, considering that thermal imaging essentially detects infrared light, it was highly likely that Mysterio had made targeted modifications to evade detection, and he might have even mastered more advanced illusion techniques. Anticipating the worst, Peter envisioned Mysterio as a complete entity capable of not just visual interference, but also affecting auditory and tactile senses, rendering each individual witness to starkly different illusions. As this realization struck him, an idea sparked. If he could develop a sonar device, closing his visor during combat and relying solely on sonar imaging, he might be able to unravel Mysterio's illusions. The only drawback would be the limited speed of sound, potentially resulting in imaging delays. However, with his spider sense, this would not pose a significant challenge. He wondered if Cindy could assist him. Being an agent of S.H.I.L.D. might complicate matters. Lost in thought, Peter had completed his routine patrol for the evening. He gracefully descended to the ground, steadied his breathing, and sought a secluded corner to change, transforming himself into an ordinary high school student returning home late. Uncle Ben and Aunt May had yet to return, seemingly staying away for another couple of days, allowing Peter the freedom to return home at his leisure. It was then that he spotted Gwen seated on the steps outside his home. "Hey Gwen, didn't you have rehearsal?" He greeted her nonchalantly, beginning to tousle his slightly disheveled hair. "It's already 6:30, Peter. Rehearsal ended a while ago," Gwen replied as she rose to make way for him, brushing off the dust from her pants. "With Aunt May away for the next few days. What have you been eating?" "Managed to cook a little," Peter replied, aware of Gwen's impending remark. "Don't expect me to whip up a gourmet meal." "I'm not picky," Gwen shrugged, following him inside, her gaze lingering on his backpack. "Is your gear in there? The suit and all?" Peter tossed his backpack onto the sofa. Once upon a time he had a different uniform, but now, having crafted a new suit at the Avengers Tower, it was far more convenient. "Have you joined the Avengers?" he inquired. "Not yet," Peter replied, shaking his head. Although both Tony and Captain seemed to imply it, considering his age, they had not formally extended an invitation. For the time being, they merely asked him to assist in overseeing the tower while they were on missions. "So, is it true that you can drink coffee while clinging to the ceiling?" Gwen returned to the unfinished topic from noon, suddenly recalling something and leaping to her feet. "Wait, let me get you a glass of water." Peter heard the sound of the faucet running in the kitchen, and before long, Gwen returned with a glass of tap water. He couldn't help but sigh. "Tap water?" Gwen chuckled, slightly embarrassed. "I couldn't find your water jug." "Sorry." Resigned, Peter accepted the glass, removed his shoes, and with a sudden leap, adhered his feet firmly to the ceiling, standing upside down while not a drop of water spilled from his hand. Under Gwen's astonished gaze, he leisurely finished the glass, then gracefully flipped over and landed softly on the floor. Gwen clapped her hands in delight. That is so cool. Yeah, it's like someone telling you they have a cat that can do backflips, he responded while putting on his shoes. I just hope I don't get an upset stomach. If Spider-Man gets a stomachache from a glass of tap water, the entire New York Mafia should send thank you letters to the waterworks. Taking the glass from Peter's hand, Gwen stepped a little closer, her excitement evident as she asked her next question. Seriously, Peter? Don't you plan to take me for a spin around Manhattan? Even just in Queens? Gwen. Oh, sorry. I forgot you need to keep your identity hidden. Gwen quickly devised a clever solution. What if I design a suit for myself? That way, no one would connect me to you. Peter sighed. This was precisely why he hesitated to reveal his identity to Gwen. I'm going to make dinner. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine, clever boy. Just hope you don't set off the smoke alarm. Peter retrieved the pre-cooked rice he had prepared in the morning from the refrigerator, casting a glance at Gwen in the living room, and began cooking. He wasn't particularly skilled in the kitchen, so he opted for fried rice with some starch sausages. During dinner, he was bombarded with a multitude of questions. Finally, after sending the annoying neighbor away, Peter exhaled in relief. He completed his evening routine, charged his phone, and began monitoring crime reports in New York. Simultaneously, he took out a stack of paper and commenced sketching the blueprints for a sonar device. Although he could have easily purchased a simple handheld or portable sonar gadget, he lacked the funds, and besides, designing his own equipment would facilitate modifications to connect it to his visor. He was uncertain about when he began to feel fatigued and succumbed to slumber. Amidst the haze of his dreams, a strange occurrence unfolded before him. Something terrifying was transpiring. Spider-Man was engaged in a fierce battle with a group of unfamiliar adversaries, ultimately succumbing and collapsing. A burly man clad in a white suit raised his fist, gazing down at the fallen Peter Parker, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. A spider traversed the landscape of his dreams, a black arachnid about the size of a half-palm, which landed before Parker, stirring the threads of fate and conveying messages from the multiverse. Prominently displayed upon its back were the numbers 42. Chapter 53. The mysterious heist. Quentin Beck inhaled deeply, seated within the confines of his vehicle, his heart racing uncontrollably, and a wave of nausea threatening to overwhelm him. Just yesterday, he had brazenly demanded a $200 increase in his weekly salary before that insufferable kingpin. He had even stood up for Mr. Dimitri. Good heavens! Those words had actually escaped the lips of Quentin Beck. Breathe deeply, Beck, breathe deeply. You can do this. You can handle it. You faced the kingpin without faltering. This is merely a trial run. As Quentin sat in the car, he took another deep breath. In the front seat, Aaron Davis, accustomed to the young man's dramatic flair, parked the vehicle at the designated location. Turning to Quentin, who was still engaged in self-reassurance, he remarked, "We've arrived, Mysterio. It's time to get to work. The sooner, the better." Huh? Oh, Quentin exclaimed, lifting his fishbowl helmet and anxiously inquired, "Is time of the essence?" "Well, not exactly. This parking lot charges $5 an hour. If you finish quickly, I can save on parking fees." Quentin gazed at his helmet, inhaled deeply once more, and then clumsily donned it. In an instant, a non-existent suit of green armor and a purple cloak materialized around him, transforming Quentin, no Mysterio, into a figure of poise and confidence. "Mr. Davis, please take a moment to relax. I shall return shortly." Aaron nodded, leaning back in his seat, unlocking his phone to watch last Saturday's late-night show. Mysterio opened the car door, concealed his form, and quietly exited the underground parking garage, becoming invisible to all who might pass by. His objective lay not far from the parking structure, Osborne Technologies. Otto Octavius had provided Kingpin with an alternative list, distinct from the audacious plan to rob a bank. This time, all the items were housed within Osborne Technologies, necessitating stealth. The security systems had been managed by Otto. Mysterio merely had to extract the goods. As Mysterio infiltrated Osborne Technologies, Norman Osborn was engaged in a conversation with Jessica Drew's father, Jonathan Drew, who would later oversee the research into mutated spiders, discussing a new project. The advancement of the Savage Power Project should not be confined to arachnids and scorpions. The vast genetic differences from humans may well be the reason for our current stagnation. Norman Osborn, possessing a modicum of scientific knowledge, managed to engage Jonathan in conversation. However, after a moment of hesitation, Jonathan candidly expressed his true thoughts. I lack depth in genetic research beyond arthropods, Mr. Osborn. Yet, I know someone, Curtis Connors, a former classmate of mine who specializes in utilizing reptilian regenerative genes for human restoration. He may be of assistance. Norman cast a surprised glance at Jonathan, a flicker of recognition igniting in his mind. Previously, I encountered a similar research initiative. However, Osborn Technologies opted against investment. In fact, none of the known biotech giants chose to fund that individual. A few years ago, aside from the military's brutal force project, almost everyone deemed the transplantation of animal genes into humans as an unattainable feat. Even Norman Osborn, the very architect of this initiative, harbored doubts about its feasibility, taking it on solely for the sake of securing funding. Nonetheless, the emergence of Spider-Man and the Spider Swarm demonstrated that, while mass production of super soldiers may be implausible, the creation of a warrior like Spider-Man from specific gene sequences is not beyond the realm of possibility. This revelation prompted an increased investment in the Brutal Force Project and awakened the military's awareness of its potential for success, leading to augmented funding for Osborn Technologies. Is he not studying gene transplantation rather than modification? The distinction seems negligible, Mr. Osborn. Moreover, a self-repairing super soldier is undeniably more enticing, is it not? Jonathan clearly knew how to persuade Osborn, who nodded and smiled, tacitly agreeing to the proposal. Jonathan, having secured investment for his junior colleague, exhaled in relief, both oblivious to the fact that an invisible figure had passed by them, a scorpion. The Mysterio was uncertain why Otto had fixated on a radiation-altered scorpion, yet he stealthily pilfered it, securing it within a specially crafted safe before departing. According to Otto, this creature was merely a bonus. What he truly sought was a composite material capable of rendering Spider-Man powerless. Cloaked in illusion, it was not until long after Mysterio's departure that the theft of the scorpion was discovered. By that time, Mysterio had reached the Osborn Technologies warehouse, affixing a modified employee card to the access panel and awaiting Otto's arrival to unlock the door. Inside awaited a complete set of metallic-hued synthetic leather. Mysterio inquired curiously, "What is this?" "Metallic bionic skin, a virtually indestructible synthetic structure. However, its excessive weight renders it unwearable for most. Yet, should someone possess the strength to don it, I assure you that individual could contend with the Hulk, let alone Spider-Man. How am I to carry something so heavy? Use the liquid nitrogen I provided to freeze a small section, then cut it away. We do not require the entirety of the bionic skin. Merely a sample will suffice." Following these instructions, Mysterio collected his bounty and made his way toward the exit, at which point the alarms of Osborn Technologies blared in response to the theft. Mysterio manipulated the surrounding environment, ensuring that no one noticed his presence as he navigated unobstructed. Upon returning to his vehicle, he found Aaron, still engrossed in the Saturday night show, laughing heartily until Mysterio abruptly deactivated his invisibility and spoke in a deep, confident tone. "All done. Everything went smoothly." "My goodness! You startled me." Startled, Aaron nearly dropped his phone, shaking his head as he gazed into the rearview mirror at the enigmatic figure reluctant to remove their helmet. "Can't you make a more normal appearance? That's not the style of a mysterious guest. Let us go." Reluctantly, Aaron shrugged, but at that moment his phone rang, prompting him to unleash a torrent of reprimands at his subordinate on the other end. "You haven't found it? What do you mean the NYPD hasn't located it yet? Return immediately. Has something happened? The chameleon's visage has vanished. Someone has taken that object before we could reach it with S-H-I-L-D. After uttering those words, Aaron couldn't help but curse again, shaking his head in resignation. With that thing in possession, it's tantamount to possessing a new identity. Chapter 54. How grave is the issue? Phil Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, arrived to investigate the theft incident at Osborn Technologies. A man with a receding hairline and a warm smile, accompanied by a girl who appeared to be quite young, approached the reception desk of Osborn Technologies, presenting his credentials. The receptionist glanced at the identification, seemingly unclear about this organization known as S-H-I-L-D. After inquiring about Coulson, she made a call to her superior. Coulson, with his hands tucked into his pockets, surveyed the modern design of the Osborne Technologies lobby, while he quietly advised Cindy, who had pulled her hood down to obscure her face. Your transfer paperwork has been completed. You can transfer to Midtown High School next week. From now on, you will communicate directly with Director Fury, and I will no longer be responsible for you. This also signifies the conclusion of your training with S.H.I.E.L.D. Cindy finally lifted her head to meet Coulson's gaze. And you, Agent Coulson? She inquired. I have a new mission, leading a new team to undertake new tasks. Thank you for keeping me company during my recovery. You have always been quite the reserved child. Take care of yourself. Cindy nodded silently. They then observed Norman Osborn approaching, extending a warm hand towards Coulson. Welcome, Agent Coulson. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Norman maintained his enthusiastic smile, firmly grasping Coulson's hand. I greatly appreciate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s concern regarding the theft of our company's assets. However, I regret to inform you that the matter involves a considerable amount of confidential information that I cannot disclose. We have evidence suggesting that the theft at Osborne Technologies may pose a threat to public safety, which is our obligation to address, Coulson asserted. Norman's expression turned contemplative. Most individuals are unaware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence. Even after the Battle of New York, while some became aware, they still lacked understanding of the agency's purpose. There are several misconceptions regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. One being that it is an American institution. In truth, S.H.I.E.L.D. operates as an international agency under American control. Its predecessor, the Scientific Strategic Corps, was established collaboratively by the Allied powers in the West. Presently, S.H.I.E.L.D. is directly overseen by the United Nations Security Council rather than the President of the United States. While it can be said that the U.S. wields significant influence over S.H.I.E.L.D., it cannot be claimed that S.H.I.E.L.D. is an entity belonging to the United States. What, then, is the distinction? The difference lies in the fact that certain American secrets are not accessible to S.H.I.E.L.D. For instance, the military's brutal force program is classified and not available to S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet it directly pertains to Hydra, necessitating Fury's pursuit of the matter. A considerable portion of the stolen items relates to classified military programs, and according to our agreement with the U.S. military, we are not authorized to disclose any related information. That is acceptable. We merely require access to the portions that are permissible. Coulson maintained his customary smile, then introduced Cindy to Osborne. This is our new recruit from S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Silk. Silk? Osborne gazed thoughtfully at Cindy, a contemplative expression crossing his features. Of course, we welcome you, he remarked. Nevertheless, he personally guided them, deliberately steering clear of Jonathan Drew's laboratory, and led them to a storage room housing the layer of synthetic metallic leather. They mentioned it was prepared for Blonsky. General Ross had always deemed Abomination to be more stable than Bruce Banner. Osborne contemplated the damaged metallic skin, a surge of emotions washing over him, before he swiftly redirected the conversation. I've heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. has organized a team of superpowered individuals. Is Blonsky among your considerations? Apologies, but I lack the necessary clearance to access such information, came the response. What a pity, Norman feigned disappointment. Yet from the moment they entered, he had been scrutinizing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent known as Silk. If he and Tony Stark could discern Spider-Man's identity, surely S.H.I.E.L.D. could as well. So why had this organization, so enamored with superpowered beings, not recruited Spider-Man? With the presence of this Silk agent before him, the answer became evident. S.H.I.E.L.D. already possessed their own Spider-Man. The selection that day had included not only Peter Parker and the Spider-Verse but also a third individual. This was undoubtedly Coulson's maneuver to gauge him, intending to utilize her to probe his own standing. Norman chuckled, aware that revealing the true progress of the Super Soldier Initiative was out of the question. However, certain related matters could be disclosed. It would be ideal to have this Silk agent undergo testing and examination at Oscorp. The remaining stolen products pertained to military confidential information. Of course, he believed S.H.I.E.L.D. was not entirely oblivious. Oscorp had long been engaged in the replication and development of super serums. Stark had previously contracted the replication of the Erskine serum, while they were responsible for another variant. Once they departed the laboratory, Norman invited the two into his office. After settling down, he spoke casually, as if engaged in small talk. Cindy sat to the side, gazing out the window. It was Thursday afternoon. By now, Midtown High should have dismissed, and Spider-Man was likely prowling the streets. She could sense Peter Parker's whereabouts shifting at any moment. In truth, it was not merely a matter of location. She could also perceive his physical condition. Previously, when Spider-Man bore the weight of an overpass or was struck by high-voltage electricity, Cindy had felt his physical state declining rapidly. This had become a pastime during her training at S.H.I.E.L.D. as she recorded Spider-Man's movements, battle timings, and daily routines through her heightened perception. She listened somewhat absent-mindedly to the conversation between Osborn and Coulson. In reality, it is not just us. Across the nation, those high-tech industries are assisting the military in executing the Super Soldier program. We are merely a small cog in the wheel, not worthy of your S.H.I.E.
LDS exertion.
That determination rests upon us, came the response. S.H.I.E.L.D. were effective, you would have apprehended Strucker and his Weapon X project long ago. Osborn smiled faintly, while Coulson furrowed his brow, tilting his head in response. Are you implying that Strucker's Weapon X project is connected to the endeavors of Oscorp? I never suggested such a thing, but Weapon X. Well, perhaps I should say you ought to contemplate the significance of the X. Norman stood up and extended his hand toward Coulson. Once you have pondered this, we can continue our discussion. Cindy, noticing Coulson rise, followed suit, and the two made their way into the stairwell. They complied with the request to disable all communication devices and confirmed their solitude before Coulson began to reflect on Norman's words. Cindy, however, directly inquired, what does the X signify? The Weapon X project is a scheme aimed at brainwashing and transforming mutants into weapons, with Wolverine being the most renowned test subject, designated as the 10th product of Weapon X. As Coulson spoke, he raised his wrist to check the time. X does not represent the mutant X gene. It is a double entendre. X is a numeral, the Roman numeral for 10. He wants you to understand that if we wish to uncover more about these super soldier programs, we must collaborate with him. Coulson concluded, a smile spreading across his face, yet it was laced with dread. For the first time as S.H.I.L.D. agent, he felt an unsettling fear of the unknown. Do we need to collaborate with him? No, he has revealed to us the most crucial information. Coulson contemplated Fury's insinuation, his smile stiffening. There are at least 10 super soldier programs. Hydra is clandestinely orchestrating at least 10 super soldier projects. Chapter 55. Theme Day. I never expected there would be 4. It is hard to believe that so much has transpired in just half a month, especially since today marks the 5th day of Theme Day. After enduring an uneventful Thursday, today, much like the majority of this week, New York City remains remarkably tranquil. Even the communications channels of the NYPD and the fire department are devoid of any disturbances, with no supervillains or technological criminals in sight. If only the city truly reflected such serenity on the surface. As Peter swings through the air, he reminisces about a dream he had, one that has faded in clarity. Yet he distinctly remembers a spider bearing the number 42 on its back. This is certainly not a reference to the ultimate answer in the universe being 42. If this dream is more than mere fantasy, it likely elucidates the realm Peter is destined to visit, the universe depicted in Spider-Man. Into the Spider-Verse. A spider from Universe 42, due to Kingpin's machinations, ventured into Universe 1610, where it bit Miles Morales, leading to a cascade of events. Peter is uncertain about which moment in the film he might traverse. If only he could arrive a bit earlier, he might prevent that spider from biting Miles. This is not born from any prejudice against Miles, although the second film's effort to elevate him by undermining numerous previous Spider-Men, including the inclusion of the Prowler, seemed rather foolish, as did the concept of the spider event. The reason Peter wishes to avert this incident is twofold: to save the Peter Parker of that universe and to return the spider to Universe 42, allowing that universe's Spider-Man to flourish, a narrative that deserves to unfold. Today is indeed quiet. In fact, it remains so until the onset of the thrilling moments. However, I have become accustomed to the relentless cycle of confronting supervillains over the past half-month. It is as if one becomes addicted. Yet, once you grow accustomed to formidable foes, the monotony of everyday life feels insipid. It is not that I have grown accustomed to being beaten, but Peter genuinely feels a reluctance to revert to his previous mundane existence. Regardless, one must adhere to their responsibilities. Thus, after concluding a day of patrolling, he arrives at school, where students don vibrant costumes, embodying superheroes and villains alike. Naturally, Peter Parker refrains from dressing as Spider-Man. The internship advertisement for Baxter Building has vanished, one of which was, of course, reserved for himself. As he contemplates this, he organizes his belongings and retrieves the blueprints he had yet to complete from the previous night before attending his physics class. Good morning. Are you dressed as a Zargan? Harry's costume changes daily, yet he consistently portrays a villain from Doctor Who. Today, he sports a suit resembling a colossal red mushroom. Indeed, a Zargan, which, according to the lore, possesses the ability to mimic any living creature, provided the original is still alive. Sound familiar? Indeed, that is correct. For aside from an entity resembling a red mushroom and another akin to a shoehorn-chinned goblin, the Zygons from Doctor Who and the Skrulls from Marvel are essentially identical in their conception. Peter suddenly recalled, wondering if Nick Fury was aware that the Skrulls were also infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. Or perhaps this narrative had never transpired at all. It does seem rather dashing, does it not? If you could transform to mirror my appearance, that would truly be impressive. Peter playfully retorted, then slightly adjusted his demeanor. I have secured an internship opportunity at the Baxter Building. Really? Harry exclaimed with delight. Congratulations. I knew I wouldn't be selected, so I didn't apply. Why didn't you give it a try? It's just, I feel incapable. Harry, unaware of why he uttered words that seemed familiar to Peter, sighed and surveyed his surroundings. I can't even muster the courage to invite a girl to tomorrow's homecoming dance. It took Peter 3 seconds to process this, blurting out, You intend to invite a girl to the homecoming dance? Naturally, I'm not like you. Even if you know no one, you still have a childhood friend to invite. As Harry spoke, he sighed. Just as Peter was about to offer encouragement, Amadeus entered, exuberantly bounding in, a rare display of enthusiasm for him. Guys, you will never guess what just happened. Amadeus expressed with far more excitement than Peter. I got an internship at the Baxter Building. Oh, congratulations. Peter chuckled, we can go together. I got one too. Really? That's wonderful. Amadeus beamed at Harry, who, dressed as a Zygon, shrugged once more. I didn't apply, but you both are truly amazing. Congratulations. Amadeus, noticing Harry's demeanor, became slightly concerned as he observed. Harry, are you all right? I'm fine, really. It's just. He intended to invite a certain girl to dance with him at the homecoming event but felt too shy to ask. Peter voiced Harry's concern, and Amadeus recalled Harry mentioning something related, nodding vigorously. So that's how it is. There's nothing wrong with being bold and inviting her. You might just succeed. Peter encouraged Harry, feeling indifferent himself as he knew, like Harry had said, that Gwen would always have his back, ensuring he wouldn't be the most awkward one present. Amadeus shared a similar sentiment, entirely unconvinced of his own prospects for a girlfriend, thus feeling unbothered. Harry, feeling quite bashful, ultimately prompted Peter to inquire, Well, you must at least tell us her name? Her name is Liz, a freshman like us, Liz Allen. I've never seen such a beautiful girl. Peter felt a flicker of recognition stir within his memory. I am aware, for I have heard Gwen mention that Liz and she are forming a band. Before Peter could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by Harry, who eagerly inquired, Peter, could you possibly ask Gwen what type of boys she prefers? To which Peter, taken aback, replied, firstly, you have yet to be acquainted. Is it not a bit hasty? Secondly, today being Friday means the dance is tomorrow, so even if you were to discover her preference, it would be rather too late to act. Consequently, Harry slumped into his chair like a despondent fish. It was over. The opportunity had slipped away. Alternatively, you could take the initiative. Peter proposed, today is the homecoming football game. Although I am not well versed in football, I know it has a considerable following. Perhaps she will be there after school. What do you think? Observing Harry's lingering hesitation, Peter added, we will accompany you. Thank you. Later that afternoon, after school, Peter, as reliable as ever, joined his friend on the field. After feigning interest in the game for a while, he turned to the visibly bored Amadeus and asked, do you understand this? Not in the slightest, Amadeus replied. Harry's muse seemed indeed to be present, though he had now lost sight of her. Meanwhile, Peter's attention was captivated by Eugene Thompson as he broke through the defenses to score. Witnessing this, Peter involuntarily exclaimed, it appears that Lightning is unstoppable. Hey, that's quite the name. A stranger whom Peter did not recognize patted him on the shoulder and began to chant, Lightning Thompson. Soon, the entire crowd joined in. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, Peter finally grasped a revelation. Lightning was not, in fact, a part of Thompson's name. Chapter 56. 7 o'clock. The performance commences at 6:50 in the morning. Deep within the bowels of the Fisk Tower, Quentin Beck donned his protective gear, his anxiety mounting to the point of nausea. The prototype of this armor was an extreme environment survival device salvaged from a thrilling escapade, now merely adorned in hues of green with a purple cape added for flair. Are you certain you're all right, Quentin? You seem a bit off, a voice inquired. I believe I should be fine, Quentin replied, accepting the light particle projector that Otto handed him. Surrounding him were various pieces of equipment crafted from Chitauri technology over the past few days, predominantly an array of drones both large and small, alongside dozens of biosynthetic robots, rumored to be older models of DS Life Model Decoys, LMD, all disguised to resemble the Mysterio persona. Should I wait until the Avengers embark on another mission before I act? Quentin pondered aloud. Dr. Octopus remained silent for a considerable time before responding. Even if the Avengers are out, I suspect you will create quite the ruckus and inevitably be captured. I wouldn't be surprised. With a sigh, Quentin cradled his fishbowl head, uncertain whether he was filled with dread or something else entirely. I fear that I may not even have the chance to make a scene. What if I am apprehended the moment I appear? Otto fell silent again, tapping the light particle projector with his mechanical claw. Put it on. But, don it, it will guide you on what to do. Reluctantly, Quentin sighed once more and placed the light particle projector upon his head. Instantly, it seemed to possess an enchantment, as his entire demeanor transformed. Smoke began to rise from the fishbowl, enveloping his face. Mysterio leapt gracefully from the prepared platform, landing firmly on the ground. Kingpin approached, applauding with a satisfied smile. Today was Saturday, and Mysterio was set to eliminate Spider-Man. With less than a week until he promised a raise, the $5,000 would hardly be necessary. Yet that was inconsequential. The true importance lay in finally vanquishing that accursed Spider-Man. Quentin, no, Mr. Mysterio, I am pleased with your choice today. Rest assured, even should you fail, I will ensure your safety, Kingpin assured, presenting a request. I would like my men to have the freedom to operate during your endeavor. Is that possible? Dr. Octavius and I designed an optical visor specifically for such circumstances. Simply request it, Mysterio replied with a snap of his fingers. Countless drones flickered to life and ascended in an orderly fashion, vanishing one by one. Soon, all the LMDs followed suit, leaving only Mysterio, who strode confidently into the unknown. Watching Mysterio depart, Otto reflected on Norman Osborn, feeling a sense of nostalgia. He even placed my name first, what a good man. At precisely 7 o'clock, the Avengers Tower. Captain Tony began. Do Do you think our young spider has a touch of social anxiety? Since our return, he hasn't greeted us or utilized the Avengers laboratory. Standing at the conference table, one hand cradling a glass of milk while the other perused Peter Parker's search history on the virtual interface, he noted one entry revealing the true identity of the spider swarm, but that matter had already been resolved by Spider-Man, rendering it no longer a concern. Another frequent search was for Quentin Beck, a Hollywood special effects artist who had been missing for over 2 months. He had deceived multiple film companies into investing in innovative special effects technology and faced litigation from several effects firms. Bored, Tony tossed the stale news into the trash, only to realize the captain had not responded. "Did you hear what I said, Captain?" Apologies, I was lost in thought." The captain, legs crossed, gazed at a sketchbook resting on his lap, adorned with a drawing of Black Panther, T'Challa. In a few days, the Avengers would hold a press conference to announce T'Challa's induction into their ranks. The inclusion of a non-American, particularly a leader from the developing world, would significantly enhance the Avengers' reputation and further disentangle them from both the United States and S.H.I.E.L.D. "What about Hank?" the captain inquired. "He*s examining the projector left behind by Spider-Man," Tony replied, though the captain was uncertain of its purpose. His brow furrowed as he noticed a plume of green smoke rising from the streets of New York City. Setting aside the sketchbook, he turned his attention to the smoke, observing it spread not just ahead but throughout the entirety of Manhattan. "Tony, what is that?" Tony Stark glanced at the smoke and promptly summoned J.A.R.V.I.S. for a spectral analysis. Within a mere second, J.A.R.V.I.S. provided feedback. "Warning. Spectral data error. No chemical components can be analyzed from this spectral perspective." Then, from the swirling smoke, towering figures emerged, each hundreds of feet tall, adorned with circular glass heads and clad in green-scaled armor, draped in large purple capes, their arms crossed over their chests in a proud stance. "Citizens of New York, welcome Mysterio," the giants proclaimed. One of them ascended high into the air, its head aligning with the sun that had only just risen, gradually fading until only a colossal glass helmet remained. As if a drop of ink had fallen into a glass of water, black smoke swirled within the helmet. In mere seconds, the sun was completely obscured, plunging the world into a brief darkness, the stars twinkling above Manhattan at 7 in the morning. The entirety of New York was enveloped in shadow, but soon after, countless lights began to flicker from the Avengers Tower, Empire State Building, and other iconic structures, illuminating the sky in an orderly fashion. The enormous Mysterio hovered in the air, taking a gentle step forward. The verdant smoke beneath him transformed into steps as smooth as emeralds, each footfall resounding clearly as he descended leisurely from the void, devoid of any cameras or other observers. Yet, all the grand screens of New York displayed the enigmatic figure's descent. "You have 10 minutes. Park your vehicle, seek a tranquil CAF, restaurant, library, or retreat to your own abode. Unlock your mobile devices and revel in the exquisite performance delivered by the mysterious guest. Failure to comply could render the streets of New York perilous." The enigmatic figure raised his hand, and with this gesture, the lights illuminating him extinguished one by one, as a radiant moon gradually ascended, casting increasingly brilliant beams upon him. He bowed deeply, akin to an artist expressing gratitude to his audience. "During my performance, it is likely that criminal activities across New York may surge uncontrollably. Thus I extend an invitation to all the superheroes of New York to intervene. Once they thwart my actions, normalcy shall be restored to the city." Audio track data analysis complete. Confirmed missing person Quentin Beck. Following Mr. Peter Parker's counsel, disable all optical collection and proceed with sonar imaging. Utilize electromagnetic wave imaging. Jarvis, prepare the Centurion. Tony elegantly downed the milk in his hand, interrupting the captain as he prepared to rise. "Continue your artistic endeavor, art student. Iron Man will handle this." "Iron Man got this. Mark 33 Silver Centurion is ready." A meteor shot forth from the Avengers Tower, hurtling towards the mysterious guest in midair. The supersonic iron armor pierced through the illusion of the enigmatic figure, yet grasped nothing. Instead, the phantasmal figure turned and unleashed a laser, striking the overzealous Iron Man, who plummeted into Central Park, carving a deep furrow into the grass. Electromagnetic wave imaging yielded no feedback. The opposing device appears to employ stealth coding technology. Next time, inform me sooner, Jarvis. Initiate sonar imaging. Emerging from the trench, Iron Man gazed at the display filled with numerous marked attack drones, their barrels aimed at him, and he paused momentarily. What on earth? Chapter 57. 7 o'clock. Infiltration and investigation on Saturday morning, at 6:30. Should anyone venture into the server room of Fisk Tower at this hour, a keen observer might discern a data cable linking the main server to the ventilation ducts. Within the grimy confines of the duct, a creature clad in a crimson bodysuit was engaged in illicit intrusion, the low-frequency hum of the ventilation system masking the sound of his keystrokes. New York is home to many villains, yet few possess the means to employ the likes of Shockwave, Chameleon, or Mysterio. The culprits are limited to a select few affluent and influential individuals, such as the mobster Kingpin, Hammerhead, or the technologically dubious AIM and Alchemy Corporation, not to mention Hydra. Peter, oblivious to the identity of the orchestrator behind these machinations, opted to utilize the days following his encounter with the Spider Slayers to conduct a discreet investigation. No. Still nothing. Kingpin's database remained as pristine as it had been on his last visit, as immaculate as freshly cleaned dishes. Where have you concealed your secrets, Wilson? This was not Peter's inaugural infiltration of Fisk Tower. He had previously ventured here before his confrontation with Shockwave, only to uncover nothing then, much like now. Kingpin had rendered the server room's data remarkably clean, as if his criminal enterprises bore no connection to the tower itself. Had it not been for Daredevil, who had been active for 3 years prior, Peter might not have focused on Kingpin at all. Yet Daredevil had emerged, and Kingpin possessed no criminal record? Did Peter find that credible? Certainly not. For instance, after scanning with his new suit, he discovered a vast hollow structure beneath Fisk Tower. What lay within remained a mystery, resembling a nuclear fallout shelter. Access to the elevator required DNA verification, and it was riddled with alarms and infrared detectors. Such a place was beyond his reach. Nevertheless, the tower appeared remarkably unblemished. At least the server interface revealed nothing amiss. Has Kingpin descended below? On his laptop, a small window hacked into a security camera recorded Kingpin's movements. Accompanied by several aides, Kingpin opened the elevator doors and began his descent underground. After a moment's contemplation, Peter swiftly shut his laptop, then crawled through another room's ventilation duct, quickly making his way to the elevator shaft en route to Kingpin's office. He hoped Kingpin would linger underground long enough for him to attempt to hack into the mobster's computer. Your password protection is far less secure than the elevator control panel. After effortlessly breaching the computer's password, Peter began to peruse Kingpin's files, sorting through the data chronologically. To his astonishment, the computer housed almost nothing. It was mostly pristine, containing only legitimate business records and a few television viewing logs. He truly had not anticipated that Kingpin indulged in television, watching several hours a day. Alternatively, it seemed Kingpin did not rely on this computer for his operations. After scanning the entire office, Peter concluded that there were no hidden chambers or similar clandestine spaces. It appeared that Wilson Fisk had meticulously concealed this place. Both the server room and personal computers were impeccably tidy. While there might be implications of tax evasion or corporate espionage, there was no pertinent information regarding any nefarious activities. Of course, there existed another possibility, that Wilson Fisk was not a villain at all, but merely an honest businessman. However, believing that was akin to accepting he was the Spider-Man of this universe. In other words, this office and the server room seemed designed for potential intruders such as S.H.I.L.D. or the FBI, who would undoubtedly investigate if they suspected Fisk, and he would merely showcase that there was nothing amiss here. Yet, those criminal records could not be entirely absent. Fisk must have concealed them elsewhere. With nothing pressing until the school dance later that evening, Peter decided to remain in Fisk's office, hoping that he wouldn't truly be occupied with paperwork all day. Perhaps he could indulge in some television instead. Thus, he tidied up any traces of his presence and planned to hide within the office's ventilation ducts for the entire day. At that moment, he noticed a green smoke rising outside, accompanied by the appearance of the enigmatic Mysterio. Spider-Man was taken aback, then filled with rage. Really? I've barely been back to school for 2 weeks. I've already faced the Scorpion, Chameleon, and Craven. It's only Saturday of the second week, and now there's Mysterio. As night descended upon New York City, Mysterio delivered his shocking declaration of crime, even granting ordinary citizens 10 minutes to avoid the streets, a rather considerate gesture. While I perform, crime in New York may surge, so I invite all superheroes to come and stop me. Once you do, New York will return to normal. You win, Mysterio, truly. With no desire to continue tailing Fisk, Peter emerged from the ventilation duct, only to witness Iron Man soaring from Avengers Tower, crashing directly into Mysterio, before being struck by a laser and plummeting down. I had informed J.A.R.V.I.S. about Quentin Beck and even left Mysterio's old projection device at Avengers Tower, and yet Iron Man charged in recklessly. With a sigh, Peter prepared to swing into action and thwart Mysterio while the illusions had yet to engulf the city. Just then, he spotted a fireball erupting from the Baxter building, soaring into the air, and drawing a dazzling ring around the number 4 before hurtling towards Mysterio, yet failing to strike him. No, Tony Stark is one thing, but did you not see Iron Man crash? Why did you charge in as well? Even more astonishingly, while Iron Man was at least hit and fell, the Human Torch abruptly extinguished, literally going into a free fall. Quick, quick, quick. I have been quite swift, my friend. Johnny Stone, in free fall, was caught by Spider-Man, nestled securely under his arm, and safely landed atop a towering building. Oh hey, Johnny exclaimed cheerfully, glancing at Peter. I've heard about you. Reed mentioned you would be visiting the Baxter building in a couple of days. Indeed, what brings you here? Peter inquired. I'm not quite sure. I hadn't managed to confront that guy when the flames enveloping me suddenly vanished, rendering my powers ineffective, and I plummeted. The character known as Thunderbolt elaborated, and after a moment of contemplation, Spider-Man discerned the situation. Perhaps your abilities have not truly failed. It may be that the Mysterio has conjured an illusion, leading you to perceive your flames as extinguished. Your mind might have then concluded that your powers were disabled, effectively shutting them down. Thunderbolt regarded Spider-Man for a full 3 seconds before retorting with a phrase aimed at Mysterio, calling him a beach bum. Subsequently, Thunderbolt, devoid of flames, levitated momentarily before soaring skyward. As Spider-Man raised his hand, preparing to shoot webbing, he witnessed the unfortunate fellow collide headfirst with the building's exterior, only to plummet back down, landing beside Peter. Dude, are you here for comic relief?
Spider-Man quipped.
Welcome to our gathering. A figure whose reality was confirmed through sonar emerged before Peter, Mysterio. In that instant, all else faded away, leaving only Peter and Mysterio in focus. With a friendly gesture, Mysterio extended his hand. I wish to converse with you because I believe you are extraordinary. Chapter 58. At 7:30. The grand performance begins. Am I special? Thank you for your admiration, Mysterio. But alas, my inbox is overflowing with invitations from the club. Peter switched the web shooters to electric mode while conversing with Mysterio. Why not surrender now while things are still manageable? I know a sheriff whose interrogation room always has chocolate ice cream. I mean, we are quite alike, Spider-Man. The mask of Spider-Man contorted into an expression of incredulity, staring at Mysterio in disbelief. Was he genuinely intimidated by this man's absurdity? You differ from other superheroes, concealing your identity behind a mask. Just like me, I too wear a mask while engaging in these endeavors. Bank robbers don masks as well. Would you claim that they are akin to us? After confirming Mysterio's presence through sonar, Parker decisively launched an electric web, drawing Mysterio closer before delivering a punch to his fishbowl head. He anticipated shattering it with a single blow to conclude the encounter, yet the outcome was unexpected. Peter struck Mysterio's head, fishbowl and all, and the sonar feedback echoed the same. Mysterio's head detached, and he cradled it, suspended in mid-air. Why not? Robbers don masks to dare to rob banks, and you, too, can only embrace your superhero persona when masked. Admit it, Spider-Man, you and I share a common fear. Without your mask, you dread becoming a superhero. You fear criticism from the public, the disappointment of those who believe in you, and the weight of others' expectations from which there is no escape. One after another, Mysterios materialized around Spider-Man, each holding their heads aloft, reattached to their necks. Are you speaking of yourself, Quentin? I never envisioned you as a psychotherapist, but regrettably, I did not bring any consultation fees, so let us skip that. Performing a somersault against the building's exterior, Spider-Man once again shot out a web, ensnaring one of the tangible Mysterios. With a vigorous tug, he slammed it against the wall, resulting in a spectacular explosion of fragments. Spider-Man was certain he had exerted no excessive force. He gazed up at the still, dim sky, clutching a piece of Mysterio's remains, feeling the metallic components and circuitry within. A robot? Surely, you do not merely manipulate these automatons to battle us while you cower safely in the shadows? Of course not, Spider-Man. I have stated, should you attempt to thwart me, I shall inevitably be thwarted. Mysterio reappeared behind Spider-Man, continuing his incessant prattle. You may not acknowledge it, Spider-Man, but I am certain that the jibes you utter do not emanate from the person beneath the mask. Like me, you can only unveil your true self when donning the mask. In the ethereal expanse, the enigmatic Mysterio slightly raised his hand, and green smoke began to materialize around Spider-Man, gradually transforming him into a visage akin to Mysterio himself. Wow, Quentin, is this truly your method to make me feel like you? Of course not. But he would perceive it that way. Mysterio's form began to fade, revealing Johnny Storm, aflame with fury, rising behind him. The Human Torch, incensed by Mysterio's previous antics, now beheld a Mysterio standing against the wall, fierce flames igniting from his entire being. In an instant, the Human Torch was engulfed in fire. Ignite! Spider-Man exclaimed. Is it too late to apply for the Arctic Research Expedition? Meanwhile, in Central Park, Tony Stark, besieged by dozens of drones, raised his arms to endure the unrelenting onslaught. Suddenly, a surge of electromagnetic energy erupted from his armored suit, incapacitating and causing the surrounding drones to plummet. How about using an EMP to disable all these drones? He suggested. The illusion's coverage has expanded to encompass all of Manhattan, making it impossible to ensure the proper functioning of critical facilities, such as hospitals. Then deploy all Iron Man suits to conduct sonar scans around Manhattan, constructing a real-time model, and record these gadgets in the process. He picked up a fallen drone, extracting a sophisticated small sphere from within. JARVIS analyzed this device. The apparatus is modifying the surrounding optical readings, rendering scanning impossible. Hank, are you researching this? Circus magician's old equipment? Any leads? It's hard to say, Tony. Based on the sample Spider-Man provided, these projectors likely lack the capability to alter scenes at will. They can only project predetermined fixed scenarios. Quentin Beck must have enhanced them. He is truly a genius. You said the same about Ulysses Claw's sonic blaster last time. Tony couldn't help but muse on Pym's genius obsession before issuing commands to the Avengers. Hank, continue your research and find a way to nullify this device's effects. Remember to close the lab door to avoid interference. Captain, have JARVIS craft you a sonar visor. Since these gadgets rely on drones for operation, the more we take down, the harder it will be for them to maintain. And Wasp, you have a crucial task. A voice came through the comms. What is it, Tony? Well, keep Hulk entertained with snacks, chips, and popcorn so he can enjoy a movie at home. The last thing we need is a rampaging behemoth wreaking havoc across Manhattan. After assigning these tasks, Iron Man gazed at the visor's display, preparing for takeoff, just as he received new intel from JARVIS. Sir, Spider-Man has gathered fresh intelligence. Mysterio has deployed a multitude of high-tech humanoid robots into the fray. It must be an LMD from SHIELD. Jarvis, kindly remind me to ask Nick Fury for funding from the Disaster Control Agency. Furthermore, Spider-Man has found himself entangled in a battle with Johnny Storm, Susan's foolish brother? Let me guess, he has been outsmarted by Mysterio. I shall go and calm him down. Iron Man immediately ascended, swiftly approaching the location indicated by Jarvis, only to be jolted mid-flight by an unforeseen object, nearly causing him to plummet. What was that? A drone from Mysterio, sir. Due to the limitations of sonar imaging speed, It is advisable to maintain your flying speed below 288 kilometers per hour. I have never driven my grandmother's old car this slowly. Thus, a somewhat unsteady Iron Man slowly took off, heading towards the battlefield. Chapter 59. 7:30. Stealthy observation Spider-Man was evading, the webbing emitting a faint scent of singeing under the intense heat. Fortunately, it was merely the webbing that was burning, not himself. Nonetheless, what other option did he have but to dodge? He had been bitten by a mutated spider, not plunged into lava. Peter Parker had not acquired the ability to withstand such high temperatures, nor could he, as the searing heat of several thousand degrees, even up to 10,000, far exceeded his defensive capabilities, especially since this fiend believed himself to be the Mysterio. Damn Mysterio, you are doomed. I shall turn you into charred remains. Johnny, I'm genuinely curious about what Mysterio confided in you. As Peter executed a roll, the webbing adhered to a distant fire escape, yanking him away from the inferno. Yet, I suspect you won't divulge that, will you? Gracefully maneuvering through the air, Peter swung between towering skyscrapers. He relied not only on his self-engineered sonar system but also on an innate muscle memory of Manhattan's streets and buildings, allowing him to navigate effortlessly. In contrast, it appeared that the Mysterio struggled to halt his momentum, crashing into walls on multiple occasions. Fortunately, Mysterio's fury was short-lived. Another mysterious figure descended from the sky, seizing him. Tony Stark's voice crackled through the comms. All right, kid. This 1S on me. Mr. Stark, I think just do it. I need to cool this hothead down. Iron Man, clutching Mysterio, finally broke free of his speed limitations, soaring skyward with full force. The holographic interface displayed the current temperature and armor damage. Even the latest Iron Man suit could not withstand such extreme heat for long. Sir, the suit is approaching its overheating limit. I'm aware. Ignoring Mysterio's unrestrained expletives, Tony transcended the night's confines, emerging into the daylight. Mysterio, now deprived of oxygen at that altitude, began to extinguish, looking helplessly at Iron Man who held him. Do you want me to tell Susan you almost roasted Spider-Man alive? No. Please, don't tell my sister. Mysterio waved his hands frantically. She would give me a severe reprimand. Come on, Stark, I know you two are close. After descending slightly, Iron Man released him and Mysterio reignited, hearing a blunt admonition. Find a safe place to stay. Manhattan certainly does not need a human torch right now. Watching Iron Man plunge back into the night, Mysterio hesitated, ultimately resigned to return to the Baxter building. Meanwhile, Iron Man lingered at the threshold between night and day. I have not detected any projection devices at this altitude. Thus, our circus ringmaster must have projected from the ground. Tony produced the small sphere, conducting a thorough scan and analysis high above the ground, subsequently transmitting the data from the new projector to Hank Pym while also allowing Jarvis to decipher it. However, upon entering the enveloping darkness of Manhattan, Tony Stark found himself engulfed in obscurity. Resolutely, he commanded Jarvis to deactivate all optical sensors, relying solely on sonar imaging while silencing auditory capture. Sealing himself within the confines of his armor, he employed an alternate system to receive external signals, with only a small window in the lower left corner displaying what he could perceive audibly and visually. Tony Stark, a nuisance, a potential disruptor of my performance. The Mysterio floated before him, arms crossed, yet the sonar imaging revealed the startling truth. No one stood before him. As Tony awaited the villain's inane monologues, he was unexpectedly confronted with a shocking revelation. To deal with you, I have prepared a few little gifts, Tony Stark. I am not fond of receiving gifts from others. This is not intended for you. An unforeseen assault struck him, and the violent explosion lifted his armored suit. A few seconds later, Jarvis relayed a message. Sir, anti-air missile response detected. Perfectly timed. Jarvis, I am aware of how you disrupt my performance, Avengers. Mysterio approached Iron Man, stating sonar, but you of all people should recognize that in this era, weapons are swifter than sound. The perspective shifted back to Earth, where another Mysterio ascended into the sky. Peter scratched his head, opting to move forward. While battling Electro, he recalled Susan Storm, the invisible woman from the Fantastic Four. Although uncertain, He felt that Susan's abilities might be effective against Mysterio, prompting him to seek assistance at Baxter Building. Moreover, despite Mysterio's elaborate display, the special effects appeared rather minimal, as if he were anticipating something. Welcome, citizens of New York. A full half-hour has elapsed. I trust you are all well hidden. Now I shall introduce an additional rule. Mysterio's illusions manifested throughout New York, unabashedly proclaiming his nefarious plans and expressing grave dissatisfaction with the hero's countermeasures. Some contemplated unscrupulous methods to evade my performance, which displeased me greatly. Thus, I located the superheroes' whereabouts. They are about to receive my gifts. Through sonar, a dozen drones surged towards Peter, and although his spider sense detected no immediate danger, he felt an inexplicable urge to evade. The drones, engaging in suicidal attacks, charged forward. He weaved left and right, ensnaring one drone with his webbing and hurling it into another. However, every drone that crashed to the ground unleashed a powerful electromagnetic pulse, engulfing the surrounding area. The enigmatic figure was aware that they were employing sonar to evade the interference of optical illusions. Thus, they deployed a drone equipped with a localized EMP to incapacitate their sonar devices. Iron Man refrained from utilizing a large-scale EMP to disable all of Manhattan, yet the mysterious individual only needed to deliver the EMP close to the superheroes. Fortunately, Peter Parker did not solely rely on sonar imaging in battle. He stood firm, inhaled deeply, and then leapt into action, grasping the approaching drone and crashing it to the ground. Following his instincts, he launched a web to ensnare the drone and hurled it towards another drone hurtling towards him. Simultaneously, he sprang up, landing atop one drone while seizing another, tearing it asunder. His spider-like reflexes enabled him to adeptly neutralize the assault. This entire spectacle was recorded by an octopus robot with a camera peering from a sewer. Such perfection, such reaction speed and agility. Even in the absence of sensory assistance, Spider-Man remained formidable. Otto Octavius adjusted his glasses with mechanical claws. Given the spider's immense strength, what surprises might the Scorpion, its nemesis, have in store? Chapter 60. Clue at 8. Iron Man, clad in the Mark 33 armor, soared through the skies beyond the territory veiled by Mysterio. Once he ventured into Mysterio's illusionary domain, visibility would be utterly compromised, compelling him to reduce his speed. However, such a reduction would render him vulnerable to surface-to-air missiles, which were currently tracking him. Warning, Orion 3 surface-to-air missile locked on. Evasive maneuver recommended. Damn it, those missiles were of my own design. Tony Stark gritted his teeth, realizing why they could so accurately predict his flight path, and understanding Mysterio's cryptic remark. You know better than anyone. Jarvis hacked the system. Hacking failed. Unknown programming language detected overriding the system. Then do not hack the launch sequence. Rewrite the acceleration program. That segment of code is interlinked with other components and cannot be overridden independently. Suspended in the air, Iron Man received disheartening news from Jarvis. The communication function of Spider-Man's suit had been compromised by an electromagnetic pulse. Captain, beware of the enemy drones carrying EMPs. If you get hit, you'll be blinded. Frustration washed over Tony. Is there no way to trace the signal source of those projectors? Jarvis? At current distance, interference sources cannot be eliminated. Meanwhile, Captain America, having received the alarming news, stepped out of the elevator at the building's base while donning his visor. Upon the elevator doors opening, he was met with an unexpected scene, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. What is wrong, Steve? Before him lay the Officers' Club of 1945, with a gramophone serenading the room with Moonlight Bay. Peggy Carter turned gracefully in her familiar burgundy evening gown, while the sonar system's pulse waves delineated the reality of the scene. 12 drones encircled in a fan formation, and 3 LMD soldiers were in the process of reloading their magazines. Nothing, I'll handle it immediately, Peggy. Mysterio had focused his efforts on confronting Spider-Man, knowing that the Avengers could only muster a limited response. Anyone with sense would realize not to deploy the Hulk. Captain America, despite his valor, was merely a mortal, and as for Iron Man, his fate was left to Otto and his missiles. Ant-Man and the Wasp had yet to arrive, but Mysterio was prepared with countermeasures for them. Only Spider-Man remained, and only Spider-Man. With a wave of his hand, Mysterio made the ground beneath Spider-Man vanish in an instant, receding hundreds of meters. Immediately, an entire building collapsed towards Spider-Man, sending a cascade of debris hurtling in his direction. Spider-Man began to dodge, only to draw closer to the chaos. His fist struck his own face, of course, missing entirely, as Mysterio shifted hundreds of meters away, while Spider-Man surged through the illusory building, swinging his fists toward Mysterio. Why have you fallen silent, Spider-Man? Your jests, your taunts? Are you not even willing to dissuade me from my misdeeds? The Mysterio stood on the exterior wall of a towering building, as Spider-Man delivered a powerful blow beside him. Subsequently, the entire edifice contorted, accompanied by eerie sounds and a suffocating atmosphere that gradually compressed the space surrounding Spider-Man. Meanwhile, Mysterio received a response from Otto through the communication device. He possessed a peculiar sixth sense. I am uncertain how his perception operates, yet it is undeniable that he can, to some extent, evade your illusions. Even amidst the crushing distortion of the building, Spider-Man exhibited no reaction. Mysterio's abilities were primarily focused on visual elements, utilizing drones to influence auditory and olfactory perceptions. Peter's senses indeed endowed him with the capacity to discern the dissonance between sight and sound, and when paired with his spider sense, it greatly mitigated the likelihood of danger. It must be noted that the visual impact created by Mysterio was remarkably effective. The spiraling floors enveloped him, likely simulating wind pressure through the drones that made him feel as though something was rushing towards him. Just as he was about to be crushed, the entire warped structure shattered like glass, plunging everything into utter darkness. Then, the colossal Mysterio slowly emerged from the void, cradling the surrounding air, and an inexplicable sensation of weightlessness ensued. Yet Spider-Man remained silent, leaping and darting in peculiar trajectories, shattering the drones and occasionally dealing with the LMDs. It was only when the massive Mysterio smashed a snow globe containing Spider-Man onto the ground that Peter rolled and nonchalantly stood up. Why are you silent, Spider-Man? I'm not silent. I'm merely contemplating the quality of what I just wrote, Peter finally replied, dismissing the peculiar circumstances of his sudden appearance at the shattered building's edge. He gazed at Mysterio, who floated before him, likely not his true form. What do you think of my writing? What writing? He began to inquire, but the sight of Spider-Man seemingly being whisked away by an unseen force left him bewildered, glancing around in confusion. What just happened? Meanwhile, Peter, yanked away, collided with what appeared to be a wall, causing a familiar pain to shoot through his back. Yet, he heard a voice that was unfamiliar yet, at that moment he longed to hear. How can you be sure that I understood your movements were letters? Cindy asked as she pulled him upward. Peter was unsure of her destination, but he answered her query without concern. Because you're an S-H-I-E-L-D agent. I trust you have at least that capability, and I believe you would be willing to assist me with this small favor. Why? Well, it's merely a matter of lifting your hand. Once Cindy had dragged him into a room, she closed the window and drew the curtains, causing all illusions to vanish in an instant. They found themselves in a bedroom of an indeterminate apartment, where a computer was neatly arranged. Peter glanced at Cindy, who had not donned the spider silk suit. Instead, she had secured a strand of silk around her waist, presumably to prevent herself from losing her bearings in Mysterio's environment. Clever strategy. Peter removed his mask, connected a data cable to his computer, and commenced rebooting the suit. Simultaneously, he accessed the Avengers communication channel. Upon seeing Peter reconnect, Tony appeared quite elated. Hey, Pajamas baby, how is it going? We must ascertain Quentin Beck's true location. Otherwise, the only recourse we have is to unleash an EMP across all of Manhattan. The captain is trapped in the lobby of Avengers Tower. Tony relayed some disheartening news. I'm working on neutralizing Mysterio's anti-air missiles. Just give me 2 minutes. No, make that 1 minute. Hank, how is it looking on your end? Jarvis was unable to analyze the source of the information, at least not in the short term. Mysterio's signal was emanating from virtually all of Manhattan, making it impossible to trace. Ant-Man conveyed his conclusion based on the data Tony had scanned. However, each individual projector has a range of only 500 meters. Thus, there must be a signal source. Perhaps Mysterio does not rely on a singular signal source to control the projectors. Suddenly, Peter had an epiphany. If Mysterio could conjure illusions throughout all of Manhattan at any moment, it implied that he was not only managing a vast array of information but also engaging in intricate modeling, requiring him to visualize all scenes and provide real-time feedback. This meant he must have a vantage point encompassing every corner of Manhattan. Guys, have you heard of a brainwave generator? Peter exclaimed. The one at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters is already damaged and sealed away. Besides, their academy is not in Manhattan, and it's not designed for ordinary humans. Tony Stark, mid-sentence, realized something profound. Designed for ordinary humans? A biological enhancement device. There's only one company in all of Manhattan that might be researching such technology. Oscorp. Grasping his mask, Peter confirmed the reboot and disconnected the data cable, preparing to set off. However, Tony interrupted him. Even if, kid, how will you get to Oscorp Tower? Mysterio's drones will unleash an EMP, and you'll lose your way. I'm New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Mr. Stark. I'm familiar with every building in New York. In times like these, there's no need to trust what I see. Simply trust my actions. After listening to their discussion, Cindy posed a question to Peter. You don't seem very happy. I can see how much time you've invested in your Spider-Man identity. It has fundamentally disrupted the balance between the person behind the mask and your life as Spider-Man. Yet, from the way you were just acting, it seems you're not doing this out of passion. Unlike Tony Stark, you bear no burdens from the past. Why are you so deeply invested? Peter attempted to articulate a response, but he suddenly realized something, chuckled, and regarded Cindy with curiosity. What are you looking at? You revealed to me how to defeat the mysterious guest. Cindy. Peter chuckled as he elaborated. You have mentioned both methods. And regarding your inquiry, the answer is simply that I am not Batman. There is no balancing act between Spider-Man and Peter Parker. Peter Parker is Spider-Man. There has never been a scenario where Spider-Man donned the mask of Peter Parker, nor has Peter Parker ever adorned the mask of Spider-Man. As Peter spoke, he donned his hood, opened the window, and gazed into the pitch-black world outside, ultimately confirming the location he had just verified on his computer. Trust in his actions rather than in his eyes. Until we meet again. With a wave to Cindy, Peter leapt into the void. It dawned on Cindy that Peter had, in fact, evaded her question, yet he had already provided an answer. After all, for someone with his abilities, these matters were merely a trifling endeavor. Chapter 61. Under the mask having temporarily lost track of Spider-Man, the Mysterio came to a realization. The hero must have sought refuge in some enclosed space. However, Mysterio was unfazed. The hero would undoubtedly regroup and return to challenge him once more. Captain America, formidable as he was, could not swiftly vanquish all of Mysterio's drones, and Iron Man remained ensnared by surface-to-air missiles for the time being. The other members of the Fantastic Four seemed preoccupied, leaving only the young hero, Firestorm, to contend with the situation. Mysterio was now toying with Firestorm for the third time. It was evident that the young hero had not heeded Iron Man's advice, as he recklessly pursued Mysterio and his illusions once again. This time, however, Firestorm demonstrated some growth. He understood that high temperatures could affect the refraction of light and adopted a strategy of altitude to execute area attacks, successfully taking out several drones without causing civilian casualties. With his confidence soaring, Firestorm relentlessly pursued Mysterio's illusions. Mysterio evaded, and Firestorm chased, until the latter exclaimed, Firestorm, the air is quite thin at high altitudes. Of course I'm aware, Firestorm retorted, but we are still in the darkness of night. He surged upward, breaking through the nocturnal veil. Recently rescued by Iron Man, he was acutely aware of his altitude limits. He believed he was far from reaching them. Yet he was mistaken. Upon piercing the night sky, he was greeted not by a vast blue expanse but by the visible layers of the atmosphere. I must commend you, Mysterio's voice echoed in his ear. As long as you believe you can still burn bright, even surpass your limits. Alas, that was merely what I wished you to see. As Firestorm struggled to maintain his flame, the drones in the high altitude revealed their true forms, opting for self-destruction. The violent shockwave drained his remaining strength, sending him plummeting from the sky. He felt his ability to ignite once more slipping away, the jarring sensation of weightlessness rendering him unable to regain control. In a daze, he glimpsed something descending alongside him. It was not an illusion, for something indeed grasped him. I truly filed a complaint with Susan. You still haven't learned to behave like a high school student, Tony Stark remarked, exasperated with the soon-to-be college graduate. You needn't worry about Mysterio. I have dispatched our finest Avengers to address the matter. Is it Captain America? Firestorm inquired. Many say I bear a striking resemblance to him. Certainly not Captain America, but rather Spider-Man. Before Jarvis experienced another malfunction, he had provided Peter with ample intelligence. Osborn Technologies had somehow acquired the technology for a brainwave device after the disbanding of the X-Men, developing a neural transmission apparatus, with the prototype located in the laboratory on the 27th floor of Osborn Tower. With an intimate familiarity of New York, Peter swiftly approached the Osborn Tower. The enigmatic figure had already detected his presence. Along the way, he encountered an array of bizarre phenomena, such as the sensation of being drawn into a black hole, distorting reality around him, and the simultaneous collapse of buildings on either side, crashing down upon him. Moreover, the mysterious figure conjured the desperate cries of ordinary people, blurring the lines between illusion and reality. Trust your actions, not your feelings. Having never entered the Osborn Tower, Peter relied on the impressions he had gathered while soaring around its periphery, launching himself directly into the lobby of Oscorp. Glass shattered in a dazzling explosion, and before landing, he unleashed an innumerable quantity of webs in all directions, adhering them to nearly every corner of the lobby, crafting an intricate web. He landed atop this web, retrieving a spare canister of web fluid from his waist. Spiders capture their prey using their webs, and they excel at sensing environmental changes through the vibrations of their silk. Let me seek out the surroundings. Navigating the lobby with great difficulty, Peter discerned that some of the webs had been severed. Almost simultaneously, he fired an electrified strand, striking down an invading drone, then reinforced the web with another strand, connecting it to the main web, akin to a true spider ensnaring a fly. However, his intention was not to capture drones. Upon discovering the elevator, Peter pried open its doors and slipped into the shaft, then used his webs to seal the doors shut. When the elevator was not in operation, it served as a confined space, and since the mysterious figure had not previously placed any drones here, it was indeed a refuge from deception. Quentin, you truly are a genius. He was not referring to the floor number, but rather to the elevator located in the underground parking garage, which began to ascend rapidly toward the rooftop. If left unimpeded, Peter would be propelled to the summit in one fell swoop. Casting a glance around, Peter swiftly reacted, landing atop the ascending elevator. Confirming that there were no living souls inside, he severed the elevator's cable, causing it to plummet, and then pried open the doors to the 27th floor, stepping inside. It was still shrouded in darkness, devoid of anything. The mysterious figure was undoubtedly aware of his arrival. Peter employed his previous tactics, continuously launching webs around him, securing them to his waist to assess his surroundings. Spider-Man, your little maneuvers are quite clever. You are indeed astute. Countless mysterious figures materialized around Peter, their gazes fixed intently upon him, inadvertently causing him to stand tall. Yet, in this cramped space you are no match for me. I am not here to defeat you, Quentin. I am here to reveal your errors. Under the watchful eyes of the mysterious figures, Spider-Man placed his hand upon his mask. The mysterious figure appeared to sense something. What are you planning to do? You think I wear this mask out of fear? Peter slowly began to peel away the mask. You are mistaken. The reason I wear a mask, like the reason I don this suit, is solely to assist and protect others. I do not don the mask out of fear of others' judgments. Rather, it is to shield them that I wear it, just as I now remove it in order to defeat you. He tore off his own mask, and as Peter gradually peeled away his own, the Mysterio employed a holographic projection to reconstruct a mask upon Peter's visage. Yet this deception could not fool Mysterio himself. He promptly deactivated all drone cameras and, with an anguished cry, shouted an emphatic no. The sound was so piercing that even within the depths of the illusion, Peter discerned his precise location. What are you doing, Quentin Beck? In the office, witnessing the unfolding chaos, Gwen rose in fury, slamming her fist upon the table. Activate the cameras. Spider-Man has revealed his identity, and yet you shut down the signal. It should not be like this. It should not be like this, Quentin Beck wailed, desperately attempting to remove the device that connected him to the projector. He heard the footsteps of Spider-Man, emitting a cry of near despair. You should wear your mask. You must conceal your identity. Keep it on. Keep it on. I am before you, Quentin. Look at me. See Spider-Man as you envisioned him. Peter yanked the cables from the device, pulling the Mysterio, adorned with the projector and armor, into view. Mysterio maintained an illusion at a certain distance, yet he raised his arms to shield his eyes. He created an illusion that none could unravel, except for himself, who alone could behold the true visage. Only he could not see the false mask he had woven for Spider-Man. What troubles you, Quentin? Peter gazed down at him, his tone shifting from harshness to pity. Did you not claim that donning the helmet would render you fearless, allowing you to be your true self? Is the authentic Quentin Beck merely a coward unwilling to confront reality? Put it on. Put it on. Mysterio trembled as he repeated, as if reciting a final incantation. Gwen, who had been a mere observer, was now filled with anger and disappointment. Mr. Gaggen, I recall you being nearby. Don the goggles. Eliminate Spider-Man, and even if you fail, reveal to me his true identity. MacDonald Gaggen, who had been tasked with surveilling Quentin, finally grasped the gravity of the situation and hastily donned the specialized goggles, advancing toward Spider-Man. From a distance, he spotted Mysterio sprawled on the ground, arms shielding his head, alongside the foolish Spider-Man, who had removed his mask, revealing a head of short black hair. The distance made it all too easy to dispatch him, provided Gwen offered ample remuneration. MacDonald raised his handgun, preparing to shoot, but just as he was about to pull the trigger, Spider-Man, without lifting his gaze, shot a web that ensnared his gun. With a swift tug, the barrel redirected elsewhere, and simultaneously, for reasons unknown, another web latched onto his back, pulling him away, causing the misaligned gun to aim directly at himself. At the moment of MacDonald's fall, the bullet that was destined to strike Spider-Man's head was also unleashed, piercing through Gaggen's body. Ah! Upon hearing the cry, Peter momentarily froze, but then chose to shatter Mysterio's fishbowl head with a single punch. Instantly, the surrounding illusions dissipated. Turning around, he beheld Cindy, clad in her battle attire, who had appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. I may not know New York as well as you do, but it's easy to follow in your wake. No thanks necessary, it's a trifling effort. After Cindy spoke, she glanced at the trembling Mysterio on the ground and asked, what will happen to him? Peter fell silent for a moment, then donned his mask once more, crouching down with a softened tone. It's all right, Quentin, he whispered, you see, I have put it on. Trembling, Mysterio withdrew his arms, and upon seeing Spider-Man in his mask, he finally crumbled into a ball, sobbing. Chapter 62. Settlement time at 8 in the morning. The cacophony of Manhattan reclaimed the streets. The mysterious disturbance, which lasted a mere hour, arrived suddenly and departed just as swiftly. Shattered glass from storefronts sparkled in the sunlight. The distant wail of sirens lingered in the air. Yet the city resumed its habitual rhythm. This fleeting chaos claimed no lives. Only a few overturned cars and charred billboards bore testament to the events that had transpired. The intention of the enigmatic figure was clear. He sought not destruction, but provocation. Now, having achieved his aim, he lay defeated at the hands of a superhero, retreating in disarray. On the rooftop of Oscorp Tower, Cindy Moon gazed out at the morning skyline of Manhattan, brushing a few stray strands of hair from her face. Just as she was about to depart, she heard the voice of Peter Parker. I wouldn't recommend swinging away on your web. The situation with the mysterious figure has just concluded, and all media outlets are circling this city like sharks sensing blood. If you swing away now, tomorrow's headline in the Daily Bugle might read, New York unveils female Spider-Man. Or worse, the true identity of Spider-Man is a girl? Cindy turned to catch a can of coffee tossed her way, noticing Spider-Man suspended beneath the metal framework of the rooftop garden, clutching a freshly opened can of coffee, lifting his mask to take a sip. I grabbed 2 cans from the vending machine in Oscorp. Hope you don't mind. Not at all. Cindy popped the tab on her can, glancing at Peter and unexpectedly inquired, Can you really drink coffee while hanging upside down? Why not? Can't you? With that, laughter erupted between them. After a moment of comfortable silence, Cindy posed a poignant question. How have you managed to endure all this time? Are you referring to this suit? Peter replied, uncertain. Cindy nodded. The Daily Bugle disparages you daily. People online cast judgment upon you. I've seen footage of your battles with the goblin. Many assert that had you decisively defeated him the first time, you would have avoided all this subsequent turmoil. She paused. What most people see isn't supportive. Why do you persist? After a moment of contemplation, Peter shared his truth. I have never found joy in being Spider-Man. What I mean is, I have never felt like a chosen one or something extraordinary because of my powers. I became Spider-Man out of fear. For a long time after acquiring my abilities, I was driven by fear. It wasn't the powers themselves that frightened me, but the choices I had to make. What would the world look like if I hadn't become Spider-Man? The role of Spider-Man intertwines with so many narratives in the Marvel Universe, even pivotal moments. If this universe could have a Spider-Man but doesn't So I, Peter Parker, have continued to play the role of Spider-Man. I have been embodying the ideal Spider-Man, the one I envision in my mind. I believe my performance was commendable, yet undeniably, I cannot claim to be entirely content. Peter conveyed this sentiment in a straightforward manner. However, over time, my perspective began to shift. The thrill of revealing my true self to others consumed me. Carl King elucidated the potential consequences had others possessed the same ability, while the enigmatic villain posed a question. If I perpetually donned the Spider-Man persona without ever unmasking before him, would I truly prevail? I must remind myself that I am Spider-Man. It was these individuals who affirmed to themselves the validity of their choices, the righteousness of becoming Spider-Man. He leaped from the ceiling, approached Cindy, and leaned against the railing, gazing out at Manhattan. Have I perhaps spoken too much? Cindy responded, somewhat off-topic. I am listening. Increasingly, I find that this life suits me quite well. Frankly, the joy of being Spider-Man is never rooted in donning the suit and battling those bizarre adversaries. Instead, it lies in soaring through the city when no one is in distress, when I sense that all of New York does not require my presence. Those moments bring me the greatest happiness. After finishing her can of coffee, Cindy leaped onto the railing, arms outstretched. I'm going home. I just mentioned. I know. Cindy nodded, turned to Peter and crouched down. There's one more thing. I will be transferring to your school next week, with the same schedule as yours. Oh really? The webbing flailed backward as he fell from the Oscorp tower. Peter shrugged helplessly, realizing that the Daily News would likely announce the existence of two Spider-Men, but it didn't matter. He smiled, leaped into the air, and began to swing through the familiar skyline of the city. And the good news didn't end there. Hey, Spider Kid, I have some exciting news for you. Tony Stark's voice echoed in his ear, informing him of a forthcoming event. Are you free tomorrow? We have a press conference at the Avengers Tower regarding King T'Challa's induction into the Avengers. Perhaps you could attend. Should I wear a suit, Mr. Stark? No, that won't be necessary. I just thought we could take the opportunity to introduce our, security personnel during the conference. After a brief silence, Tony Stark finally spoke again. We know how you defeated the Mysterio. Welcome to the Avengers, kid. If you're willing, come to the Avengers Tower tomorrow morning. I will, Mr. Stark. Today truly is a splendid day, isn't it? The familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him as Peter skillfully operated the web shooters, once again claiming the skies of Manhattan as his stage. Is he still alive? As the battle between Spider-Man and Mysterio concluded at Oscorp, the Avengers notified the Disaster Control Agency to assist in the aftermath. A man whose fate remained uncertain and was in a state of unconsciousness was carried out of Oscorp Tower by medical personnel. Inside the ambulance, a nurse glanced at the doctor, who conducted a brief examination of the man's body before shaking his head. While there was no immediate danger to life, the bullet had penetrated his spine, potentially resulting in lifelong paralysis. Has his identity been ascertained? The comatose MacDonald Gagan furrowed his brow, seemingly haunted by the indelible memory of that bullet. Chapter 63. Norman Osborn. Rather than taking on the mantle of a vigilante, Peter Parker had far more pressing matters at hand, namely, the upcoming homecoming dance this evening. He found himself juggling two significant tasks. One, albeit less urgent, involved Sheriff George, who had graciously carved out time from his busy schedule to escort Peter and Gwen to the dance. Therefore, Peter needed to set aside time to prepare himself, ensuring that the burdens of Spider-Man did not overwhelm him, leaving him no time for personal grooming. The other matter pertained to Harry, who had successfully invited a girl named Liz to the homecoming festivities. His excitement was palpable, yet it also rendered him exceedingly anxious, prompting him to seek Peter and Amadeus's assistance in selecting a suitable suit. Amadeus declined, leaving Peter as Harry's sole companion in this endeavor. Peter was grateful for Quentin's early morning disruption, which afforded him ample time, as well as for the unusual tranquility that had enveloped New York City. However, he thought it best to refrain from vocalizing such sentiments. The mere recollection of having proclaimed the city's safety for 2 consecutive days, only for the mysterious foe to emerge, led Peter to conclude that it was wiser to avoid tempting fate. As for the shadowy puppeteer behind it all, Quentin Beck's arrest had yielded no disclosures regarding his employer, not from bravado, but from fear of retribution. Given the advanced weaponry he had employed, including Stark Industries' former anti-air missiles and DS outdated LMDs, the list of potential sponsors had grown increasingly narrow, with names like Kingpin, Hydra, or A.M. coming to mind. Peter struggled to envision any other possibilities. Among them, Kingpin seemed the most accessible for investigation. However, after 2 attempts to infiltrate Fisk Tower yielded no leads, Peter realized he would need to explore alternative methods. Perhaps consulting a certain blind lawyer, who had been entangled with Kingpin for an extended period, could prove fruitful, as he likely possessed evidence that could secure Kingpin's conviction. "Peter, what do you think of this outfit?" Harry exclaimed, emerging from the fitting room. Peter's gaze fell upon Harry's chosen attire, and he instinctively rubbed his eyes in disbelief, taken aback by the sight of a bright green suit. The last time he had encountered such an ensemble was within the pages of a comic book, donned by none other than the Joker. Peter furrowed his brow, bemused by Harry's taste. "Surely, a touch of eccentricity is not necessary, Harry? I just felt the previous suits were rather dated, but you are right. The green is indeed rather peculiar," Harry conceded, glancing at his reflection in the full-length mirror before retreating to select another suit. As Peter pulled out his phone to check the alarm system for any assistance he could provide, he sensed a disturbance in his spider sense. A figure sat down beside him. Upon glancing over, Peter recognized the individual, not only from their encounter at the school opening ceremony, but also due to his ongoing scrutiny of whether this person was, in fact, the Green Goblin. Mr. Osborn? Seated beside him was Norman Osborn, clad in a light gray suit, who smiled warmly at Peter, expressing his gratitude. "I truly appreciate your efforts, Peter, not solely for assisting Oscorp in thwarting the Mysterio menace this morning and preventing further loss of our technology, but also because you are a friend of Harry's. This child has had few companions throughout his life." Peter Parker furrowed his brow. He was not surprised that Norman Osborn was aware of his identity. After all, what Stark could uncover, Norman could also ascertain. He had established a connection with the student from the Technology Expo through Spider-Man, and it was inevitable that he would learn something. What concerned him was the purpose of Norman's visit at that moment. Harry, however, did not share this perspective and had never utilized the Osborn surname. "You're still young and unaware of many matters, just as I was." Norman feigned the demeanor of a seasoned individual, smiling gracefully. "For instance, I believe Stark is quite pleased with your actions and hopes to invite you to join the Avengers. I am confident he will offer you support, yet Stark Industries is not entirely aware of your true potential, Peter. You were bitten by a spider engineered by Oscorp, a success that your father labored for many years to achieve, and a continuation of his research by his students. No one is better suited than Oscorp to serve as the foundation for Spider-Man." At last, Peter comprehended Norman Osborn's intentions. Like Nick Fury, he had come to promote his agenda, intending to train and assist Spider-Man. However, the motivations likely diverged. Based on snippets of information Harry had occasionally divulged and Osborn's long-standing reputation, Peter surmised that Osborn's ulterior motive was not genuinely to aid Spider-Man but rather to validate Oscorp's capability of producing super soldiers. In essence, it was still a matter of business. Yet, this might not be entirely detrimental. Many of Spider-Man's adversaries, particularly those who were not beyond redemption and could be preemptively addressed, were linked to Oscorp. If he agreed, he could remain vigilant over these foes. Father, the somewhat unfamiliar term escaped Harry's lips as he flung open the fitting room door and beheld Norman Osborn, his entire demeanor shifting to one of palpable anger. What are you doing here? To celebrate my son finally gathering the courage to invite a girl to dance, Norman replied, rising from his seat. And to see how my son's new friend is faring. What kind of friends I choose is none of your concern. Harry retorted angrily, shoving Norman aside. Norman, displaying an understanding of the situation, departed, but not without remarking with a smile, "Your new friend seems quite commendable," before taking his leave. After dismissing Norman, Harry gazed at his friend with a complex mix of emotions. "I apologize for keeping this from you for so long, Peter. You don't seem surprised?" "In truth, I had my suspicions," Peter shrugged. "I merely felt you must have your reasons, so I refrained from inquiring. It is merely a matter of familial discord. Lehman is my mother's surname. She is a genuine scientist, devoted to humanity and the pursuit of knowledge, willing to sacrifice her life for such noble causes, unlike my father." After Harry spoke, he sighed and gazed at Peter with concern, inquiring, "How are you? He hasn't been difficult with you, has he?" "No. Perhaps it is because you arrived just in time," Peter replied with a smile, offering Harry a semblance of reassurance. "Your new suit is quite splendid. It is probably the finest choice you have made." "Oh, truly?" Harry finally managed a rare smile, as if he had resolved to make a decision. "This is what I desire. I shall choose my own image." Chapter 64. The homecoming dance today, we received an astonishing letter from a viewer who informed me, "Jonathan, this morning, aside from Spider-Man, I saw another Spider-Man. I am certain I did not mistake it, for it was a girl in a black suit, unmasked and wearing a red scarf." The radio in George Stacy's old car emitted a faint static, followed by a deep, almost despairing sigh from J. Jonah Jameson. George couldn't help but chuckle, gently tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. Goodness, I had never heard him sound so despondent. It was as if the world were coming to an end. Gwen, clad in a white gown, turned to Peter, sitting beside her, and asked slowly, "Another Spider-Man? A girl? Well, who knows? Perhaps it is indeed true." Peter loosened his suit collar. He seldom donned such formal attire. "You should ask Spider-Man about it. He would know best." "Indeed, if I get the chance, I shall inquire," Gwen replied, rising and leaning forward towards the driver's seat. "Dad, when you encounter Spider-Man, could you please ask him for me?" It seemed she had encountered Spider-Man infrequently of late. Ever since he donned a new costume, his appearances had diminished. Perhaps it was simply that New York had been relatively calm recently, devoid of significant incidents. At the intersection, George halted the car, waiting for the red light, his fingers drumming on the steering wheel as he listened to Jonah continue in a tone of profound despair. "Since Spider-Man's emergence, our city has been shrouded in chaos, and now I am told there is more than one such pest? Well, judging by the description, this Spider-Woman, let us tentatively call her that, does not appear to be a masked criminal like Spider-Man. At least she is merely wearing a scarf. Of course, we have seen criminals in scarves before." This could be the most dreadful day for Jonah Jameson, but perhaps it was more so for Peter Parker, for since he heard this news, Gwen's gaze had scarcely strayed from him. "All right, kids, we have arrived at school. I do not understand why you would miss an entire day of homecoming festivities, though perhaps it is for the best. These children are becoming increasingly unruly. Return home early tonight." George delivered them to the gates of Midtown High, the Empire State Building nearby shimmering with a kaleidoscope of vibrant lights. After Peter thanked him and exited the car, Gwen remained seated, watching him. Peter smiled and opened the other side of the car door, extending his hand toward her. Gwen, with a smile, took Peter's hand as she stepped out, waving farewell to George. As she watched her father's car drive away, Gwen finally exhaled in relief. "You have no idea how awful I felt when I heard Dad was driving us here. I even changed into this white dress." "I shall refrain from asking what you originally intended to wear," Peter replied, releasing a sigh. "Just a heads up, I am not proficient at dancing." Peter felt an inexplicable sense of unease. It was not that danger loomed, but rather that his spider sense had manifested a peculiar sensation, merely a feeling. It should not be anything serious. Do not fret, clever boy. Gwen had anticipated Peter's reluctance to dance. After all, this was not a formal ball, and the primary goal was simply to enjoy oneself. Besides, I will be there too. As long as you do not step on my toes, it should be quite easy for Spider-Man, wouldn't it? No challenge at all. As they walked along the corridor adorned with an array of colorful streamers, banners, and fairy lights, Gwen turned to Peter, ensuring no one was around. What is the story with that spider girl? The one that bit me also bit another person. Her name is Cindy Moon. We only met a couple of days ago due to HIELDS arrangements. Generally, the American public held little awareness of SHIELD. This was not due to any deliberate secrecy on the organization's part, but rather because ordinary citizens seldom intersected with them. Gwen was uncertain about the nature of this organization, yet she recognized it as an official entity. Moreover, she had received considerable assistance from them while dealing with Mysterio that morning. Peter endeavored to simplify the situation as much as possible. Gwen, with little expression, nodded and inquired, "So, aside from work, you have no other interactions?" This question genuinely caught Peter off guard. Gwen observed the speechless Peter Parker, tilting her head in curiosity. HIELD has arranged for her to transfer to our school next week. Peter ultimately deflected the responsibility onto SHIELD. After that, it becomes complicated, especially since we will be classmates. Gwen raised an eyebrow, but after a moment's thought, she refrained from asking if Cindy was pretty and instead posed another question. Could you introduce me when the time comes? I am quite eager to meet this Spider-Woman. Actually, her code name is Silk. Peter withheld that information. As the two entered the classroom, they found Harry and Liz engaged in lively conversation. Harry had chosen an outfit that could only be described as rather old-fashioned, yet Liz seemed to have no objections. I had no idea they were dating. Gwen glanced at Liz, a hint of curiosity in her eyes, while Peter vaguely replied, I just found out, surveying their surroundings. He spotted Betty, who frequently appeared on the school's television station, standing next to Flash Thompson. Peter was unaware of their connection. However, it seemed someone was missing. Your friend doesn't seem to be here after all? MJ had turned down several invitations and, with so many people asking her, she decided not to come at all. Gwen released Peter's hand. I'm going to greet a few friends. You better not disappear. I wouldn't just vanish, Peter nodded. He also noticed Jessica, who was alone and remarkably donned a Sherlock Holmes-inspired outfit, clearly displaying her fondness for the character, as she wore it consistently. Hey, buddy. A hand rested upon Peter's shoulder. Though he had heard the footsteps earlier, the absence of a reaction from his spider sense had deterred him from turning around. It was only then that he discovered it was none other than Lightning Thompson. Hey, I heard you referred to me as Lightning during last night's game. What a splendid moniker. Now everyone knows about Lightning Thompson. Haha, Thompson exclaimed. To be honest, I don't know much about football. I just noticed how swiftly you run. Peter endeavored to respond as amicably as possible, and your Spider-Man cosplay was quite impressive. It was evident you put in a lot of effort.
Ho ho, me man.
You've got taste. Thompson clapped Peter on the shoulder. If anyone at school gives you trouble, just come find me. What choice did Peter have? He could only nod and smile in agreement. Once Thompson departed, the dance was nearly set to commence. He heard Gwen calling out to him, but as he took a step forward, a sharp pain jolted through his mind, conjuring vivid images from seemingly nowhere. The spider, adorned with the number 42 on its back, gnawing at the threads of fate. Stumbling slightly, Peter steadied himself against the wall, and Gwen rushed over. Are you all right? I'm just a bit fatigued. Nothing serious, Peter replied with a sigh, having grasped the gravity of the situation. It seems I truly haven't had a moment's respite these past 2 weeks. Chapter 65. Well, shall we go over it once more? You mentioned you were departing today? Upon hearing this news at the Avengers Tower, Tony Stark was somewhat taken aback, his coffee cup suspended mid-air. This is indeed a historic moment. I understand, Mr. Stark, but the Avengers press conference. Who mentioned a press conference? I am referring to your journey across the multiverse, a first in the annals of humanity. Tony Stark massaged his temples, observing the throng of journalists pouring into the Avengers Tower. I will immediately call Reed to prepare. In the meantime, you should come to the tower and make an appearance before we head to Baxter Building. Inform that young lady of yours to get ready at Baxter Building ahead of time. She is not my girlfriend. Very well. Tony was not inclined to waste time on such trivial matters. Tell that girl, who is not yet your girlfriend, to be prepared. You have her number, correct? Tony Stark felt that the 3 seconds of silence from Peter Parker stretched on interminably, to the point where his knuckles began to tap a rhythm on the table akin to a symphony of fate. However, he eventually received the affirmative response he was waiting for, pumping his fist in excitement and exclaiming, "Yes, I must rush to the press conference, you need to hurry over." A few minutes later, as he observed Captain America delivering a speech about how the Avengers would be an organization fighting for justice and freedom without borders, Spider-Man finally descended from the Avengers penthouse via the elevator. "May I discuss something with you? I do not wish to reveal my identity here, of course." Tony Stark had no thoughts to spare for the press conference, readily acquiescing to Peter's request. But before Peter could continue speaking, however, what if the reporters inquire? "Forget about those reporters." Tony interrupted him impatiently. "I will go up now, and then you will make an appearance. We shall then state that we have an urgent mission and promptly depart, leaving everything to Captain Rogers, shall we?" Seeing Spider-Man nod in agreement, Tony smiled and confidently approached the podium. Captain America had just concluded his remarks on the significance of Black Panther joining the Avengers when he noticed Tony taking the stage and relinquished the microphone. "I am delighted to announce that today the Avengers will welcome not one, but 2 new members. Let us welcome Spider-Man." Saving even the time for banter with the journalists, Tony abandoned his usual demeanor, gesturing for Spider-Man to join him. The latter sprinted to the center of the press conference, exhibiting none of the poise of a seasoned hero. Peter merely nodded at the reporters, still contemplating some opening remarks, when Tony efficiently interrupted him. With a wave of his hand, the polished silver suit of the Centurion armor descended upon him, commencing its assembly. "Regrettably, Spider-Man and I have an urgent mission today. From this point onward, all inquiries will be addressed by our esteemed leader, Steve Rogers. Come on, kid." As Iron Man swiftly departed with Spider-Man, the reporters were left in a state of bewilderment, finding this to be the most perplexing press conference they had ever attended. It wasn't long before the first journalist directed a question towards Captain America, who had just returned to the stage. "Pray tell, who exactly is Spider-Man?" Ignoring the fact that he hadn't been pre-informed and was now thoroughly perplexed, Captain America, alongside Tony, who had confirmed Peter's physical resilience, ascended at supersonic speed to the Baxter Building. Upon descending from the rooftop, they immediately took the elevator down to the laboratory of the Fantastic Four. At that moment, Banner was still explaining to Ben Grimm, the Thing, how he had reverted to his human form. Seeing Mysterio, Hulk became infuriated, yet he understood that the angrier he got, the less likely he was to confront Mysterio. Thus, he opted to fall asleep instead. "I'm back," he thought, chuckling to himself, relieved to avoid the imposing figure of the Thing. While they conversed, Iron Man and Spider-Man arrived. Tony burst in, almost immediately shouting, "Hank, Reed, have you made any progress?" "I'm done," replied Hank Pym, who had donned a lab coat over his Ant-Man suit. He produced 2 wristbands and, without hesitation, fastened one onto Peter's wrist. "Consider this a gift for your induction into the Avengers, Peter. I originally designed these for exploring the quantum realm, but they should also function for detecting multiversal data, though I cannot be entirely certain." On another side of the room, Mr. Fantastic was engrossed in manipulating the data on one screen while simultaneously monitoring another. "I apologize for not assisting you against Mysterio yesterday morning. I was preoccupied calibrating the multiversal transit device. In truth, all it takes is for Susan to expand the force field over Manhattan to incapacitate all of Mysterio's equipment." Tony glanced around, asking, "Where is Susan? Has she vanished again?" "She went to tend to little Valeria, our newborn daughter," Reed explained, leaning closer to Peter. "What are your thoughts, kid?" "I felt it since last night. It was strongest just now, but it seems to be fading a bit," Peter replied. Instantly, the 4 scientists, including Reed, who had planned to make further adjustments to the equipment, shouted in unison, "Hurry! Position yourself directly in front of the transit device and open the multiversal portal." Reed, brimming with excitement, moved his hands to the transit device. To Peter, it merely appeared as a white surface with a groove carved into it, upon which rested a circular ring. He leaped toward the ring, uncertain of how to activate the gateway to the multiverse, yet guided by instinct, he extended his hand. It felt as though he had encountered a wall, and in that moment, a realization dawned upon him. He had the ability to traverse the multiverse at will, a capability bestowed upon him from the moment he was bitten by that spider. However, prior to the call of destiny, he had been unable to control his destination or discern how to return. The call of destiny, in essence, provided him with a coordinate. He tore through the wall, unveiling an irregular fissure brimming with a spectrum of colors before him. He glanced at the others. Reed Richards had elongated his eyes, resembling a telescope in a rather eerie manner. Tony opened the visor of his armor, smiling at him. Hank was reciting incantations while holding a detection device, and even Bruce Banner was rapidly typing at his computer. Everyone shared a singular sentiment. Why were you not yet inside? So shall I embark? Go, go, go. Feeling the fervent calls of his companions, Peter turned to Cindy, who had remained silent throughout. Perhaps it was due to the presence of strangers, but she raised her scarf, concealing half her face. Upon meeting Peter's gaze, she merely nodded. Thus, Peter took a step forward, engulfed by the spatial rift. Meanwhile, all the observational instruments in the laboratory began to operate frantically. I heard that the little spider had arrived, and I wish to offer him my apologies. The sudden arrival of the Thunderbolt noticed the bustling activity, oblivious to his presence. Very well. I shall return later. Let us revisit this moment. In the afternoon of New York, sunlight cascaded through the towering skyscrapers onto the streets. A street cleaner, engaged in his duties, suddenly felt a shadow cast above him. He looked up, adjusted his hat, and muttered, "What the hell? I am Peter Parker, once bitten by a radioactive spider. Clad in a red and blue uniform, I swing through the skies of New York, safeguarding my city. For the past decade, I have been unique, unparalleled, the Spider-Man. The events that followed are well known to you all." Uncle Ben's dying words resonated. With great power comes great responsibility, falling in love with Mary Jane, including the iconic upside-down kiss. Time and again, I have rescued this city, even halting a speeding subway train hurtling towards a broken overpass. Of course, let us not forget the times I danced with bullies in the streets, had my own theme song, released a Christmas tune, endorsed a brand of oats, and even a rather mediocre collaborative ice cream. I have endured many less-than-stellar moments, experiencing numerous ups and downs, being knocked down repeatedly, yet I always rise again, pressing onward. I still relish being Spider-Man. Who wouldn't? Spider-Man landed beside the gargoyle of the Empire State Building, resting against its stone form, reflecting upon the countless times he had protected this city, filled with profound sentiment. After all, the sole pillar preventing this city from falling into despair is me. Welcome to Earth 700, a universe where only Spider-Man exists as a superhero. Chapter 66. Seizing Your Opportunity. In the depths of Brooklyn, New York, in the year 700 of Earth, our protagonist Peter retains only a vague recollection of the plot of Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse. Upon his arrival in this universe, he swiftly realizes that Miles has yet to be bitten. This is due to the recent occurrence of a second earthquake in New York, indicating the activation of the multiverse collider for the second time. At this juncture, Gwen Stacy from Earth 65 is just arriving, having been transported back a week due to the effects of the collider. Consequently, this universe's Peter Parker has only just crafted the key to inhibit the collider and has yet to take action. While exploring a high school in the vicinity of Brooklyn, Peter successfully locates the Vision Academy, where Miles attends, yet he does not find Gwen, who should have traversed here disguised as a high school student. This is promising news, suggesting that the multiverse collider will not explode in 7 days. Perhaps he has succeeded in preventing their arrival. As Peter crawls through the maintenance tunnel of the Brooklyn subway, he finally reaches his destination, which appears eerily familiar. Hanging upside down, Spider-Man follows the subway route to an abandoned control station. where a spacious corridor is barricaded by a door secured with an electronic lock. Beyond this door lies a passage littered with construction debris, its walls adorned with vibrant street graffiti, and the glass shields above have shattered, revealing the metal framework beneath. Undoubtedly, this universe's Miles was bitten here, and by the timeline, he should not have been bitten yet. Fortunately, Peter has some cash on hand to purchase a small box designed for confining pets, though he wonders if the spider from Universe 42 is currently present. Perhaps it has simply not arrived yet. Nevertheless, he resolves to wait patiently in this location for Miles and the Prowler to appear. Alternatively, Peter gazes at the dust-covered glass of the control station, which conceals the abandoned subway tunnel where the multiverse collider was constructed. Would it be possible to dismantle the collider directly if he were to venture there now? Perhaps not. Since this universe's Peter Parker opted for preservation by retaining a key instead of resorting to forceful demolition, it signifies that this is indeed the wisest course of action. He decides to purchase some provisions and wait for Miles and the Prowler, uncertain of how many days it may take. Of course, the worst-case scenario is that the spider from Universe 42 does not arrive, but that would merely extend his stay by a few days. Moreover, he has already encountered that spider in his dreams and through his spider sense, affirming its presence here. He hopes that the Avengers will manage his absence from school over the next few days, especially concerning Uncle Ben and Aunt May. If they were to discover his disappearance, it would surely alarm them. Someone must inform them that he is interning at the Baxter Building. Having shed his uniform, 15-year-old high school student Peter Parker departed from the abandoned control room, intending to gather essential items for the days ahead. A few nights later, a voice echoed in the desolate subway. "Hey, how did you find this place? I've worked on engineering projects here." From the vacant underground, Peter, who had been perched on the beams for several nights, turned over and activated the infrared scanning feature of his mask, beginning to survey his surroundings. He heard the sound of someone stepping on the protective door, yet simultaneously discovered what he sought. A large spider, adorned with the number 42 and the emblem of Alchemy Corp., its 8 legs shimmering with a fluorescent glow, meandering nearby. In an instant, the spider gazed at Peter, who returned its stare, his spider sense buzzing with intensity, drawing his focus entirely to the arachnid. The number 42 spider seemed to sense something amiss and raised one of its legs. With a swift motion, a web ensnared the small spider, and Peter cautiously approached the trapped creature, lifting it carefully. The spider squirmed, writhing its 8 legs, before snapping its sharp mandibles down onto Peter's hand. At that moment, Miles and Aaron Davis had arrived directly beneath him, and Peter stifled his pain, hearing Miles shout Brooklyn. He exhaled with relief, placing the spider into a small container meant for crawling pets. "Your bite won't affect me. I am Spider-Man. Just don't turn me into a human spider or an octopus. Please," Peter muttered as he stealthily retreated, scaling the wall unnoticed. Oblivious to the shift in his destiny, Miles commenced an effortless graffiti endeavor, while only the Wanderer sensed something amiss, lifting his head, yet saw nothing. "What is wrong, Uncle Aaron?" "Nothing, let's continue." Peter, having quietly exited the subway station, breathed a sigh of relief. His subsequent task was straightforward: locate the Spider-Man of this universe, impart the knowledge he possessed, and together thwart Kingpin, preventing a catastrophic collision of multiple universes. Ultimately, he would return the spider from Universe 42 to bite Miles of that realm, thereby completing the mission. As he swung through Brooklyn, Peter felt his spider sense tingle with urgency. He quickly maneuvered with his webbing to evade danger, but it seemed his movements had been anticipated, and he was abruptly kicked to the edge of a rooftop, tumbling before regaining his footing. Alarmed, Peter glanced at the box. Thankfully, the spider from Universe 42 remained vibrant and lively within. Yet, before he could steady himself, he heard a voice that was somewhat familiar. "First, I couldn't believe the news of another Spider-Man in New York, but now I have no choice but to accept it. Chameleon, I thought you were supposed to be enjoying your time in prison." A Spider-Man, slightly taller than the other, descended with the grace of a quintessential superhero, landing before Peter. Standing upright, he pointed a finger at him, declaring, "Return to your prison, you imposter." "What? No, I am not an imposter," Peter protested, tapping his chest before gazing at the Spider-Man before him. Why are you pointing at me? I am not pointing at you. You are pointing at me. The argument seemed futile, as the two spider senses began to resonate. The adult Spider-Man uttered a sound of realization and then responded. You, me? Are we the same? Are you a clone or something? I am Peter Parker, Peter Benjamin Parker. Peter hastily gestured. I hail from another universe. I know who you are and what you are doing. I am here to assist. So Gold has succeeded. At last, the Spider-Man of this universe comprehended the situation. He sighed and shrugged. Very well. Let us return home. I mean my home. Shall we? You know the place, right? Forest Hill Gardens, 20 Ingram Street. Correct? So you truly are me. Even our residences are identical. The two Spider-Men set off together. However, moments later, the rooftop space they had just occupied began to distort, and another figure emerged, clad in a metallic black suit adorned with a massive, ominous red spider emblem. He was a Spider-Man from another universe, specifically from the year 2099. He raised his arm, and a virtual assistant in the guise of a young woman materialized from his wrist device. Confirm our current universe number, Lila. Earth 700. We have landed safely. It appears the parallel universe is not at risk of collapse. Excellent. The Spider-Man of 2099 activated a scanning device, examining his surroundings, detecting traces of another Spider-Man that did not belong to this world. Where did that kid come from? According to the multiverse resonance signal, he hails from Earth 616. 616? The universe with the strongest reality barrier? The Spider-Man of 2099 said as he leaped from the high building to pursue the two departing Spider-Men. No matter. We must prevent the web event from being disrupted. Chapter 67. The unfounded web incident. As Peter Parker pushed open the white wooden door of his home, the golden hues of the setting sun cascaded gracefully across the porch. He absent-mindedly tousled his slightly disheveled golden locks and turned to glance at the young man behind him, who bore a striking resemblance to himself. Lowering his voice, he inquired, Have you memorized the details? If anyone asks, just say I am May's distant nephew, named Ben Reilly. Our protagonist, the Peter of the main universe, nodded gently, his gaze sweeping over the brilliant golden hair of this universe's Peter. I remember, he replied. By the way, your golden hair looks splendid. Your dark hair is quite impressive as well. The golden-haired Peter, henceforth referred to as such, grinned broadly before turning away, taking a deep breath and lightly rapping on the familiar door. The door swung open to reveal the now-aged Aunt May, who embraced her returning nephew with joy. Upon noticing Peter, she turned to the golden-haired young man, exclaiming, Peter, who is this? Oh, this is Peter Benjamin Parker. He has an additional middle name. Remember when I told you about parallel dimensions and the multiverse? The golden-haired Peter turned with a smile and asked, How old are you, kid? 15, still in my first year of high school. This kid is a year younger than I was when I first became Spider-Man. Nevertheless, he is here to lend a hand. There are extra guest rooms at home, right? We need to accommodate our guest. I'll go tidy up, Aunt May replied with a smile, her gaze flitting between the two young men before finally resting on Peter's somewhat youthful face. What would you like to eat, dear? How about some pancakes? Of course, that would be lovely. Once Aunt May departed, the golden-haired Peter turned to Peter and said, So, shall we find a place to talk? Follow me. Peter had a hunch about where the golden-haired Peter intended to take him. Indeed, he led him to the entrance of a warehouse, unlocking the electronic door with a key, revealing an elevator inside. Unable to contain his laughter, he exclaimed, What do you think? Never seen something like this before. Have you? Peter could not suppress a roll of his eyes. This pales in comparison to the Avengers Laboratory. What are the Avengers, a band? A superhero organization. My world has many superheroes, quite different from yours. The two descended in the elevator, and an array of Spider-Man equipment gradually came into view, including a Spider-Mobile and a Spider-Motorcycle. However, Peter genuinely struggled to comprehend the necessity of cars and motorcycles for Spider-Man. They hardly seemed faster than swinging through the city on webs and lacked the same agility. There were also various costumes, and the golden-haired Peter couldn't resist showcasing, Look at my wardrobe. I guarantee you don't have such a vibrant collection, newcomer. You have one suit that is identical to the standard uniform, but with a cape added? Looking at this costume, which prominently occupies the display case, Peter found it utterly perplexing. What is the significance of that? You are simply envious, kid, because you lack these stylish costumes. Then why don't you wear them? The last time I wore it, while attempting to rescue someone, my cape became ensnared in the gap between the elevator and the shaft, nearly choking me to death. The blonde Peter instinctively touched the back of his head, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Wasn't this utterly pointless? He remained silent, approaching the table cluttered with Spider-Man memorabilia, removing his mask and powering on his computer. Let me see, the key isn't entirely complete yet. Peter placed the spider from Universe 42 on the table, and the blonde Peter observed the small creature flickering uncontrollably, resembling an abstract mosaic, unable to suppress his curiosity. What's going on here? Different universes possess distinct frequencies. I suspect its molecular structure cannot maintain stability. This is precisely why I am here. The spider is still alive, and that universe lacks a Spider-Man. The blonde Peter paused his typing, contemplating for a moment before turning to face Peter. You must understand, child, if one becomes a Spider-Man, it may signify that they are destined to lose something. Perhaps for us or others from that universe, leading a mundane life is preferable to becoming a Spider-Man. Just as Peter was about to respond, a voice suddenly resonated within the secret base. No, he is correct. This is inevitable. Both individuals rose simultaneously, their spider sense tingling, and emerging from the shadows was a towering, muscular figure, almost wall-like, wearing the mask of Spider-Man 2099, devoid of visible lenses, only a menacing outline.
I am Miguel O'Hara.
From Earth 928 in the year 2099, and I am here to assist you. The alert blonde Peter glanced at Peter. I thought you were the only one who knew how to traverse the multiverse. Indeed, I believe so myself, Peter replied, struggling to comprehend how Miguel had arrived here. According to the animated timeline, he had only completed the prototype of the multiverse-traversing bracelet after the conclusion of the first film. Theoretically, he shouldn't have been able to cross over yet, so how had he managed to do so? Every universe requires its Spider-Man. We are specific entities of the multiverse. Likewise, every Spider-Man must endure the experiences they have faced. As Miguel spoke, he adjusted the bracelet, and the multiverse unfurled in a web-like structure, showcasing the life stories of each Spider-Man he had observed in parallel universes. The deaths of loved ones, the demise of their police chief, betrayal by friends, the loss of romantic partners. These are trials that every Spider-Man cannot evade. Thus, what this lad asserts is true. Universe 42 requires its own Spider-Man, even if it must endure such tribulations. Upon hearing Miguel's lengthy discourse, the blonde Peter could not help but raise an eyebrow. First, I did not invite you, nor do I know how you managed to slip in. Secondly, do you have any evidence? I have endured all these experiences, having witnessed the annihilation of an entire universe, all because I sought to rectify a certain matter, leading to the disruption of the Web of Life event. Miguel stated this with considerable conviction, yet blonde Peter remained relentless. Is it possible that your theory is flawed? Perhaps there indeed exists a Web of Life event, but not to the extent you suggest. It sounds as if every Spider-Man across the multiverse must endure such tragedy. Miguel fixed a piercing gaze on blonde Peter, who mirrored the intensity. As Peter prepared to speak, Miguel turned to him. You handled that well. I shall return you to your universe, along with that spider. The affairs of this universe will be managed by its own Spider-Man, who is more than capable. I have no need for your sudden emergence, a figure whose shoulders are broader than my refrigerator. Blonde Peter glanced at Peter, lazily greeting him. Come here, kid. Let us disregard this fellow. Miguel, however, continued to fixate on Peter, his stare unwavering. I have been wanting to speak since earlier. Finally, Peter found his voice, looking towards Miguel as he inquired, Your theory about the Web of Life may indeed be flawed. Hold your rebuttal, for what I wish to convey is that, in my world, Uncle Ben did not perish. Miguel yanked off his mask, revealing a face marked by confusion and astonishment, while blonde Peter sprang to his feet, seizing Peter by the shoulders. Really? Uncle Ben is alive? You saved him. Indeed, he trained with me, teaching me how to harness my powers, and we designed the first suit together. Ha ha ha. Blonde Peter erupted in joyous laughter, while Miguel incredulously retorted. You are not deceiving me, are you? Are you? Before Peter could respond, blonde Peter shielded him, bellowing at Miguel. Why? Why can't you accept that a world exists where Uncle Ben does not have to die? Why can't you believe in a Spider-Man who can protect everyone? I have saved this city countless times. All the Spider-Men across the multiverse have salvaged the world innumerable times. Why can't the multiverse offer us some recompense? Why is it so difficult for you to believe this? Blonde Peter clutched the spider emblem on his chest, pointing at Peter. This child did not arrive here without purpose. He comes to convey to me, to you, perhaps even to all Spider-Men, that our universe is not devoid of compassion. Why can you not believe this? Because Miguel fell silent, as did Blonde Peter, watching Miguel despondently sink to the ground, as if all strength had abandoned him. Peter approached Miguel and sat down beside him. We are Spider-Man, Miguel. Regardless of the reasons that led us to embrace the mantle of Spider-Man, we are united. A true Spider-Man never waits idly for miracles to occur. Instead, we forge our own miracles. I do not wish to sound overly self-satisfied, yet a miracle now stands before you. Will you resist it, or will you join us?